Chapter 581 Help. After several questions in a row, the magicians in the audience no longer had any doubts. Even from their standpoint, it is impossible to support a family that secrets the knowledge of mathematics. If this statement is true, in fact, some of them have had such an idea, just to bully this country bumpkin who is unfamiliar with the place and has no backing. But in the first class, everyone was so humiliated that they lost their temper. Is this knowledge possible? It's just that the person who came didn't seem to have this level of understanding, but tried to defend his intentions and said hurriedly, "Don't talk nonsense. I want to come forward to seek justice for my family, just to let everyone recognize you as a shameless person." Liar. Regarding the science of public mathematics, it will be carried out by people in my family. Just shut up and get out of my city. That's right. Lynn didn't say much harsh words, but used whiteboard writing skills to write a binary quadratic equation in the air, and said, "If you come from a noble family with inherited mathematical knowledge, the cause of this equation, it shouldn't be difficult to decompose the formula." The content of the mathematics courses in these 2 days is all about factorization. From the second degree of one variable, the third degree of one variable to the higher degree of one variable. The binary quadratic is what I plan to talk about next, but haven't started yet, although there is only one more unknown number. It also makes the eyes of those who are obsessed with mathematics brighten. However, among this group of people, it was obvious that there was no magician who jumped out to accuse Lynn. He was speechless and hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. He looked at the inspector standing behind him in panic, and even turned to look at a certain position in the step seating area. In the end, I could only bite the bullet and say, "When I expel you, this liar, there will naturally be people in my family who are good at mathematics, who will teach everyone. And I am just the one who is the worst at studying. Who do you want to fool by giving this incomprehensible question? The magician's present teachers are all full of wisdom. How could they not see your tricks?" Before Lynn could say anything sarcastic, the magicians who had been watching could no longer bear it. In fact, as early as when Shimura, who was looking for trouble, turned to look at the step seats, many magicians had a ball of fire in their hearts. And what he said himself seemed more like he was fooling everyone present. Yes, how could the people present not see such little tricks? The great magician Kabamba slapped the table and stood up. He didn't even look at the clown like Shamulet, but directly stared at the leader of the inspector team and said, "Liam, that's enough. This farce. How long do you plan to make trouble for?" The inspector, with a sinister expression on his face, said, without even looking at him, "Your Excellency Kabamba, what do you mean by this? I just accepted the accusation from the kind magician and came forward to uphold justice for him. This is not our inspection. An official's duty? I don't care whether you know the truth behind it and dare to break into my academy and disturb my class. Do you have the illusion that you can do anything if you put on that yellow cloak? When I was killing people, your parents are still drinking milk. Get out of my academy. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can leave intact." The inspector, the great magician Liam, said slowly, "Your Excellency Kabamba, your age is suitable for such excitement. Don't you feel tight in your chest and your heart is beating extremely violently?" Just as Liam was speaking, in the field of vision of some magicians with special perceptions, a transparent human figure could be vaguely seen walking slowly against the wall, approaching behind the seemingly unconscious magician standing on the podium. Some people thought they were dazzled, while others were vigilant and secretly holding on to the magic, almost ready to use it. This energy fluctuation seemed to be contagious, and all the magicians secretly prepared to attack magic, and even assisted with magic. Some people make big noises, and some people make small noises. Despite this, everyone remained calm and focused on the inspector, the great magician Liam, wanting to hear what else he had to say. The transparent humanoid figure did not stop, but made a large circle and approached someone from directly behind. Those magicians who could see the vague outline or vaguely sensed it were calculating the time to take action. The atmosphere in front of us was tense. If we made one wrong move, the situation could easily get out of control. Just as everyone was working hard and planning, the transparent person disappeared. Even the magicians who were vaguely aware of it through their senses had lost that glimmer of warning. Some people couldn't believe it and secretly cast detection magic. For a time, all kinds of obscure power fluctuations were running around in the lecture hall. Even the inspector Archmage Liam stopped stalling and tit-for-tat with Kabamba and glared at someone. Lynn tried to put on an innocent expression, but he looked even more in need of a beating. He said, "Oh, what's the matter? Respected ombudsman? Is there something invisible that exists? What happened? Ah. No. If you can't see it, it should not exist. How can something that doesn't exist be possible? Whatever happened, everything should be okay. Is that right? Or am I a country bumpkin, misunderstanding the thinking of you city people? Please tell me, are the magicians in the holy city being reasonable? Or are they bullying others? A sarcastic sentence with a gun and a stick will make the grumpy warrior follower want to attack on the spot. But the air was filled with a power that was so strong that it was almost suffocating. That was because the magicians present were holding back 1 or 2 magic spells and hiding them. These are not defensive or strengthening magics, but deadly offensive magics that target uninvited guests in the classroom. Although every magic lock is hidden and difficult to detect. But the number is so large that even the dullest warrior knows that he is being watched by countless magicians. This kind of malicious attention made them dare not act rashly. And they did not even dare to turn around and look at the master they were following. I'm afraid that any action will touch the sensitive nerves of a certain magician. If one person does it, all methods will be unleashed. And it won't work until he dies. Liam frowned. Today's situation was very different from what he had imagined. It was obvious that the magicians in the lecture theater were all pointing the finger at them. And even the manpower they had secretly planted inside became afraid to show up. Especially Shamulet's ugly appearance made them lose the commanding heights. If you continue to persist, you will most likely have to deal with hundreds of magicians present. It is true that the inspector is in charge of the Magician Association's force of justice. But not all magicians are afraid of the meaning behind this yellow shawl. And there are many such people in the holy city of Estali. Not to mention all of them. Most of the masters sitting in this lecture theater are strong men who dare to compete with the supervisory headquarters. Of course, it is not necessarily the individual strength, but the force behind it cannot be underestimated either. If he wanted to be hostile to everyone here, his teacher wouldn't be enough to see him. Recognizing the reality, Liam gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Without waiting for others to react, he turned around and walked out of the classroom first. If it weren't for the censor's dignity, he would probably run away because the gathering malice was getting stronger and stronger. The strongest people have fled, and the remaining people dare not stay long. They didn't even dare to say anything in the scene. They all turned around and ran away, looking at the backs of a group of people fleeing. Lin said slightly disappointedly, "This is the association of the holy city. It's degenerate. It's no different from the nobles." Although he didn't point his fingers at the noses of everyone present, everyone felt that their faces were burning. Someone who could not tell whether it was intentional or unintentional, like a normal person, closed the classroom door, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, enough time has been wasted. I will not delay the end of get out of class. So I have to it's time to make some progress. The quadratic equation is what I'm going to explain next. Did anyone figure out how to factor it just now? In fact, everyone has learned the factors of the quadratic equation. The decomposition method is similar to this. Magicians know right from wrong. For what just happened? They couldn't blame the magician in front of them at all. They could only blame the lack of foresight of the inspectors, who made ridiculous excuses. Some people even secretly made a decision. It seems that if they want to take this mathematics course safely, they can't just sit under the podium. They have to exert some effort. Among them, the idea of the great magician Kabamba is the most radical. Because the earliest commotion was because his students did not dare to stop the censor's actions. As a result, the golem, which only obeyed orders, was destroyed by the censors because it foolishly prevented people without permission from entering the academy. In the future, if the inspector enters the academy without his permission, he will be treated as an enemy. If they refuse to listen, they will be killed on the spot. Otherwise, if we let these eyes grow on the top of our heads every 3 days and interrupt the class with yellow shawls that never look at people, then the people who come here will not learn. This is a place to learn, not to settle grudges. People on and off the stage had different thoughts. But the class ended peacefully. Lin didn't take what happened today seriously. Based on the idea that soldiers will block you, water will flood you, and you can run away if you can't stand it. Life has returned to its own pace. However, just where he couldn't see it, a violent storm blew up. Shimura was thrown into the countryside by his family, and was responsible for driving away monsters and guarding the family's fields. I guess I won't be able to return to the holy city until my next life. In the association office, the receptionist who was originally responsible for logging in to the 2 magicians, Gablesh, Tripwood and Fanny, was expelled from the association. If a full-time designated expert comes to handle matters related to the two great magicians, they will not have to worry about running around. The inspector team led by Liam received a border investigation mission from the headquarters. He was assigned to go to the Warcraft Forest that spanned 3 districts to investigate the cases that had been pending for decades and had accumulated more than 100 missing reports. There is also a note in the order. Don't come back until all cases are investigated to the bottom. Everyone who seemed to be on the side of Kabamba Academy made a very quick decision. But in fact, everyone who knows the secrets knows that those who are dealt with are just abandoned children. Someone may know the identity of the person who is really hiding behind the scenes, but it is not to the point of breaking out. Now everyone is still in the testing stage, constantly testing the opponent's bottom line and limits. No one takes that step until everything is clear. Chapter 582 Yuzov's Determination. Unknowingly, the situation in the Holy City seemed to open up all of a sudden. The first person to come to him was Yuzov Gantia. Several days have passed since the completion of the renovation of the new home. But the craftsmen who were originally very interested in making toilets have yet to proceed. Until one night, when someone was tinkering with the telescope barrel newly made by Riley, the silver-bearded dwarf, and adjusting the lens settings, Yuzov knocked on the attic door. "Sir, can you rest now? Yuzov, please come in." "Sir," Lynn specifically asked Yuzov to use the title instead, compared to shouting like a silver-bearded dwarf, or calling her teacher like 2 young girls. Yuzov Gantia was too polite. On the one hand, a person doesn't want to hear the words Your Excellency coming and going, Your Excellency everywhere at home. And on the other hand, he doesn't want to be called master by anyone other than a cute girl. The word sir has no special meaning in Midland. So Yuzov called him that. "Sir, regarding Raoul, they came to me to talk about business-related matters during the day. Although they talked a lot, they didn't put much into practice. In fact, I don't have a clue. So I came here specially. I'm looking for advice from you." Raoul was the leader of the group of craftsmen who was pushed out. In response to Yuzov's confusion, Len directly opened file number 6711 stored in the first coffin. It was a pile of unorganized essays, including pictures and text. The contents included sitting and squatting toilets, men's toilets, the design of men's and women's public toilets, and the entire bathroom design including washstands. In addition to these final designs, there is of course an overview of the manufacturing process for each part of the bathroom fixture. The most mature ones are, of course, the finished products made using magic materials. Because Len has always made these things this way. Because he can directly use magic shaping techniques. As an alternative, wood products can be used. But don't think just because it's made of wood that it's going to be very cheap. Taking into account the problems of mold and durability, a very special paint must be painted to extend its service life. In Lost Land, only those from a wealthy family can afford the items that can use that layer of paint. The second alternative is to make pottery. In comparison, if you don't pay attention to it, pottery making has 2 major advantages. The materials are cheap and easy to obtain. The disadvantage is that there is a technical threshold, because Len provided the method of using mold grouting to ensure the consistency of the finished product. But it requires more steps. A key point in this part is the design of the kiln. Although it is not my major, I have never even touched the craft of pottery. However, the introductions that Len had seen in comics and on TV programs suddenly came to mind when he was writing these essays. So he wrote them down. But in actual operation, it still needs to be explored and verified by craftsmen. As for Plan 2, there is a research plan, which is the research and development of glaze. In this regard, someone once again wrote down all the materials and their appearances that he could think of, and pointed out the priorities. These things are ground into powder, mixed into an aqueous solution, brushed on the surface of unfired pottery, and then fired together at a higher kiln temperature. This is porcelain. Although it seems a bit strange to talk about the history of porcelain starting from the toilet. But someone himself doesn't have time to do research and development in this area. He just writes a possible idea in the file, and gives it to professional craftsmen to see how they perform it. However, Yuzov, who was just a little confused at first, became even more confused after seeing this document. Because this essay really just records what comes to mind, with no order or system at all. Moreover, the content presented was extensive and complicated, which dazzled Yuzov. Lin said, "After you understand these things, you can discuss them with Raoul and the others. It doesn't matter if you don't understand some things that are too technical. Just let them understand it. You just need to control the general direction. As for the division of labor and cooperation above, I suggest that you arrange for each group of people to be responsible for one part of the entire construction. The design planning belongs to the design planning. The toilet manufacturing belongs to the toilet manufacturing. And the on-site construction belongs to the on-site construction. This is the advantage. There are two aspects. First, if they focus on a certain part, their efficiency will improve. When efficiency increases, they will become more competitive in the market. Second, each of them is crucial to future development. They only know one part, so you don't have to worry too much about them going out on their own or being poached by others. Of course, you are familiar with the world and have opened a tavern before, so you should be able to do it better than me. Although he said a lot in one breath, Yuzov was not an inexperienced young man. After thinking for a while, I had a rough outline of the next plan. He asked again, "Is there anything else you want to explain?" "Sir, if you are all ready, then the first business and the second business will be settled." Yuzov was startled and said, "So fast?" "Yes. From the beginning. You go to Kabamba Academy and the Flaming Red Lips Hotel and negotiate with them to provide a demonstration installation location. For the first time, it doesn't matter how many sets they are willing to let you install. I will bear the related costs. Pay here." Yuzov could not quite understand someone's generosity. Although this magician is not a merciless person, he is not a philanthropic person either. Don't look at him contributing the benefits of the 4 magic stone and setting up funds and colleges in various places. This was also done out of necessity to get rid of trouble. So he asked directly, "Sir, what is your intention in doing this? After all, both of them have helped us a lot and have friendships, so it should be easier to negotiate. If you have good things, of course you have to share them with good friends. This is considered a gift in return. Besides, these two places are not considered private homes, but a place where people come and go. If they experience it and find it useful, they will naturally tell others and want to build several sets of bathroom equipment in their own homes. In this case, it is difficult to say at the beginning. The money we spent was wasted." "Indeed," Yuzov agreed. "Anyway, I'll leave everything to you. If you have any questions, just come to me. By the way, if you need help from others, remember to pay." After Lin finished speaking, he went back to playing with the astronomy he finally made. Telescope. This is a reobservation after a few years. I don't know what kind of changes have occurred in the original stars. Looking at the magician, who didn't pay much attention to this matter, Yuzov Gantia only smiled bitterly. As that person once said, this is just a casual move. So if you do it well or mess it up, it doesn't matter to the other party. But for me, this is like a school test. Although my original purpose was to monitor the former demon king nearby, observe whether she might have bad thoughts again, and provide a warning to others. However, after getting along with each other these days, I realized that my worries at the beginning seemed to be in vain. But this experience made my existence seem a bit embarrassing. Should I leave or stay? If you leave, where will you go? Storm Bay's former residence had been disposed of long ago, and he could be considered homeless. If you stay, what's the reason for staying? I had always used the excuses of on the way and encountered by chance to follow me all the way. But now that the target and his party have settled down, how far can I go? Coupled with the time spent and the fact that there was no time on the road for me to accept any adventurer's commissions, my savings were reduced a lot. Although in the end he lived with everyone and ate together without any explanation. But even he didn't know what his status was. The task assigned by the other party this time is not only a test given by the other party, but also a test for myself to see how far I can do it, or how far I want to do it. The adventurous life on the line between life and death is actually not suitable for me. So I retired from the career of an adventurer, returned to my hometown, and inherited the family business. That is, the tavern. But the withering city of Storm Bay was not suitable for him. So he left after finding an excuse. In fact, I vaguely feel in my heart that I can do more things instead of letting myself get old. When Yuza faced up to this feeling, he felt the urge to show off his talents. Not to prove anything to others, just to prove to myself that even if I don't become a hero, I can still accomplish something. Patting his face and cheering up, Yuzov Gancha bowed to Lin cautiously before exiting the attic. On the contrary, someone who was unaware of the other party's psychological activities was stunned for a moment when he saw Yuzov's strange behavior. But in the end, he didn't say anything because he saw those bright eyes. In his experience, most people with this kind of vision can achieve success, At least their future is not comparable to that of a salty fish like himself. However, it seems that the other party has made up his mind. Unlike before, where he followed like a zombie. If he hadn't been able to detect the other person's heartbeat before, he would have thought that Finn had tampered with him, secretly transforming anyone around you into a living corpse or something like that. In other words, Yuzov's idle move may be something to look forward to. Return your gaze to the real starry sky. The biggest difference in this observation, which has lasted 5 years, is of course the location of the observation. The straight line distance between the two places on the surface is approximately 14,763 kilometers. Between the holy city Starry in the first district of the central continent of Midi and the Willian city in the Sijia district of the southwest peninsula. It is impossible to make up for the gap of these 5 years. The past is the past, and there is no way to go back. However, the difference in observation locations requires some corrections, especially for nearby stars, especially other planets in the same star system as Midi. Someone just followed his old habits, started the observation and calculation procedures of the first coffin, and began to adjust various parameters based on the actual observation results. But what he didn't expect was that after the telescope was assembled, he eagerly started stargazing. But the telescope had not yet been connected to the new center's terminal system. The dizzying number of calculated figures that appeared in his eyes were the calculation results given by the Dream Tower or the figures calculated by his own brain. It was still unclear. Chapter 583 Preparations for Casting the Ring. The great cause of the Midi toilet spearheaded by Yuzov has finally begun. The manufacturing factory is temporarily placed on the west side of the new home courtyard, because it is troublesome to find another place to build the factory. If you are concerned about the issues of raw materials and pollution and want to place the factory in the suburbs, you will have to consider the issue of defense against World of Warcraft in the Lost Land. Calculating left and right. It is cheaper to hire people to transport the required raw materials during the day than to hire soldiers to guard and defend factories day and night and build fortifications. At least in this emerging residential area of Starry, there is no need to worry about being attacked by nocturnal monsters in the middle of the night. The silver-bearded dwarf's workshop was built on the east side of the courtyard, close to the periphery. In addition to being an exclusive working space for the dwarves, research related to peaceful arms is also conducted here. Therefore, the dwarves are responsible for the confidentiality and security settings. Others do not interfere or approach without authorization. The gratifying thing is that 2 sets of complete microscope equipment designed by Finn and manufactured by the dwarves have been sold. The same buyer, and not even a magician. The buyer is the Church of Three Holy Lights. It was proposed by Bishop Batu and purchased at the church's public expense. It is said that at the beginning, the bishops belonging to the Lord of Righteousness strongly opposed this opinion. Not only was he opposed to buying a magical device of unknown origin, but the seller was actually a lich. If you don't regard the other party as the target of crusade, the other party should be grateful and take the initiative to offer tribute. There is no reason for the church to pay. Isn't this funding evil? Oracle, not happy. Separate the family. The original plan was to use the argument that Bishop Batu was greedy for church funds for his own selfish purposes to suppress this undesirable idea. At the same time, let the believers of the Lord of Life know who is the boss in the Church of Three Holy Lights. But after the simple oracle came down, the followers of the Lord of Justice were all silenced. The bishops of the Lord of Righteousness, who were so eloquent at first, also fell silent. The Church of Three Holy Lights funding comes from donations from believers. Rewards and trophies obtained by the Lord of Justice's knights from their missions to defeat thieves and monsters that infest human territory. The most significant source of funding for the Church of the Three Holy Lights is the priests of the Lord of Life, who save lives and heal the wounded. The cost of illness, even if it is not for the sake of money, as long as the priests of the Lord of Life follow them during the expedition, the number of casualties will be greatly reduced, and the morale of the soldiers will be relatively high, with all the benefits. Who would dare to let go of such a sweet potato? Believers on the side of the Lord of Justice only want dominance, not to drive away or even eliminate the belief in the Lord of Life. Now that His Majesty has spoken personally, it means that there is no room for change, even if he does not comply. The Church of the Three Holy Lights serves 3 gods as a church organization. There may be factional differences within the church, but the relationship between the top and bottom is absolute, unless someone of the same rank comes forward to fight. The order of the superior must be obeyed regardless of which god the believer in front of him believes in. It's just that most of the time, the Lord of Life and his bishops and priests don't do anything. As a bishop, Bada wants to withdraw the money, 2,000 gold, which is the total annual regular funding of 3 to 5 dioceses. Of course, the church cannot afford such a large amount. But it will still be painful. That's why the bishop who believes in the Lord of Justice steps in to stop it. Now that His Majesty in the sky has spoken, he does not just by one microscope, but 2 at a time, including the magical knowledge of the microscopic eye. If the bishops of the Lord of Righteousness continue to have objections, and the church has not been divided, it is possible to be called by God in a minute. The work of Yuzov and the silver-beard dwarves advanced smoothly. Fun's classes also went on in an orderly manner. Except that for her subsequent classes, the assistants were taken turns by the 2 girls instead of someone else. By the way, although Fun's life course has not changed its teaching building, it has been moved from a small classroom to a lecture theater in the life building. And the number of students in class has also increased to 56. There were only 6 or 7 bishops from the 3 Holy Lights Church. If it weren't for the fact that it was impossible to empty their respective dioceses into empty cities, and only the neighboring ones could make it in time, I'm afraid there would have been even more people. There are more people who want to take life courses, but are stuck in the dual certification qualifications of colleges and associations. There are many people who want to lift the restrictions, but this part is taken care of by the college and has nothing to do with them. There are also people who come privately to ask for advice. In this case, Finn denied seeing anyone. The people who had leaked to others that they were planning to do something privately were all said to have traveled far away and were nowhere to be seen again. In addition to the 2-hour mathematics course in the afternoon and the regular horoscope observation in the evening, which is more for relaxing and relaxing, this person devotes all his time to making a ring that can be used as a marker for the flash technique. The production location is on the east side of the courtyard, close to the main house. A magic laboratory and training ground were built here. All dangerous magic experiments and exercises should be carried out outside the main house to avoid accidental injuries. It's just that the 2 girls, who should be practicing hard inside, never go in. So right now, someone temporarily called it as a workshop for making rings. The final design ring production plan is to melt 8 kinds of divine metals into liquid state, put them into a special crucible that can produce ultrasonic oscillations, and then use electrolysis to extract the metal wires. During each process of drawing a metal wire, the ultrasonic oscillation frequency in the crucible chants the desired magical effect in the deciphered dragon language. Because this method no longer had the area limit required to depict the magic array, Lin overturned the original idea of applying 3 magics, in addition to flash marking points and magical barriers that can traverse multiple dimensions. Someone has also compiled dragon language versions of various magics, and can be used as appropriate. It's mainly about strengthening individuals and magic that has a life-saving effect. After the metal wires are drawn out, multiple strands of metal wires are twisted together, subjected to high temperatures and beaten to turn them into a whole, and finally shaped into a general metal ring. In terms of appearance, there is no special decoration or carving, adhering to the principle of simplicity and low-key. The most important thing is not to let anyone with evil intentions notice this ring, so as to retain the last trump card and hope in this critical moment. The production process seems simple, but in fact every step is quite complicated. First of all, a crucible that can emit specific frequency changes is beyond someone's knowledge. There seems to be a related method in Earth's metallurgy to use electrolysis to draw wire, but that is not my professional knowledge. So I have to study again how to use magic to replace it to get the effect I want. This is research almost from scratch. In comparison, parsing dragon language is much simpler. Just keep asking Augustus to speak in dragon language, and then explain it, record it, and then analyze and compare it. After determining the meaning of each audio, a translation program can finally be completed. Because dragon language, power, and magic are all close to the machine language of the earth, there will be no ambiguity or metaphors like in ordinary languages. Therefore, the accuracy of this translation program is quite high, and it requires little correction and can be used directly. Black Dragon Augustus was also quite surprised by this result. The secret of dragon language that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years was so easily cracked by the MIDI version of the tape recorder and computer. If the dragons on Dragon Island knew about it, they would definitely vomit 30 liters of blood. Anyway, it's big and has a lot of blood. If you vomit more, you won't die. In this regard, Augustus could only laugh and had no idea of keeping the secret of dragon language. Finally, the multiple strands of metal wire are twisted together and blended into a whole. It also seems to be a very simple forging process. But if you think about it seriously, there will be many problems in it. In the design, the crucible oscillates the metal solution with ultrasonic vibrations of specific mantras, according to the frequency of dragon language. The intention is to change the order of powers in matter, so as to achieve the effect of additional magic. If this idea is feasible, then the enchantment can be successful. Then the final beating will also cause the object to vibrate. Will this concussion phenomenon destroy the magical effects that have been successfully added, cause changes, or become invalid? If we purely consider physical properties, the final stage becomes a paradox. Without beating after melting, the wires cannot be fused together, but beating will destroy the enchantment. The conclusion is that it is impossible to balance both. And if it fails, we can only find another way. But later I discovered that these are actually two different things. The purpose of beating is to melt the metal substances together under high temperature. But what I don't want to change is the magical power contained in the substance. In other words, as long as you can find a way to stabilize the order of powers, you can tap as much as you like without worrying about destroying the magical effects that were hard to add. At this time, we must borrow the wisdom of our predecessors. Among the magic collected by the Magician Association, there is a very unusual magic, which is derived from the second-level apprentice-level magic pronunciation technique, Manon resonance. Magical knowledge recorded by Manon, the magician who loves music. The magician who was obsessed with art claimed that she only recorded the phenomena she observed, and that she did not invent the magic. It is also because the magic is not lethal, and has no other uses in life except for music-related matters. But it is this kind of side magic that often produces excellent results for someone. Just like before their eyes. Resonance is actually resonance. For an object to resonate, it must have the same vibration frequency. In other words, tapping the enchanted metal wire in a way that is sufficient to produce resonance should avoid redundant and messy tapping methods that destroy the magic that has been attached to the metal wire. However, the original resonance technique has a very short window period from activation to taking effect. It's just that the extremely short here is still too long for someone. And it is not that easy to attach this magic to a hammer and trigger it with the action of hammering. But luckily this part can be done using traditional casting methods. After several modifications, I finally completed this hammer. A hammer for blacksmithing. After the casting equipment was ready, Lynn used ordinary metal to conduct the first test of the entire process. However, during the ultrasonic vibration stage of the crucible, it exploded boldly. Chapter 584 Development. Fortunately, it exploded outside the main house. Otherwise, with the power of blowing up half the laboratory, there might be no place to sleep tonight. Originally, someone was doing all the making and processing in the attic. That is, in the corner of his room. Because there are more and more things, we moved them out. As for the moment before the explosion flames hit someone, the flash technique was activated, teleporting Lynn directly outside the laboratory and watching half of the cabin explode. It feels like watching a Hollywood blockbuster up close. The difference is that watching the explosion scene in the movie will be fun. But watching your belongings being blown up into the sky will be painful. It hurts. Of course, the few people resting in the main house would not be unaware of such a big movement and not notice it at all. Fun, who also possesses the flash technique, was the first to appear. Others also arrived one after another. They looked at the mess on the ground. And Lynn, who was standing in front of half of the ruins of the laboratory with an innocent expression, as if the murderer was not him. Tell me, what's going on? Of course, then wouldn't misunderstand. Someone was tricked by the goblin. Or someone ran in without the foresight and blew up half the house. But you still need to ask clearly. The explosion has stopped, and some of the fire has been extinguished by magic. Lynn walked into the remnants of the fire scene and picked up the remaining things while saying, After I prepared the equipment for making the ring, I thought about testing it. Unexpectedly, it exploded. I still don't understand why. What's wrong with your assumptions? In the entire process of making the ring, Lich and others did not participate too much. At most, it was just a previous discussion. After such a serious problem occurred, Finn seriously asked how Lynn did it, and what link could have caused such an explosion. Before asking for details, Finn just heard someone make a general statement, and knew what the problem was. She crossed her hands, looked at someone who was pretending to be innocent, and said, Have you ever thought that ordinary metals might be able to withstand this kind of enchantment method? If so, what are those rare metals used for? Is it used by rich people to show off? Ah! The word awakened the dreamer. If you make such a low-level mistake, you will become dizzy. So this means that we can only officially play directly. But there is no way to do experiments. Lin collected 8 kinds of divine metals. The largest was no more than the size of a fist, and the smallest was only the size of an egg. The amount was very small, and this has not been refined yet. If they really start to do it, just to refine this level, they will definitely have to slim down a few more times. The most important thing is that I have a feeling that every penny here is useful. No more or less. That means there is no room for experimentation. Even if I want to buy more, I can't, because of this small amount. Plus the fact that I bought a new home recently. The 2 cash boxes I brought from the Southwest Peninsula were completely emptied out. The main problem is still with coins. The holy city of Starry is within the Guana Empire, so the coins used are mainly those of the Empire. Although metal coins from other places are also collected, the full amount will not be calculated. The Empire's coins in Lost Land are known as good money of hard currency. Coins from other places can also be regarded as good money as long as they do not originate from those notorious countries. But if you look closely at the metal content, the purity of good money is worse than that of fine money. Not to mention the casting process. Fine money can be engraved on both sides, but good money can only be engraved on one side. A person comes from out of town, and most of his property is mainly good money. After coming to Starry, the people I dealt with were all top-notch chambers of commerce. These businessmen were willing to accept good money, which was already very respectable. How dare Lin ask people to calculate the full amount again? There is no such thing in the whole land. So someone just wants to say, prices in Starry are so damn expensive, while cleaning up the remains of the laboratory. Fortunately, most of the equipment that was going to be used to make the rings was made of solid materials, and was not damaged. It can still be used after sorting it out. Lin simulated and calculated in his mind what might happen when the divine metal was actually used. Although it had just been a failure, it was not without success. The changes before the explosion were all seen in someone's eyes. Although the data collected is not much, it is at least a start. It's just that if you want to complete it in one go without going through enough experiments, it will take a lot of thinking. Progress on Lin's side failed, but the other 2 parties achieved good results. The microscopes made by the silver-bearded dwarf were immediately sold out as Fen's life lessons deepened, and the delivery date was scheduled until the end of the year. You must know that it is only April 7/31, and summer has just entered. The main reason is that in addition to Fen's courses, the magicians and priests who came to take life courses formed research groups one by one and began to collect samples beyond Fen's known parts. Research on penicillin has also made progress, which requires microscopes to observe changes in bacteria. As for the microscopic eye, no comparison means no harm. People who use microscopic eyes have a common feeling. I don't know what this thing is used for. All the parameters for enlarging and forming must be figured out by oneself. Changing the magnification is equivalent to studying the magic array pattern again. It is even more difficult to move the field of view. If you move slightly, you will not know where the field of view is gone. As for these complex parameter settings and scale reduction adjustment requirements, the Jinbeard dwarf version of the microscope has already fully considered them. This caused Germain and others to delay the repair work of the piece arms and devote all their efforts to making microscopes. There will be this change, and it will also come from someone's suggestion. It is conceivable that the market for microscopes is limited. If Silverbeard Dwarf does not meet the market demand as soon as possible, sooner or later, under pressure, someone else will use the eye of microscope to create something similar, even if it may not be easy to use at the beginning. Technology will progress under the pressure of market demand. Not to mention, directly dismantling the microscope that has been sold and making a copycat. The level of protection of magical knowledge in Midland is far less than the level of patent protection on Earth. Therefore, if the Silverbeard dwarves move too slowly, they will just give away the money they can earn. As soon as this conclusion came out, the dwarves felt like they were on stimulants and worked hard to make a microscope. They have never seen money before, and they have never made such easy money, which makes them enter a state of fanaticism. Their enthusiasm and energy seemed to be unlimited, allowing them to squander it. Of course, the process was not smooth sailing. There were jealous people who wanted to get involved and directly block the raw materials, so that the dwarves had to stop work due to lack of materials. After all, these things were related to Fen. So she took a cruel approach and told all the buyers who had placed orders to buy microscopes that they had no raw materials, and asked them to find their own solutions. Otherwise, she would refund the money, and I would not do it. Then the holy city was in a state of panic again, and the merchants who had blocked the raw materials were cleaned up. Some people directly sent the required raw materials to the Jinbeard Dwarf's workshop, and they got it for free. The only condition is to place their order first. The reason why the matter was handled so quickly was because everyone was not a young man who knew nothing about the world. They knew what was going on behind the scenes without even looking up. If it is irrelevant or substitutable, everyone will have a tacit understanding not to block people's money. If they close their eyes, they can still get some advantages in the end. But the nature of the thing in front of me is completely different. Everyone was holding back their enthusiasm. Everything was ready, except for the machine. And then it got stuck. Think about how passion will be vented when it turns into resentment. And how miserable it will be for those who dare to take action. Unlike the great progress made by the dwarves, the cause led by Yuzov has not made such progress. After getting various plans from Lin, Yuzov directly discussed the next steps with the craftsman, leaving aside toilets made entirely of magic materials. Although wooden and pottery ones are cheap and have simple manufacturing techniques, this also means that there is no technical threshold. Others will know how to do it after taking a look at it. Maybe these old craftsmen don't understand theoretical things, but they understand the twists and turns of doing business. In the absence of any protection for the technology, they can only find ways to increase the difficulty of production without increasing the cost of production. In this way, they can protect themselves or maintain their technological leadership for a period of time. With leading and unique technology, products can be distinguished from other imitations, and people in the market will consider who to buy from based on their own needs. Lin's featured description in the ceramic toilet document mentioned that it is easy to flush, and is the closest non-magical alternative to a toilet made of magical materials. Such an evaluation is, of course, someone's comparison of feelings before and after time travel. As for the wooden and pottery trial works, after everyone experienced them, they all got a big cross mark. After using those toilets made of magic materials in someone's new residence, and then using them back to wooden or ceramic ones, it is better to just go back to the old ways and fix them as you did in the past. So everyone agreed to try making the ceramic toilet mentioned in the instructions document. Although Lin had already made a list of the glazed materials, and only the mixing ratio and process were unclear, the actual development was not smooth. This is also because these old craftsmen still use the old methods. Trial making toilets one by one, and then apply different glazes. After firing, they will see whether the results are satisfactory to them. This is time-consuming and wastes materials. Although the so-called materials are either mud or stones, people still have to transport these things from the mining location to the new home. The person who accelerated the research and development was actually that girl Halumi. What she did was to change the carrier of the experimental glaze, which was an entire toilet with only one kind of glaze, into a large ceramic plate. Then divide the small areas on a piece of pottery board and apply different glazes. This way, you can experiment with many ratios of glazes at once. The proportion of glaze is not randomly matched, but is systematically planned and prepared. In other words, this girl used the scientific method she learned from someone, instead of letting her lost teacher act based on his feelings. Chapter 585: The Call of Forging. After spending more than 10 days with research assisted by Halumi, the craftsmen developed an affordable product that even they themselves were quite satisfied with. No longer like before, you can only use expensive magic materials to make satisfactory bathroom equipment. This shows that with the element of magic, many things in Midland are very efficient. For example, if the firing process is directly replaced by magic, mass production may not be so complete. But the time and unnecessary action saved in the research and development stage are something that every developer will laugh at after trying it once. Although the MIDI version of the ceramic toilet is still far behind the earth version, compared with the wooden and ceramic versions, the advantages in cleaning and appearance are far superior. The reason why Yuzov and others were determined to develop ceramic toilets was not because they disliked wooden and ceramic toilets even for their own use. Then the magician Kabamba, who grew up in the academy, and the magician Shaohuan, the owner of the Flaming Red Lips Hotel, each tried to install a set of free bathroom equipment with the understanding that it would be okay to be deceived once. In less than a day, a complete set of sanitary equipment renovation plans in both places were scheduled. Of course, the great magician Kabambai required that his private residence be remodeled first, and then the college building. Of course, Yuzov had no objection to this. After all, the great magician Kabambai paid for it himself, so he could do whatever he wanted. To be honest, Yuzov has no idea how many years this business can last. As someone predicted, there are bound to be competitors joining this market in the future. But looking at the full schedule on his calendar, he knew that he would have to live this painful and happy life for a long time. But compared to Yuzov's career and the busy life of a few silver-bearded dwarves, The life of two official magicians can be said to be leisurely. Apart from going to the college to teach for 2 hours every day, there is nothing to keep them busy. Don't look at the fact that Fen's life course has established several research groups. In fact, this lich has left most of the tedious work to others. In the name of learning and practice, she herself receives the final research results and calls it integration. Anyway, everyone else was having a great time. So Fen was able to tell them what to do with a clear conscience. Unlike Fen's leisure, Lin's leisure is actually a kind of laziness. The work of making the ring was obviously not finished yet, but he just couldn't get excited for no reason. Every day I just make a little improvement on the production equipment, or make some reviews or changes to the related production processes. But progress is sporadic. Simulations day after day had the same results. Because there is not enough experimental data, it is impossible to predict changes that may occur during the simulation process. Just one night in the summer, during dinner time, someone was acting a little restless, twisting and turning in his seat from time to time. When Fen saw it, he said, "What's going on? You have a worm on your butt. It's scratching there so you can't sit still. Wait a minute. Although you said there is such a thing as a parasite, I haven't looked for it seriously. Case. Now that you are like this, you can just let me check you out. Come on. Take off your pants and let me take a look. Sister, can you please don't talk about this kind of thing while eating? It's off-putting." Others didn't dare to say it, but someone had to say it. Otherwise they don't know what this lich would cause. What a moth is coming. Then why are you squirming in your chair? I'm caring about you. Do you care that much? I want to invite people to the dissecting table at every turn. In fact, Lin also learned from other people that there had been some unknown changes in his body recently. However, I have no awareness of it, so I will ignore it for the time being. But even if Lich didn't mention this matter today, he still felt weird. It seems that there is something on my mind, and I feel unhappy if I don't do it. And it feels like this is something that has been pressing for a long time. But there has been no progress. Until today. Or rather tonight. The feeling that the time has come suddenly hit me. After carefully thinking about my work and research plans, I can see that there is progress in making the ring. But there has been no action. Other research projects, although diverse, are not as high in urgency. Suddenly a flash of inspiration appeared in someone's mind. It was in the fantasy classic novel, The Forgotten Realm series. The pinnacle masterpiece about the dwarves would at some point call the dwarves to create it. So the dwarves in the book can be said to have been preparing for such a moment their entire lives. So, is this feeling of restlessness that I feel is this calling? Thinking about it, the matter of making the ring will not change if you continue to imagine it. I did my best to prepare as much as I could. All that's left is to officially go on stage. So after finishing the meal, someone wiped his mouth and said, "I'm going to the lab to make something next. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me." After that, he flashed away. Everyone at the table only glanced at him and continued eating their food. Someone's arrogant attitude is no longer news. But this look was like the last look. The next day, I didn't see anyone since breakfast. And the same happened at lunch. Even after Fen came back from teaching life lessons, there was still no sign of someone. The worried girl approached the returning lich and said, "Sister, if you haven't seen the teacher so early in the morning, will something happen?" The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl looked expressionless as usual, but she still couldn't hide the worried look between her brows. Fen said casually, "It's not the time when he has to take math class. Will he go to teach? But the great magician Cavenby just contacted me. The time has come, but the teacher has not been seen yet." A certain person never paid attention to any contact method other than face-to-face. So the principal, who was used to it, went directly to his apprentice. "What is this guy touching? Didn't you go to the laboratory to find him?" When I opened the door to the laboratory, it was dark inside and I couldn't see anything. So I closed the door again. What is this troublesome guy doing?" Fen cursed, abandoned the two girls, and flashed to the door of the outdoor laboratory. A do not disturb sign hung crookedly on the wooden door. When he opened the door and took a look, it was as if Kaya had said that there seemed to be an endless dark space inside. Even though it was afternoon now, the light from the slanting sun in the west couldn't penetrate this darkness. If it were other people, they might not know the origin of this darkness. But Fen knew at a glance that this was someone's own night sky. In other words, the entire laboratory has been shrouded in some kind of field of his. It is not difficult to walk in, and it is not difficult to walk out. But it is not something that can be done in a few words to see through the secrets inside and find the target you are looking for. Sofan thought for a while, then closed the door with a curse, and flashed back to Kabamba College, in front of the lecture theater in the mathematics building, because they couldn't wait for the lecturer. The hundreds of magicians in the lecture theater were whispering in twos and threes. Complaints are inevitable. After all, we are all magicians with status, not children who have just left home and are still receiving enlightenment. The great magician Kabamba came forward to calm everyone's emotions, and at the same time anxiously used a series of deadly knocks to constantly contact the magician who should appear and his apprentice. Then sudden appearance really silenced everyone in the classroom, just before a louder discussion erupted. Then slapped the podium domineeringly and said, "The idiot who was supposed to teach is busy, so I'll teach instead." After saying that, he controlled the large water mirror in the lecture theater. He was using the screen system and asked, "By the way, where did that guy talk yesterday?" They were all studying at Kabamba College. The one in front of me and the one who should appear were popular figures during this period, so it's not like anyone wouldn't recognize Finn who suddenly appeared. But they recognized each other, and everyone had doubts about whether the other party was qualified to stand on that podium. Being able to stand in front of a group of old scholars is not something ordinary people can do, not only due to the pressure caused by the aura, but also out of respect for these people. Otherwise, with his lazy personality and his current progress in mathematics, Kaya would have been asked to teach these old men a long time ago. The great magician Kabamba, who also took life lessons, was more like a dead horse than a live doctor rather than having an unreasonable confidence in Fanny's math skills. It's better to have someone come forward to give lectures than to open the skylight in today's math class. Compensating for the cost of a class is a small matter, but offending everyone here is a big deal. After learning about the progress, Fan didn't say much nonsense. Before anyone had time to question, she started to explain non-stop. But there was a thorn in the side that interrupted the lesson. Haley, a guard magician from the Guana Empire directly under the Emperor, still stays in the academy in the Holy City. His mission was to invite the magician to the palace as much as possible, and secondly, to test the strength of that magician and the one in front of him. So since he didn't go to the life course, he stood up very rudely and pointed his hand before he wanted to speak. Before he could speak, Fan opened his mouth with a series of high-frequency tones. Someone who was well-informed recognized on the spot that this was the long-standing secret of the Dragon Clan. Very few humans had the means to learn dragon language magic. The reason why the Lich knows dragon language is that someone learned it by the way while he was recording and analyzing with Augustus. Anyway, ventriloquism is not difficult. A top student or something like that is the most annoying thing. Dragon language has more advantages than ordinary spells and chanting, mainly because it is short in time. Although magic can be cast silently, to Fan's level, silent magic is like a program that has been designed and can only use the design content. Chanting magic is like rewriting a program. Although it is time-consuming, the advantage is that the details can be adjusted according to the situation on the spot. What she sings about is one of her special skills: eternal imprisonment by magic. If they are ordinary people or ordinary soldiers, silent hair can lock these people away for a whole day and prevent them from moving. But the target was a magician, and he was also a magician who was good at fighting. She couldn't deal with it easily, but chanted the spell cautiously. Lich's magic dragon language results are actually not many, but he has compiled a few magics that may be useful in battle, because in such an emergency environment, wasting a little more time means being more dangerous. Just like in front of me, a single shot of eternal imprisonment made the blind magician stand on the spot. It means that modern magicians have also fallen. In the era that Fan remembered, people of the same level as the magician in front of him would not be easily tricked. However, since the person froze, Fan ignored him and continued to talk about the course content. Then the others listened silently without any extra thoughts. Anyway, the course content doesn't sound too wrong. Chapter 586 Mordor. 3 days have passed since someone said he wanted to make something and disappeared. Then went to substitute teach mathematics class, and also took over 3 periods. Of course no one dared to express dissatisfaction in front of her, but they still asked when the other one would show up. During this time, if others say they are not worried, they are lying. But when you open the lab door with the do not disturb sign on it, everyone can only see darkness. If you reach in, you won't even be able to see your own hands. So everyone could only hold their breath and wait for someone to come out on their own. But the worry before and the worry this night are 2 different feelings. After dinner, everyone rarely dispersed, but sat at the dining table and looked at each other. Even the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl, who had always been calm, was clutching the lapel of her chest tightly today, and the heart-wrenching pain was indescribable. "Teacher, is it really okay?" Halloumi asked worriedly. Lich was the backbone of everyone in front of her. She put on a confident expression and reassured everyone. "Don't worry. If there is no problem, it is no problem. This is what that big mouth guarantees. It was like this yesterday and the day before yesterday. That way, as long as the sword doesn't say anything, we don't have to worry too much." "Right." The sword that usually likes to talk the most can tell a story when others ask. Then opened his mouth to ask questions today, but rarely received any response. So when everyone noticed that the sword was rarely silent, they all looked at the place where it stayed most often. Nothing. You know, the weapon that is afraid of loneliness always likes to stay where there are people. If left alone, it will scream until someone pays attention to it. So whenever it was time to eat, one of the two girls would always take the time to bring it to the dining room and lean against the fireplace. Even if you don't let it speak, you still have to feel the popularity. Today, Halloumi certainly did not forget this. But what about the sword? Bang! Then slapped the table, stood up and said, "Something happened." Everyone was fully armed and gathered in front of the laboratory, ready to rush in and save people. Although no one knows the details of the situation, the Hakiri is the ultimate weapon, and it has no other functions besides killing people. Someone is not blind enough to use that sword as a clothes pole to dry clothes. If he does this, Hagakiri will cut off all the clothes hanging on his body. The meaning of the word Shikiri means that this weapon race will not hesitate to cut off all objects that bind them, such as scabbards, cloth bags, boxes, treasure chests, etc. And killing people is just incidental. Therefore, when Hagiri is summoned by someone, it must be a critical moment that requires action. Without hesitation, everyone hurriedly ran back to their rooms, put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and gathered in front of the laboratory in the courtyard. The two girls were the fastest. As magic apprentices, their protective equipment only consisted of simple robes, and they did not need to change their clothes. However, they had a variety of weapons. The two of them brought out almost all their belongings. Halloumi brought the World Tree Vine whip and sling, as well as the multi-headed flail to make up for the lack of melee combat. Kaya is the magic crossbow and dagger of unknown generation, and of course a handy short wand. Both of them also brought magic guns and plenty of ammunition. The movements of the four dwarves were slightly slower, but they were all equipped with chain armor and shields. Some had axes, some had hammers, some had flails, and Germain directly took the electric-heated spears of the peace arms. This is because the peace arms have not yet been repaired. Otherwise this group of people would be even slower because they would have to spend time getting dressed. I don't have any hope now. I can't even move in that suit. Yuzov once again put on all the equipment for the adventure. In the past, his role was mainly reconnaissance, and he often acted alone. So the weapons and equipment he used were more comprehensive than those of ordinary soldiers. The long-range weapon was replaced by the magic crossbow originally used by Halloumi. The long sword and dagger were still the two he was used to. Leather armor, a small buckler, and magic boots. All he needed to save his life. The reason why I didn't lend out the rifle I had used was because that gun was only suitable for guerrilla hunting, and it could only shoot a single shot. In comparison, the later version of the magic crossbow made by Lin had the basic function of continuous shooting. When used, Yuzov, who is accustomed to traditional weapons, feels more at ease. The magic rifle gameplay is too cross-generational for him. Even the Black Dragon August appeared in front of the laboratory without any preparation. For a Black Dragon, he is a deadly weapon and the best armor. He was 3 or 4 years old, and Ezio was sitting on his shoulder when he happened to move. Instead of leaving a naughty kid alone, take him to any dangerous place and hold on tight. That is wearing a tight-fitting black leather suit for combat, with no extra parts for the enemy to grab. The two spears on the feet are rosemary and thyme, but the waist only has a spear, a sword, parsley, and a ship-cutting knife. With her neat short hair and eyes hidden under gold-rimmed silver-rimmed glasses, she exudes a powerful aura that no one else has seen before. Behind the Lich is a person, the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion Stone. The head is still the same head, but the body is a body formed by the temporary gathering of earth elements. A magic gun in his left hand, originally the sage used by Finn, and a machete in his right hand. Stone, who has a tall and powerful figure, would definitely give him a hockey mask if someone were there, and that would be complete. But no one is playing this joke now. But his appearance makes everyone feel at ease. What is more reassuring than a human shield that is not afraid of death or pain, and rushes forward in everything? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Finn gave the order, "Let's go! Drag out that troublesome bastard and beat him up." Then he opened the door of the laboratory and walked straight into the darkness. After actually stepping into this darkness, the dwarves' natural dark vision was of no use, because they seemed to have come to another world instead of being indoors. As far as the eye can see, it is a wilderness of flying lusts, with a few dead trees and bare branches with no leaves. Smoke billowed and black air covered the sky, but a few rays of sunlight tried to penetrate the sky. But despite their best efforts, they could only let out a dim orange light behind a few clouds. It should normally be nighttime in Lost Land now. So Finn judged immediately that this was not a lost place, or that the scene in front of him was not a lost place. This apocalyptic scene alone would not cause anyone to worry. But standing among them, the army of armed orcs filled with pits and valleys was completely different. As soon as Finn and others set foot on this land, all the orcs they saw turned their heads and looked at the group of uninvited guests. Both sides suddenly fell into silence. Marit, the silver-bearded dwarf, exclaimed, "The exit door is gone!" Everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. Sure enough, there was no portal. Instead, there was the same vast land, filled with a dead atmosphere. Finn was certain that this was not the Lost Lands, the Abyss, or even any place she had ever been. It's just that this large group of ugly and stupid orcs in front of me is no better than his former subordinates. Are they friends or foes? Before Finn could come to a conclusion, the orc army was already roaring and raising their weapons to kill. This saves you the step of asking for your position, starting with a ship-cutting sword with a super large attack range, killing all the enemies in front of them. The battle between the two sides, which was greatly disparate in numbers, directly entered a fierce battle. The long whip has no effect at all on such a battlefield. So after Harumi blessed herself with various auxiliary magics, she vigorously danced the multi-headed flail in her hand. There are two types of orcs in front of you. One is short, and when hit by a flail, the other one will fly away, with white brains or blood spraying out. A magician or magic apprentice blessed with the power of great strength is not a target that a small enemy can deal with. But another kind of tall orc can only damage the opponent with the first hit. If the hit is in the wrong position, the opponent will still have the ability to counterattack. At this time, Kaya, who is guarding her behind, might have used magic to knock her away, or might have greeted her with a dagger, and struck hard at the fatal spot. Magic guns and crossbows have the same shortcomings in this situation, which are limited by the amount of ammunition. Once the shots are empty, such a large number of enemies will not give them time to reload. Therefore, the two girls only fought with the weapons in their hands, treating them as first aid. The four dwarves cooperated with Yuzov to form a line of defense. Their disadvantage was that they did not know that there would be a scene like this. So they each used different weapons, and could not form a truly solid front. But they still stood shoulder to shoulder, side by side, blocking all the incoming orcs from the defense line. For the smaller ones, they simply cannot break through this line of defense, as long as their forward momentum is stopped. The next moment, they will be hit by heavy weapons, or axes or swords, taking away their lives. But those tall orcs can bring about several minor crises every time they appear. Although the Silverbeard dwarves, both male and female, have experience in military formations, they are only used for hunting underground magical beasts. They have never had any real experience of confrontation between the two armies. Every crisis caused by the tall orcs relied on Yuzov's rescue. A man who can flexibly use various weapons and has rich combat experience may not be as physically fit as the royal family among these dwarves, but he still becomes a being like the Dinghai Shinjin, remedying every crisis that occurs due to the negligence of the dwarves. Although he had to trade injuries every time, he knew that although the defense line was short, if it was broken through, it would only bring greater disaster. They had only one purpose for working so hard: to buy some time and space for the Black Dragon Augustus. Amidst the dragon's curse, Augustus directly returned to his original appearance. Although it had a broken wing and disabled limbs, it could neither fly nor run. But the remaining half of the tail is still strong, and the bite force of the upper and lower jaws is still frightening. Not to mention that the weapons of the orcs could not leave any traces on the Black Dragon's scales, relying on a Black Dragon as a moving fortress. Everyone barely maintained this island-like defensive formation in the Sea of People. Chapter 587 Dark Lord. Different from the defensive formation, thin and stone are like the protruding claws of a crab. nailed to both sides of the fragile defense line. Every time among the invading enemies, a clearing of flesh and blood would be cleared. Every move they made was deadly, and no energy was wasted. Having experienced hundreds of battles, they regained the feeling of the past on the battlefield in front of them. Transform into the most efficient humanoid killer to support the weak defensive formation. But the enemies are densely packed, and they can't be killed all. Even if Finn's magic gun fired at full power, and his ship-cutting sword kept swiping, the barrage was still not as dense as the multi-barreled Vulcan cannon, and the killing was not as strong as the military formation. To deal with these tens of thousands of enemies, who have no fear of life or death, no matter how strong the two of them are, they can still do nothing in a short period of time. Should we change the way we fight and kill more enemies? Or, then had a change of thought and shouted, "Retreat!" She and Stone retreated simultaneously with great tacit understanding, retreating into the protection of the black dragon that had restored its original shape. Augustus opened his mouth at the right time, spitting out strong acid dragon breath, clearing an isolation zone between the enemy and ourselves. After gaining a short breathing space, everyone quickly regrouped. Finn took a look at the unclear fight. Not only were everyone injured, but even the black dragon had many short spears and iron swords stuck in the gaps between its scales. No matter how powerful Augustus was, it could not cover up its aging shortcomings. After a moment of confrontation, it was as if it had experienced a 3-day and 3-night battle. Panting, "Kaya!" The Lich rarely called the girl by her name. "Find out where your teacher is. He should be here somewhere." "Okay." He took out a magic stone inlaid with dark red gems from his arms, and threw it to his friend, who grew up together. Without saying much, Halloumi knew what she should do. She put the magic stone on the sling, exerted all her strength, and threw it high into the distance. What was thrown into the sky was Kaya's version of the arcane eyes detection end, and the black-haired and brown-skinned girl had a receiving and imaging end in her hand. This is what Kaya learned from their teacher's tactical thinking and designed the map before starting the fight. After doing it, I realized that whether it was the difficulty of recycling or the energy consumption, it became a disposable consumable. Never had a good time using it. Until today. When someone uses the arcane eye to display area thumbnails, they have to rely on the first coffin to continuously display dynamic thumbnails. However, the detection end of the magic stone thrown into the air only uses half a standard red-level magic stone. The time it can be detected depends on whether the power in the magic stone is exhausted first, or whether the Halloumi is not thrown high enough or not high enough. Far away, things hit the ground first, because the receiving and imaging ends consume a lot of power. Kaya uses standard orange ingot-level magic stones. Even so, the imaging time is only about 3 minutes long. The detection mode is not like the standard arcane eye with the first coffin, and can have many variations. The more complex the detection you want to do, the shorter the duration will be. Kaya only has 3 sets of such magic props. In other words, only 3 sets were produced from beginning to end. In other words, she must find their teacher within this limited time. Besides, the orcs surrounding the outer circle would not let them find someone safely. Although those who can attack from a distance have long used all their means to harass and kill the orcs outside the isolation zone, and the arrows fired by the other party, under the influence of the magical wind barrier, shot crookedly to the ground aside. But the enemy still forced his way through the empty area separated by the strong acid dragon's breath. Using a simple and violent method, the large orcs kept throwing their smaller kin to the ground, covering all the acid with their corpses, and then trampled on the tattered corpses of their companions, once again getting close to the shaky front. Seeing the orc army attacking again, they regretted not bringing the multi-barreled Vulcan cannon. The barrage of 3 magic guns firing alternately could not withstand the endless stream of enemies from all directions. Just when she was about to chant the forbidden spell, Kaya shouted, "We found someone!" "Where?" Finn asked anxiously. "Crater!" Kaya pointed to the top of a mountain not far away that didn't look high. The last scene of the water mirror spell before the power of the magic stone in his hand was exhausted was a scene of someone standing next to a lava pool and striking iron. But Finn's attention was not on someone, but on a huge, full-covered black armor not far from him. The appearance is ferocious, with billowing black gas coming out. Staring a few more times, there seemed to be a whisper in his head, constantly tempting him to fall. The huge mace hammered the ground, his hands resting on the hammer's handle. If the armor hadn't raised its head, as if eye to eye with the person behind the arcane eye, everyone would have mistakenly thought that there was nothing inside the armor. There is no doubt that the huge armor is the biggest problem this time. Fin didn't think about it, and simply told everyone. You figure out a way to hold on, and I'll go rescue them. Stone, take care of them. After saying that, without waiting for a reply, he flashed away, although a powerful helper was missing. What he got in exchange was a sutured corpse-combined elemental creature with proficient martial arts, and no fear of life and death, which shrank back to the defense line, instead of wandering outside and killing at will. As long as the distance of Fin's flash technique is long, the positioning will not be as accurate as someone else's. If you want to reach the position in one go, you can only spend more time. But in the current emergency situation, she didn't care about precision. She just flashed across the hundreds of thousands of army positions and came to the volcano. The next moment, she appeared slightly higher behind the armored giant man and struck him on the head with a powerful jump slash of the ship-cutting sword. The giant man in black armor did not move his body or his feet. He only moved the mace upwards and blocked the attack of the ship-cutting knife. Even if the saw-teeth ground from the dragon scales rotate at high speed, they cannot cut this humble mace smoothly like in the past. Compared to the unexpected scene of the clash of swords and hammers, Fin felt an obscure force pressing towards him like an overwhelming force, squeezing your own body, squeezing your own space of existence, squeezing your own thinking ability, as if you want to deny yourself as a person from the world. Fin, who was defeated, flashed again, dodged the giant hand grab by the black armor in reality, and retreated to someone beside the forge. Hagari was inserted a few steps behind Lin, with a bluish-white halo at the outermost edge. It looked like it was a magic circle to expel evil, so Fin didn't rush in. This is just because this type of magic circle cannot be freely entered and exited. It is not that Fin will still be considered an evil camp today. Her existence is no longer the lich that ordinary people recognize. The orc army on the periphery originally surrounded but did not attack. But when there was one more person, they were not as silent as before. Instead, they were howling, waving their weapons, and just waiting for an order. They would rush forward. Fin also knew that the situation was critical. She did not dare to look back. Instead, she stared at the real enemy and said, I will ask you the reason later. What should I do now? Someone who is focused on casting is blind to other things. It was the talkative Hagari who said on his behalf, Killing all the orc army will weaken Sauron's power. Defeat him and everything will be settled. Soren, that big black guy? That's him. The Dark Lord. Sauron. Ha. Dark Lord. That's a pretty annoying name. Then stuck the ship-cutting knife on the ground, opened and clasped his hands, and felt the feeling that he hadn't had in a long time. Is there anyone else? There are hundreds of thousands of people nearby. In your eyes, they are all local chickens and dogs. But he is the only one with the same level as Sauron. The other people who want to come up are all restrained by another group of people. He's the only one who can show up. Very good. Fin flashed again and appeared directly in front of Sauron. A thin layer of mist evaporated from the surface of the tight-fitting black leather jacket, and the exposed skin was covered with strange dense lines of purple. His pupils were swaying like burning black fire. He held the ship-cutting sword in both hands and slashed horizontally with all his strength, shouting, If we fight one-on-one, I won't lose to anyone. The huge mace once again received a blow from the ship-cutting sword. But this time Sauron couldn't receive it as easily as he did before. He stepped on his feet and took a few steps back before he stabilized his body. Although they were several steps away, the two of them reached out and pushed each other through the air. The obscure forces stirred up with each other in midair. The orcs surrounding the two of them seemed to be squeezed by heavy objects, and their flesh and blood exploded. The scope expanded layer by layer, forming waves of ripples of damage. Putting aside the pure struggle between strength and strength, Fin used the flash technique to keep going in and out of Sauron's side. But the slashes, which were getting heavier and heavier each time, still couldn't break through the tight defense. The confrontation that is more dangerous than the sword and hammer is the invisible confrontation between spirit and will. Magic and spells have lost their form as used by mortals in this level of battle. The huge but orderly power from Fin was fighting against another evil and profound alien energy. The two sides kept generating shields and then breaking them, and kept launching sharp spear-like attacks that were interrupted again and again, constantly cursing and covering the other party's senses, and constantly strengthening all his own physical abilities and thoughts, constantly changing the surrounding environment, using the power of heaven and earth to attack together, and constantly resisting the changes around it, turning all pressure into invisible. Such fighting almost becomes instinct, but it requires more careful thinking and decision-making than wild instinct. Behind every swing, every parry, every punch, and every kick in reality, there are countless metaphysical encounters. In other words, if you don't have such a reaction speed, you will only be defeated. This doesn't mean that real-life combat is like a show. Sauron struck hard with a mace, and even though Finn blocked it with his ship-cutting knife, he was still knocked off his feet and flew back, crushing an unknown number of orcs before barely stopping. On the other end, no matter how much the ship-cutting knife was cut, it could not leave any trace on Sauron's full-covered black armor. But the occasional deflected attack could cut the surrounding orcs trying to fish in troubled waters into two pieces. Without exception, at the beginning of the battle, the elite of the orcs can also intervene and try to disrupt Finn's rhythm. However, both sides lack a strong attack that is enough to make the final decision. Any strongest opponent will have its weak point exposed in an instant and be defeated before the attack can be completed. But as the evenly matched battle lasted longer, Finn became more and more proficient, regaining his past divine fighting skills and integrating his new knowledge into actual combat. Gradually, no strong orcs could step into the range of her fighting Sauron. Even within 10 moves, you can catch that fleeting weakness and hit your opponent hard. It's a pity that the ship-cutting sword has only changed from being unable to leave any traces to being able to leave white marks of scratches. It looks like there is progress, but in fact nothing is achieved. Chapter 588 Fierce Battle. In this high-intensity, calculating battle, Finn Wuxiao could not continue to use the flash technique to attack, because that would require your own computing power, which is the key to suppressing Sauron. If you let go even a little bit, you may have to face a counterattack. The situation of being unable to attack for a long time made her feel a little irritated for no reason. It was because of this slight flaw in his emotions that Sauron threw the mace, carrying huge wind pressure, and came towards him. He narrowly dodged this strike. He wanted to attack when his opponent lost his weapon. Unexpectedly, Sauron turned into black mist and crossed a short distance in an instant. He came to the weapon that was thrown away by Finn. Behind, he grabbed the flying mace in midair, turned around and hit it hard. The Lich was caught off guard and took the hit, but she jumped away, exited the battle circle, and returned to the outside of someone's magic circle to expel evil, rubbing the side where he was hit. Despite her current physical strength, this heavy hit still made her feel like her internal organs were about to spit out from her mouth. Amber blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, showing that the opponent had indeed left damage on her body. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Finn inserted the ship-cutting knife on the ground next to the box cutter. She just wanted to cool down her burning brain. However, the situation of the person opposite her didn't seem to be any better than hers, so she didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue her. Sauron adjusted the encirclement of the orcs to create greater pressure on the crater. No matter small orcs or strong orcs, they cannot withstand the aftermath of the battle between the enemy and ourselves. This is not at all a consideration for him. As long as these human lives can turn into a disadvantage for his opponent, he doesn't care no matter how many people die. During this short respite, Finn didn't have the extra energy to argue with others. But it didn't mean that Hagiri would let her go. The sword monster smiled strangely and said, "I have told you before. It is impossible to defeat the opponent just by relying on the scraps of metal in your hands. Use me. Use me. I guarantee it will work. I have used it once. You will become addicted." Although he wanted to complain about the other party, it had never said any nonsense before, and there was no such thing as told him before. But Finn still thought about and summarized the previous battle, whether it's magical power or the speed of calculation and thinking. He has gradually gained an advantage, but he just can't break through that hard turtle SHL. The lightly armed self seems to have a speed advantage. But in fact, in such a battle, speed and change are all calculated by the enemy and ourselves. No matter how fast you go, you can't guard against the mace that happens to be blocking the middle of the road, waiting for you to crash into it. The saying, "Only fast but not broken," advocated by someone is just a joke in a battle of this level. When the two sides squeeze their senses, speed, and skills to the limit, and there is no room for changing their moves, the one who is superior will have the last laugh. But like this, he has clearly begun to suppress his opponent. But he cannot break through the defense. It can only be said that the dragon scales coupled with the so-called technology cannot meet the minimum requirements for this level of combat. Finn looked at the ship-cutting knife helplessly. Although he had already felt that the ship-cutting sword might be quite useful. If he had targeted the old gods 1,000 years ago, he would not have used such a weapon. "If I pull you out, it doesn't matter here?" Finn suddenly asked. Hagiri, who loved talking, would certainly know who Finn was talking to. He said cheerfully, "Don't worry. The group of people opposite also want the ring to be completed. But they just don't use the method that our family wants. So they will only interfere, not destroy the casting process, let alone killing before the ring is completed. He will call me in just because he can't be distracted while making the ring. So it's you." What Finn was referring to was the other two forces she had when she was fighting Sauron. One was weak, and the other was weak. But they were everywhere. Fight with her against the Dark Lord, who comes from nowhere. And use the same method to start an invisible battle. Another result of this battle is the twin towers not far away that did not originally exist, but are now visible. One is Lin's Dream Magic Tower. Finn has seen the appearance of this tower from someone's description and painting. Another black tower is much higher than the 5th floor. The top of the tower is similar to the Great Sage's tower in the past. It has pointed walls like ears, with a huge magic eyeball condensed in the middle. But that eyeball is definitely not an arcane eye, but some kind of evil. As soon as you look at it, you seem to be sucked into it. The appearance of the twin towers means that the world in front of us is someone's dream starry sky. But it has just been eroded by external gods. The trouble is undoubtedly the big guy in front of him. The Orc Legion under the command of Sauron changed its encircling posture and adopted an offensive posture. And the target was not just themselves. Finn was also keenly aware that someone's ring-making process seemed to have reached a critical juncture. With a tap of his heel, Finn untied the magic gun tied behind his heel and the back of his waist, and threw them on the ground aside. The power of the magic gun is too small, and dealing with the enemy in front of you is like scratching the opponent's itch. The modified parsley may be able to cause damage, but it takes too long to store energy and is difficult to use. Although you can use guerrilla warfare to wear down your opponent's vitality and ultimately win. But doing that takes time. And what is most lacking now seems to be time. He stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt of Hagakuri's sword, and with a little force, he pulled it out from the ground, then concentrated on the enemy in front of her. She knew that this was not an opponent that could be defeated easily. The invisible battle has never stopped. Forces penetrate each other. Offense and defense are constantly exchanged. And as long as one is careless, it may lead to defeat. And I don't seem to have the capital to lose, if I care about this group of people. The next moment, Finn appeared next to Sauron, and the battle started again. However, the Hagakuri wielded in the hand is no longer a Hagakuri. Not only the appearance has changed, but the length, weight, and feel of the sword have also changed. When it is waved, white flames flow out, as if it has no body. When it hit Sauron's mace, it not only embedded itself in the hammer body, but even shook the tall body of the black-armored giant with unparalleled force. In this stalemate, it can be seen that between the patterns of the sun and the moon on the sword, there are 7 shining stars. There are many runes with mysterious power on the sword. But in fact, if you look closely, every stroke and every line of these runes is composed of runes. Even the seemingly natural patterns on the blade are actually dense and subtle runes. As it resisted Sauron's mace, the symbol of the sun glowed faintly in red, and the moon glowed softly in silver. As the two men competed in a stalemate in terms of strength, Hagakuri cut into the hammer body bit by bit. Sauron, who had been silent and as calm as a giant mountain, said in shock for the first time, "The holy sword of Nasir." The lich holding the sword said nothing. She was still adapting to the mutated weapon in her hand, and she didn't even have time to curse. On the other hand, Hagakuri, who was always a talker, how could he give up the opportunity to talk, and said, "I knew you would be frightened if things turned out like this. You should be afraid. But don't think that I am the sword you broke. I am stronger than it. Infinitely higher." As if he knew that the mace was no longer reliable, Sauron advanced instead of retreating. He turned the hammer and twisted it, and immediately let Finn take off the holy sword of Narsil. Little did they know that this was also done deliberately by the lich. After twisting off the enemy's weapons, Sauron opened his bow from left to right, trying to hit the person with the hammer handle on one side, and punching the side with the other side. But he missed both, and Finn flashed away from the spot. The lich's computing power was slightly reduced, but with the person who made the ring as the center, the cyan light rapidly expanded outward like a dense circuit, instantly affecting the two people in the battle, making up for the vacancy left by Finn. The combined strikes at this alternating moment made Sauron's movements and reactions a beat slower. Pushing forward step by step, Finn increased his speed to a level unimaginable by ordinary people. He raised his hands in a downward slashing position, as if he was holding a weapon. However, Showing off with bare hands will certainly not frighten the Dark Lord. Sauron's best chance now is to get up close and strangle this woman without any armor. But what he didn't expect was that Nasir's holy sword suddenly disappeared from where it was stuck on the mace, appeared in the hands of the person in front of him, and slashed down. Sauron only had time to raise his arm to block it, but it transformed into Nasir's Hakiri, which was not comparable to a ship-cutting sword. Thun, who had completely mastered the new form of Hakiri, concentrated all her power, tangible and intangible, on the blade of the sword, slicing through the arm that was almost thicker than her thigh without any hindrance, and split it open along with it. That dark breastplate. Step back, level the sword, and then move forward. The box cutter pierced Sauron's chest and sank into the sword's hilt. The two of them were almost face to face, eye to eye. Suddenly countless images flashed through Finn's mind, telling how an Ainu with a lofty status degenerated and eventually became a malicious ghost that could only wander in the wilderness, but was freed from the illusion almost instantly. She knew that this was the version of herself that the enemy in front of her had revealed in order to read her past and confront it. Putting his remaining intact big hand on the face of the woman in front of him, the man under the black armor seduced in an extremely soft voice. Come to me and rule the world with me. Let this lost land return to the right track that he should have. Let the creatures on earth be tempered in suffering. And let those who are greedy for pleasure understand the cruelty of the world. You and I are the same people. With me here, you will not fail this time. The black fire in his eyes only flickered, then suddenly exploded, as if it was about to break free and spray into the face of the enemy in front of him. Then gritted his teeth and said viciously, I don't care what the world has become. The biggest mistake you made was to appear in front of me. You were so self-destructive that you were hit again and again. And in the end, you were filled with grievances. Curse other losers. Don't compare the fire of hatred in my chest to yours. Turning the sword over, exerting force with his waist and legs, then cut the box upwards. Like a silver-white horse, it streaked across the sky. He even cut Sauron's head upward from his chest into two halves, the left and right. The incandescent flames adhered to the cut-off body, constantly melting the black mist that condensed the body. Under the white flames, Sauron's shadow on the ground kept rolling. Although there was no sound, there seemed to be a shrill howl echoing. At the same time, the sound of blacksmithing spread to everyone's ears. The sound seems to be knocking into people's hearts. There are even those that don't help, where the heart beats as the hammer hits the anvil, and it can no longer be itself. This sound dominated everything. Chapter 589 3 Days. The Supreme Ring. The ring to control others. The Supreme Precept. Seek all the precepts. The Supreme Lord of the Rings leads everyone to ring, imprisoning everyone in darkness. With the sound of hammering, an unknown text passed through everyone's minds. The apocalyptic world in front of us also began to change. Orcs, big and small, all began to decline. Some people even tried to escape from the battlefield, no longer as fearless as before. The magic eye on the Tower of Bardu also dissipated with the passing of Sauron, and the dream magic tower confronting it fired the first white light of destruction. Then the second path, the third path, and even the countless path. The strength of the Midi Magic Tower, as a powerful war fortress, was only revealed at this time. Continuous and tens of thousands of attacks formed a barrage, shattering the tower that had lost its owner. When Lin Gao raised the last ring he had cast, the 19 completed rings around him seemed to surrender under it, buzzing in admiration. These 20 rings seemed to be a whole, like a black hole, absorbing every inch and corner of this apocalyptic world. Volcanoes, magma, yellow earth, dead trees, dark clouds, orcs, all things that should not appear in this dream were swallowed up by this whirlpool. Even the Lich on the side, as well as the people who were fighting in the distance, seemed to be unable to control their bodies, as if they were about to be sucked away and swallowed by the vortex of power that could never be satisfied. The Ringmaker discovered this and stopped the ring from devouring living creatures from the lost lands. Instead, someone's dream magic tower emits dazzling light, which is captured by the black hole formed by the ring. Just watch the light that should be everywhere being drawn into filaments, following the spiral trajectory, and being absorbed into the ring with seemingly endless space. The powder of the destroyed world and the power of the dream tower intertwine around the ring like spiral arms. So symmetrical and beautiful. Looking directly at this wonderful scene, people actually have a feeling of understanding something, but they are still uncertain. The more complex your mind is, and the richer your experience, the more you gain from it, the closer you will be to what you already know. and your understanding will be deepened, giving you a deeper understanding. Although such people gain something, they are no better than those who are simple-minded and carefree. Ezio, who was brought in by the Black Dragon and experienced a fierce battle while protected, had no fear or joy from the beginning to the end. In his eyes at this time, everything in the universe is arising and dying. Only Fin was not attracted by such a spectacle. She looked at the man holding the ring, then looked at the Hakakiri in his hand, remembering the close fight before. Although there are many factors that contributed to the final victory, it is undeniable that being able to break through the opponent's defense makes those factors meaningful. I'm a little confused. Is that man more exaggerated or you? When the last bit of whirl powder was sucked into the ring, the endless suction suddenly stopped. Someone's dream starry sky is displayed in front of everyone for the first time. The most obvious landmark is of course the 5-story Dream Magic Tower. That is to say, apart from the countless starlight spots as far as the eye can see, there is only the Magic Tower here, which can barely distinguish up, down, left and right. The Black Dragon and people who were originally fighting in the distance also appeared next to the Magic Tower. After all, distance has no physical meaning in a place like this. When they gathered together, they felt that everything was still in a dream, and the several dangerous battles before seemed like a lie. I even seemed to see something at the end, but no one remembered it. They just looked at each other, and finally turned their attention to someone who was holding a ring in his hand and was silent. Lin seemed to be intoxicated by it, staring blankly at the thing in his hand. But he didn't expect a certain impatient lich to kick his ass hard from behind. Then held Hakiri, who had not transformed back, on his shoulders, and said with sharp eyes, "Come on! Tell me! What is going on?" The man who was kicked away came back to his senses and looked at everyone sadly. His limbs went limp, and he sat on the ground. His stomach growled and he said, "I'm so hungry!" Then scolded, "You didn't know you were hungry until 3 days passed." 3 days? I haven't eaten or drank for 3 days. And it's amazing that I'm still alive. Looking around, Lin realized something was wrong and asked, "Why did you appear in my dream?" "Forget it. Let's go out first. I'm almost hungry and still thirsty. Let's find something to eat first." "But how do we get out here?" As he said this, someone started messing around without even thinking about it. As soon as the starry sky was lifted, they immediately returned to the courtyard of their new home in the holy city of Estali. And then the laboratory exploded again. This time, it was purely due to the Black Dragon maintaining its original shape. When someone shows a shy expression, other people who eat ashes just want to beat him up. Without exception, since they hadn't eaten for many days, someone consciously asked the two girls to prepare some liquid food. As for how he managed to survive this time, he had no idea. In other words, he was confused as to how he spent these 3 days. I just think about what I should do, and then everything seems to be helped by God. Hagiri happily sported the new look. Amusing Ezio. Children seem to like the flame effect produced when swinging. Maybe their little arms are not strong enough to swing the weapon, but after struggling to stand the sword up, they can still see the flame when it is pushed down. So they are having a great time. As for the issue of the sharpness of the blade, the normal blade is so dull that it can only be used as an iron rod. So no one is worried about whether this weapon is suitable as a child's toy. Others put aside their own affairs. Some had fairy flower tea in front of them. Others had strong mead. And of course, there were several cups of coffee. They were all sitting in the dining room, waiting for someone to give an explanation. Although no one died in the previous fierce battle, everyone was injured. So even if you are not curious, you still have to find an explanation for this injury. Lin didn't dare to overeat at this time. Although his stomach was empty, his spirit was still good. So he talked about what he knew. Ever since he felt the call from somewhere that night, he started to cast the ring according to the original plan and envisioned process. Using ultrasonic vibration, the process of enchanting the silk was quite smooth, and the big explosion that happened with ordinary materials did not happen again. And unknowingly, he unfolded the simulated starry night sky. This exclusive field, considering that this could avoid the prying eyes of others, Lin did not deliberately remove it. The extracted metal wires are twisted together, then melted and hammered to fuse them together. Such behavior makes it hard not to think of that classic novel and its surrounding film and television works. But he just smiled bitterly and realized that the scene he was in had been changed to Mount Doom in Mordor, also appearing at the same time were the magic tower he built in his dream, and the Tower of Barad-dûr, which belonged to the Dark Lord Sauron and had a magic eye on the top of the tower. Although you want to control the Dream Tower to bombard the Tower of Bardu, or put down the hammer and look around to see what's going on. But no matter which one, I can't do it. It is as if one must stand before the forge to finish everything. Then, the first little orc appeared. The other party did not disturb his casting of the ring, but just stared at it, giving him an unpleasant feeling. Then the second and third. More short orcs appeared, followed closely by the tall orcs. Only then did someone realize that he seemed to be suppressed, because they had to forge a ring, and they also had to guard against orcs and orcs. The result of distraction was that no matter which side, they failed to do their best. Even so, he still tried his best to complete the casting of the rings one by one. As long as there are still materials, I will continue to build it, as if there is no end. Just when the last few pieces of metal wire shimmering with strange light were left in the material, things changed. Originally, these seemed to be the most essential materials. Someone originally planned to make them with peace of mind after driving away the orcs. But he did not expect that such a small idea could not be achieved. In this way, when we reached the last step and had to put the last materials into the fire until they were half melted, Sauron, a tall man wearing black armor, appeared. No matter how insensitive you are now, you know that the matter is serious. But you can't leave. Although I would like to say that only a small part of all my actions and thoughts are autonomous, and everything is controlled by some kind of hidden existence. It is so irresponsible. In fact, Lin knew very well that this was not the case at all. I also want to see what happens if I keep going like this. A reckless, adventurous mentality made the other self decide to take such a gamble. It was this kind of thinking that made everything develop later. Saying that it was okay to ride a tiger, but it was difficult to get off. Or that I had a grudge mentality that would break the pot and not want to stop no matter what. In short, after Sauron appeared, he had no way out. I had no choice but to think of ways to increase my chances of winning. And I summoned Hakiri to my side with some thought. But this thing is useless at all. It's just stuck there. It's not even a decoration. It can only be used as a roadblock. If I were your sword, I would be so ashamed that I would throw myself into the sun and melt it. Because that it's so embarrassing. Someone complained. Of course, it was impossible for Hakiri not to fight back and said, "Isn't it that your gameplay is too weird and I can't play it? Why don't you pick me up and chop me with that big guy? And see who laughs in the end. If you don't pick up a certain broken sword, it means you turned out to be like this." With a casual call, someone grabbed the toy from the child's hands in a very dishonest manner and looked at it carefully. Holy Sword Enduril! The flaming sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. But Ezio didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, he chuckled as if seeing a novel way of playing. After looking around, he walked towards someone holding a sword. This seems to be the name that was recast after it was broken. If you want to call me that, I have no objection. Anyway, I am more powerful than the original one. Aren't you going to come back? Why change back? Be low-key. Do you know you have to be low-key as a person? I'm a swordsman, not a human being. Besides, isn't this considered low-key? You call them low-key when they wave with special effects. Then those who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, could they be pretending to be overlord pigs from ancient times? Anyway, I won't change. I'm quite satisfied with how it looks now. You piece of shit. Chapter 590 Gift. After cursing, he used the flash technique to teleport Higiri in front of Ezio, allowing him to be played with by the child with a snot nose to express his revenge. Lin turned to the others and said, "In short, this is what I still remember. And then you showed up. Let me ask you a question." Then said, "Who are those people?" Faced with such a problem, Lin had a speculation and said, "Perhaps they are just the product of my imagination. After all, I don't know how strong the real Sauron should be. They just became one of mine based on my knowledge." Inner demons. It can be said that they are also me to a certain extent. But it is also possible that I accidentally connected to that world and gave them a chance to invade. In short, I don't have a very definite answer. What happens if this goes wrong? Well, I really haven't thought about what will happen. Someone said irresponsibly, "It shouldn't matter." Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure. However, under the gaze of a certain lich, the voice became louder and louder. The weaker, recalling the previous battles and the expression of the man in front of them. Everyone had the same idea. Fortunately, it was successful in the end. It should be considered a success. Right. Everyone was looking at the 20 rings that were placed on the dining table and had not been discussed. Although the appearance looks the same, There is not much difference even in the perception of power. Just like ordinary jewelry. But when these 20 rings were put together, everyone who saw them seemed to understand something. The 20 rings are divided into 4 groups. Namely 1, 3, 7 and 9. The height of the ring is from top to bottom. From less to more. And so is the strength. But this cognition is based on an inexplicable and unclear feeling. No one will be attracted by the ring. As if the ring repels everyone and disappears from everyone's eyes. Instinctively resisting the various feelings imposed on her, Marit reached out her hand and planned to pick up the single one. The moment her stubby fingers came into contact, the fear that was buried deep in the memory and should have been forgotten suddenly hit her heart again. The female dwarf exclaimed and took several steps back. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead and her face turned blue. The performance of the female dwarf shocked everyone, and everyone looked at the ring on the table with a hint of caution. But of course, there is no such thing as the lich among these people. Then casually took one of the 3 rings and put it on the ring finger of his left hand without thinking. For her, the so-called identification of unknown magic items is of course a matter of personal experience. Anyway, Then didn't believe that any cursed equipment could have any irreversible effect on her. As she savored the magical power in the ring, she also asked, "What kind of magic did you add to it? It seems to be different from what you said before. It's not just the pronunciation technique, but also the marking points of the flash technique. Oh, you can find this." Regarding the Lich's question, Lin seriously recalled what he had done. The marking points of articulation and blink are the main purposes, so I have specially targeted designs for enchantment. Lin picked up the unique ring and explained, "In order to perform the art of pronunciation, I have attached an improved second ring apprentice level magic. The magic power is shared. In this way, the ring does not rely on the ring bearer, but uses a method similar to meditation to absorb power, thus to achieve the purpose of casting magic. In addition, there are vitality, purification, listening, conversation, dark vision, mental resistance, poison resistance, and self-recovery. These are all attribute effects that can be obtained without casting magic. The so-called attribute effect refers to the permanent gain after equipment. It is different from the time-limited additional effects after casting auxiliary magic. The difference between the two is, of course, that the former has a small gain amplitude in order to achieve a sustained effect. The latter has a larger gain amplitude, although it is time-limited. It's just unclear how effective these can be. However, I also added another active magic, which is the mirror image technique. It is different from the 3-ring apprentice level clone magic that can condense entities and act separately. This mirror technique is just a phantom clone that completely copies your own movements. As soon as it is touched, others will know the authenticity. Although it seems useless, it is still very convenient to mislead others at critical moments. Adhering to someone's consistent thinking. The additional functions of the ring are mainly to preserve life and escape. Of course, what I didn't tell everyone was the improved version of the magic barrier. Most of the power absorbed by magic sharing will be used by the barrier. There is no energy supply device such as a magic stone on the ring, because the active magic attached to it exists, like a magic scroll. As long as the transcription is completed, the magic can be used once. However, the scroll will be destroyed after use, but the ring will not. Therefore, magic power sharing is needed to restore the power contained in it until it can perform magic again. In other words, the active magic on the ring can be regarded as life-saving magic with a long cooldown time. In order to prevent the person wearing the ring from realizing that there is a powerful person, Lin used another mirror technique, which is a very useful misdirection magic at critical moments in battle. But this little lich should be aware of this little move. Lin Finfin stared at him with suspicious eyes, and couldn't help but let out a few dry laughs. But what someone didn't expect was that Fin's suspicious look was completely different from what he thought. It is true that the magical effects someone mentioned can be felt in the ring, but that effect was not what the other party described lightly. And there were more indescribable abilities attached to the ring. Just like the magic sharing, the most original use of second-level apprentice magic is to allow magicians to coordinate and access the power in magic stones to make magic props, supply and control magic dolls, and even perform magic spells. Magic. It can be said that it is the magic that a magician who wants to become a maker needs to study most. But the improved magic sharing on the ring made by someone not only absorbs the free magic power in the surrounding environment and provides the magic effect on the ring, it actually has an impact on the wearer himself. Just imagine. Wearing it can produce a weak meditation effect anytime and anywhere. What kind of sensation will it cause? Meditation in the Lost Land requires rituals and materials. And the time you can meditate every day is also limited. Exceeding the time limit will not only have counter effects, but may even harm the human body itself. Because meditation is not only about quickly recovering and replenishing power, but also expanding the upper limit of the body's own power. Although the effect of the ring is small, it is still so small that people above a certain level will not notice the change at all. But it doesn't feel like a meditation ritual, with all the restrictions. In other words, under this subtle and cumulative transformation, there are only benefits and no disadvantages to the wearer. However, it will take time to prove whether this part is indeed the case. And Finn does not dare to draw a conclusion on this point. As for other magical effects, they are more or less deviated from someone's original idea. Even under the interaction of these magics, new magical effects are produced. It can be said that these rings were turned into a hodgepodge by someone. And for the time being, it seems to be beneficial and harmless. But what exactly is in the pot of hodgepodge? Even the well-informed lich cannot determine at once. Finn has seen things of this nature before. The utensils commonly used by gods have more or less similar characteristics. It's not that simple that can be described in just a few sentences. Just describing the item itself. This guy really made something of the same level as an artifact. Although Finn was calm on the outside, there was a turmoil in his heart that kept churning. And there are a total of 20 rings on the table, including on the hand, and each one feels slightly different. What the difference is, it takes time to identify it slowly. However, Finn's silence brought strong pressure to someone. In order to shift the focus, Lin thought of various methods that should be reasonable under such circumstances. Suddenly he remembered the original purpose of making the ring, and looked at the two girls again. Although she pretended to be reserved and looked very ladylike, she was quiet and sat in her seat obediently. But their shining eyes had long betrayed their thoughts. He picked out 2 rings from the 9 rings, placed them in front of the 2 girls and said, Here are the gifts I promised you. As a mark for the flash technique. You'd better remember to wear them when you go out. I want it's easier to find you. But if you don't want me to know your whereabouts, just take it, and you can make your own arrangements. The 2 girls protested at the same time. Harumi pointed at the remaining 2 of the 3 rings and said, Can't we take the one over there? Just follow what your teacher said. Except for the 9 rings. Other rings are not suitable for you to use. Finn said aside. This is also how I feel after wearing one of the 3 rings. Although the power contained in them is quite weak. Those who can wear the 3 rings must at least reach a certain level of power. Otherwise it will be a bad thing. The level of Jojia is just right for 2 girls. Now that the elder sisters have spoken, it is useless for the 2 girls to protest. So they all picked up the ring and put it into their pockets. The ring was gone. Someone who took back the 2 rings put them back in front of the 2 girls and said, Wear them on the index finger of your left hand. Don't wear them randomly. This is the most suitable position. There was another voice of protest. And Halumi even pouted and said, But my sister, I can't talk about her. So maybe I can't talk about you too. It always makes sense to have your 10 fingers connected to your heart, and your index finger connected to your heart. So it's absolutely right to wear it on your index finger. If you don't like it, give it back to me. The 2 girls pursed their lips, and could only obey the instructions agreeably. At this time, Finn smiled evilly and said, Oh, respected magician, should I do the same? Anyway, for you, this is just a decoration. You can wear it however you like. I don't have any objection. Someone gave up in a bachelor's manner. Don't fight with a lich. It's the way to live a long life. Chapter 591 Traveling Together. I'll take one too. Okay. The person who asked was the Black Dragon Augustus. But when Goodwin asked, his hand had already reached out and took one of the rings from the remaining 2 of the 3 rings. Lin was rather surprised and said, Of course. I mean, Lao. Something of this level should be considered very inconspicuous among your treasures. My treasure? Augustus asked in confusion. Yes. Don't all dragons like to collect shiny things? You have spent such a long time, and your treasure should be considerable. Oh, are you talking about the treasure that was taken away by those young mixed pig beast bastards on Dragon Island and left nothing behind? Ha ha. Human being. The collection I once had is beyond your imagination. It's a pity that old things should go to the dragon tomb and wait for death. The treasures that cannot be protected should be handed over to the young dragons for safekeeping. If they are in a good mood, they will take out the bones of the old guy and make them into swords and clubs for the dwarves, so as to use the remaining energy of the dragon's life. Such a good place. What can I have left? This resentment is deep. No wonder Augustus didn't hesitate at all when he revealed the secret of dragon language. Well, it's just a ring anyway. Nothing to argue with the old man. On the other hand, the naughty child held by the old dragon climbed onto the table and picked up one of the remaining 7 rings. Everyone didn't stop when they saw it. They just smiled lightly. Even Lin smiled and said, "You want it too. You have to keep it well." He didn't know whether Ezio understood what everyone meant or not. In full view of everyone, he picked up the ring and looked at it curiously for a while, then stuffed it into his mouth. The 2 girls screamed and hurriedly took down the child sitting on the table. One person opened his mouth, and the other dug into his mouth to dig out the ring. As for someone, of course, he looked at everything dumbfounded. It can only be said that a naughty kid is a naughty kid. If he can ignore the biological pressure given by a giant dragon, someone will feel that this kid's future is limitless. Seeing the 2 girls covering their hands with saliva, the child whose mouth was held was unable to cry and even began to burst into tears. Someone saw that he had had enough trouble, and then said slowly, "Stop digging. Stop digging. If you keep digging, your throat will be taken out. Teacher! Teacher!" But Ezio ate the ring, Halloumi said without giving up and without looking back. "I ate it. But the thing is in my hand." As he spoke, Lin spread his right hand, with a ring placed safely on his palm. However, these 20 rings were all the same, and everyone doubted whether someone had just taken one of the things on his hand to make someone laugh. Suddenly Kaya thought of something and said, "Ah! Is this a flash recall?" "Yes." Lin shook his left index finger, which had already put on the 1 ring, and said, "For these 19 sub-rings, I did not mark them with the flash technique marking points on Akiri's body, but with the mother ring. The rings are paired so that the person wearing the mother ring can sense the position of the child rings. So as long as I wear the ring, it is meaningless for anyone to steal or hide the child rings. If I don't want to give it to anyone, I can always recycle it." "Ah, you wouldn't have told me earlier," Halloumi complained. "You don't allow me to beat this kid's ass. It's just enough to teach him a lesson," someone said plausibly. The 2 girls were so angry towards their teacher that they were about to go crazy. At this time, the Lich interrupted at the right time and said, "But if you put a ring on Ezio, wouldn't it be possible to prevent him from getting lost again?" Regarding the word again, it is the blood and tears of everyone. What else can a child do in a big house? Being brought up by the aggressive dragons in the forest? He keeps playing hide and seek with everyone, but no one can be found. However, what does the house where the magician lives mean? It is that there are dangers everywhere. Several times, even Lin and Fem were alarmed and looked for this little guy together. The child was eventually found in a cupboard. Due to his small size, he stayed inside until he fell asleep without making any noise. So no one could find him. Or someone used the magic of scanning buildings and relied on identifying signs of life to find the person hiding inside. So after hearing the Lich's opinion, Lin, without saying a word, wiped the ring covered in saliva on Halloumi's body, causing the girl to yell and curse, and then put the ring on Ezio's hand. At the end, he asked, "Do you want to use a curse that can never be removed?" There is no such thing as a magic ring. Once put on, the ring shrinks to the size of a child's finger. Ezio didn't resist. He just raised his hand and looked at it in amusement. "It's just that my face was pinched again and my mouth was picked out again, and the uncomfortable feeling has not subsided." So now he was crying and laughing, looking at the ring on his hand. Kaya said doubtfully, "Is this good?" The teacher didn't know what the girl was worried about, so he couldn't answer it. Finn felt that maybe the girl noticed the power in the ring, so she had such doubts. She put her hands on the table and said with great interest, "Don't worry. Wearing that ring has only advantages and no disadvantages. And I also want to see what will happen if I wear it since I was a child." "Hey! Why is your second sentence weird? Maybe there is something wrong with what I made," Lin protested. "Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not a big problem," Finn said with a casual wave of his hand. But it is difficult to reassure people. Lin wanted to continue asking, but Yuzov Dantia on the side broke the silence and said, "Sir, I wonder if I would be honored to receive a ring." After thinking for a while, Lin asked cautiously, "Well, do you clearly know what accepting this ring means to me?" "Yes, I understand very well, sir," Yuzov said respectfully. Confirming the man's determination, Lin picked up one of the 9 rings, handed it over and said, "Since you have thought it through and are helping me, accept this ring. I promise here, if your life is in danger, As long as I know, I can go to help you no matter where you are. And don't say anything about it. This is a gift between friends. Thank you, sir. Yuzov took the ring and put it on his left index finger. He thought it was just a ring that would track his movements. But looking at the performance of the former Demon King and the Black Dragon, he realized that this ring was not simple. Not to mention that it had many life-saving magic and effects attached to it. It is the dream of countless adventurers to have such a magical item that comes in handy in times of crisis. In comparison, the fact that his whereabouts would be controlled by this magician can only be regarded as a trivial flaw. As long as I have no intention of betraying this person, this small flaw is nothing compared with other magicians' methods of controlling their followers. There are many more cruel methods, but this one is much gentler. Thinking this, Yuzov subconsciously looked at the 4 silver-bearded dwarves beside him. Just such a glance made everyone look towards them, and the situation suddenly felt awkward. Marit, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, jumped up and cried, "What are you looking at? We won't wear this mess of rings." One sentence seemed to set the tone for the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. In fact, Germain was also hesitant about wearing the ring. Taking the initiative to follow someone has nothing to do with hiding any of your actions. They are 2 completely different things. But he will hesitate, which does not mean that everyone will hesitate. A thick dwarf arm stretched out and took out one of the 7 rings that no one had touched yet. Freya, another female silver-bearded dwarf, is Riley's female companion. She weighed a ring and asked, "Sir, in this case, can you give me one?" Before Len could speak, Marit said excitedly, "Fry, what are you thinking about? Put your things down quickly." After saying that, she was about to grab what was in the hands of her female companion. But despite her frizzy temper, she is not as flexible as this friend who grew up with her. Freya stepped aside and said, "Mary, I can understand that Dajia and you will eventually return to their hometown of Iron City to let him inherit the position of patriarch. But I have no need to go back. So I took a ring. What's wrong? Don't make such a joke. What will happen to Riley if you don't go back?" Marit asked, and everyone looked at the other silver-bearded dwarf with a somewhat embarrassed expression. It could be seen that Riley was really anxious. But Freya said calmly, "What can we do if we go back? There are still many women of our generation who are without a partner. After Riley goes back, feel free to choose from them. Think about it. They will all be willing. If I don't go back, it won't have any impact if I am missing from the clan. How could we let Silverbeard's bloodline flow out? Let those unknown low-splash bloodlines tarnish our bloodline." "That's what you said," Freya said with a self-deprecating smile. "It seems that when I am outside, I will definitely find a man to be with. I just want to see more of the world and learn more different knowledge. These is something that can't be done in the clan. Besides, you haven't forgotten that none of us can have children. So your worries about being mixed are not a problem at all." But Marit wanted to say something else. But compared to being reasonable, she couldn't reason with this good friend. Freya used the language of her hometown and retorted sharply, "Or do I need your permission to do anything? The future matriarch of Marit. As far as I know, this is a power that even the clan leader does not have." The female dwarf, who was at a loss for words, slapped the table excitedly and said, "Anyway, I just can't allow it. It's not up to you to decide whether it's accurate or not." Freya turned to look at the dumbfounded person and asked, "Sir, do you agree to give me a ring? You've already worn it on your hand. So why are you asking me? Someone really wants to answer like this." But at this time, "Don't add fuel to the fire," Lynn asked. "Are you really sure? From a more utilitarian point of view, maybe by making the 4 silver-bearded dwarves startle each other, I would have room to profit from it. But in the spirit of couples trying to persuade each other to make peace but not divorce, Lynn didn't want people to think that he just liked to alienate others and was here to cause trouble. So I still have to ask this question. Chapter 592, Jin's future. Sir, compared with other silver-bearded dwarves, Freya knows how to advance and retreat a lot. She probably also knew that someone didn't like those titles that gave people a feeling of superiority. So she imitated Yuzov's way of addressing him. She asked seriously, "In your opinion, what do you think the future of the Silverbeard dwarves will be?" Looking at the female dwarf, who was always smiling and never angry, she rarely pulled a straight face and asked a very serious question. Len also knew that it was difficult to fool someone at this time. So he asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or lies? I have no worries or baggage. Of course, I hope to hear your real thoughts as a bystander based on your experience. See if you have the same worries as me. The person who stayed there. I can't say that I'm worried. After all, it's your clan's affairs, and has nothing to do with me. But if you ask me, the Silverbeard dwarves will eventually perish. Although the words were sensational, several silver-bearded dwarves also expressed dissatisfaction. But Freya said, "It's exactly what I thought. But may I know how you made this judgment?" "It's because of fertility issues." When Freya asked, her three companions were silenced. They also all want to hear someone's side of the story. Seeing everyone looking serious made someone feel awkward. After thinking for a while, he chose his words carefully and said, "It actually has nothing to do with whether you can have children. If you regard the entire ethnic group as one person, then for this person, the problem of infertility is actually it's just a disease. As long as you are aware of it and are willing to treat it, there will be a way to cure it. In other words, there is something wrong with the practices and ethos of the Jinsu clan as a whole. Take myself as an example." Someone did not want to speak too directly, but said based on his own situation, "I often regret why I left the Tower of the Great Sage in the first place. Under the protection of the Magic Tower, it can be said that it is carefree, and there will not be any difficult threats. After all, one of the Abyss Lords has been killed. Even if the opponent is not completely dead, it proves that only an enemy of that level can be attacked. When I was in the Magic Tower, you could ask Finn or the two girls to confirm these things." Although the Lich didn't respond, the two girls nodded. "But if I had not left at the beginning, my future life would probably have been eating, sleeping, and studying the stars at night. All my life. Maybe with my original basic knowledge, I could have achieved what I have today. Achievements. But how many times longer would it take? Or should I ask, without the help of World Tree Wadwo, and what I have gained and seen during these 5 years, it would really be possible for me to be where I am today? Am I like this?" The biggest difference between physics and mathematics is that mathematics can be simply done on paper. But physics requires mutual verification with actual observation results. It is difficult for any theory to truly enter the palace before finding a definite phenomenon that is sufficient to prove it. There is a saying in my hometown, "Live in sorrow and die in happiness." It is true that a stable and comfortable life is what everyone pursues. But all things in the world will continue to change over time. And they will continue to change. And in amid such changes, if I remain unchanged, wouldn't this be a step back? The peaceful weapons of your silver-bearded dwarves are indeed very powerful compared to the various weapons of other races. But I just ask this. Since you leave the Dwarf Empire, has there been any change in the peace arms since it was hidden in the earth? How much stronger has it been compared to thousands of years ago? In your eyes, will the result be different? Do you still think that everything you have seen in the outside world and other Homo sapiens species is ignorant? How long do you think it will be before the legacy left by the ancestors of the Silverbeard clan becomes nothing? Worth it? If nothing else, the peaceful armies are no different than scrap metal in front of me. If there is no change, how long do you think it will take for the pride of the Silverbeard dwarves to be unable to resist the invasion of foreign enemies other than me? After several questions in succession, the four dwarves were left speechless. Changing his original serious expression, Lin smiled and said, "Actually, you will leave your hometown because you are aware of the crisis. You may not be able to clearly understand what it is, but you also have a vague idea of changing your mind. This is a good thing. But how far can we go? It is not something that others can control or should care about. It all comes from your own choices. If you were in the Tower of the Great Sage, I already knew the next development. I guess I will choose to stay and live my life smoothly. Taking risks is definitely not something I would do." Although the previous few rhetorical questions sound very motivating, but someone's final twist made everyone want to beat him. Lin said confidently, "I worked hard before settling in the Tower of the Great Sage. Since I have worked so hard before, what's wrong with me coveting happiness in the future? That's where I originally planned to bury my bones. It's a land, but I was kicked out again in the end. Since I can't keep my achievements, I can only continue to work hard. I will work hard in my youth and enjoy my life in my later years. The next step is to take care of my affairs. That's how life is for me. Just leave alone. Anyway, without me, other people can still live, and the world will still run. I am wrong in living my life smoothly. But when a group of people reaches its twilight years, what do you think? How long can it last? What will happen to the people attached to it in the end?" After taking a long breath, Freya said to her companions in Silverbeard dwarf language, "My friend, I think humans can already explain a lot of why." Marek did not give up and continued to try to persuade. If you feel that there are shortcomings in the clan, shouldn't we work together to change it? Staying outside will not help any of your compatriots. I can't even change you. How can I change other people? How can I change other people? Look at yourself and despise everything you see. It's up to the clan to keep silent. It's up to us to do it. And it's up to us to use Jinsu's name. You just want to keep the tradition and think that's all. I have no objection. That is your way of life. In other words, that is your unchanged policy for thousands of years as the successors of the patriarch. Well, I'll accept that. But please don't stop me from pursuing new things. I respect your thoughts. But can you also respect mine? Fry. Without waiting for further persuasion from her companions, Freya admired the rings on her hands with satisfaction, feeling the power within them. Only then did she truly believe that this was the right choice. For some people, this sudden drama among the Silverbeard dwarves was not surprising. Comparing the Silverbeard dwarves with the ordinary dwarves seen in the Lost Land, one will have a feeling that the Silverbeard clan's thoughts and practices are alien. No wonder they eventually parted ways with the ordinary dwarves and retreated into seclusion. However, compared to the other three silver-bearded dwarves, Freya is an outlier. The person she had the best rapport with was actually Kaya's boring Melangord. Many of her ideas unexpectedly make someone feel like they are things that many autonomous women on Earth would talk about, rather than like a lost native. So when something like today happens, someone just thinks it's a matter of time. In any group, there are bound to be some misfits. If you don't humiliate the other person to the point of committing suicide, you can only watch the other person break away from the group and carve out a world of their own. Of course, someone cannot pretend to be dead and say nothing, with the intention of persuading peace. He couldn't be too harsh with his words. Just think about it clearly. I have no objection. But I have to say, it doesn't matter if you want to take off this ring and return it to me anytime. Anyway, this is not a contract that cannot be broken. This sentence is for all of you. Everyone is the same. At this time, Riley stretched out his hand with a painful expression. Also going to get a ring. However, Lin took the first step and used the flash technique to take the remaining rings back into his hand. He looked at the astonished dwarf, smiled apologetically and said, "Don't make any decisions out of impulse. You are still together now and have a lot of time to think about and discuss with each other. I hope people can accept these. Afterwards, the gift will make you feel at ease and happy. Not something that will make you feel painful and uncomfortable. Put the ring properly into your pocket. And you don't have to worry too much about your own safety. When I took you away, I promised to take care of all of you. If your life is in danger, I will try my best to help you. I won't say just help Freya, but don't care about other people's lives." Freya asked again, "Sir, do they have names?" Seeing someone's condition, the female dwarf pointed to the inconspicuous ring on her finger and said, "You made these little cuties. Don't you have no help? Give them names." "Oh, this." Len raised his finger and said, "The only precept. The mother of all precepts. Pointing at Finn, the ring of fire represents universal love. And pointing to Augustus, the ring of wind represents freedom. The other three rings are the ring of water, which represents equality. The 7 rings are called the 7 treasures, which are the golden wheel, the white elephant, the cyan horse, the divine pearl, the jade girl, and the lay Buddhist. In your hand, the one above happens to be the main soldier at the end of the line. The 9 characters are Lin, Bing, Zhe, Ji, formation, front, and Xing. Halloumi is the fighting ring, and Kaya is the formation ring." At this time, Halloumi shouted dissatisfied, "Hey, why do you feel that the name of our ring is so random? Can't we change it to another one? How could it be so casual? Biopuzi's Liujia's secret blessing has a lot of academic knowledge in it. If you don't want this, how about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Yuzov has the number 9. AIGO number 5. You are number 3. Kaya number 6. Ed. Now the people who got the 9 rings all made dissatisfied sounds. Only the ignorant child put the whole finger with the ring into his mouth and stared at everything blankly. Chapter 593 Academic Dispute. Starting from the second day, everyone was back on track, except for the somewhat awkward feeling among the Silverbeard dwarves. The others were living a regular, or rather monotonous, life, although someone's math class was closed for 3 days. Luckily, Finn came to take over. With her level, she can of course destroy an entire class to ashes. She can turn the whole class into ashes with her talk. And she can crush all the magicians in the class to ashes at the same time despite her hard work. In short, all aspects of suppression were suppressed. And no one dared to raise any opinions against the former demon king. Lin's return relieved a lot of magicians and great magicians who were students in mathematics classes, as well as some people who had no magic talent. But their intelligence was not inferior to that of Master F.A. Listening to Lich's math class is too stressful for them. This is because mathematics is not like other subjects where there is fuzzy room for right and wrong. In mathematics, right and wrong are quite clear. This also caused Finn, who teaches mathematics, to talk trash unceremoniously when faced with the mistakes made by others. Although it is still far from the humiliation of vulgar words. Not many masters can endure it, compared to someone's attitude in class. Even though some of his words were unpleasant to listen to, he was simply gentle and graceful, and everyone couldn't help but miss him. After returning to normal teaching, the progress of mathematics and life courses is advancing in an orderly manner. Fun, who teaches life lessons, of course continues to instruct a group of people who happily observe the microscopic world, instruct them how to record more effectively, and pool their efforts to explore the mostly unknown world of microorganisms. As for the mathematics course, although it was calm in the classroom, the person teaching it only taught the knowledge he knew step by step according to his own schedule. But in fact, behind the scenes, discussions about mathematics are turbulent. However, for someone who has not really entered the top academic circle of the holy city Starry, who is actually not interested and does not know about such things, of course, he has no idea how much controversy mathematics has caused. Because most of the troubles were blocked by the great magician Kabambai and the magicians who came here to study. The magicians who regularly attend mathematics courses are found in academic circles at all levels. Simply speaking, the total strength of those who are famous and influential accounts for about 1/3 of Astali's top academic circle. When such energy moves, it will undoubtedly be of a world-shaking level. This also means that 2/3 of the people still hold different positions, although these people may not necessarily be united. When things continue to fail to have a satisfactory result and their own interests are concerned, these people will tend to unite to exert pressure. Just like one day at the end of summer, after the course ended, the great magician Kabambai left Lin behind, came to the teacher's lounge in the mathematics building, and made a formal invitation. "So, there is a dinner party that I can't refuse and I have to attend," Lin asked. I don't know whether it was because of the hot weather or a guilty conscience, but the great magician Kabambai wiped his sweat and said, "The statement of cannot refuse may be a bit too much, but your attendance will be beneficial to the future development in the holy city. Well, can I ask, who are the people attending this dinner party? In the holy city, the deans of all the colleges will attend, and some elders have also received invitations. Of course, I will also attend, and some of the magicians in the mathematics class that you know will also attend, including..." Kabambai asked for a list of names. These people were considered regular students in math class, so Lin also had an impression of them. What they have in common is that they have very white beards and are very old. In terms of status in the world, when traveling there will always be surrounded by younger brothers. The elders mentioned by the great magicians refer to magicians with high age, strength and status in the world. It's a kind of honorific used in private, and it's hard for someone even old enough to get such a title. "It feels like the Hongmen banquet," Lin murmured to himself. "Hongmen banquet? What is that?" Too lazy to explain too much to people with different cultures, Lin asked again. "Then what is the theme of this banquet? The dean can always reveal it." Unlike the banquets held by nobles to simply kill time and cultivate interpersonal relationships, the banquets held by the magicians in the holy city all have a clear purpose, according to someone's understanding. A nicer way of saying it could be called a symposium with food and drinks. But in fact there is no problem in calling it a fighting arena. It's a common occurrence to start a movie when there's a disagreement. There's nothing you can do about it. That's what the magic of MIDI is all about. No matter how many wars of words, strength will speak for itself in the end. Therefore, it is important to ask clearly what the theme of the magician's banquet is. The great magician Kabambai smiled bitterly and said, "I am here just for the mathematics you have taught me these past few months." Someone was stunned for a moment. And then the great magician Kabambai explained everything that had happened in the past 3 months. First of all, the Marat family behind Jean Marat, who had previously accused Lin of stealing his family's knowledge, actually owned an ancient document related to mathematics. That's why there are people who support them coming out to do that kind of thing. Although in the end, they were stepped on by someone. And with the efforts of other big guys, those few cannon fodder like early birds were all defeated. However, this matter is not over yet. The fight between the big guys still revolves around that ancient document. And it did not stop until a while ago. The magicians who supported Lin obtained the copy of the ancient document through some unspeakable channels. When I opened it and looked at it, everyone laughed. Not only is the language used in the book different from the mathematics taught by someone, but there are even several fallacies, which are basically logical errors that people who listen carefully to mathematics classes would not make. With these points in mind, everyone started fighting with the big guys who were looking for trouble. But the real reason for the big guys to give up the argument was because someone's math class progress had exceeded the scope of that ancient book. In the past, it was possible to attack someone's legitimacy in teaching mathematics by saying that the knowledge was similar and the source was questionable. But when what is being discussed is no longer limited to the knowledge contained in ancient documents, such an argument becomes unsustainable. Therefore, those who have ideas about mathematical knowledge can only find another way. Secondly, how should the subject of mathematics be positioned? What makes magicians so confused is because mathematics is not magic. Not only does it have nothing to do with magic, as long as a normal person with a clear mind can still understand the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and apply it in life. Of course, if someone submits this knowledge to the Magicians Association according to normal procedures, the association has reason to intervene. But it happened that the person who came out to look for trouble in the first place made a foolish move. That is to say, the clerk responsible for the knowledge review business of the association rejected someone's application to hand over mathematics on the grounds that mathematics has nothing to do with magic, and only accepted other magic knowledge for review. Their original intention was to make it impossible to identify the mathematical creators, leaving room for others to take advantage of them, who would have known that later all the plans were disrupted, and that knowledge became a hot potato that no one could touch. Because, really no one knows more than that one. The academic atmosphere in the Holy City has a long history. It is not uncommon for two parties that do not deal with each other to obstruct, steal, or preemptively publish on the other side's research topics. It is not uncommon for them to seize other people's results. But all in all, there is still a well-established rule. The first person to turn it in to the association is the winner. But it doesn't mean that just handing in a title or a magic name will make it count. At this time, the person responsible for the review is very important. Whether the magic knowledge turned in is complete, whether others can correctly use the effect of the magic when casting the magic according to the steps. If the thing is complete, then why should I ask the association to include it? If there is a case where someone is accused of preemption, the party with the most understanding will be the winner. After all, a person who claims to have knowledge of this magic turns out to be unfamiliar with its use. How can he convince others in this situation? Of course, rules are dead but people are alive. And there will always be some shady transactions under the table. But on the stage, you must at least be able to convince the public before you can make sense. However, the dilemmas faced by mathematics for those who are interested are unprecedented. Even if he takes possession of the mathematical knowledge that has been semi-public, that is, the completed lectures, people are still throwing out updated knowledge over there. But he can only slowly hand it over to the association and claim it as his own. Research results. Even a pig knows what's going on behind the scenes. You also need to know how to wipe your mouth when eating secretly. This is the most basic requirement that magicians have for dirty academic disputes. The most important thing. Absolutely no one is allowed to take advantage of other people's achievements. Today, you turn a blind eye to others' efforts to seize other people's achievements, and do not help the victimized party. Then, when you are the one who steals others' achievements tomorrow, will anyone help you? In addition, if such an open robbery is allowed once, will there be a second or third time? In the end, did everyone become wary of others and became unwilling to disclose their results? Then the hundreds of years of hard work of the Magicians Association, as well as the mutual trust and system that was finally established, would be destroyed in one day. So this is a red line that cannot be touched. Whoever touches it will die. The association has a bunch of inspectors, and they are not just allowed to exercise authority outside. Among magicians, there is no talk of suspended death or imprisonment. Once they take action, they will kill the whole family. And there is no politeness or false mercy. When it comes to mathematics, what is particularly annoying is that an upright person actually stops trying to hand over relevant knowledge. According to the assigned clerk, someone gave him a whole set of knowledge, It's a thick pile of paper alone. Just because the person in charge of the event had someone from above to explain it. And because I couldn't understand it from beginning to end, I rejected the ticket. Nowadays, the only legal source of mathematical knowledge in the Holy City is to attend a lecture at Cabin College and obtain the lecture notes of the course, which are posted on the forum, and the viewing permissions are set with a password. And it only contains the content of that class. In these days of the MIDI forum, paid items have been moved to the public area, and no one who calls himself a hero has yet appeared. Of course, this is also related to the forum atmosphere where everyone logs in with their real names, and there are real person PKs from time to time. To put it simply, the current situation is that people who don't come to math class can't keep up with the progress, and those who want to take advantage of it can't sit still. Chapter 594 Technology Guild. Knowing what he had to deal with, he immediately promised to attend. After all, the great magician Kabambai had personally invited him, so it would be too disrespectful to refuse. Secondly, there is a sense of security in participating. Of course, because one is not alone. The people he has been working hard to maintain have given Lin some help in the holy city of Starry. Just like the big guys who helped me solve many problems several times. The good ties with these seniors actually go beyond the fact that they come to take math courses in order to maintain their right to acquire knowledge after paying tuition. Of course, it is not the expectation of a deeper knowledge of mathematics in the future that makes them willing to help. If it were just for this reason, they could just pretend to be deaf and dumb when others put pressure on them, and just get a share of the pie when the harvest finally comes. Because this is the least labor-intensive, requires the least cost, and will yield the most abundant rewards. But when someone who is powerless deserves their favor, they will naturally help. Because judging from someone's character, the debt of gratitude owed will eventually be repaid. It is true that by bravely advancing forward and clearing all obstacles in the way, there will be help attached to you. But strictly speaking, if life unfolds in different ways, there are two different types of people who are willing to help you. At this time, instead of discussing which kind of assistance is more useful, it is better to ask yourself which kind of life you want. Then someone's choice is also obvious. Lin also informed others at dinner about the invitation to the magician's banquet 5 days later. He asked, "Does anyone want to go with you?" For a grand banquet like this, formal magicians have their own place for formal magicians, and apprentices have their own place for apprentices. Even followers who are not magicians will have a gathering place. And there is no problem for the three to even move among each other, unlike some small private banquets. Except for specific people, everyone else is very casual. As long as Lin has an invitation letter, he can bring as many people as he wants to the banquet, and the organizers will do their best to entertain them. However, the magicians still have a tacit agreement. That is, the number of people other than magicians is limited to no more than 10. The more people who are of the same magician level, the better. That's why Lin asked to see who wanted to eat and drink. However, it seems that everyone is exhausted and lacks interest. It's not their fault. After all, everyone has been very busy during this time. The microscope business of Jinbeard Dwarf is undoubtedly a high-tech exclusive business. And not everyone can get involved. And anyone who tries to reach out and use dirty tricks to force the dwarves will be properly dealt with by those anxious customers. But this does not mean that the dwarves can take advantage of it. The same pressure may turn in another direction at any time and surge towards the dwarves. Because those big shots, who were waiting to receive the microscope, were the same ones that Lin and others could not afford to offend or did not want to offend. So in the near future, as long as there are enough materials, the 4 dwarves will dive into work except for eating, drinking and defecating. Even the previous incident where Freya and everyone were not on the same page was treated as if it never happened. That desperate energy could give someone nightmares. It's like going back to before time travel, meeting your habitual boss, and entering a sweatshop, compared with the scene of 4 silver-bearded dwarves working in full swing. It is not far behind. What can even be said to be more exaggerated is the sanitary ware system business spearheaded by Yuzov. It started with someone paying out of their own pocket to install toilets at the Flaming Lips Inn and Kabamba Academy. This business is changing so fast that others can hardly imagine it. And Yuzov and the cooperating craftsmen face challenges faster than imagined. Ultimately, the reason is that the things are easy to use and the market is huge. But the output is insufficient and the technical threshold seems to be low. He has made good friends with the craftsmen who cooperated with Yuzov. And some craftsmen from small workshops came to him privately, hoping to learn how to make them and share some market demand. The big workshop owners, who had people behind them, also came one after another. and they cooperated in all aspects as soon as they opened their mouths. The various conditions were clearly listed, but it was almost the same as annexation, except that the original team was not kicked away. Moreover, such behavior seemed to be such a magnanimous behavior in their mouths, and there were no shortage of threats both inside and outside the words. Although anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is behind this new business at a glance. No one cares about these local snakes, because whether it was a magician who taught mathematics or a lich who might have been the demon king, they didn't have enough weight in their eyes. Even the great magician Cabin Bai and others, who take good care of Lin in the magic circle, can hardly exert any influence on a follower's business. Especially since this thing has nothing to do with magic. They are not going to meddle in other people's affairs to such an extent. Faced with such a difficult situation at the beginning, Yuzov naturally found someone for help. A few years earlier, someone might have chosen to hand over the thing, or they might have found some big bosses to step in and rely on their power to show off their power. Of course, a lot of profits have to be paid out. Just to save myself some trouble, and not be too lazy to spend too much thought on these things. But today I am not going to charge into the battle by myself. There is Yuzov to do it for me. And what he wanted to hear wasn't advice to admit defeat. The way to break the situation is also very simple, which is to unite the stragglers and fight against the big forces. But there is no way to easily recruit these people. They will maintain the scale of their small workshops. Not just because they want to maintain their autonomy without being squeezed by others. The economy of scale in MIDI has not yet developed. And the large workshops are still in the stage of squeezing manpower to obtain large profits. It's like a landowner versus a tenant farmer versus a homesteader who owns a small plot of land. Unless the situation is really precarious, who would want to be a sharecropper? Even if you analyze the stakes with these people, by the time they figure it out, it may be too late to do anything. The craftsmen who were willing to cooperate with Yuzov thought about it for a long time before forming the alliance today. However, the pressure of reality has arrived, and there is not much time to slowly convince those small workshop owners. Therefore, Lin proposed to use the method of enterprises to master core technologies and horizontal communication, and outsource most projects to small manufacturers to form an industrial chain with complete upstream and downstream supporting facilities. Although this statement seems very profound, if you want others to understand it, you have to take a class in economics. In fact, MIDI has already had relevant measures that have been in place for a long time. Yuzov figured it out with just a few words. That is similar to the Adventurers Guild. Regarding mission release, adventurer level evaluation and other systems. Anyone who wants to take a share of the sanitary equipment market in the holy city of Starry must join the Bathroom Equipment Technology Guild headed by Yuzov and others. Participating craftsmen will be given different grades and licenses based on past evaluations, quality of construction, and projects they are good at. These levels affect the work they can receive from the guild. Those who want to make more money from this business will, of course, take more jobs. Those who want to do their own thing, of course, will take fewer jobs from the guild. That is to say, their profits depend on their own willingness and efforts, rather than simply working for someone and being squeezed just to earn a meager salary. In this way, autonomy is maintained. What the technical guild paid was nothing more than the market it initially opened up. And then it separated out some processes that had no skills to speak of, and could be done by anyone who saw them. The only difference was in the processes that were done well or poorly. The only thing he had in hand was the formula for the porcelain glaze. In this way, this kind of work has attracted the vast majority of independent craftsmen in the holy city. Not only did he have the manpower, he also formed a force that others could not despise. In fact, this whole thing can be promoted smoothly, thanks to the big workshop owners, who were originally arrogant. Yuzov told the ordinary craftsmen why they should join the technical guild. Even if I have learned a full set of production techniques, can I withstand the pressure of those big workshop owners and the people behind them? Even if you withstand the pressure, how much can you do by yourself? How fast? It is better to join forces than to work alone. And the alliance here is not about throwing yourself under the influence of any party, but relying on your own skills to compete with other peers. There are not too many things to worry about. And for the time being, it seems that there will still be more jobs than people. So there is no need to worry about not being able to get jobs. The organizations and systems of the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild have been established in Lost Land for many years. Even if you have never been an adventurer and accepted a commission, you still have the experience of entrusting work to an adventurer, even if you have neither. At least you have a rough understanding of what these organizations are doing. Living in Lost Land, It is difficult not to be related to these people, because it is a system that everyone is familiar with. It does not require too much teaching and explanation. People who are willing to participate can quickly get started, and it can be scaled up in a very short time. By the time the big workshops controlled by big shots realized something was wrong, the technical guilds had become strong enough to confront them, and even suppress them in turn. At this point, the only choices left for the big workshop owners are to stay away from this business, or to join the technical guild and become a member of it. On the other hand, some people want to turn against customers and join the technical guild, and then in turn eat up the entire guild, control pricing and distribution rights, and benefit only their own people. But all members of the guild are both managers and employees. Anyone with bad intentions simply cannot convince the public. No matter how sweet-talking or forming cliques these people may be, they will always be wary of other small workshop owners and craftsmen, making it difficult to control the power of the guild. Even if there is a fight and trouble, it can be said that everyone wants it. Anyway, if you have grudges, take revenge. But if you don't have grudges, practice fists. Among the residents of Lost Land, no one is afraid of being beaten. Of course, the main reason is that pricing is publicly discussed by all members of the guild. Allocation is in the form of a task release, specifying the needs, time limit and remuneration, and is chosen by the guild members themselves. Maybe this is not the best and most efficient system, but at least it is a form that everyone can accept. Anyone who wants to undermine this system will be ostracized by everyone. But this is also related to Yuzov Ganch's skill in handling things. He has well connected the weak small workshop owners and craftsmen, making it difficult for the relatively larger forces to divide and unite the small forces. In order to give everyone a place to gather together, everyone jointly bought a house to serve as the guild's base. Yuzov Gantia naturally became the first president. In order to allow the technical guild to operate smoothly, Yuzov hired some clerks who knew writing and calculation. And when a group of stinky men get together, they will inevitably want wine and meat. Therefore, this guild hall also operates a business of eating and drinking, just like a tavern. Then when Yuzov realized what he was doing, he was speechless. When life goes full circle and returns to the starting point, it always makes people feel powerless. Chapter 595, Going to the Banquet. If you want to say that the most idle person in the group, except for himself, is the Lich. Even the two apprentices are asked by dwarves or Yuzov to help from time to time. And of course they are paid. As for Augustus, as a qualified home dragon, he never goes out. So seeing that no one was cheering, Finn asked consciously, "How about it? Do you need me to help you out?" "Well, I won't fight this time. Can you restrain yourself from hitting anyone?" "The best I can do is refrain from killing people." For the Lich, who spoke very honestly, someone had no choice but to say, "Well, if you can please just beat the person half to death." "Okay, then 3/4 will die. Is there any bargaining for this kind of thing? Also, what's the point of 3/4 dying? Then tell me, how can I beat him half to death?" The person who was reprimanded was immediately speechless. He touched his nose and silently ate the food in his bowl. However, the candidates for the banquet were determined by the Lich. Lin, as the protagonist, Fun, who is about to go to a wealthy family, and two girls who pretend to be magic apprentices, can be regarded as the entire lineup of the magic system. As for having to wait 5 days, after all, the masters are not nobles who have enough to eat and nothing to do. Everyone is immersed in their own research. Even if they are not too busy, they are not free all the time. It is not that simple to find that so many big bosses are available, or that the things scheduled to be busy are small things that can be postponed. The invitation to the magician's banquet was submitted 5 days ago, which can be considered very fast. Otherwise, it would be considered normal operation to hold a banquet of this scale, and send invitations to all parties 1 or 2 months in advance. However, judging from the unusual speed, one can probably guess that the people holding this banquet were a little anxious. However, in these 5 days, as if someone couldn't wait, there were many small actions around someone, but with the attitude that the matter was none of his business. Lin ignored it if he could, and politely refused if he couldn't, including those spying figures who appear from time to time outside the walls of the new residence in the Holy City, or the strangers who come to chat with him inexplicably in the academy. On the day of the banquet, early in the morning, Lin saw a rare sight. Augustus had restored his original dragon body, with his belly open, lying in the courtyard basking in the sun. If you hadn't seen that the belly was still rising and falling, you would have thought that the dragon had a belly roll and was in trouble. Lin came to Augustus's dragon head, which was larger than his whole body, and asked the imageless black dragon, sticking out its tongue and gasping for air. "Why do you look so unsightly? Lying down and basking in the sun?" Augustus said. "Last night, I suddenly had a lot of late-night snacks. After eating, I let the sun bask in my belly. This is a treatment that you cannot enjoy in underground life. I'm full." Does this mean someone invaded in the middle of the night? All fed to the dragon. Should this be said to be cruel? Or a worthy death? Never mind. I have always insisted on not killing, just because I am afraid of trouble. And it is not that I have any compassion for others. Augustus had eaten everything. How could he come out and resurrect the lich? Because they were going to a dinner party. The three women worked hard for several days on how to dress up. They would like to sew their own clothes, but they can't find any good fabrics that they like. Of course, it's also possible that the store's level is not good enough, or that the other party simply doesn't want to come up with good stuff. In this regard, they complained a lot when they came back. In the end, I found the store recommended by the original owner of the Flame Red Lip store, the magician Xiao Eru. The stuff inside is pretty high-end, but it's extremely expensive and not the kind of stuff that would wow anyone. From the perspective of the three women, it was just make do. In addition, a carriage must be rented. Otherwise someone can use flash magic to reach the destination by himself. And the two apprentices will have to walk hard on their feet. You can borrow the carriage from the great magician cabin but someone is too lazy to owe a favor for such a trivial matter. Anyway, no matter where the carriage comes from, it looks bad in his eyes. Without shock absorbers, all vehicles are just rubbish. Since you already have the engine, are you considering building a car? Someone sitting in the carriage was jolted until his butt hurt. He was thinking wildly and trying to divert his attention. The banquet was held at the home of Master F.A., who had a noble background in the Guana Empire. There are many people with this background in the holy city of Estali. After all, nobles have money and power. And as long as their children have magical talents, it is easy to cultivate a magician. And with strength, status will also increase, which can be regarded as mutually reinforcing benefits. And people with this kind of background, of course, behave in a noble manner. Just like this, in the core area of the holy city. That is, in the area close to the 5-story Magic Saint level Magic Tower. It is impossible to build a mansion that occupies a large area. It is not something ordinary people would do. The carriage stopped just before the gate. There were blazing bonfires on both sides. And what looked like a guard of honor rather than mighty knights stood there. They stopped the carriage without heraldry. Of course, to check whether the passengers were qualified to enter. Lin also showed the group of knights the exquisite invitation sent by the White Owl as the messenger. For a magician's banquet of this level, the invitation is also a type of magic prop. It will emit a specific power that corresponds to the token in the hands of the banquet host, so that the overly complicated inspection process can be omitted. Invitations are basically impossible to forge, and no one would try to forge such a thing. The knight who stepped forward, the crystal ball in his hand gave off a faint yellow light after Lin took out the invitation. The knight standing guard on both sides saluted in unison and opened the door at the entrance of the mansion. The carriage was guided to a stop near the perimeter, not far away. The courtyard near the main residence serves as one of the venues for open-air banquets. There are a large number of magic lights hung high on pillars. Under the soft light, the men and women who had gathered in the courtyard were holding wine glasses in their hands. Some of them were holding a plate of food and were eating and drinking while talking and laughing. Masters are still very practical. It is foolish to go to a banquet without having enough to eat. But looking at the banquet format of this open-air buffet, someone had the intuition that this was the product of which time travel predecessor. At least outside the holy city, there is no banquet in this style. When new guests arrived, naturally the waiters who were entertaining at the banquet came and took the two apprentices to the apprentices' venue. The two magicians served a glass of white wine and roughly explained the location of the venue, such as where to eat and drink. The reason why banquet venue levels are divided according to levels is because people of different levels speak different languages. For example, if a magic apprentice complained about the inability to perform apprentice-level magic in a circle full of magicians, he would probably only get a pair of blank looks. But if he complained like this in a circle of fellow apprentices, it's sure to resonate a lot. If you insist on bringing the two parties together, who do you want to torture? So it is better to separate. With Than's glamour and charm, when she appeared on such an occasion, a group of suitors soon appeared. All kinds of gorgeous words of praise and words of love at first sight were poured out without hesitation. A meal of drunken soup seemed to have really made the lich dizzy. In particular, there are some students in her life course who introduce promising young people in the family and serve as flankers for these younger generations. Of course, it was another gorgeous rhetoric that exalted the beauty of a certain lich to the sky, as if the other women in the banquet were eclipsed. The ignored and inconspicuous person was naturally pushed aside and hid on the edge of the banquet, eating all kinds of delicious food alone. The dishes at these banquets are made of the highest quality ingredients and are cooked by excellent chefs. Whether they are cold dishes or hot dishes, they are impeccable. As for whether it rains or my mother wants to get married, of course that's up to her. Otherwise, what else can be done? Shui Pulu! Someone approached and someone spoke to him. The problem was that someone suddenly left the place in a flash. Only the others were left looking at each other. Of course, the banquet hosted by a magician with a noble background will not only consist of eating and drinking, but also some entertainment programs. In a corner of the banquet venue, there were 5 small string orchestras consisting of large and medium-sized violins, playing soft music. This kind of experience makes someone feel fresh. It's not that these 5 musicians are better than those on earth. It's that they dare to go around and sing the songs of the bards, who dare to go around and sing with a turtle-dove harp after hearing it in the lost land. It's quite surprising to hear serious string music. The music is quite melodious, but not as high as Earth's classical music. It's pretty good as background music for a banquet. At least these musicians, who are about a certain age, are not green novices. The typhoon is quite stable, and the natural music will be moving. In addition to music, of course there are also people who sing. However, listening to the high-pitched falsetto, someone next to me was fascinated by it, but someone else didn't feel it at all. I can only say that the vocal music is not to the taste of a certain time traveler. On the contrary, the singer is a scantily clad woman, and her movements are alluring. There are many women like her at the banquet, and they are not magicians. At least they don't wear master signature shawls. These women look very much like the courtesans who were specially hired to liven up the atmosphere of the banquet when they participated in the banquet of the nobles in Willian City, Shijia District, Southwest Peninsula in the past. But some people don't know yet that the magician's banquet is also in this mood. Or maybe it's just because the organizer has a noble status, so he plays this trick out of habit. Guh. Another person tried to talk, but before the other person finished speaking, he pretended not to notice and left again. He left the person he was talking to with a rather embarrassed expression. The temptation to dodge these people is simply a warning sign that is disturbing someone. This kind of intuition that cannot be explained for a reason has often appeared in my mind recently. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. What someone wants is just peace of mind. So most of the time, they would rather believe that they have it than that they don't have it. And it has been proven later that this warning sign is usually not unfounded. But something does happen. But now at the magician's banquet, a similar warning came to mind. This only shows that the Hongmen banquet in front of us is indeed full of crisis. You don't know how the other party will attack, and what kind of traps are prepared. Chapter 596 Banquet Customs. Even though he was invited to the magician's banquet, Lin, who didn't want to interact with strangers, still found a way to turn himself into a little transparent. But even if I try my best to avoid outsiders who try to get close to me but have unclear intentions, it is inevitable that gossip will reach my ears. Country bumpkin. Poor magician who looks like a beggar. Rude person. Many derogatory names, under the speaker's deliberately amplified volume, not only caused a burst of ridicule from everyone talking to him, but also attracted a group of people around him. Join in their conversation. Of course, someone had to hear it, and it was all intentional. It's just that this level of provocation is not a problem for a man with a face as thick as a wall. He still ate his own food, admired the inorganic works of art, and listened to the relatively pleasant music. It was the criticism of dressing like a beggar that made someone review his appearance a little. Is it really bad? I looked around and saw that he looked almost the same as he usually does. Although this suit of clothes is worn by me, it has passed the flash spell several times. Although the decay is not obvious yet, it is still different from the brand new one. Is this the reason? He raised his arms again and sniffed his sleeves. Well, it doesn't have any weird smell. So the other party is just scolding for the sake of scolding? However, my taste, whether before or after time travel, is rated as failing by most people. Perhaps it was indeed not very solemn on such an occasion. And the main reason why I dress casually is that since I expect my clothes to be ruined, I don't wear a good quality upper body from the beginning to avoid feeling distressed later. However, It seems that such a casual attitude has become one of the reasons why others look down on him. People will inevitably judge someone based on their first impression. It's okay to dress casually in private. If you are too casual in such a formal occasion, that is not showing off, but disrespecting other people. No one wants to eat at the same table with a person who is dressed in rags and covered with fleas and flies. And taking advantage of this opportunity, there is something that we should face squarely, instead of continuing to pretend that we have not seen it. Because of the characteristics of the flash technique, I have only worn the most ordinary clothes for a long time, and only carried consumable accessories, the kind that would not hurt me if they were broken. In game terms, it means that the evasion rate is increased to the full point, but the defense power is basically zero. However, not long ago, he encountered an unavoidable situation, a curse from the god of disease. Fortunately, the big boss only provided divine power, and someone else cursed him. In the end, not only was the curse resolved, but he also gained a lot from it. But can we be so lucky every time? What should I do if I can't solve it next time? Can he only rely on Finn to help him resurrect? Because I was wandering around a few days ago, I couldn't calm down and solve this problem. Now that we have settled down, it would be outrageous to put aside the life-threatening matter. Combining recent research experiences and results, an idea grew uncontrollably in someone's mind. Just when Lin was thinking about it, a greeting came from behind. Lord Tripwood. This time, he didn't flash away because the person behind him was an acquaintance. One of the magicians who attended the math class was Starry of the Emperor's Guards of the Gawain Empire. If you just slap the back of the head to an acquaintance, it would be too disrespectful. So you still have to socialize. Turning around. Okay, with a brief salute, Lin greeted. Good day, Your Excellency Highlight. Basically, someone is polite to the students they meet in math class. There's nothing I can do about it. In terms of age, I really can't find anyone younger than myself. Although he is just over 40 years old. None of these people have white beards. I don't dare to take advantage of the lecturer's authority and boss them around. Otherwise, if you deal with hundreds of masters at the same time, even if you don't die, your life will be reduced by half. And this Imperial Guard, who had been taught a lesson by both Lin and Finn, had an indomitable and familiar spirit. He hasn't been ruined yet, but he still has a way of keeping a shy face and talking to people familiarly. But before he stepped forward to clink glasses with anyone and say "Hello," someone else beside him said sarcastically, Weird. There seems to be some kind of stench here. Stink? Lin didn't think much. His nose twitched, and he sniffed around. There is no strange smell. Mr. Starry, do you smell anything? No. Is there any strange smell? He said so. But Haley's expression was very intriguing. He looked like he was waiting for a good show. Both of them turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. It was a young nobleman surrounded by a group of people, in addition to the magician's small shawl, which showed his other identity. His whole body had a strong aura of aristocratic luxury. For a moment, people will have the feeling of did you run into the wrong shed? Or the opponent ran into the wrong shed. The young man, whose face was painted with makeup and powder, covered his mouth and nose with an expensive silk handkerchief. He looked at someone with disgust and said, You come from who knows which remote country. Are you sure you are qualified to stand here? Why don't you go back to where you should be? Those slums full of dead bodies and excrement. After hearing this, Lin was not angry but happy, and said, Oh, can I leave? Can I really leave? Then I will leave. Knowing that he couldn't stand the show anymore, Starry grabbed the math lecturer. Normally, if you want to keep this person after class, you must tell him in advance and obtain the other person's consent. If you wait until the end of the course to stop people, you will never be able to stop them. In a certain class, this self-proclaimed magician was the best at escaping in the entire land. No one could refute. He tried with hundreds of magicians for more than 2 months. And every time, he even ate farts. We didn't talk about it in advance, so we could only see each other tomorrow. So after Haley caught the person, he said, Although I really want to see what kind of shape this kid will be repaired by those people after you leave. But considering that I am right next to you, if I don't stop him, he will be even beaten by those people. If I blame them all, it will be a disaster. So please stay a little longer, and those people will come to find you. As if they were surprised by someone's reaction, the group of people changed their attitude again and formed a vague surrounding position. The young man who took the lead took a few steps closer. As long as he moved a little further, he could pull out the thin sword at his waist and be within a distance of hurting someone. Seeing such a battle, Lin leaned towards Hyali, pointed at the group of people watching eagerly beside him, and asked, "You are familiar with this kind of people. What should I do to make them give up asking for trouble? How about admitting defeat? If you agree to any cannibalistic agreement, you must have the awareness that your bone marrow is not guaranteed. Maybe you can get away with it after you have a little bit left." Haley answered seriously. In his heart, he hoped that the magician would be willing to obey his arrangements and let the Empire put him into various postures. In this way, there is hope for his promotion. But unfortunately, it seems that my official career has come to an end. Therefore, he still remains in the Holy City. It is a continuation of the mission, but it is better to say that he is giving up on himself. However, the group of people who were turned a blind eye and watched the two magicians chatting on the opposite side could not possibly accept such a scene. The young man who took the lead scolded, "I'm about to die, and I don't know it. If you have time to joke, why don't you think of ways to save your life?" Faced with such a threat, Lin continued to ask the acquaintances behind him, "Are you sure your people really want to play that big?" Haley said with a sneer, "A barking dog doesn't bite. It's just disgusting." Before the arrogant young man had time to refute, Bijan, a friend of the great magician Kabamba and also a great magician, passed through the crowd that formed the defense line and pushed a few aside, pushing back their seemingly impregnable defense line. A gap opened, as if the great magician had done something trivial. He bowed respectfully to Lin and said, "Your Excellency Tripwood, the gentleman asked me to come over and invite you to come over and have a talk." How can young people tolerate being ignored? With a wave of his hand, more people joined the defense. The noble son said viciously, "None of you can leave today. It doesn't matter whoever intercedes. Do it." As soon as he gave the order, the whole place was silent, and no one made any move. The three people standing in the encirclement certainly had no fear. They didn't even look at the clamoring young noble. Instead, they looked at the magician who came out on the other side, as if facing a formidable enemy. Captain of the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Legion of the Guana Empire, Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan walked through the automatically separated crowd and walked out. This real big shot walked towards Lin and said, "Jibrash Tripwood? Your Excellency is really easy for me to find. I have been waiting several times, but I can't find your man. I have spent thousands of years to find you. After a lot of hard work, we finally got to see him. Sir, although I didn't know the other person's name, I saw that the two people around me lowered their heads, and this certain person was no exception. And he bowed his head in greeting. You must know that the great magician Bijan is very powerful and senior. During the time we have been together with Lin, except for Kabamba's dead brother, I have never seen this person serve anyone. To be able to lower his proud head, this person is definitely not simple. It's just that the other party said he waited for me a few times. What's going on? I don't have such an impression." At this time, the young noble's son shouted angrily, "Abman, don't let your people capture him yet." Most of the magicians surrounding this place either looked at idiots or showed sympathy. Occasionally, a few people wanted to follow the order and come forward, but they were blocked by others and unable to move, or they were secretly controlled by others. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan also ignored those inexplicable instructions, but said to his friend Attila beside him, "This young man is worse than his brother." "Who is his brother?" After Attila asked, he looked at the coat of arms on the young man's body and suddenly understood the appearance. "Oh, are you talking about the one in the military drawing room? I think they are pretty much the same. They are both terrible." How could the young man who was being ridiculed not hear the contempt in these people's mouths? He said angrily, "Abman, don't forget your identity. My eldest brother is the staff officer of the military map room. He can, at any time." "Of course I remember. And I remember very clearly that according to the imperial military system, even if your brother comes in front of me, he is not qualified to order me. He must first obtain an order signed by the Minister of Military Affairs, and then the order was sent to the commander of the First Army. Only after the commander of the Army Buddha gave it to me did I act according to the order. Not to mention that I was on vacation now, which was private time that even the emperor was not qualified to cross. These programs directly ordered me. Why do you?" Chapter 597 Regret. The great magician Attila said with a strange smile, "I heard that there is a recent practice. Don't restrict the children's actions too much. Only children raised in this way can give full play to their talents and achieve something. But even if you don't want to teach manners and education, at least teach them some common sense. Why do nobles nowadays raise such children? Maybe it's because he is the second son. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan said with a shrug. What the second son said was not a compliment among the nobles. It implies a sense of not being cared about and being abandoned. So the noble young man was furious and said through gritted teeth, "Believe it or not, I will kill you." At this moment, everyone couldn't help laughing and looked at the furious man with sympathetic eyes. The meaning of the title Great Magician is that he is very capable of fighting. The meaning of the title Dharma Saint is that he is recognized as being very good at fighting. It is not too difficult for a noble with sufficient strength to kill a Dharma Saint without the protection of a magic tower. The question is, how much are you willing to pay? And are you able to accept the consequences? There are no masters in Mede who can recall 12 gold medals and just drink a glass of poisonous wine. For such a young man, Babak Abu Nahan was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. He waved his hands and said to the others, "Take them away. If they don't accept it, break their legs and carry them away. Let them understand how the word strength is written. I am saving their lives." Turning his head to look at someone, he curled his lips and spoke with dissatisfaction. "This man is a strong man who killed half the team in one go. Not everyone can deal with him. And I'm also very curious about how you did it." The anger and momentum that had been rising suddenly came to an end. Babak Abu Nahan looked at the night sky curiously, although nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But just for a moment, it seemed that there was a layer of the same night, quickly replacing this ordinary starry sky, shrouded under it. They seemed to have fallen into someone's control. It's like entering someone else's magic tower. The feeling of life being in danger. The Dharma Saint looked around and saw that there were not many people who felt the same as himself. But everyone who noticed it had the same puzzled expression. And no one could figure out where this feeling came from, guessing that it was the actions of the person in front of him. Babak Abu Nahan talked to the other person with an equal attitude for the first time. "You did this. It seems that you do have the strength to do it. But I still want to know. Why?" Regarding this kind of riddle-like questioning, Lin guessed that the other party wanted to know why he killed so many people in the first place. He also felt helpless about this and said, "Can I say it's because your soldiers are too good? Too good? Do you deserve to die?" Abu Nahan was puzzled. In an ordinary team, when the commander dies, it will bring uncontrollable chaos to the team. Some people will run away. Some will continue to fight. And more people will be at a loss. But that group of soldiers is too good. 1 or 2 people death could not stop them from the initial attack order. They did not seem to understand that when their strength was insufficient, they should retain their vitality instead of dying. In the end, they missed the opportunity to retreat. And I had to use my own strength. I don't want to solve everything. After all, I don't have the habit of being killed. I can only say that I am very sorry that something like that happened. The concentration of Dharma Saints in the holy city of Estali is unmatched by other places. In the nearby area, there are no less than 10 people who are recognized as the top military force in the Lost Land. No matter how little a person cares about world affairs, he will still pay attention to the intelligence of these people to avoid offending anyone inadvertently. So as early as the young man called out his name, he knew the identity of the person in front of him. After all, there was an old saying when I was in the army, if you don't work hard, you won't be lazy. And if you only fight hard, you won't have a good eye. Faced with a question raised by a Dharma sage, he also answered it seriously, without any disparagement, without any ridicule. In fact, that was what he was thinking at the time. When facing a strong army that doesn't know how to back down, and you are burdened and unable to escape, there seem to be only 2 outcomes. Either all of your own people will die, or all of the other party will die. If you don't want to die, you can only ask others to die. Babak Abu Nahan put himself in his shoes, and even he seemed to have no other better choice in that situation. Soldiers of the Empire's regular army were originally trained so that as long as they heard the order to move forward, even if there was a cliff in front of them, they would walk down one after another, even if they fell off the cliff. Because on the battlefield, everyone must perform their duties well, and ultimately victory can be achieved on the overall battlefield. If the soldiers are too afraid to move forward, then why fight? But when the commander is so stupid that he is still unwilling to issue an order to retreat when there is nothing he can do, it will be devastating to the entire army. However, this kind of situation happens quite often to this proud army. Among the defeats in the history of the Empire, 9 out of 10 times were due to the stupidity of the commanders. They never lost in evenly matched battles, even against other empires of the same level. Having strong self-confidence is both a good thing and a bad thing for an army. Therefore, the Dharma saint actually agreed with the reasons given by the person in front of him. There is both pride and regret. He had no strong desire for revenge. He just wanted to see what kind of person he was capable of destroying half the team. If the opponent is a heinous bastard, then just kill the opponent easily, regardless of whether his knowledge of mathematics will be cut off. However, after a brief conversation, the magician gave the Dharma saint the first impression that he was not an evil person. Thinking again about the virtues of the nobles of the empire, the outstanding ones can certainly bring many benefits to the empire, and the evil ones can also use their power to cause greater damage than ordinary people. However, the latter often gets into trouble that they cannot solve. Noble status is not a guarantee in Lost Land. Therefore, Babak Abu Nahan no longer wanted to investigate the outcome of the face-to-face confrontation on the battlefield that was completely false. Just how it will end in front of me. Suddenly there was a sound of singing that I had never heard before. Different from traditional epics that emphasize ethereal high notes and praise gods or heroes. The singer uses a very gentle voice to tell a love story. The gentle sound of the piano is exciting and makes every listener feel intoxicated. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. That was the place where the apprentices gathered. A group of good-looking boys and girls took out their musical instruments and were competing with each other on their talents. However, one person singing attracted everyone's attention. Even the small string orchestra and soprano on the magician's side stopped, and everyone listened quietly. However, if someone just listens to the singing, he will know who the singer is. In my own impression, the only person who could sing like this in MIDI was the wild girl Harumi, who was always by her side. Not to mention where that song came from. I had the impression that I once hummed it casually on camping nights during my travels, and sang it once or twice. Sometimes he would help them translate the lyrics from his hometown, and even explain the meaning of the words. For a while, filling in the lyrics of those foreign tunes was the most passionate thing for the two girls. Sometimes it's in common language. Sometimes it's in the dialect of the girls' respective hometowns. Just letting them sing out the flavor. All I can say is that if this girl were left on Earth, with this ability and good cultivation, she would be a big star even if she didn't become a diva-level figure. It would be a pity to leave it in a lost place. Everyone was curious about this sudden figure. Someone approached the Dharma saint and whispered a few words. Babak Abu Nahan unexpectedly turned his head and asked, "Is that girl your apprentice?" There is nothing wrong with admitting this kind of thing. So Lin nodded and said, "Yes. He is an excellent disciple. Although I really want to complain a few words about how wild this girl is normally. But this kind of hometown-style modesty is not popular in Midland. It may even be thought that someone is mentally ill. So he belittles the people around him. So at times like this," Lin used his law style and said with a smile, "Yes, this is an apprentice that will make me proud. However, I still hope that she will pay more attention to magic. Ha ha. I understand. I understand." In fact, if you think about it seriously, apart from being a bit wild, there is nothing about Halumi that makes you dislike him. As an apprentice and an assistant, she and Kaya were able to appropriately help someone who was a teacher. They would not interfere too much with their own lives. It can be said that there is nothing to be wary of. Maybe it's the children of the poor who become the masters early. In the beginning, the two of them also suffered together with someone and never complained. To be honest, Lin was grateful for the company of the two of them. Otherwise, he would have been driven crazy by this world at some point. While most people were intoxicated by this novel singing, Lin looked around for no reason, looking at the situation everywhere. Not far away on the other side, I caught a glimpse of the familiar beauty, like the stars over the moon, surrounded by a group of young handsome men. Then chatted and laughed with the beautiful men, rubbing their ears and temples from time to time, looking extremely intimate. As soon as she noticed someone's gaze, she immediately looked over and looked at each other. He raised his glass and opened his mouth suddenly, as if to say, "What a shame. But they told me there was a good show to watch. I also want to see you beaten until your nose is bruised and your face is swollen. Are you talking to yourself?" Someone is confused. When the group of handsome men around the lich noticed that the beauty next to them was not looking at them, they all looked in the direction of the beauty's toast. When they saw Lin, some people showed disgusted expressions, while others leaned towards Fan, proudly showing how close they were to each other. Others thought they were standing at an angle that the beauty couldn't see, and showed explicit hostility. Is this an alienation and beauty trap? Then the young man who came to trouble him was the one responsible for making himself look bad. In response to this group of people's hard work, someone responded with a helpless expression of shrugging. raise the glass again, and drink it all in one gulp. As for whether the former demon king would fall into the trap, it was never someone's consideration. Being together is fate. Being apart is fate. Between men and women, nothing is certain. One moment, they were sworn to each other, and the next moment, they were wiped out. He didn't see too many examples of this, but a lot. Whether it is a real or fictional world. Chapter 598 Walking Side by Side. The interruption of Arumi's singing made Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan Shuinpa put down his hostility, and curiously discuss everything the other party showed. At the same time, let the great magician Bijit lead the way to the real core area of this banquet. His return this time was not an uninvited guest, but an invitation. And that group of naughty kids with no eyesight and noble titles had long been pushed aside by other subordinates who were traveling with them, and dragged away to give them a lesson. No matter how harmonious the empire may be on the surface, privately the blind master and the blind nobles do not know what it means to live in peace. It should have been a very ordinary conversation, but in the eyes of others, someone who can walk shoulder to shoulder with a Dharma saint is definitely an alien existence. No matter who it is, not many people can stand firmly next to those truly big shots, even if they are not intimidated by their reputation or strength. The reason is simple. Professionals above ordinary people, whether they are magicians or warriors. Even if these truly capable people restrain their power, they will still inadvertently reveal some aura that is enough to shock people. No one can avoid it. Just like human breathing. When you inhale, you will exhale. The so-called accumulation and storage of power does not mean that magic power is stored in the human body like water in a bucket. It is a concept of lung capacity versus physical strength. People with large lung capacity can naturally endure strenuous exercise longer than ordinary people. The work that magicians have been doing for a long time is to find ways to increase their lung capacity that belongs to their power. Then every time it is used, the magic power is distributed more reasonably and efficiently. The more powerful a magician is, the more power he naturally exhales on a daily basis. The more oppressive he will be to those who are close to him. The same is true for warriors. And this oppression does not distinguish between objects. Just like the smell of a high-level monster would make a lower-level monster or ordinary beast run away with its head covered, warriors and magicians rely on this feeling to judge the strength of the enemy and ourselves at the first moment. And this is the main reason why Lin will be looked down upon no matter where he goes. For a Lost Land magician, the power he has accumulated can only be regarded as ordinary in terms of quantity. Even some higher-level magic apprentices with better talents will surpass him in terms of accumulation of power. This can be said to be a flaw, because someone's strength comes from the energy tidal storm in other dimensions during the advancement of World Tree, dream magic towers, flash spells, and all kinds of magic based on the starry night sky are not the power of using the mysterious land. It can be said that his true breathing form is different from that of ordinary magicians in the Lost Land, so no one can really detect his strength before the confrontation. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for the strong and the weak to get along. Just like a lion and a rabbit will not live together. This is not entirely due to the gap in identity, status and strength that makes the weak feel inferior, but more due to physiological inadaptation. It is true that this natural pressure can be suppressed deliberately, just like the method used by some killers and assassins to eliminate their own aura and sense of existence. But is it necessary to do this all the time? Because it's like holding your breath when swimming or diving. No matter how long you hold your breath, you still need to breathe. Even if you can use the concept of slowing down your breathing for a long time to control the dispersion of your own power and reduce the feeling of oppression to others. But this feeling still exists and will not disappear. Of course, Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan would not let anyone here restrain the power and authority he naturally exuded. Even so, there are still people other than his good friend Attila who can walk alongside him. It can be said that the most surprised person present was this Dharma Saint. Of course, the person involved had no idea about the surprise in everyone's mind. And the reason why he was able to withstand the pressure of a Dharma Saint was not because of the power of the Dream Magic Tower. The reason why a strong man of the same level can adapt to the oppressive aura exuded by other strong men is simply because he has become accustomed to his own. Lin's accumulated power is too weak, and logically speaking, it is not enough to adapt to this kind of hierarchical pressure. But who is beside him? Just like someone always likes to say, that fat boy Ezio who was fed fat during this period will definitely have a bright future in the future, because he has adapted to the biological pressure of the Black Dragon. Then in the future, there won't be many people who can scare him in terms of momentum, as long as they don't show weakness at first sight and can display their normal strength. there may be a chance to compete. Many times, the reason why the weak lose to the strong is because they lose the momentum and thus mentally admit their failure. But a coffin only serves to represent the dead, not necessarily the weak or the elderly. For Lin, he could easily ignore the overwhelming power of many senior magicians and powerful men, just because he had adapted to the former Demon King, the Lich fanatical. This advantage is the same for the two girls. You know, when the Lich was first resurrected, he had no control at all, except for the skeleton. The other parts of the whole person are condensed with magical power. It was like she had an aura of fear that oppressed anyone who came close to her at all times. If it weren't for the fact that the Tower of the Great Sage was his home, his last refuge, and his safe haven, someone would have wanted to run away. But eventually, they adapted to life next to the Lich. After Fan reshaped a living body, his control was further improved, and the power and pressure he inadvertently exuded became lighter. But of course, there was no difference to the three masters and disciples who had already adapted. This is one of the reasons why Lin and the other three masters and disciples did not panic when they encountered monsters with dragon bloodline during their journey, or even encountered the black dragon Augustus on the snowy mountains where they were in distress. Especially when a certain Lich is flirting. He won't beat a man's chest softly with gentle little fists. It was a fist blessed with the Demon King's level of giant power. If it was punched hard, a resurrection spell would have to be used to save him on the spot. To be able to survive in such an environment, to be honest, it is not easy for someone. This is also the main reason why Lin has been unable to cultivate the consciousness of being a strong person until now. It's not just Fan's level that makes it difficult for Lin to have a reasonable standard of strength for reference. There is a person around you who can suppress you in all aspects and teach you like a younger brother anytime and anywhere. How can you think of yourself as an invincible strongman and conquer the sky without escalating inferiority complex to autism? Someone's mentality is already strong enough. All in all, it's still too early for a mere Dharma saint to show off his domineering aura and want to kneel down on his own. Of course, this is all something someone doesn't know about. For a time traveler, an old man is not a dead person. Before someone traveled through time, he would only kneel down and salute at the funeral of his relatives and elders. So if you really want someone to kneel down, you will kneel down when twisting incense. No matter how great the official is, no matter how powerful he is, as long as he is a person, he is still more than just two eyes and one mouth. In my hometown in the new century, I don't want the drama of high-ranking officials going out on patrol, and the common people eating pots of pulp and kneeling to greet each other. So this new Dharma sage wanted to talk about magic. So of course Lin would chat with him. If you say something wrong, you say something wrong. Giving the elders a chance to teach the younger generations a lesson and letting them get some satisfaction from it is a unique way of caring for the elders. Otherwise, the old man's self-esteem will be crushed to pieces. If he suffers a heart attack, he will be resented for countless lifetimes. So sometimes, losing is a kind of tenderness, just like someone takes certain lies as good intentions. Entering the main house, there is a place where a bunch of old men are cooking small stoves. It is not hosted by a group of girls, as someone thought. What you see is a scene of debauchery of old people in the Middle Ages. The banquet style here is very normal and fascinating. More like what Lin has seen in other places. In addition to a row of main tables on the small steps, there are 3 levels of long seats on both sides, sitting opposite each other. The table is full of food and wine bottles. Everyone was eating the chicken wings or duck legs in front of them, or using knives and forks to cut the lamb that was roasted until golden brown. But when Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan entered the banquet hall, everyone put down what they were doing and stood up to greet him. This is the respect that magicians show to a Dharma Saint. The seat of the Dharma Saint is of course at the main table. As for the seating arrangement of this kind of banquet, you cannot sit casually at the main table and the front row. Basically, the closer you are to the main table, the higher the status of the person. There are no detailed distinctions underneath, and anyone can sit as long as there is space. But everyone is still used to being in the same group, or people who know each other will sit together. Someone who has never attended the banquet of the magician of Estali in the holy city, of course, subconsciously looks for an empty seat in a remote place. As soon as I turned my head, I saw a group of magicians taking math class, waving to invite them. After Lin responded to the greeting, he wanted to walk towards the group of acquaintances. But how could the Dharma Saint who came in with him let go so easily? He just hooked his big hand and was ready. Nothing happened. Babak Abunahan was quite surprised that he had missed. He was also surprised by his friend, who was following him on the other side. The great magician Attila. At their level, catching this chicken-like man should be easy. But it came up short. This forced them to re-examine the information about this man. Lin's flash of appearance may have shocked other magicians, who had never seen it with their own eyes. But it was familiar to those who took math classes. There are no signs of spell casting, and the proper process of spell casting cannot be noticed. Someone's flash technique has reached the level of unsolvable for this group of magicians. So they never thought of being hostile to this man, because they couldn't break his so-called strongest escape magic, which might actually be the strongest. And if you offend such a magician, and you can't kill him completely, what consequences will it leave? Everyone has been immersed in magic for decades. If they knew such magic, what kind of coordinated tactics could they develop? Just thinking about it like this makes all the extravagant thoughts disappear. This also reminded them of Abaddon City in the Guana Empire. And there was suspected information about this man that caused the entire city's nobles to have trouble sleeping for 3 days. When I first saw such news, I thought it was too exaggerated. But it is not impossible for them to achieve the same effect. But now, no one can laugh. Chapter 599, Drama. Anyway, the other party is a soft-spoken person. And the masters are not inexperienced in dealing with such people. So whether they were sincerely willing to be friends with him, or they had ulterior motives, the magicians who took math classes were still very polite when they saw this one appear. But the various behaviors that they finally saw with their own eyes today made the original thoughts of another group of magicians slightly shaken. Everyone is not sure whether we can achieve the original goal today. Although the opponent feels as weak as the rumors say, his ability can be described as weird. No one wants to go to the last step of the original plan before finding out the details of the other party. Compared with the banquet outside, which is more conducive to walking and bonding, the inside is really like an academic seminar. It's the kind of thing where you gnaw on chicken legs and wings while spitting and talking wildly. It's like adventurers bragging to their friends while drinking and having fun. But here they are bragging about all kinds of profound knowledge that is unimaginable to the outside world. Seeing the magicians fighting each other with red faces under the influence of alcohol, it is not difficult to imagine the reason why such academic seminars often start filming. As for saying that drinking makes your mind unclear and unable to make correct judgments, 9 out of 10 magicians here will complain about not drinking. Can they help clarify their thoughts and come up with so many wise words through discussion? If we were on Earth and saw such a scene with our own eyes, no one would object to the law banning drinking in magic seminars. Now, someone is not only a part of it, but also the steamroller that crushes all existence. In the small circle where Lin sat, the discussion was of course mainly about mathematics. Although in class, he rarely helps others answer their doubts in life. But when teaching, he paid great attention to explaining how each of the knowledge he taught would be used in life. He even used these real-life examples as a starting point to introduce new mathematical methods. The most classic ones are of course issues such as Han Xion's ordering of troops and chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Magicians who have developed an interest in it will of course want to use mathematics to explain everything they see around them. This is a good thing, because mathematics is a method used to explain various phenomena seen in life. Just like any problem they encountered in life before, their first thought was how to use magic to solve it. It's just that the senior magicians don't know many mathematical methods now, and they often get stuck when discussing a bottleneck. If it were a small gathering outside, belonging to their own people, of course everyone would be thinking hard. But now that someone is present, it becomes a temporary test question and is thrown to someone. On this occasion, Lin did not pretend to be aloof or cautious, but seriously discussed various ideas and algorithms with everyone. Suddenly, the sky above the long table was filled with traces of various whiteboard writing techniques, full of various algorithms, calculations, and geometric figures. In fact, the magic of whiteboard writing is easy to learn, but difficult to master. How to control the light condensed by power and turn it into writing or lines in the air according to your own ideas requires a lot of training and a little talent. But for these magicians who like to teach others, there is nothing more convenient than this magic to explain their ideas to others without wasting paper and pen. These two items are still high-priced items in Lost Land. But even if the changed handwriting is ugly, everyone can still understand it. However, because the whiteboard writing techniques used by different people will not interfere with each other, everyone cannot make corrections during the discussion, so they can only use strike-throughs and additions. Therefore, the heads of this group of people are so cluttered that it is difficult for others to see clearly and miss the key points. Except that the people participating in the discussion can understand the messy graffiti a little bit in the order of everyone vying to speak first. Gradually, The people sitting farther away on the long table could no longer sit still. They stood up and gathered around Lin. Those students who did not take math classes but had friends who did take math classes would discuss this aspect of knowledge with their friends in their spare time from time to time. And these people also came over. For a time, Lin became the focus of everyone. He was in the spotlight. Even more so than the people around the two Dharma saints. Yes, both. In addition to Babak Abunahan, the captain of the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Legion of the Guana Empire. Another Dharma saint is the tower master of one of the 6 towers in the Holy City. Mildiades. It's just that when someone came in, no one introduced him. And he didn't know that such a great god was present. So Lin didn't come forward to pay homage to the doc. It means that even if he knew about it, he would probably be repelled for being rude if he came forward without any introduction. Generally speaking, magicians will not play the tricks of nobles. But in the Holy City, Linku wasn't sure whether it was the same as other places. So if you play it safe, it would be safer to hide in your own small group. But the more lively his place is, the more uncomfortable it will be for those who are holding back the urge to have an attack. Because what this group of people who are considered a thorn in the side are doing is what would happen in such a situation. As long as they can attend this kind of banquet, they will not care about their origin or status, but only whether their knowledge is correct. However, what those people are discussing is beyond what most people realize, and they cannot even interrupt. Even if you want to scold the other party for talking nonsense, you have to do it in a reasonable and well-founded way. If you just rant about random things, it doesn't matter if you are right or wrong. Then you still need your own academic status. No one is allowed to mess around in this situation. Not to mention that all the things that happened at the banquet would not just stay inside the door. It will definitely become a topic of conversation at other people's dinner tables, and a laughingstock for everyone. So they obviously found someone. But in the end, they couldn't do anything. The masterminds couldn't help but look at the specially invited Dharma saint. Mildiades, the master of Tower 6 among the 6 towers of Estali, one of the general presidents of the Magicians Association, and one of the top leaders of the current bookkeepers of the Great Library. In terms of academic status, it can be said that it is second only to number 1 tower, the Dharma saint who has real power as the president of the 1st district chapter in the Holy City. Using the word high moral character to describe the person present is too superficial. Such people are willing to come forward. Of course, using mathematics as bait. And it depicts a beautiful vision. If mathematics is really a knowledge with such a great effect, then it is the responsibility of their contemporary people to spread the mathematics to the whole world in the shortest possible time. But there is an obstacle to such a great thing. And that is that the founder of this knowledge, or the first disseminator, is only willing to spread this knowledge within a small area and collect huge profits. It hinders the way for others to learn this knowledge. It is said that the tuition fee pricing was decided by the Dean of Cabinby Academy. Someone took the blame for this matter, but he did not object to charging so much money. So everyone's ultimate goal is to force that one to hand over his knowledge. Anyway, this is not the first time, and it is a method given by himself. It is to use the Charlie Richard Fund established under the branches of various magician associations to collect all fees related to the dissemination of mathematical knowledge, and use the funds to disseminate and help others learn magical knowledge. The most important thing is that as long as it is made public, this knowledge will fall into the association, and everyone will be able to do whatever they want. Everyone's age and qualifications are there, and they can't be compared to an incompetent magician. In this way, everyone is happy. Of course, what these people who suggested to Mildiades did not say was that there was probably still one person who was secretly crying. The person who created all this. But including forums and mathematics. These knowledge should belong to the entire world and should not belong to one person. So when everyone spoke out these ideas, they did so with dignity and dignity, as if they had done some great merit. Although he is the master of one of the 6 towers, Mildiades, the saint of France, is not an old man who is ignorant of foreign affairs or is too old and confused. He has used the forum and knows the subject of mathematics. He can also imagine what a big loss it will be to that person if these 2 subjects are confiscated in a tricky way, although doing so, it seems to be good for the whole world for the time being. Agreeing to attend this banquet does not mean that he agrees with those people's thoughts and actions. It is just that he also wants to see how this man who is at the forefront plans to deal with this matter. According to the previous practice, only teaching a small number of people in a closed manner is definitely the most inappropriate way to deal with it. So is there a better way to do it without causing too much loss to the person? So Mildiades wanted to see that one in person. hear his opinion, and discuss the matter. Of course, if the atmosphere of the banquet continues like this, it will probably be over today, because the group of people discussing mathematics had already started to get up. Some even rolled up their sleeves, bent their arms, kicked their bullseye, and roared with thick necks. So before the group really got into trouble, Miltiades picked up the spoon and knocked the golden cup in front of him. The force was not strong, but a little trick was used to allow the knocking sound to be clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Of course, he didn't forget to add a dozen shields around himself. There are dozens of magicians at the scene. If one of them fails, colorful magic will come over. Fortunately, that tragedy did not happen. When the magicians saw that the person who wanted everyone's attention was a Dharma saint, they all stopped their discussion and waited for Miltiades to speak. Gentlemen, I believe that everyone gathered here today is interested in, has ideas about, and even has a certain level of knowledge in the subject of mathematics. I believe that in order to achieve better development in the subject of mathematics, I believe that it is the joint efforts of all of us. On this issue, I would like to hear the opinion of the founder of today's mathematics, Lord Gabriel Shrepwood. Being named, someone suddenly becomes the focus of everyone. But it seemed that everyone showed a satisfied expression, because the Dharma saint's speech seemed to be in support of him. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the big man didn't say any practical words. He just kicked the ball at his feet, regardless of this person's position. The old fritter is sure. Chapter 600, Did you mislead others? After standing up and clearing his throat, Len invited the senior magicians to sit down, because his seat was at the bottom. Unlike Saint Miltiades, who was at the higher main table, if everyone was standing, he would be covered. Besides, it is easier to plot against oneself when others are standing. So we first ask everyone to return to their seats. After order was restored, Len first saluted and greeted the two Dharma saints at the main table, and then saluted in all directions. Lord Miltiades, Lord Bavik Avnahan, and all the seniors. I am Gabriel Ashtripwood, a formal magician. I really don't dare to be called the founder of mathematics, because I stand on the shoulders of many predecessors. I can achieve what I am today. It can be said that without the efforts of everyone here, there would be no magician world today. No matter whether you want to cooperate or fall out in the future, you should praise it first and then talk about it. Anyway, these people are indeed above me in terms of age. A few words of humility won't cause any big problems, but will actually make the other person relax their guard. Anyway, there is good and bad. Seeing the same satisfied expressions on everyone's face, but smiling even more heartily, Lin knew that the Fire Lord had arrived, and it was time to start stewing. I know there have been many voices recently, hoping that I will disclose all my knowledge related to mathematics. To such a request, I hereby carefully and publicly reply to the refusal. No matter who will come to me to make the request, I will do the same. Response. For me, the current teaching method is the best. It is like this now, and will be like this in the future. Nothing will change until I die. Everyone was in an uproar. Someone's decisive speech made not only those people with evil intentions angry, but even those who originally supported him were so shocked that they didn't know how to smooth things over. As the leader, Saint Miltiades of France could not laugh. Although he did not curse in anger, he still had a displeased look on his face. Sir Tripwood, why do you refuse so much? The one who asked with a trembling voice was the great magician Kabamba. He admired this young man, who was full of novel ideas, and was willing to be his assistant and help him on the road of learning. He also knew that there were many magicians who had this idea. But what he said just now offended all the magicians who didn't appreciate him in one go. Maybe even the people who originally supported him would change their ideas and stance. So Kabamba had to ask. Of course Lin knew that this kind of strategy of solving the problem of the romance of the three kingdoms was definitely a shock bomb. If you encounter someone with a bad temper and don't intend to listen to what they say next, it's not impossible to kick them out. But there are a lot of people here. So as long as you give yourself a chance to continue talking, you can give these old men a chance to enjoy a sauna. So he continued. President Kavambai, regarding the mathematical knowledge I have, my thoughts are everything I just said. Not a word added, not a word subtracted. That's what I think. But I don't have a monopoly on mathematics. The purpose of this name is as if a magician has studied a magic called fire. Isn't it obvious that other people are not allowed to study fireball, firewall, meteor and fire rain, and doomsday flames? So mathematics should be an open concept and not exclusive to anyone. If these words were spoken from the beginning, everyone present would definitely be laughing from ear to ear. But that first sentence was so frightening that everyone's angry thoughts turned into confusion. And they couldn't figure out what the magician was thinking. A great magician in charge of other colleges asked, "Your Majesty, you are not opposed to the mathematics knowledge taught to you by other colleges?" Sure enough, there is such a person. Lin sneered secretly. In the final analysis, today's banquet is because some people are optimistic about the prospects of mathematics, while others are optimistic about the financial prospects of mathematics. No matter what kind of people, they all want to get their own benefits from it. This is not entirely the physical benefit of money and property. There is also the benefit of knowledge. But this time, someone no longer wants to cooperate with these greedy ideas, regardless of the issue of profit or loss on one's own account. The full spread of the forum actually means that someone wants to turn this thing into a necessity for people's livelihood. The more people who use it, the more users' forum behavior information you have. If you have been through the Earth's big data era, you can understand what it means to master these data, which is almost equivalent to an information nuclear bomb. Therefore, by opening up the forum, on the surface, one loses the huge benefits from the forum magic stone. In fact, before others realize the loopholes of the forum, they are equivalent to making their behavior public under someone's eyes. The power of this black information really cannot be measured by money. However, if mathematics were open to the public for free, there would be no such hidden benefits. I am just working as a free worker, transporting hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge on the earth for free, becoming the bricks and stones that pave the way forward for civilization on the lost earth. Is this, what a joke? If they were willing to trade for a magic tower, that wouldn't be without discussion. Now it was obvious that they just wanted to have sex for nothing. So when faced with such questions, Lin said with the same decisive tone, "I have no objection to any college, any magician, or any scholar who is willing to teach mathematics. But as long as it is not the words I personally said, or the words written by my own hand do not admit that the mathematical knowledge has anything to do with me, because I do not want to take the responsibility for others to mislead others." Everyone was in an uproar again. If the most serious crime in the holy city of Starry is enemies of knowledge, then the second most serious crime must be misleading people before studying knowledge and accumulating the foundation of civilization and progress. Any obstruction is an unforgivable enemy. Similarly, teaching wrong knowledge to others and letting the wrong things cover up the correct ones is also a major crime that hinders the progress of civilization. So someone's criticism is not unreasonable. The dean who asked the question was even more angry. He slapped the table and shouted, "Does this mean that I am not qualified to teach mathematics? No, no, no. I don't mean that you are not qualified to teach mathematics. I mean that none of you here are qualified to teach mathematics." Everyone. This time it was not an uproar, but an explosion. Even a group of people who attended math class and were originally supporters of someone expressed their dissatisfaction. The great magician Cabinby also felt uncontrollable and gave Lin a look, which meant that he should ask for his own blessings. But someone at the center of the storm of abuse showed an indifferent attitude, neither refuting nor explaining. There is no way. Even if you want to have a verbal battle with others, you have to outshine the opponent with your voice. Now everyone is on top, wishing to drown someone with spittle and stars. If you want to compete with others on whose neck is thicker at this time, it is better to wait first. When the opponent's mouth is dry, it's time to fight back. Of course, it's also possible that when someone can't help but take action, it's time to run away. Finally, before the incident that Lin least expected happened, everyone's anger was temporarily suppressed. The one who stopped everyone was Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan. As a practical person, he actually somewhat looked down on those magicians who acted domineeringly based on their so-called academic status. So rather than saying that he was helping someone because he admired the young man in the previous conversation, it was better to say that he wanted to continue watching the show and see how this young man would mock these self-righteous old men. After everyone calmed down, Lin continued, "Before discussing the qualifications to teach mathematics, I would like to ask you first, what do you think is the difference between mathematics and magic?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, Lin said directly, "Although magic is also a rigorous knowledge, it is not simple at all. Any magic will have different effects due to different spell models, different users, and different environments. Even the 69 apprentice-level magics listed in the first to third circles are only recognized as the simplest to use, and there are no mistakes in using them according to the steps. Can anyone recommend which magic is the most correct? In this case, the magician's experience in using magic his understanding of magic, and his grasp of many variables in the environment will all affect the final result. Therefore, an experienced magician is different from a new magic apprentice. Language. Lin then used whiteboard writing skills to write an eternal mathematical classic formula above himself. 1 + 1 = 2. But mathematics is different. As long as the conditions are established, there will be one of three types of answers: unique solution, infinite solutions, and no solution. It doesn't matter whether the person answering is a magician or a magic apprentice, is a Dharma sage, a child who does not understand magic. It will have a correct answer, just like the 1 + 1 = 2 I wrote. This is the basis of mathematics and the truth of mathematics. If it is not established in the field, then everything you learn next will be wrong. So, what does this have to do with us? The person who replied was the one who originally fought against Lin. Lin smiled and said, "How come it doesn't matter? Of course it does. And it matters a lot. The biggest reason why you are not qualified to teach mathematics is because of your identity, status, and authority. This kind of thing has nothing to do with whether you are qualified to teach mathematics." The great magician with 2 golden threads cursed angrily. But many magicians calmed down and thought about the relationship between the two. Like, really? Not completely unrelated? It's just that where the key is. Everyone can't figure it out for a while. At this time, Lin continued, everyone has been a magic apprentice at one time or another. And I don't know how many people still remember it. It doesn't matter if you forget. After becoming an official magician, you must at least accept and teach apprentices. When you are still an apprentice, or your apprentices ask the teacher, "Why is this magic cast like this?" The answer you get or say is to carefully answer the part that the apprentice is confused about. Or tell the other person, "No, there are so many doubts." Remember, follow the instructions, and you will understand naturally when you become more knowledgeable. Everyone has this experience, and no one will be unfamiliar with it. Sometimes the explanation is not clear because there is too much explanation and the apprentice cannot understand it. So instead of wasting time talking nonsense, it is better to directly order the other person to memorize it. And then, he will understand it naturally. Is that so? Chapter 601 Academic Journals. Of course magic can ask for this, because magic pays great attention to practice. Sometimes the amount of experience is the key to success or failure. But mathematics cannot be played like this. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Even if it is right, there must be proof as to why it is right. It's not because I'm your teacher, so I say it's right. Then the problem comes when you teach math knowledge in class but it's wrong. Those magicians or apprentices who are not as good as you raise questions. Do you dare to admit your mistakes? This rhetorical question is heartbreaking, but the question also left everyone speechless. At this time, someone seemed to refuse to admit defeat and asked, "Do you dare?" Lin Xiaoxia said, "There is nothing to be afraid of. I am a magician from other places with no identity or background. Thanks to a group of highly respected seniors, they do not despise my knowledge and are willing to condescend to take my course. I really made a mistake. Just admit it. The point is to correct the mistake and convey the correct knowledge. I believe that in mathematics courses, many people are waiting for me to make mistakes. Because in mathematics, it is not a big problem. In the face of the truth, I am just a human being who makes mistakes. In fact, I have made more than one mistake in simple addition and subtraction. But someone changed the subject again, taking a step back. Even if you really dare to accept corrections from your juniors, with your status and authority, which apprentice or magician would dare to do so? A correctional officer has a high status in Starry if you don't even know that you have made a mistake. Two situations may happen. First, the apprentices actually know the correct answer, but they don't dare to tell it. They just laugh behind your back and become the laughing stock of everyone. Second, the apprentices will take what you said as the correct answer, and then they will be wrong all their lives without knowing it. So I ask you, are you ready to mislead others? If you are ready, I have no problem. Who wants to teach? Mathematics is taught by anyone. Anyway, the most important thing is that I will not admit that any stupid mistakes are caused by students who are not taught by me. The students who teach them are responsible for themselves. There is nothing wrong with what someone says. Whoever teaches the students is responsible. But why is it so harsh? This is truly the voice of everyone. However, these words are deeply felt by magicians who attend mathematics classes. There are correct answers to mathematics, even though during after-school discussion time, The only ones who correct my mistakes are my peers sitting in the same class. Most people's status is similar to his own. But there are a few who are not magicians. Not even apprentices. But ordinary people who have nothing to do with magic. When they were corrected by those few people at first, everyone was uncomfortable with it. It's just that we are sitting in the same class. So it's not easy to have an attack. But after a long time, it becomes nothing. Anyway, right is right and wrong is wrong. Including the person on the podium. Mathematics is correct. People make mistakes. If they make mistakes, correct them. That's okay. This is an idea that someone instilled in the classroom. But when I stand on the podium, and a group of brats below point at me and say I am wrong here, I am wrong there, what kind of attitude will I have? I can really say calmly, oh, the teacher was wrong. Let's correct it. If such a question is asked, of course an impassioned answer is inevitable. But when you ask yourself, what are your true thoughts? Do you still need to lie to yourself? Seriously, it can't be done. Even if you really change your mind. Who dares to question yourself before that? In such an environment, am I suitable to teach mathematics? No matter how fiercely they scolded them before, or how much they cared about saving face, they were still very practical when thinking about things. Because it's not practical, and it won't work. Lost Earth is no better than the Earth. It's really dangerous to lose one's life. If you have to hold on to your attitude because of face issues, at a critical moment of life and death, will the god of death spare your life just for the sake of your face? Of course it's impossible. You will die if you die. Therefore, when masters consider a problem, they never assume that things are just like their imagination. They must think from many aspects. It can also be said that those tough-talking people will be eliminated by the cruel nature before they live to their age. Although there are people with quick thinking, they have figured out that there is a major premise behind what the magician said. That is, if you teach mathematics yourself, you will definitely make mistakes. However, this premise is not inevitable. If you think about it carefully, when the man said such things, he was not predicting that other magicians would make mistakes. He was just simply not trusting others. But no one has the confidence to refute his intentions. Because now it seems that no one really knows more than him. This is something everyone acknowledges. And that's why we have today's gathering. So many big figures took the time to gather together. Not just to find some benefits from this knowledge. But now it seems that it will be in vain. But it's not over yet. For Lin, there are two types of people who covet mathematics. One for money, and the other for prospects. The former wants to gain the right to teach mathematics, so as to get a piece of the pie in this education market. Lin doesn't restrict anyone from doing this. But he doesn't take any responsibility. And the reason is very clear. So for the former attempt, someone's action can be said to be to directly overturn the table and ignore everything. Anyway, 100 schools of thought contend, each according to his own ability. I can't eat meat or drink broth. It's just because I'm too weak. However, for the experts who are optimistic about the future of mathematics, these people cannot attack them all at once. They have to win over them. If they want mathematical knowledge, they must have channels to get it. The mathematics courses currently offered at Cabin by College have a flaw for such people who are eager to seek knowledge. That is, there are too few people who can attend classes and participate in discussions at the same time. This is limited by the hardware of Kabamba College. And the largest classrooms are already full. Building a big house is impractical. If we want to add space to the original classroom, we can only make a bunch of gray-haired magicians stand for 2 hours. Guess how someone will die? Of course someone has a way around this. So while eating and drinking, Lin looked at the magicians who seemed a little uninterested after being bombarded repeatedly, and thought about the time to speak. There were so many gray-haired old men in front of me, looking like they were hopeless. Especially the two Dharma saints at the main table. Although one seemed to be watching a big show, the other was no different from the others, with a tangled look of sorrow lingering on the knotted brow. Although he knew that these old men were too tough to commit suicide easily, someone still couldn't help but want to endure them a little longer. Otherwise, everyone will try to catch him plucking his wool. If he plucks for a long time, he will become bald, and he will not become stronger if he is bald. Anyway, I just talked a lot of nonsense. My mouth was dry, and I wasn't full when I arrived at the banquet. So I ate and drank slowly. When the fire was almost done, someone wiped his mouth and took another big gulp of wine with a very low alcohol content. He couldn't understand why someone would get drunk after drinking this kind of thing. Only then did he knock on the empty wine glass, breaking the mournful silence. After attracting everyone's attention, Lin stood up and said, "Since the theme of this banquet is mathematics, I have something related to mathematics, and I will use this occasion to announce it to everyone. In 8 days, it will be July this year. On the first day, I will compile the content of my first month of teaching at Kabamba College, as well as some different proof methods for the same mathematical problems that I have not used in class, and compile them into a book, publicly sold. Speaking of this, Lin noticed that some old magician's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. In the future, I hope to publish such a book on the first day of every month. In addition to the knowledge I teach in mathematics classes, I also collect any mathematics knowledge that is not from my courses, like the same problem, different proof methods, or any problem that I haven't mentioned before that is the same or similar, and then give a reasonable mathematical method to solve it, as long as it is mathematical knowledge that has not been disclosed before, and it can be solved. If it passes the review and is published in this mathematics book, I will pay the author a royalties." Seeing some people's eyes getting brighter and brighter, someone knows something is going on. I want to make it clear that this does not mean that I will buy this method or proof. This is just the author's share of the proceeds from selling the book. Of course, the remuneration will not be too much, because there are also other costs are included. But the author's name and resume will be clearly marked. There is no restriction on the external solicitation. Anyone can submit a paper, but it must be the latest research results that have not been published. Knowledge will always be taught one day. I hope that this book, published at a fixed time, can be a place where everyone can publish the latest mathematics knowledge. After saying these words, most of the magician's eyes were bright and sparkling. This method is actually similar to how earth science journals operate. The reason for starting a journal is that someone opened the subject of mathematics to everyone and anyone can teach it. In this competitive environment, if you want to win, you must establish yourself as an authority in this field, instead of constantly using updated mathematical knowledge to convince others to maintain your authority. It is better to create an authoritative platform and then be a rule maker. This kind of thinking. As early as 5 days ago, someone knew that this banquet was about to start, and someone was already making relevant preparations. As expected, as soon as this idea was uttered, many magicians wanted to know more details. Lin also answered them one by one. Moreover, the focus of what people are asking is not how to release someone's mathematical knowledge, but about the part where people can submit papers to publish their own research results. Chapter 602 Military Order. This was just as I had originally guessed. This group of people who were optimistic about the future of mathematics wanted not to gain from it, but to gain fame. Or to put it more nobly, they want to do their best to contribute to mathematics, rather than letting their research results rot in their own notes. So they need a stage where they can be published publicly. The so-called name is just an appendage that comes with it. As long as there is an open stage, teaching or not is not that important to these magicians, who only want to focus on research. If you don't go to the academy and mislead others, you may not be allowed to discuss and study with your apprentices and friends in your own small place. And to be honest, there are many people who don't like the environment like a college and the cauldron-like teaching method. However, this regularly published book has some restrictions on submissions. Of course, these people have to ask what the rules of the game are. As for the limited space, no one particularly cares about the trivial matter of selecting the best for publication. From a reader's perspective, they don't want to see some inexplicable garbage content in a valuable intellectual book. As for the magicians who were discussing very enthusiastically, in addition to those who had taken math classes and were supporters of someone, most of the magicians who had not taken math classes also joined the discussion. Looking at this heated scene, another group of people became anxious again. If this regularly published book is completed again, then the money earned has nothing to do with them. If talking about money is too snobbish, then with this book as a link, all participants will naturally gather into an emerging force because of their common position. As can be expected, this force cannot be ignored. This is something that those deans who are keen on power find difficult to accept. Seeing the French Saint Mildiades sitting firmly on the main table with a mysterious smile, one of the anxious deans shouted hurriedly, "Your Excellency Tripwood." "Yes. Any advice?" Lin replied reflexively. "As for the book you mentioned, the power to review whose articles should be published should be in the hands of the Magicians' Association, and it should not be left to you, a little magician, to bear such a heavy responsibility." "Lord Mildiades, do you think I'm right?" The Dharma saint, who was suddenly dragged into the water, was stunned for a moment. But what was even more stunned was a person who had been bombarded with a bunch of questions before. He blurted out without thinking. "Stop it! Who of you is qualified to review me? What's more, people from the association told me that mathematics is not magic, and I am not qualified to enter the association." Suddenly, everyone wanted to find the little undertaker who was doing this and cut him into pieces 10,000 times. Looking at a group of old men with white hair and white beards, looking like they had eaten a fly's poop, Lin realized that he had gone too far. He quickly laughed and said, "Seniors, I don't mean any disrespect. It's just that in the subject of mathematics, it's really not about status that determines whether to publish someone's article. It's about understanding it first, and then judging whether it's right or wrong. In the end is the value of reading the article." A group of people who had eaten flies felt like vomiting blood now. Is this an apology? Why does it sound like last hit? This is because today's discussion is about mathematics. If we discuss magic, we will definitely take this guy outside and use all kinds of magic to smear his face. What if the great library came forward to collect this knowledge? Miltiades, the French saint, suddenly said at this time, unable to grasp what this big shot was thinking. Lin did not refuse immediately, but asked politely, "Sir, is there any precedent for similar things?" That's not the case. The Great Library has always only collected knowledge and knowledge submitted by others on their own initiative. What we are responsible for is just classification and sorting. Do you have any good advice in this regard? Drag the big library into the water and put on an official vest. Lin thought about various possibilities, but was quickly rejected by himself. The reason is also very simple. If Sun Ho breaks out of Wuzishan on his own, he will be free to roam freely, but if he is released by others, he can only wear a tight band. Similarly, the government has not provided much help in this field of study, other than promoting it. So will this skin be a help or a fetter in the end? Lin had no objection to being told what to do by a group of old men. After all, given your age and experience, it is always beneficial to listen more. But being told what to do by a group of old men who know nothing. So Lin thought about it and said cautiously, "Sir, the Great Library has a transcendent status. If it rashly gets involved in external affairs, there will inevitably be feedback. And I don't know whether it is good or bad. What's more, maybe I can't run this journal. If I mess up, if the Great Library is willing to recognize and include journals, I would like to donate 10 journals to the Great Library after each issue is released." Someone's bold words can't help but attract everyone's attention. Paper is expensive, but books are even more expensive, because every book, apart from the cost of materials, was written word for word by a scribe. And 10 books as a gift is definitely a generous gift. Even if he had been affected by someone's verbal offense before, it was difficult for Miltiades to have an attack. The Dharma Saint asked at this time, "The journal you mentioned is the name of this book?" "No, sir. Journal refers to books and periodicals published during a fixed period, not a name. As for the name, I would like to use the term mathematical journal directly, although someone in his heart wants to directly use it as a scientific journal. Covers all aspects of disciplines. But I am afraid that such a step is too big and other people will not adapt to it. So I use the name of the knowledge mainly provided in this book." Miltiades nodded and said, "Mathematical journal. A good name. Have you considered where to sell it? Without the channels of the association and the help of the big library, you wouldn't have your own store." "That's not true, sir. So with the permission of Dean Kabamba, I hope to borrow a classroom in the mathematics building as a place for preparation and sales. Otherwise, I can only do these things at my own home." At this time, the great magician Kabamba quickly stood up, patted his chest and said, "No problem, Lord Tripwood. The Academy will do its best to serve this knowledge. By the way, how many books have you prepared? Can you read them?" Dharma Saint asked again. Lin smiled heartily and said respectfully, "Not a single book has been completed yet. When it is completed, I will personally deliver it to your Lord's magic tower." But Miltiades was dumbfounded again. There are only 8 days left until the release date of the first mathematical journal promised by the magician. Then, before even one copy was ready, he even announced that he would donate 10 volumes to the big library. Young man. The Dharma Saint couldn't help but shook his head regretfully for this young man who didn't know the heights of the world. But he didn't say anything, whether it was advice or warning. Maybe this man really can do it. In front of magic, a cautious and qualified magician will never say anything to death. What if we really let the other party do it? When the great magician Kabamba heard someone's words, it could be said that he was the most devastated person in the audience. Before even a single book was ready, he promised to send 10 copies to the library. And what was even more exaggerated was that they would be sold to the public in 8 days. I really don't know how many scribes have to be exhausted to achieve the other party's ideas. But some people felt secretly happy when they heard these words, because they had no way to deal with this man. They didn't expect that the other party actually put the knife in their hands. In this situation, anyone who doesn't stab him a few times would be really sorry for himself. A banquet ended with everyone having different thoughts. Overall, everyone got a decent result, although not the most satisfying. And the time when all this will determine the outcome will be 8 days later. On the first day of the month, July, of the Aramaic calendar, 731. Whether or not that mathematical journal appears will largely determine the movements of most of the magicians present. However, although the banquet was over, the carriage rented by someone was the last one to leave, because Lin and the 3 masters and apprentices had been waiting for the Lich, who did not appear. While waiting on the carriage, Lin happened to take out the past memo files and reorganize them into plans and evaluations of various alternatives. The blonde girl had a worried look on her face, looking out the carriage window from time to time. "Teacher, will my sister be in danger?" Halloumi asked. "Danger?" Lin raised his eyebrows, thinking seriously about what events would cause danger to the Lich. Is Midland's sun about to turn into a red giant? Or is the Earth's core collapsing and the entire planetary body preparing to explode? A certain world tree is connected to a bad place and is out of control. Antimatter from other dimensions is pouring into the mysterious land, preparing to destroy all matter here. Right. There will be signs for this level of danger. But if it is not this level of danger, it cannot threaten the Lich. Then she is. Looking at the dim moonlight obscured by clouds and mist outside the window, Lin thought for a while and ordered, "It's very late. Let the coachman take us back. If your sister wants to come back, she won't get lost. There are still many things to do tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early today." After receiving the instructions, Halloumi turned around and ordered the coachman, because as their teacher said, "It is impossible for my sister to be in danger. This is just blind confidence." At this time, Kaya, who was also immersed in the vision of the forum, raised her head and asked, "Is it about the mathematics journal?" "Oh, you know that too." On the forum, relevant discussions have exploded. Everyone is waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Teacher, no one thinks how many books you can sell in 8 days. However, some people also speculate that you are planning to sell the books stored in the magic Shizhongzi books may require book buyers to bring their own scribes and let them find their own way to copy the book. The people who help you have been saying that this method is not bad. But these words have been scolded by another group of people. What a stinker. That's right. Lin responded listlessly. Do you want her help? Kaya asked. No. I have already made arrangements. I can just borrow some manpower from Dean Cabinby when the time comes. I won't need you. Lin refused. That's it. Kaya's voice hit a hint of disappointment. And even Halloumi showed a desperate expression. Chapter 603 New topic. When the teacher saw it, I just thought it was funny. Said, it's not that I don't ask for your help, but I have a more important task for you. You have been with me for so long, and you are familiar with my way of doing things. You shouldn't need me to keep an eye on you all the time. Okay. I'm working independently. I didn't do anything a while ago. I have so many things to think about, and I don't know where to start. I'm definitely not lazy. Having said that, the two girls showed a strong sense of distrust. It just so happened that there was some excitement at the banquet this time. I thought it was time to make some changes. So I have to tell you two to work separately in the early stage of a task. As for the journal, I will see how many manpower the dean can give me. I have to keep an eye on it, no matter what. It's not a big problem for me to do it myself. As soon as they heard that there was something they could do, and that they were trusted so much, the two girls' spirits came up. Halloumi asked happily, what do you want us to do? Pushing away the blonde girl whose whole face was close to her, Lin said, for you, go find a moth-shaped monster. It depends on whether you want to entrust an adventurer to go by yourself, or a multi-pronged approach. It doesn't matter. There are some records of this type of warcraft in the Codex. I have excerpted various rumors and descriptions from the Codex in Appendix 1 of file number 7712. By the way, you can ask Kaya for help. Search the forum index for citing information related to the moth monster. Just use the forum index with caution. So I don't need to tell you more. Looking at another girl who was also full of expectations, Lin continued, Kaya, For you, look at Appendix 3 of the same file to make the machine and write the program. The machine already has a design drawing, but I have never built it. So I will actually do it. You need to make adjustments based on the situation. As for the program, the requirements are also listed. Don't rush into it. Do some preliminary planning, and ask me if you have any questions. He sat back down on the seat cushion of the carriage in progress. The blonde girl was almost splayed on the chair, not looking ladylike at all. He said, "Hey, it's boring to look for monsters. Is that moth delicious? That one is not for eating, but for raising. Hey, raise monsters. Teacher, when did your habits change? Why don't you raise some cute little plants? Your mother. Those plants you raise are so cute. I almost swallowed that big fat boy a while ago. This is because the flower is not big enough. Otherwise it would really go into the stomach and wait for digestion." Someone is complaining crazily deep inside. But he still held back his temper and said, "I don't want the adult moth, but its larvae. Strictly speaking, I want the cocoon formed when the larvae metamorphoses into adults. Why do you want something like that? Someone told me that it looks delicious when fried." "You foodie. Is that enough?" Taking a deep breath and resisting the urge to knock the girl on the spot, Lynn said, "You know silk, right? That thing is made of silkworm cocoons. I was disgusted by the way I wore it today." Which is true. It's not very appropriate. So I'm thinking about making clothes that can resist the corrosion of alien dimension energy, and add some useful magic to solve this problem at once. But before that, I have to find a suitable silkworm species. I can make some good clothes for you if I get more good materials." As soon as he finished speaking, Halloumi quickly took out the glasses with the function of browsing the forum and put them on. And together with Kaya, they buried themselves in the archives someone mentioned. I have never seen that kind of seriousness as a teacher. Silk is also available in Midland, but it is a very expensive luxury product, and the secrets of its production are only in the hands of a few people. Silk, with its unique luster and comfort when worn on the body, is highly sought after by emperors and nobles, and magicians are no exception. Although finished silk cannot be enchanted, there are still many warriors, magicians, especially women, who, even if they cannot be made into outerwear, will make it into underwear, and then cover it with armor or other protective equipment. When he was in Wulyan City in the Southwest Peninsula, Lin once bought a piece of silk, which was a month's income at the time. In the end, it was divided up among 3 women, and I didn't know what the fate would be like, so I didn't dare to ask. You can't tell the 2 yellow-haired girls or the lich at that time. "Take off your underwear and let me see if it smells good." If he had really done that, he would be able to sweep his own grave today. So when they heard that the teacher planned to make silk, whether they could actually do it or pretend to do it, the 2 girls seemed to have taken stimulants and wished they could hold it in on the spot. Halloumi didn't even care that it was late at night and was about to set off to find the moth-shaped monster. No matter what kind it is, no matter big or small, the male and female will catch 10 of them first. Someone just gave the blonde girl above him a knife. Running out without any plan is seeking death. Lin wrote many memos during the trip, covering everything. Anyway, as long as he could think of it, he recorded it all. But the feasibility is not necessarily 1 out of 10. After all, these are not my majors, and many of them have just been heard. Although my memory has gotten better inexplicably recently, I can think of many things, but it is only limited to the parts that are known, and the complete content is not known, and for those who only know a concept, if you want to make it, you still have to start from scratch. After all, silk is one of the traditional craft products of my hometown, and someone has a certain understanding of it. But whether it can be completely reproduced in the mysterious land, or even add your own ideas, still needs time to study. Lin just left the preliminary preparations to the 2 girls, and he had to finish the mathematics journal first. This journal is the basis for whether he can gain a foothold in the holy city of Estali. The next day, it was a morning that was no different from before. Gun was still sitting in the same seat, eating the breakfast prepared by the 2 girls. With her legs crossed and her back straight, she looked as beautiful as ever. Looking at her, someone said as usual, "Good morning." He glanced at a certain man's indifference, with some dissatisfaction in his expression. Then looked away and asked about the 2 girls. "Did your teacher cry and say she missed me yesterday?" As soon as she sat down at the dining table, Halloumi said rudely, "No. It's time to eat and sleep." But it's still the same heartless look. "TSK! Next time I will run away from home for a longer time." A certain lich pretended to puff up its cheeks, pouted, and turned its face away from looking at someone. Halloumi asked very ignorantly, "Sister, where did you go last night?" Me, realizing that someone was pretending to be indifferent, but actually eavesdropping, then said slowly, "I wanted to look for it last night to see if I could find true love and see if my body was suitable. By the way, I wanted to take a look. What are those little bastards trying to figure out?" "Oh, have you met a good man?" Halloumi asked deliberately, as if to be disgusting, then shook his head helplessly and said, "I really want to say yes without conscience, but for those idiots, the word disappointment is not enough to describe my mood. Forget it. Let's not talk about those boring guys. I can only continue to try my luck and see if I can meet someone more interesting. Is there anything good about why you prepared so much breakfast today? Are you feeling particularly rich today?" A person who doesn't know how to eat is looking at the breakfast on the table and thinking to himself. The blonde girl who was responsible for organizing the table today said excitedly, "The teacher recognized us yesterday, and he also assigned tasks, and asked Kaya and I to be responsible for each one." Poor child. So happy to be sent around. Then cursed inwardly. She said casually, "Oh, what kind of work are you responsible for?" "Make silk." A girl with a loud mouth said loudly, eager to tell the world. These words shocked everyone except the silver-bearded dwarf. These people all had the same idea, that this man actually knew the unsolvable secret. Even the black dragon Augustus was shocked. You must know that he had turned into a human form and lived in the human world for a long time. At that time, he was taking the upper-class route, eating well and using it well. Of course, he knew the preciousness and value of silk. Then even raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Well, tell me." The girl, who already knew how to deal with the lich, told everything about yesterday's events like a bamboo tube. When file number 7712 was mentioned, she directly viewed the contents of the file in her field of vision. Then he complained to someone dissatisfiedly, "No important point is mentioned here. What are you writing?" Someone said innocently, "It's just an idea. An essay. What complete content can it have? What's more, I don't know if I can find a suitable silkworm species. There is no point in improving those contents, because there are many. Maybe it's all work in vain. Is there no substitute?" Then asked unwillingly, following the idea of making magic props. Lin replied simply, "Isn't that what you are wearing now?" Looking down at himself, then realized that he was stupid for asking. Some things are just unique, and nothing else can replace them. So she lightly clasped her fingers on the dining table, and with a thought, she said to the blonde girl, "Get ready after eating. First go to the Adventurers Guild to find out the news, and then catch some monster moths and come back as soon as possible. Kaya, you use at first search the forum index for relevant information, until you find the right materials. All the rest of the work will be in vain, so don't rush into it." "Okay, sister." The girl with black hair and brown skin nodded obediently and said. The fickle lich seemed to have forgotten the idea of catching a good man, and took over the task of making silk. It seemed that maybe even life lessons had been forgotten by her. Regarding this phenomenon, one can only say let it go. For her, maybe it was just to kill time. Everyone had their own things to be busy with. After simply tidying up, they went about their business. Lin also made an appointment with the great magician Kabamba before the banquet ended last night, and agreed to go to the college this morning to deal with matters related to the mathematics journal, because the next work was closely related to Yuzov. Lindo took some time to explain to him a few words before leaving. Chapter 604 Printing. Early in the morning at the college, students in the Enlightenment class were doing morning exercises. The shouts of the children, big and small, were extremely loud, as if they were trying to breathe out all the air in their chests. Everyone trained themselves like clay monkeys, dripping with sweat, and filled with hot steam. Afterwards, they will go into the newly built large bathroom and give themselves a good scrub before facing a full day of classes. This is a bathroom equipment designed by someone, which brings great benefits to everyone. Otherwise, these children would have to endure the stench of sweat and be squeezed into a small classroom with teachers on a hot day, which would be all kinds of unpleasant. This is also because the magicians in Lost Land all follow a wild style of painting. The magicians have to compete with muscles and size, but they may not necessarily lose to the warriors. Therefore, in the Enlightenment stage, most colleges, like the Chungwa Eden College founded by Lin, attach great importance to children's physical training. If you have time, someone would like to get back into the habit of morning exercise. After all, your body is your own. If something happens to you, whether it's illness or a knife, no one else can do it for you. But there was no time for that today. As soon as Lin entered the academy, he was immediately greeted by the apprentices of the great magician Kabamba and led to the mathematics building. Although he is old, he is usually an energetic dean. But today there is something different. With a hint of apology and maybe some anger, he looked at the person who appeared with a little disappointment and said, "Your Excellency, I'm sorry. I can only find 10 qualified scribes. If it's really urgent, my students and I can help. But I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time. And maybe the speed isn't there." "Young man, I really want to find more people. But the magic apprentices who are good at copying seem to be missing. These people are still the disciples of our old guys. Which is really embarrassing." 10. That's more. That's more. Lin comforted the old man. He also heard hints from the words of the great magician Kabambai that someone was stumbling in this regard. But everyone except Lin looked annoyed. They were quite dissatisfied with a certain magician who overestimated his abilities. And old grudges were rekindled. As long as you are a scribe, it is impossible not to have a grudge against the creator of the forum. Before the forum, their main source of income was copying books on magic knowledge for magicians and magician associations. With the forum, many magicians choose to use forum files to store magic knowledge. Immediately, the work of scribes was reduced by more than 90%. And many people were forced to choose other dangerous or high-risk jobs. So this time, the great magician Cabin by temporarily recruited scribes. Not only were there people obstructing the recruitment from behind, but people with scribe experience were also holding back their resentment and refused to come. These few are here because the great magician Kabambai or several other magicians from the academy are his teachers. Or teachers' teachers. The teacher has spoken. I have to come. Otherwise, there would be no way to redress his injustice. However, based on past experience, it is very common for books like this to be sold to the public, to be prepared a year or two in advance, and only after a certain number of copies have been accumulated can they be put on store shelves. There are even situations where one copy is copied and one copy is sold as soon as it is completed. There are only 7 days left. What can be done? It takes more than this to make a book cover. Ignoring the disgust on everyone's faces, Lin still followed the example of a leader and shouted to everyone first. Said, "Thank you for coming to help me make a mathematical journal. There are still 7 days left, and there is not much margin. But I don't use ordinary copying methods, so the time is not as urgent as you think. Of course, your talents will be used in the next work, but it will also require some strength. Everyone here has no problem with basic apprentice-level magic, such as giant power and light objects. Please introduce yourselves and let me get to know you. We still have some time to wait for my things to arrive, and then we will start to get busy." "Is there printing in Midland?" "Yes, of course there is. But the printing technique of MIDI is still a very simple engraving printing method. However, the main reason why printing in Midland was not popular was because it could not be used for magic-related texts. When transcribing magic incantations or magic circles, even if they are just simple notes rather than magic scrolls, the carrier and ink must not be careless. Use ordinary ink to write words that can carry power. After a period of time, the words will disappear and no trace will be left. Sometimes ordinary paper cannot bear it and becomes brittle and breaks when touched. If it is used for printing, the ink has a special formula, which is different from ordinary ink. This kind of ink that can be used for printing is also of a type that cannot carry power. So far, magicians have not found an ink that is suitable for both uses. Therefore, the scope of use of printing in MIDI is limited to the circles of nobles and countries. That is, non-magical fields. However, the powerful rulers of Midland still maintain a rather backward idea of ignorant people, and always believe that the people must be stupid in order to rule easily. After all, due to the dangerous natural environment, the people of Lost Land maintain a certain degree of force even at the lowest level. If the people's wisdom is further expanded, these rulers will no longer be alive. Therefore, unlike on Earth, printing has good room for development in Lost Land. This is also a misunderstanding among most magicians. They are used to copying books. They always think that magic books can only be copied. But they never thought that mathematics is not magic. Once they figured out this key point, most people's tangled brows relaxed a little. Although the printing technology known to magicians has very poor handwriting and is not easy to preserve, at least it is a way to get through the current level. So everyone has nothing to complain about. Maybe things are not as bad as imagined. With a relatively relaxed mood, the magic apprentices present began to introduce themselves. It's nothing more than studying under someone. How many levels? What magic content has been copied? Etc. After everyone finally finished the introduction, and Lin talked a lot of useless nonsense, Cabin Boy had time to ask, "So what you are waiting for now is the engraving for printing. I don't know how many sets of this part have been completed. There is a limit to the number of times engraving plates can be used for printing. But anyone who doesn't care about this technology probably won't know about this problem. Therefore, the great magician Cabin Boy can ask this, and his knowledge can be considered very profound." But someone still shook his head and said, "Engraving? I didn't do anything like that." The great magician, who had just crawled out of the mire of H.L., felt as if he had been kicked deeper into the depths, and was completely destroyed. Making engravings that can print a set of books would probably take more time than copying. There is nothing now. Is it possible that it can be directly transformed without magic? Could it be that this man has created some new magic, such as calligraphy, reading and writing, etc.? The old man, who had a bad heart, was just about to grab anyone around him, struggle and moan, when news came from his student, who had become an official magician. "Teacher, there is a team of carriages and horses at the door. They said they are delivering the goods that Lord Tripwood needs. Do you want to let them in?" Because of the previous incident in which the inspector team broke in with the intention of arresting people, the president of Kabamba Academy ordered to strengthen the security level of the academy. Intruders will be beaten first and questioned later. If they are not sure of being captured alive, they will be killed on the spot. They are completely guarding the confidential locations according to their levels. Therefore, when an outsider who is not from the academy wishes to enter, he or she must obtain permission from any of the 3 academy managers, including him, the dean, before he can enter. When Lin next to him heard this, he knew that the printing equipment had been sent, and he quickly said, "That should be the printing equipment and printing paper sent by the Technical Guild. I've been waiting for them for a long time. Please invite them in quickly, and directly come to the mathematics building to unload the goods." In fact, as early as 6 nights ago, when he learned that there was a magician's banquet about mathematics, Lin had roughly speculated on various possible events and changes, and imagined ways to break the situation. The issuance of a mathematics journal was one of the plans set at that time. Regardless of whether it is used to solve a certain problem, running a journal is beneficial, but not harmful to a certain transnational public. I have thought about using the convenience of the forum to publish journal content. However, the convenience of the forum has actually become an obstacle to the plan to establish an academic authority, because everyone can speak, and it is not easy to review the content. In comparison, a paper physical book can easily achieve things that forum-based electronic books cannot. Now that we have decided to use physical books, it is absolutely not feasible to use copying methods as in the past under the premise of mass sales. Not to mention how many scribes would have to be hired to achieve the originally envisioned scale if one issue was published every month. At this time, there is no doubt that you need to start clicking on the technology tree of printing. As a traveler, when talking about printing, what comes to mind is not movable type printing, but the manual and automatic cylinder printing machine. When I was a child, in an era when the distinction between factories and homes was not yet clear, there was a small printing shop near my hometown. There is a German-made manual and small automatic cylinder printing press inside. Even the antiques left over from the World War II era were rare high-tech products for small and medium-sized enterprises at that time. So when I had nothing to do, I liked to run there and watch the drum printing machine operating amidst the noisy sound of the motor. Of course, one of the reasons was that there was a kid about the same age as me in the printing factory, so I wanted to play with him. Because of that experience, when I think of printing presses, that man Roland comes to mind. And it doesn't just have a rough shape and outline. It's so detailed that you can clearly see where a screw should be locked. It is said that my memory is already at this level. Even if I have no nerves, I know there is something wrong with my brain. I just don't know that this plugin is a must-have for everyone. But for someone, it is a long-awaited plugin. What is the reason? How long can it last? Is this a sign that things must go back to the extreme? None of this is known. Anyway, I tried my best to make the most of it before my dementia struck. Chapter 605 Cylinder Printing Press. The printing press planned to be copied is said to be small, but in fact it is about half the size of an ordinary car on Earth. If you just rely on yourself to make it, it will take several months no matter how fast it is. So 5 days ago, that is, the day after I learned about the banquet, I stored all the drawings of Man Roland drawn from memory. the manufacturing process of printing paper, and the formula of printing ink in the magic stone. A copy was given to Yuzov Gantia in the form of an e-book. Let him find suitable candidates from among the craftsmen of the Bathroom Equipment Technology Guild to distribute the various components. Because it was manufactured in a decentralized manner, Yuzov was told at the time to make it as perfect as possible according to the design drawings. But after all, it was a product of World War II. Even if the accuracy is really a little bit worse, there is actually no big problem. At that time, the requirements for precision were not so critical. At that time, Yuzov complained a little, saying that they were a sanitary equipment technical guild. These things have nothing to do with bathroom equipment. Someone replied with a smile. Do you really plan to be a toilet for the rest of your life? Only then did Yuzov realize what kind of people he had gathered and what they could accomplish. Then in 5 days, using the power of the technical guild, which was paid, of course, the parts for an automated drum printing press were manufactured. Also delivered are fully qualified printing papers and inks. It was precisely with the support of such a technical guild that Lin had mastered their progress before. Only then did he dare to announce at the banquet that he was preparing to issue the first issue of the Mathematics Journal just a few days before July 1st. Seeing 10 carriages of different shapes and from different workshops driving to the front of the mathematics building, Lin could not help but feel a sense of ambition. What a wonderful thing it is to open up an era, especially with the experience of the Earth at the forefront, which makes people avoid many detours and makes success almost easy. But thinking about the failure experience of Chunghwa Eton College, I realized that when people's hearts are involved, I can't step too fast. It's like the saying I once heard, those who are 1 step ahead in technology are geniuses. But those who are 10 steps ahead in technology are madmen. But when you use it yourself, you can use technology that is beyond the times to make others cry and call their mother. This is the feeling of being a time traveler. Because it was something that had never been seen before. The craftsmen also made different parts according to the design drawings and construction method requirements. So even after helping to move all the goods into the mathematics building, no one left. Everyone wants to see what the assembled thing looks like, and what it can be used for. Of course, Lin had no objection to having a bunch of strong men for nothing. All the assembly processes are in his mind. Using whiteboard technique, he can not only clearly indicate which parts are needed, where they should be placed, how to put them, and how to assemble them, but also with actual light and shadow lines. People understand immediately. Even if there are some differences in accuracy, the problem can always be solved with more spacers and more hammers. Could it be that a dozen craftsmen, a dozen magic apprentices, and several magicians in a room would be stumped by a machine? When this monster, which in the eyes of others was bigger than a golem, was gradually assembled, everyone was so surprised that they didn't know how to evaluate it. In comparison, the card of large sheets of white paper was not that surprising. Although the paper is white and the paper is large, at most it is just a difference in the production process. And everyone can still understand what the things are used for. How do you make it so big, so white, and so flat? Just ask me when you have time. But no one could tell what the purpose of this steel monster was. So everyone couldn't help but be curious. It took less than half a day to complete the printing machine. With not even a single screw left. The power source was obtained from a silver-bearded dwarf. A prototype that had been prepared before, but would have insufficient horsepower as the main power of a peaceful armed force, and was assembled on the flywheel that provided power. The power source is a motor driven by magic power, rather than a gasoline engine that cannot be stably supplied by current fuel sources. But this machine is far from complete, because the printing plate is still blank. If the general brain circuit is normal, and the people are traveling through time, then of course they will learn movable type, and then invent some kind of word detection system to continue to shock everyone. But this is the lost world. A magical world. Among a pile of ordinary metal creations, Yuzov Gansha personally moved the only piece of magic metal and installed it in the position of the printing plate. Coincidentally, the name of this metal is also called Manroland, as if it was destined. The characteristic of Manroland metal is that it is very sensitive to magic shaping and can perform various precise flower work. For magicians who make golems, this metal is usually used to create some complex parts. The disadvantage is that this metal is relatively soft among magic metals. Therefore, these parts on the golem have become consumables, and need to be maintained or replaced from time to time. And such a small shortcoming is not a problem at all to someone. On the control platform that is not found on the original Manroland automatic cylinder printing press, there is a standard-sized Huangshan level magic stone. This can be regarded as the second most expensive material on this machine. Only then did Lin load the typesetting program he had previously edited using P language on this magic stone. This process mainly operates the shaping technique, so that the man-rolled metal will actually change with the design layout. That is, it will become a relief stamping body. This is why someone would simply abandon the method of movable type printing and go back to the old path of woodblock printing. Because the metal plate controlled by magic shaping can be arbitrarily changed into the desired shape with the typesetting program. There is no problem whether it is text or pictures. And there is no need for engraving time for engraving, or inspection for movable type printing. Word time. During the test run, everyone watched with their own eyes how the smooth, mirror-like piece of magic metal turned into a relief plate full of text under someone's control. Continuous changes. Fast and accurate. What is incomprehensible is that one page seems to be divided into 4 quadrants, with 4 pages of content printed, and the content is not continuous. But after all, the characters are backwards and change quickly, so some people think they just saw it wrong. After testing the printing plate, the next step is to start the motor and prepare to test the actual smooth operation of the entire printing press. But as the noise of the motor sounded, news of a group of uninvited guests also came. It was reported by students of the great magician Kavambai that the Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan led a group of magicians to come to see the math teacher, Gavrish Tripwood. To be honest, I didn't have an appointment with that person, so Lin didn't know what the other person was planning to do. However, considering the presence of a Dharma Saint in person and the number of people he brings, even if the Academy wants to take a tough stance, it may not be enough to defeat them. No matter how you put it here, they are all educational units. They are serious active duty combat troops who are just on vacation. So after a few discussions between Lin and the great magician Kavambai, they agreed to let the other party enter. At least, you need to know what the other party is planning before you can make the next response. Like a loud voice that pretends to be bold, Babak Abunahan shouts can be heard a long way away from the mathematics building. He shouted loudly and said, "Young man, you have made a bold statement to publish a journal, and there are only a few days left. Are you sure? Do you want Big Brother to help you?" "Few. There are quite a few carriages at the door. How many people have been found to help?" After all, the visitor had a Dharma Saint. So the dean of the college and the current sole owner of the mathematics building came out to greet him. Seeing that there are more than 10 people on the other side, they are approaching fiercely. If they really want to clash with each other, the Academy side does not look like a rival. "Lord Abunahan." As a junior, Lin was the first to greet him. However, the Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan and the magician Avanbai who grew up in the college greeted each other with courtesy. Although in terms of status, it seems that Dharma Saint Abunahan is relatively high. But in fact, Abambai is not only older than him, but also in terms of qualifications and achievements. He is not inferior to this young Dharma Saint who is in his 50s or 60s. He is considered young for anyone with this title. He was the captain of the first magical brigade before him. Moreover, the gap between the great magician and the Dharma Saint is actually not as big as outsiders imagine. It's not so much a gap in strength as it is a gap in reputation. It is not unheard of for a Dharma Saint who is too ostentatious to be counterattacked by a sophisticated magician who has hidden tricks unknown to outsiders. Therefore, when Abunahan met this person, he always regarded himself as a junior and did not dare to be arrogant. But when he met another young man who was younger than him and was called that in his 40s, he didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. At this age, being a grandfather is not a problem. At this time, it seems that he has returned to his youthful personality, making friends everywhere. Although I didn't hit it off with this magician, this sage of the intuitive martial arts sect felt like I didn't want to be his enemy. This feeling was different from seeing the former demon king. Just by feeling the other party's exhale, he was keenly aware of the gap between the two parties. It is a feeling that is difficult to explain without reaching a certain height. And this indescribable feeling brought him the emotion of despair. These were the reasons why he did not intend to deal with either of these two people. Although before he came to the holy city, the nobles who came to see him off had nothing to do with him. But they offered various incentives and inducements. If those brainless nobles hadn't known that the people in front of them could not be threatened, they would have said some inappropriate words. After everyone on both sides had finished greeting each other, someone who was a little impatient hid his emotions well and said, "Sir Abunahan, I am now preparing to test print the journal. You want to come and take a look and give me some advice?" Just for a moment. Test printing? You mean using printing? Babak Abunahan heard the key from the other party's words. Suddenly many things that I couldn't figure out seemed to be solved. Indeed, for a piece of knowledge that is not magic, this is the best way to break the situation. This was also thanks to a group of people behind the scenes who wanted to cause trouble. They found me through connections and asked me to come to Kabamba Academy to cause trouble. Then I happened to meet the test seal mentioned by the person in front of me to gain more knowledge. It means that quite a few people have misunderstood their purpose, thinking that they came as the captain of the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Army of the Guana Empire to fight with the opponent. If you really want to fight, just come forward yourself. Don't always try to instruct others to use them as swords or swords. For those who like to use intrigues, Babak always treats them without hypocrisy. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Chapter 606, Incongruous Interlude. On the grounds that they were both members of the 1st Magic Brigade, he followed several magicians as an excuse and deliberately kept one step behind everyone. When the people who were talking at the front stepped onto the stairs in front of the mathematics building, they suddenly gathered together. The people in the front row spread out several layers of shields, and a magical light suddenly appeared. The people in the back row began to chant, and the magic power focused on the people chanting the spell in an extremely violent manner. Even without careful screening, you can understand that these are powerful magics, and they seem to be completed faster than expected. One of them is providing auxiliary magic for other companions. All movements flow like clouds and flowing water, and are skillfully coordinated, which shows the solid training and good tacit understanding. This is the standard team tactic used by the 1st Magic Brigade when encountering an encounter. The emphasis is on breaking the shield first and killing a few opponents first, so as to gain the upper hand. With Master Midi's protective magic and physical strength, the quick and harassing little magic is like reminding the other party that I am looking for trouble. The first strike usually doesn't have much effect. Not only is the time of the first strike wasted, it also alerts the opponent and gives the opponent a chance to prepare a counterattack, unless the opponent can be controlled in one breath. Breaking the shield with the first blow and causing direct damage to the opponent will be more effective than simple harassment, because the latter still has to hope that the opponent will panic. But a truly experienced magician cannot have that kind of emotion. However, such a large formation is actually just a feint attack. The real killer is quietly attacking from the blind spot. This is a premeditated action, and the target is the enemy of the Empire. Guy Black's Tripwood. Most of the official magicians who were not involved in the attack were from the 1st Magic Brigade, or were active members. They knew the pros and cons of this tactic very well, but at the moment, they didn't have time to think about the reasons behind it. They all subconsciously put on 1 or 2 layers of shields for themselves, and used more energy to prepare for counterattack. This is not a response of intimidation and protection, but a bloody battle. There is nothing wrong with using tactics and encounters to allow for very quick responses, but when used at this time, this set of tactics will definitely not be the main attack, and there will be another trump card behind it. The great magicians Kabamba and Bijan, as well as the angry Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan, and his friend Attila were immediately distracted to find this hidden killer. As for the target, they also want to know who it is. An attack on stairs is a bet that the target's movement is not as convenient as on flat ground, so the best direction of attack is from the front. If the target retreats randomly, it may stumble and become an opportunity in the hands of others, and to attack head-on. It's earth magic. The magicians who made judgments almost intuitively lowered their heads and paid attention to the changes in the mounds of earth and masonry. Abnormal bulges and cracks revealed the killer's whereabouts. When he broke through the mound and stabbed out, what was waiting for him was the angry punch of the Dharma Saint. The 1st Magic Brigade is an army affiliated with the Guana Empire. Even a Dharma Saint is just employed by this legion, and does not have much power. For example, make the entire brigade like an iron barrel, eliminate dissidents, and gather close friends. If we really do this, how much fighting power will this team have left? It is the continuous recruitment of powerful magicians that has made this team famous. And strong people will not obey others easily, even if they are restrained by military orders. It is extremely difficult for them to be completely convinced. It is definitely not an easy task to lead a group of such unruly people. Even the Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan could enforce orders and prohibitions in battle, but he could not make his own will the will of everyone. Therefore, he knew that there were some people in the team who had different thoughts from him, and he had no intention of changing them. But what he didn't expect was that someone would dare to deal with someone he admired under his nose. Therefore, the punch thrown by Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan was very heavy, and it was blessed with the weight of several kinds of magic. Even so, it failed to stop the assassin's actions. The opponent seems to have figured out his habits long ago. The shield attribute of the protection is targeted to resist the magic attached to the fist, minimizing the damage. This wave of momentum was only slightly deflected. But the Dharma Saint was still unable to stop the assassination. Regarding such a result, 581 said that he was surprised. But not surprised either. He didn't even need to see the person's appearance clearly. He knew who the other person was just by relying on this skill. That was the scout of the vanguard squad in the 1st Brigade. A person who is proficient in various concealment and stealth magic is more like an assassin than a magician. And a powerful assassin. The kind that often brings back the heads of enemy chiefs during reconnaissance. Even so, this time he also missed the target. And the reason was because the target had disappeared from its original position. The stream of white flames flashing through the corner of his eyes instantly attracted everyone's attention. And 7 or 8 big heads flew into the sky. The condensation is completed. But the magic will not be released if it loses its purpose. The moment the caster lost his head, the magic power went out of control and caused a disorderly riot. It took various shapes and exploded outward, blasting several people in the center of the storm to pieces. Faced with this unprecedented situation, the magician who came to assassinate followed the principle of missing a single hit and escaping thousands of miles away, and burrowed into the ground again and ran away quickly. This magic, which is similar to shadow sneaking, allows the caster to shuttle between semi-reality and semi-illusion at incredible speeds. But before he could think of the next thought, a long sword that traveled through countless dimensions pierced his head. With another twitch, the whole person was pulled back to reality like a big flag, flying over the sky. Then, there were the cut heads, sprinkling all kinds of red and white. But neither the white brain nor the blood could splash on the man. Just when everyone was looking for the missing man again, a long sword leaking white flames penetrated from the chest of the Dharma Saint. As if his physical strength was drained instantly, 581 fell to his knees. The man holding the hilt of the sword stood behind the Dharma Saint, with an uncertain expression, not knowing whether to kill or not. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. They had not taken action in the first place. None of the magicians affiliated with the 1st Magic Brigade were sure of saving their captain's life from the sword. Even they themselves seemed to be stared at by unknown entities, and did not dare to act rashly. "Hey! Before you do anything, I think I have something to tell you first." A voice that came from nowhere seemed to be the only opportunity to break the situation. Everyone looked at the source of the sound in disbelief. It sounded like the sound came from the sword inserted in 581's chest. It continued. "He didn't know anything about this assassination. But it doesn't make sense to say he didn't know anything at all. After all, before he went out, he was cared for by so many nobles. And everyone just told them. But for this action, he really knew nothing about it. I don't know. He didn't make any relevant plans. It's probably the group of people who died who acted without permission. That's it," Lin said coldly. "It wouldn't be helpful to anyone here if I lied here or concealed key information." After thinking seriously for a while, Lin used the flash technique to recover the box cutter to avoid secondary damage from the sword. 581 was slightly stunned when he realized that the sword stuck in his chest suddenly disappeared. Just listen to the sword master say, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the situation, so I attacked you without authorization. Fortunately, it's not serious." Everyone who heard this could only feel embarrassed. A sword has been inserted into someone's body, so it's not a big deal. But compared to others who didn't even have a whole body, I was lucky to have saved a small life. Even the person who received the sword, Dharma Saint 581, did not speak to refute. But things are not over yet. Before Abu Nahan could figure out the situation, Hagiri, who was being stared at by someone, continued, "Compared to the old man who was stabbed by you, if you want to find the accomplices of those dead people, you should go to the one next to him. The magician who stayed away from the battle, wore black robes, and had hair that looked like watermelon rinds. The old man knew that he was the same person as the group of people who died, but he didn't take action this time for some unknown reason." As soon as Hagiri opened his mouth, everyone looked at the magician it described. Because the characteristics are obvious, no one can mistake it. Realizing that he had become the target of everyone, the black-robed magician turned around and ran away in panic, holding Hakakiri's hand tightly and staring at the back of the fleeing man. Lin was still thinking about whether to pursue him or not. At this time, the Dharma Saint, who stood up with the help of his friend Attila, said, "Your Excellency Tripwood, for the sake of my being stabbed in vain by you, let him go." Lin turned back and stared at the pale-faced Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan. The latter made an ugly smile and said, "Although I am not responsible for any of their actions during the mission, he is still a soldier under my command. And if he really knows something, I also want to know." After saying that, Abu Nahan ordered his subordinates, who were closer to him, and said, "Go and take that coward back to the hotel. If he becomes a deserter, we will have to work hard to find him out. And the result will not be easier." After the explanation, several people chased in the direction of the escapee. To outsiders, Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan's decision seemed like he was magnanimously exchanging his own harm for the life of one of his subordinates, which could be regarded as clearing up the matter. In fact, only I know that the real plan is that he didn't want to be forced by outside public opinion to become an enemy of the magician because of this sword. So he found a way out. Of course, he also wants to know who is behind it. But this is just a matter of course. Understanding that the matter in front of him has come to an end, Lin lowered his head and apologized to everyone, saying, "Sorry, I still have to test the printing press and prepare the journal. I can't entertain you. Mr. Abu Nahan, can you continue to read? How does my press work?" "No. Although my injury feels like it has stopped bleeding, I still need to find someone to treat it. I will come back to take care of your business when the mathematics journal is officially sold." After saying this, he nodded and helped his friend to lead him. Leave by yourself. Chapter 607. Step on everyone who comes. As a landlord, the great magician Kabinbai had to send this descendant of the Dharma Saint away and discuss the aftermath if something like this happened again, regardless of whether the other party brought people to destroy the place, or the people who caused the opponent's destruction were all killed. As a Dharma Saint, he was stabbed with a sword. This nonsense requires an explanation from both sides. Lin, on the other hand, watched them leave, then turned and walked towards the room where the printing press was installed. Along the way, the magicians and apprentices who had come out to greet the Dharma Saint retreated to both sides, lowering their heads and saying nothing. They were frightened. They had never thought about a conflict with the Empire's first magic brigade. They actually won the fight, which they never expected. When the Dharma Saint fell to his knees, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. One of the reasons it's especially hard to believe this is true is that it all happened so fast. It was over before they even figured out which side they wanted to take. So when the man who, according to their original understanding, had no merit other than mathematics, the elusive magic, and being with a lich, walked past them, no one dared to raise their head and look at him. They all retreated and made way for them. The footsteps were heavy, the atmosphere was dull, and the corridor of the mathematics building seemed to be enveloped in a layer of dead silence. But there are still some people who don't speak, as if they feel uncomfortable all over, and ask someone, "Hey, you are not doing well today. Did you not sleep well yesterday?" Lin replied, "Congratulations. It has nothing to do with you. You look like you're going to the dark side of the Force. And you say you have nothing to do with me? I want to step on anyone who catches me. I've been putting up with it for so long. Sometimes I don't want to put up with it anymore. Is it still bothering you?" Responding to someone's angry reply, Hagiri suddenly turned around and said, "Just say whatever you're worried about her. Who am I to worry about? Not to mention her safety. No one else needs to worry about it." A certain sword smiled, looking at someone's furious look. The group of unlucky people who died miserably before were indeed swept away by the typhoon. Otherwise, how could this guy be chopped off just like he said? Even a big shot who showed no obvious hostility was stabbed with a sword, and his life was almost lost. This guy can't beat the one who didn't come home last night. If he can, he won't become a horrible lover. Hagiri continued to argue with someone. "You know clearly that what I am talking about is not about safety. Sultry man, if you don't say some things to her yourself, it will be useless even if others say 100 words. So this matter, you can only solve it yourself. No one can help. Quiet. Believe it or not, I won't save money to build a magic tower. I will build a huge underground tomb and throw you in it, even if you are Hakakiri and there is nothing to restrain you." "I don't believe that in this situation. You could also destroy the entire underground palace." In an angry voice, Lin took the box cutter and walked into the room where the printing press was installed. It was just his conversation with Jian that aroused the attention of everyone in the room. Don't be like this. We really have a companion who is treated like this. I don't want to have the same experience." "Well, when you mention this, do you want me to help you rescue him? Or should I help him change places with you?" "No. Don't do this either. That guy is a trouble. He is locked up like this because we gave you humans advice. If he is released, there's no telling who he will cause trouble for. Hayashi raised Hikiri in front of him and said, "How bad is that guy who would be called troublesome by a hopeless character like yours? Let's put it this way. He can be regarded as the only one among us who regards himself as a weapon, and is very happy to perform the duties of a weapon. He especially loves to destroy his fellow humans to prove his strength. Just listening to it makes me feel bad." During this time together, Lin also understood that Higiri's swordsmanship is not just a weapon. It is true that the people who hold them use them as weapons. But this does not mean that they like this arrangement. They just compromise and cooperate with the holders. After all, they need someone who can take them on a trip and talk to them. However, the strangeness in the box cutout is really hard to imagine. There are some of you with this troublesome personality. Yes. In your words, it is a blackened Hikiri, the Demon King in Zadu. This is his self-proclaimed name. Although I don't know who gave him the name of the second Chuyuni. Or who gave him the name. How did he come up with it himself? I don't know what he will look like. As soon as Higiri mentioned this name, everyone in the room was suddenly startled and froze for a moment. Then he looked around to make sure there was no one there, and then resumed normal activities. And this scene, of course, fell into the eyes of one person and one sword in the dialogue. Hagri said in an annoyed voice, "It seems they have heard of this name. It feels pretty bad. Was he released?" Someone whose attention had been diverted casually said, "Ask?" With just such a sentence, everyone could see that everyone was avoiding someone's eyes, and even hid against the wall or in a corner, trying to hide themselves. Hide. It looked like he was telling someone not to ask him about something, and it was best not to even mention it. Lin Jun was thinking about whether to ask someone to question him and see what they knew. Higiri helped them out first and said to someone, "Anyway, if you encounter him, just take a detour. Hey, you can't beat the opponent? The main thing is that it's very troublesome. I don't want to have anything to do with him at all. Don't you want to start the printing press? Hurry up. Hurry up. I also want to see what the printing press will look like after it is started." Hagri looked around. He urged someone to say, being distracted by a certain sword. Lin seemed to have forgotten his original negative emotions, and said, "Over there in the Dream Tower. If you want to see the effect of the simulation, you don't need help from others at all. You can start it how you want. And you can also see better and larger printing presses. You said it was a simulation. It doesn't feel like looking at the real thing. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't you have a lot of things to do after that? So you have time to procrastinate here." At the other end, the Dharma Saint and a group of people got on the leaving carriage. On the carriage, Babak Abunahan students were untying their teacher's clothes in a hurry, preparing for emergency treatment of the injury. The great magician Attila was sitting directly opposite and asked, "Didn't you put on the elf mithril mail armor? You were pierced by a sword." The sour Dharma Saint looked at his friend angrily and allowed his student to take off his robe, revealing the silver chain mail with a faint glow underneath. When Attila saw it, he said, "Yes, it's this one. Could it be that you're wearing it? Could it be that you sold the original one and exchanged it for a piece of scrap metal to make up the money? I've only ever had this one trump card to save my life. Is it really the elf chain armor that was bitten by the golden dragon, but failed to bite through?" "That's the one. So what's that sword about? It's sharper than the teeth of a golden dragon," Attila asked in surprise. Golden dragons are recognized by fans as the most physically destructive species, especially those teeth that break whatever they bite. With few exceptions, the elf mithril mail armor worn by Babak Abunahan is a technology specially provided by the royal family of the Elf Empire in the past. It is light and thin, and will not interfere with the wearer's use of magic or perception of magic power. At the same time, it can also provide powerful defense. It can be said to be his most important reliance in conquering the south and the north. Everyone only noticed the man's movement magic, or was deceived by another lich with the name of the Demon King. It seemed that the man only had these two things to pay attention to. They didn't think about the sword that needed attention. The key point, in my impression, there seems to be information that it is a Hakakiri that can speak. And there is no other key point. But that sword can read my thoughts. How can I pay attention to this alone? Nothing too much. As a magician who has reached the level of Babak Abunahan, he attaches great importance to mental protection and soul protection. He knew exactly what thoughts Higiri had come into contact with, and had a glimpse of. Those are some thoughts floating on the surface. That is, what is being thought about will be glimpsed by the sword. If the other party really knows the most important secret in his heart, there will be no room for change. If I don't do it, I won't stop. Either he dies or I die. Fortunately, it didn't reach that point. But he couldn't guarantee that if he continued to have that sword stuck in his body, he would be able to prevent more secrets in his heart from being revealed. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan exhaled. Really? This man has too many secrets. This is not the time to deal with him. Although he did not bring all the belongings for the battle with him, this unexpected failure occurred. But even if he was fully armed, he was not sure of victory. After taking off the elf mithril mail armor, everyone saw that the lock rings were so fine that they were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. They were densely interlocked and were as flawless as a work of art. There was actually a gap in the chest and back. But when the mail armor was flattened, the gap seemed like it didn't exist, and it couldn't be seen for a while. Looking at the wounds on Babak Abu Nahan's body, if it weren't for the blood streaks that kept coming out, no one would be able to tell where the wounds were. This only shows one thing. The sharpness of that sword has reached a level that no one can imagine. Therefore, the tissues around the wound will not be damaged. There will be no ectropion, and no adhesion. Compared with this new wound, the old scar next to it is still more obvious. Attila checked the injuries of his companions and asked, "From the appearance, there is no big problem. How do you feel? Are there any broken bones?" At the same time, Attila pressed on the wound. The pain made Babak Abu Nahan grit his teeth and gasp. He scolded, "Don't be so rude. And I'll be fine. It's really unbelievable. Such a beautiful wound. Find a priest and recite the healing spell, and no one else will be able to tell that there was any injury here. If you like to appreciate it so much, go and get a sword yourself. Then go home and watch it slowly." He took out a bottle of healing potion, first sprinkled half of it on the wounds on his chest and back, and poured the remaining half into the mouth of his injured friend. The great magician Attila asked, "Then, what are you going to do next?" "What do you mean?" "That's a lot of people dead. 9 of them died in one breath. Almost 2 teams. Even if they died because they took on private jobs, there must be an explanation from the military department. This is still under your nose. Occurring." Chapter 608 First Brush. After bandaging the wound urgently, he put back on his life-saving but already defective elf chainmail, outer robe, and other clothing. For the issue of chain armor repair, just go to your old friend. As for the issue that was explained above, Babak Abu Nahan said after thinking, "I remember the report of the commander of the 10th Army, which was to evaluate the other party. Let's aim for the purple level." A legion commander's comment that he was not hostile became a laughing stock among the upper echelons of the empire at the time. Attila was surprised when his friend mentioned this matter at first, and then he had to agree after thinking about it carefully. "Indeed, based on what we know about him now, it is really not a good idea to choose to be hostile. But you are a man with the title of Dharma Saint. Have you ever thought about what others will think of you if you rashly give others such comments? Which one do you think is cheaper? Risking one's life and becoming a stepping stone for others, or taking one's face and becoming a stepping stone for others?" With a long sigh, Attila said, "I didn't expect that we still need to consider this kind of issue to this day. It's not shameful to admit failure. What's shameful is that you don't even know how you failed. Besides, is what we saw the full strength of that magician? Where did the power that oppressed you to the point of being unable to move come from? Have you noticed?" When Babak Abu Nahan was stabbed in the chest by a sword, not only did no one of his friends or students come to save him, but even he himself did not make any drastic reaction. The reason was not just that his life depended on others. It's just a hand, and there's that hidden threat that comes from nowhere. This is the real reason why they cannot move. Since you can't even find the source, why fight? The 2 people who have traveled throughout the Lost Lands clearly know that they should never underestimate anyone who hides secrets, especially if this person is a magician. It is never surprising when a boat capsizes in the gutter, and they have encountered crisis with this kind of person more than once. But it has never been like this time. After paying the price, I still have no clue about the opponent's strength. What's especially disgusting is that we met 2 such people at once, and the 2 are still related. Yesterday at the banquet, I met the rumored Demon King for the first time, regardless of whether the other person was the one from thousands of years ago. Babak Abu Nahan and Attila agreed that they would never cause trouble for that person. Their eyes have been baptized by elves, and can see certain metaphysical realities. In their eyes, that person didn't look like the lich they had seen at all. If it were said to be the incarnation of some kind of power, they would still believe it. Such an almost godlike existence was beyond their understanding, let alone confrontation with it. At this time, the people sitting on the leaving carriage thought of a recent rumor. In the holy city of Starry, some people coveted the devil's beauty, while others coveted her wisdom. So they wanted to monopolize the devil. The biggest obstacle is, of course, the man next to the demon king. Of course, some radical ones used assassination methods directly, but they all had no results. And even the killers sent out were missing. Everyone speculated that it might be more dangerous than bad. But they didn't know why the group of people who were targeted never mentioned this matter. So the second method these people think of is to use male sex to seduce. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then 10. Anyway, when dealing with a woman, there is always a way to pry off the other person's defenses and capture her heart. And as long as a woman is captured, she is not getting everything she wants. Regarding such rumors, French Saint Babak Abu Nahun's position is optimistic. It was too dangerous for those two people to get together. It would be good for the whole world if we could separate. But, will it go smoothly? You won't be stepping on any taboos again. You can't be too careful when dealing with this kind of enemy. What is particularly important is that you should not take action before you are sure. Continuous testing not only wears down the other party's patience, but also increases the other party's vigilance. However, those people who cannot see the truth will have to pay the price for their rashness sooner or later. After thinking about this, Babak Abu Nahun seriously began to think about whether it was time to withdraw from the Guana Empire. It is true that the power of the empire is very strong. And it is true that it is difficult for ordinary people to resist, even with the same fighting power as him. From his observation, the empire has at least 10 people. This is not counting the trump card that is hidden and unknown. However, given the opponent's elusive ability, all those who oppose him will have trouble sleeping if they don't see his head for a day. There is even a question that no one has ever mentioned. That was how that man accurately found the whereabouts of all the nobles staying in Abadan City. What method did he use to investigate? How to locate the location of so many people? The more he thought about it, the more guilty Babak Abu Nahun became. Information that was treated as a joke in the past now seems most likely to be fact. If those were all true, what kind of monster would he be facing? No one knows what the thoughts of the people on the carriage have gone. In fact, Lin could not accurately find out what the people in the same room were thinking. At most, you can know how nervous the other person is from the heartbeat, expression, night sweats, etc. Unless Hakakiri is inserted into them. A certain sword with a big mouth will be spread all over the world. But Lin doesn't like this kind of intrusion into other people's privacy. It has nothing to do with moral obsessiveness. I just feel that people should keep some of their own space and not allow others to infringe. I don't like being violated, and I certainly don't want to violate others. Because if you do this, it seems easy to step on thunder, like discovering someone's strange sexual fetishes, or some hobbies that cannot be seen in the light. This was discovered face to face. How embarrassing it must be. People in my hometown love to read and gossip, either because they read tabloids or because they talk behind other people's backs. Anyone who exposes someone's wounds in person is lucky if he doesn't get beaten to death. Therefore, ignorance is bliss. The most important thing at hand is to enable the smooth distribution of mathematics journals. The printing press plays a very important role in his plan. After assembling the machine, the test runs seem to be normal. But to make sure that everything is okay, we still need to officially put it online before we can draw a conclusion. First, direct people to put a large stack of white paper into the paper feeding chute, and then pour ink into the supply chute. The transfer method is still too complicated. And the most important thing is that no suitable rubber material can be found. So this printing machine still uses relief printing for direct printing. However, by using the action of the multi-stage roller and the second paper feeding chute, double-sided printing can be achieved. When everything is ready, start the machine. First, let's try it out on a small scale and print 5 volumes. When the printing press is in operation, fully open white paper is fed one by one and rolled between the rollers. The printing relief plate changed by man rolling metal under the action of shaping technology continuously moves back and forth under the main roller to print the content on the type plate onto the rolled paper. The paper printed on one side will be sent to the second paper feeding slot for temporary storage. After all the single-sided printing of the scheduled printing volume is completed, the machine will transfer to the second paper feeding chute to feed single-sided printing paper, and then print the blank side. Similarly, when the paper passes through the main roller and the blank side is printed, it will be sent to the paper output slot. In order to cope with mathematical formulas, Sometimes a longer page is required without arbitrary line breaks. So this journal is designed to be a 16-bow size. That is, each page is roughly equivalent to the size of an A4 paper on Earth. A full sheet of paper, including front and back, can print 32 pages. The weight of 2 full sheets of paper is the number of pages in the first issue of a mathematics journal. Therefore, the 5 volumes only use 10 full sheets of white paper. The entire printing process is very smooth and can be said to be completed in a blink of an eye. The paper jam situation that Lynn was most worried about did not happen. As for the paper cutting part, although a large paper cutting machine was built, it has not yet been connected and automated with the printing machine. It can only be operated manually. But the press board for cutting the paper in half is still made, because it only requires the action of cutting in half, and then cutting in half again after alignment. There is no deliberate reference line or bleeding line. Cut the paper, then of course check the pages, fold them in half, and then tack saddle stitches on the back of the book. At this point, a mathematical journal is completed. Someone looked at this hot, freshly baked book with satisfaction. He even came closer and smelled the long-lost smell of books. The smell was very familiar. Lynn thought about it, turned to Yuzov and asked, "Is there camphor added to the ink?" The stunned First Technical Guild leader was stunned for a moment before replying, "Ah, yes, because old Tom was originally a bookmaker for the nobles. He said that adding a little camphor to the ink can have the effect of repelling insects. The books are in relatively good condition, and the smell won't be that of pure ink. It's just that you can't use it with ink for writing magic words. But I think the thing you want to print has nothing to do with magic. I just discussed it with him and slightly modified your ink formula. Is that okay?" As Yuzov spoke, he pointed at an old craftsman in the crowd who looked a little frightened. Seeing people at the scene, Lynn said with satisfaction, "Of course. I didn't consider this. In addition to the original reward for old Tom, let's give him another bonus. It can be regarded as a reward for helping me notice that I ignored but next time. If there is such an improvement in what I want, please inform me first. Otherwise, if it conflicts with the original intention of my design, it will cause trouble." "Yes, sir," Yuzov said respectfully. Old Tom also looked a little shy amidst the congratulations from others. At this time, the principal of the college, the great magician Kavambai, who had just sent off the Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan and his party, had just walked in the door and noticed the subtle atmosphere in the room at a glance. The group of ordinary people who came to assemble the printing machine were very happy, but they were in the magician's territory. Otherwise they would have shouted loudly. On the other hand, his old friend Bijan, as well as a group of magicians and apprentices, were stunned and didn't even notice that he had entered the door. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, Kabamba saw something thin, like a book in Lin's hand. He immediately understood and asked in shock, "I just went to see off a guest. Have I already printed a journal?" Chapter 609 Proofreading. Because the amount of printed paper was not much, only 10 sheets. So when cutting the paper, Lin finished it in one go. But he only bound one copy with his own hands and handed it to the great magician Kavambai who came in. The remaining part was completed by 10 apprentices who would be responsible for the printing work. It was just a group of people who were all at their wits' end and in a hurry to complete this simple task. But even after they finished it, they couldn't believe that a book with dozens of pages was done like this, even though the appearance looked very inelegant, even crude. After completing 5 volumes, Lin did not stop and controlled the printing press to print another 5 volumes. This time, the dean was also asked to see the operation of the machine, and to record the energy consumption of the shaping technique used to control the Manroland metal printing plate. The subsequent work is also done by apprentices. But this time, no one took action, because when someone was demonstrating just now, their minds were confused, and who could remember what the whole process was like? Lin did not urge, nor did he show any look of contempt. He just looked at everyone's performance. Finally, a young apprentice stepped forward and fumbled with the paper cutting machine table. There are 2 designs of pressboards, one movable and one fixed. What Lin used just now is a fixed pressing board, which is embedded in the body of the cutting table. When needed, lift it up and it will get stuck. The fixed pressing board is provided with several pieces, which are just long enough to cut the fully open paper in half from large to small. After a while, the young apprentice figured out some ideas. Pull out the furthest piece of cardboard. Find an apprentice who is closer to you, and together we carefully put the newly baked product on the paper cutting machine. With one stroke of the knife, The pages of the book were cut out. At this time, other people came to help, but the group was still in a hurry. After tinkering for a while, the second batch of 5 journals was finally produced according to the standards of the first batch of finished products. There are 10 volumes in total, written by 10 very unskilled people. Even if they were done intermittently, it took less than an hour to complete. Speaking of which, it took a lot of time to assemble the printing machine this morning. Everyone looked at the finished product and became very excited from being stunned at the beginning. It seems that as long as someone has a voice, he is ready to do his best and keep printing. But the most important control panel operation, no one else except the magician himself knows how to do it. So everyone stared at someone with sharp eyes. Of course Len knew what this look meant. It's not that I'm dedicated to the great cause of mathematics, so I devote myself to it. It's just that I see a new toy and can't bear to let it go. But Len did not meet these people's requirements, because before that, there was another very important job. He took all the 10 volumes of journals, including the one in the hands of the dean, back into his hands. Everyone who was reading through it looked a little reluctant to give up. Len said to everyone, "Don't rush to print the book. Before that, there is a very important job to do. He distributed the 10 journals in his hands to the 10 apprentices brought to help by the great magician Kabamba. As you have seen, printing books is just a labor job. It may seem new to you now, but you will get tired of it after a long time. And this is a job that anyone can do. And it does not necessarily require a magic apprentice to do it. But in order for this book to be published, I still need to use your talents. This is actually just a first draft, and you still need to proofread it carefully. Of course, I am not asking you to catch errors in mathematical theory, such as spelling errors, grammatical errors, and errors that are unclear and easily misunderstood. As for inconsistencies, find them if you can, and then correct them." The matter of proofreading seems to be unfamiliar to people who are confused. I saw a group of people looking at me with suspicious eyes like, "What are you talking about?" After all, before today, the completion of a book relied entirely on scribes. Even if an error is made during the copying process, it does not necessarily mean that other people will make the same mistake, unless everyone is copying the same original copy that made the mistake. But that's not how printing works. Lin had to explain more. Mathematics is a subject with correct answers. It would be a shame if there were some ridiculous errors in a book that mainly focuses on mathematics. So before it is officially published, it is necessary to make a first draft and have someone read the text to find out the superficial errors and correct them. This kind of proofreading is crucial for printing, because once an error is made, the next few copies will be wrong. Can you understand the seriousness of this? After listening to someone's explanation, everyone suddenly understood the importance of proofreading. The master version is wrong. Just wrong. If something like this is released, it will only become a laughing stock. And as you can imagine, this first issue of the Mathematics Journal is definitely the focus of many people. Any small flaw inside can become the target of criticism. Understanding this, the great magician Kabamba gave up the idea of taking back the journal he just held, although he also wanted to get a copy and proofread it together. And the apprentices, who got it, also understood that the things in their hands were still semi-finished products. To complete it requires the efforts of everyone. Seeing that everyone was overjoyed and somewhat disinterested, Lin knew that the next step was to get down to business. Of course I ask you to help. It won't be for nothing. But there will be a reward. Of course, this reward cannot be as high as you used to charge 2 to 5 gold for copying a book. Someone also once knew about the remuneration of scribes, because that was the job that I yearned for the most when I first arrived in Lost Land. Not only is it safe, but it is also highly profitable. Just to do this job, in addition to ability, you also need some background. A certain person had neither at that time, so he had no choice but to seek out the uncivilized goblins to risk his life. The reward of 2 to 5 gold coins includes the purchase of paper, ink and other items that can carry magic words. But even so, there is still a considerable profit. And this is only the price for copying general magic knowledge. For some high-level magic knowledge, such as strategic level magic that is classified as forbidden spells, the amount of remuneration will be even higher. You should know that the average person does not need a single gold for living expenses in a month. But obviously, the remuneration for printing cannot be dealt with accordingly, because there is a huge difference between workload and work content. In the past, I helped to copy magic knowledge for associations or magicians. First, it was labor-intensive and time-consuming. Second, the paper and ink needed to be specially made, and I had to prepare it myself. After all, the material cost was included in the remuneration. But it's completely different now. So everyone's ears are listening to how this remuneration is going to be calculated. I estimate that 1,000 copies of this first issue of the Mathematics Journal will be printed, and everyone will be responsible for it. As for the remuneration, each person is 20 gold. It is estimated that including the time for proofreading, it will take about 5 to 7 days. If you can complete the entire production of one issue of the journal, the time will probably be shortened if you are proficient in the overall operation process. A person's reward of 20 gold was calculated by someone. The basis of actuarial calculation includes the past experience of wallowing at the bottom of Shijiao district, as well as the news found on the forum index. In the same amount of time, a fast scribe can earn between 10 and 35 gold by copying magic knowledge using the previous method. But this also includes the material costs that must be paid, which means that there will be about half, or even less than half, of the net profit. Depending on how low the price, you can obtain the source of materials. Even so, the income is still considerable at the level of MIDI. The reward of 20 gold is probably a little higher than the income of a scribe who spends the same time. And this is a net profit not counting material costs. 20 gold is probably the basic monthly expenditure for a magic apprentice to learn magic, including the consumables required for meditation rituals, or the cost of materials required for some exercises and research, and of course the consumption of purchasing magic stones. Therefore, everyone feels that the remuneration offered by Lin is just okay. It is not worse than before, but it is not much more. For the sake of my teacher coming forward and asking for help, I can still help. As for the astronomical figure of 1,000 copies, it has been ignored by everyone, because in Lin's original actuarial calculation of remuneration, he did not take into account the price of goods in the holy city of Starry, and how many tricks these experienced scribes can find in this job, and how much profit they can squeeze out. By spending the same time and working harder, they can earn more than 20 gold. In this part, one can only say, don't compare special cases with general rules. In the field of statistics, using special cases to compare with the general rule means that as many people as possible will die. There is no comparison at all. But there are ways to arouse the enthusiasm of apprentices. If you use the prize money as bait to catch fish, no one will not take the bait. So Lin smiled and said, although the basic remuneration is only 20 gold, as long as you proofread the manuscript carefully enough and make this journal perfectly published without any errors, you will get additional bonuses. Seeing everyone's eyes brightening and their ears perked up, someone then cleared his throat and said, on a 1-month basis, as long as no one discloses the errors found in the text before the next issue of the journal is published, everyone can receive the same remuneration as this issue. The amount is used as a bonus. In other words, the reward for the first issue is 20 gold. As long as no one makes any criticisms other than mathematical theory before the second issue is published, even if you are not willing to continue to help next month, you will be paid. A bonus of 20 gold can be obtained. This represents the precision of the proofreading and is related to whether your remuneration can be doubled. The 10 magic apprentices involved in this work almost jumped up and howled. After Lin Guang briefly explained how to record errors when proofreading the manuscript, some people couldn't wait to open the first draft and check the text. Chapter 610 Printing Upgrade? The reason why Lin attaches so much importance to this matter is because even if he wrote Chinese in the past, even if he made a typo, other readers could infer the correct meaning from the context of the text, and the typo would not affect reading at all. The pinyin text of MIDI has a similar situation. In addition to typos, pinyin characters can also use each root to create new characters to describe a new thing. But this new character is not written casually so that other readers can understand it. It has certain rules for word creation. He is not a lost linguist, and Lin can't guarantee whether there will be such low-level errors in his manuscript. If it is an ordinary correspondence, or for your apprentices or other close people to read, forget it if you make typos, as long as you can understand it. Even if you don't understand, it doesn't matter if you ask. But now it is a rigorous publication, and typos will only undermine the authority of this journal, and should be avoided if possible. The best way, of course, is to hire professionals. I believe that for the sake of money, these 10 apprentices will not just deal with business casually. After tidying up the room in the mathematics building, which was originally used for Lin, the only mathematics lecturer, to rest, it was converted into a workspace for 10 proofreaders, and Lin returned to the original classroom where the printing press was placed. Now it has been renamed the printing workshop. Use of Gansha and the craftsmen who came to support the technical guild have left. As for the fees Lin has to pay, Yuzov will handle it on his behalf. After all, the technology guild has its own large dividends that have not yet been taken away. Someone's original intention was also to put this money in the guild as one of the capitals used by Yuzov, and to use it at times like this. This saves time on moving coins. As for financial institutions like banks, some people still don't want to get involved, or even mention them. It is a financial monster that will be irreversible once it is released. In this world with gods, no one wants to get into someone else's bad luck and get into trouble. In the printing workshop, only the dean and a few magicians were left, curiously surrounding the machine and poking around. Some people were touching the large stack of white paper, as if they were thinking about something. Of course, there was also the sword that someone had not taken away, and he was happily chatting with everyone. But obviously, everyone is a little far away from Hakiri. It's not that everyone is not curious about the sword, or that they deliberately don't get close to the sword in order to avoid suspicion to someone. It's just that they are scared. The excellent reputation of the Hagiri clan is not unfamiliar to the magicians of the Holy City, especially magicians of their status. No one would be wary of a weapon that could peer into the owner's heart. But at least other Hagaris couldn't speak. However, this sword can speak, which is devastating news for any holder. Even if this Hakiri didn't blurt out someone's secret, everyone had a tacit understanding not to pry. For those who dare to hold this sword, no one wants to have an excuse to be stabbed. So these conversations are more of useless social rhetoric. As soon as Lin entered the door, he didn't care about the atmosphere here and said directly, "Dean, thank you for agreeing to use a lecturer's lounge as a proofreading studio." Although Lin is the only lecturer in the mathematics building, the property in the college still belongs to the dean. No matter what he wants to do, he cannot bypass this old man. The reason why I didn't find another classroom or restroom was because the furniture in the room that was originally intended for someone to use was ready-made and could be used for work with a little bit of moving. The other rooms were still empty, so everyone could only sit on the floor miserable. "Shout guy! Come here! Come here! Teach me how to use this!" The great magician Kabamba called someone affectionately, not hiding his curiosity about the printing press at all, pointing to the interface that had been locked by a password. Live control panel. After unlocking the console, Lin briefly explained to the old man the principles of the linkage and operation of various parts of the printing press. The reason why I dared to distribute the machine parts to people in the technical guild instead of doing it myself was because I wrote the program to control the printing myself. Even if someone else imitates it, without this program control, at least half of the printing press's capabilities will be wasted. Apart from anything else, the printing plate alone would force us to go back to the old path of engraving. MIDI doesn't even have a movable type version. Even if someone else imitates the machine, the time required for just preparing the engraving and changing plates during printing will more than double. Of course, even so, it is still an unimaginable big jump compared to MIDI's original printing technology. The control program on the machine, in addition to automatically paging and typesetting the input text file, can also make some simple editing modifications. So whoever wants to print books or leaflets can just place the magic stone with the text file stored in the special control slot for reading. As for newspapers, there are forums. But who reads the newspapers? Although the information on the forum is unorganized and quite messy. But newspapers are destined to be unable to take the high price route, and can only rely on low prices and sales to open up the situation. For some people who are not afraid of trouble, and even like to visit forums, newspapers have no appeal. Therefore, as early as the birth of the forum, there was no soil for running newspapers. But looking at this machine, the first question the great magician Kabamba asked was, "Is there a way to print magic scrolls or magic books?" Unfortunately, no, the other party asked simply, and Lin answered neatly. "The old problem still hasn't been solved. The paper still has ink. I see that there are no restrictions on the ink supply tank on this printing press. Or do you mean that you don't have a good grasp of the ink formula and material sources?" Kabamba asked relentlessly. After thinking about it, Lin decided to back it up and said, "Dean, to tell you the truth, I have also done research on printing magic words. I found that even if you just write the most common magic words, you will learn from the writer. Absorbing magic power is the same as making a magic scroll. But the craftsmanship of making the scroll must be more precise. And it also requires the mental state of the maker. And there is even a possibility of failure." "You mean, it's not just about paper and ink? If you want to use printing, you also need to consider how to input power during the printing process." The great magician Kabamba suddenly thought of the key point. Moreover, in the process of copying magical knowledge, authority may be required. In fact, magicians also have this vague inference. The reason is that it is such a simple writing assignment that no ordinary person can succeed in doing it. You must know that this is not making a magic scroll. It's just that copying has always been regarded as a part of the knowledge accumulation of magic apprentices. And magicians would not want to find an ordinary person who has nothing to do with magic to do it. Over time, it became common knowledge that apprentices were responsible for copying. And no one deliberately searched for the reasons behind it. Yes, as you said. But how to do this? I have no idea at all. Even if the method of inputting power is solved, it must be produced by printing, whether it is a magic book or it is a magic scroll. So it is necessary to understand how much power is required for each rune and each stroke to ensure that it is completed without causing an out-of-control explosion. Talking about the out-of-control situation made the magician's present feel distressed. When magic is out of control, it is not as simple as failure. The consequences that follow are unpredictable and difficult to prevent. Explosions and backlash are actually minor matters. The biggest fear is to become a springboard for some kind of extraterrestrial being to invade the lost land, which will inevitably lead to death. Lin patted the printing machine table and said, "This kind of meticulous work cannot be done by a machine. What is needed is the manufacturer's accumulated experience over time, which has become an instinctive craft. All the machine can do is simple and repetitive. Sexual work. If you have experience in making golems, you know what kind of work can be given to these stupid big guys. When it comes to technologies that everyone is familiar with, the people present have more experience than Lin." The situation he mentioned made everyone feel sad. But the great magician Kabambai asked one more question. What if we use mathematical analysis? It should be no problem to use mathematical analysis. Lin shrugged and said, "But when I just analyzed an apprentice-level magic, it took me the least time to study it. And it took me nearly a month. As for the magic that is too complicated, I don't even dare to touch it. Even if it is analyzed, I still haven't figured out how to use the machine to inject power, and how to coordinate the two." After being poured a bucket of cold water on him, the great magician Kaban said goodbye and said how disappointed he was. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. Although this printing machine cannot exert greater value, the mathematics journal can be published smoothly. And now it seems that publishing 1,000 copies in one issue is not a big problem. And it is of inestimable value to the college. Now he and Kabambai College, although not all his wealth is bet on mathematics, but in terms of academic status in the holy city of Estali, the two are vaguely linked by outsiders. It can be said that when one is prosperous, both are prosperous, and when one is deprived, both are deprived. Although this is not my original intention, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing if I really go down this road. For Lin, the printing press can only print books other than magic, and it can produce magic scrolls, which are two completely different things. The former does not have much value in the eyes of magicians. It is just a convenient tool. What is truly valuable is the meaning of the printed text and its content. But if the printing press can produce magic scrolls, this machine will become a strategic level material. What is the meaning of mass production of magic scrolls? Someone can know that it is not good even if he thinks about it on his knees. If you really build such a printing magic machine, let's not talk about whether you can save it. You can imagine that there will be countless troubles in the future, and there will be no end. The most damn disgusting thing is that the magic scrolls produced are neither for sale nor for sale. They're just a big trouble. Chapter 611 Part-Time Editor. There really is a printing press that can print magic scrolls. If the scrolls or machines are not sold, the research and development time and production materials will be wasted. The money invested cannot be repaid, and can only be used as a technical reserve that will be permanently sealed or used for self-use. This is so boring. If you are selling, how can you ensure that the buyers will not use your products to turn against you? Among the major arms exporting countries on Earth, they themselves possess considerable military force. This can ensure that people who buy arms will not easily turn their guns against them, even if it is really used against itself. The weapons and equipment that will actually be exported are products that are several generations behind compared to what they use. These big countries have every means to rely on technological gaps to crush their opponents. Neither he nor the Lich has enough deterrence in today's lost land. This is not because of the lack of strength of a certain Lich, but because of its lack of fame. There are still too few people and nobles who truly realize how troublesome the Lich, who was once the Demon King, is. Even most people still don't believe the fact that she was once the Demon King and ruled for an era. If someone gets too carried away and leaks this weapon-level technology or product casually, it won't be a surprise to be shot in the back anytime. Even if you don't hurt yourself, it's still uncomfortable to be disgusted. And the most important point is that if this thing is really developed, it will not be of much help to improve one's own strength in a battle against time. Tearing a scroll or something is too slow. So as for the idea of printing magic books or magic scrolls, Lin could only think about it for a while, and then threw it aside. Although the dean was a little disappointed, follow-up matters still had to be discussed with the old man. That's the positioning and protection of the press that's put here. The microscope that was also placed in the academy before was donated to the academy, leaving the responsibility of custody and protection to the great magician Kabamba. At that time, the printing press had not yet been thought of. In addition, the nature of the machines is also different. The microscope is a research tool, but the printing press is commercial, so it is difficult to directly compare. After discussion, it was decided to set up a printing workshop with the printing press as the center for external business, with the college and Lin each taking half of the ownership and dividends. There is still no concept of shares in MIDI, so I won't make it too complicated and leave room for negotiation half and half. The main target of this workshop is, of course, mathematics journals. In addition, when other people, including colleges, have large printing needs, the printing press will also undertake related business. Paper and ink were purchased from the technical unions, while the college provided the manpower to be employed. The reason why the great magician Kabamba agreed so readily was that in addition to pushing the mathematics journal, the idea of printing magic scrolls still lingered. Therefore, Lin agreed that under the conditions of ensuring safety and keeping the printing press idle, the dean could organize manpower to tackle this issue. If they really figure out the reason, they will naturally have to bear the trouble themselves. The printing press is just a link at best, and it won't cause too much trouble for someone. And to discuss these things, of course, the protection measures for the printing press are necessary. Although I don't know if other people with ulterior motives would go so far as to sabotage machines to hinder the distribution of mathematics journals. But Lin didn't want to bet on whether others had such good intentions or evil intentions, and would not choose a destructive way. The great magician Kabamba had nothing to shirk and agreed in one breath. After all, this machine is now a treasure in his eyes. So the manpower originally used to guard the microscope in the life building was transferred to use it, and even strengthened some, because the large amount of paper stacked here is flammable. It would not be too difficult for Master or some assassins to destroy it. The reason why the other end no longer needs human protection is because there are people using the microscope almost day and night. And who are the people who use it? No one dares to offend a group of people who are active in Shun building. This is not because their academic status is high enough or their strength is high enough. It's because there are almost all the healing professions in the holy city, or magicians who are good at healing. If you dare to offend a group of people, you'd better hope nothing bad happens to you in your life. Otherwise, if you want to be cured, there is no saying in Lost World that doctors should have a parent-like heart and should be compassionate. Everything is just a transaction, whether it is people or gods. Earlier, Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan was injured and did not go to the life building simply because he just wanted to leave. Healing his injuries was just an excuse. Kabamba can understand it. After all, if it were him, he would be too embarrassed to stay. So he didn't say anything disrespectful. After everything was settled, Lin glanced at the apprentices who were proofreading the manuscript. In just such a short time, they really found some mistakes. Everyone discussed for a while, including how to record when errors are found, and to what extent the so-called errors include. The former just requires everyone to boldly make notes and fold pages on the draft, or put bookmarks or small notes. Any recording method will do. This is not the final draft anyway. The latter question is mainly about the accuracy of the wording. Should it be vague and leave some space, or should it be more precise and make people understand clearly? It is difficult to make a unified decision on this issue. We can only ask the author of the article to see what his original intention was when he wrote this paragraph. However, the first issue of the Mathematics Journal had only one author from beginning to end. Therefore, Lin could only discuss the accuracy of the wording that was found out with everyone one by one. And he couldn't hide from it. It is said that when this group of people achieved this job, they did not just proofread the manuscript, but also did the work of editing. But someone decided to ignore the matter very unconscionably, and then not get a raise. By the time everything was done and I returned home, I had already missed lunch. then went to the college to teach life courses. And the two girls were staring at the data searched from the forum index, looking for useful parts. Because there is no good way to preserve food in MD. Lin's habit in MD is to never leave any food behind whenever he misses a meal. Trouble is, a little trouble is better than a bad stomach. But I still had to deal with my hunger. So I went to the kitchen, grabbed something and swallowed it whole. In a little while, it will be time for math class. So you have to take time to rest. When I returned to Kabamba College, the bell rang for class. Someone who appeared on the podium didn't waste much time and started today's class directly. This has been the practice and habit during this period. On the other hand, it also prevents too many people from asking about the printing press. Because the thing was in the mathematics building of the college. And Lin did not force everyone to keep it secret. The leakage of information was inevitable. There's nothing important anyway. Once it's known, it's known. And it doesn't matter at all. But this does not mean that I like to be chased and asked questions. Especially, as you can imagine that everyone wants to ask the same questions. It doesn't matter if you answer once or twice. Just answer once when you see someone. No matter how patient you are. You will go crazy. It's just, the atmosphere in class today is a bit weird. Standing on the stage, the eyes of the students came from below. They were not admiration. Nor were they gloating about someone's misfortune. Nor were they serious expressions of being absorbed in learning and turning a deaf ear to external affairs. There was sympathy and pity in everyone's eyes. And some looked disgusted at looking at dirty things. What is going on? During the break in the middle of the course, a bunch of people actually gave me weird things. There are aphrodisiacs, tranquilizers, aphrodisiacs, healing medicines, aphrodisiacs, and holy medicines. What's especially inexplicable is that someone actually sent a dark potion, which is a potion with negative effects that temporarily blinds people. It is usually used as a trap or used by soldiers to attack enemies. And everyone has the same expression and the same movements. He shook his head regretfully, then patted someone on the shoulder. Just like that. A rather small podium was filled with all kinds of magic potions. People who don't know may think that someone is here to open a grocery store and sell potions today. At first, I wanted to decline one or two of them. But more and more people came forward, seeing that procrastination was no longer an option and might delay their classes. I had no choice but to accept them all. And after class, no one bothered me. On the contrary, it was really nerve-wracking to move such a table of potions home. In the end, I borrowed a large towel, packed the potions together, and carried them home carefully. Along the way, someone is just confused in every possible way. In short, after teaching a class, the students are not confused, but the teachers are confused. Is this where something happened that I don't know about? This question was held back until after dinner. When Lin asked about the black-haired and brown-skinned girl at the dinner table, Kaya usually pays attention to the forum. It can be said that among several people, she is the one with the highest stickiness to the internet. She especially likes to read some gossip. If there was really any big sensational news on the forum, it would be right to ask Kaya. But usually, the girl answers very neatly. The girl can use her own point of view and investigation to tell everything about the incident. The reason, the source, the people involved, and the subsequent development, coupled with the help of the search program of the forum index. Even if it is not entirely the truth, Lin is sure that it is the closest to the truth among the information circulating on the forum. But today, the girl hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. At the same time, a pair of eyes glanced at her sister from time to time. Such small actions should not be too obvious. So someone had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the lich, who might be the person involved, saying, "What on earth did you do?" Then looked at Kaya with a cute expression on his face and asked, "Does this matter have anything to do with me? Actually, what didn't exist at first became there later. Which one is it? Why don't I know?" Lich's acting skills were so good that someone couldn't tell whether she really didn't know or was pretending not to know. Kaya said coyly, "That's right. It happened last night." "Oh, that one," Finn said suddenly, but he pointed at someone and asked, "But what does that have to do with him? Teacher is now called a brave man, but it has a more derogatory meaning," Kaya replied with a helpless expression. Now someone couldn't sit still and asked about the culprit. "What on earth did you do?" Chapter 612 Brave. "I just tested it yesterday to see who would be true love for me," the lich said plausibly. Seeing how confidently she spoke, someone felt even more unsure. He asked worriedly, "Can you tell me how you tested it? I am a lich, This is something everyone knows. Can you still count? Forget it. In other people's perception, you are a lich. It's pointless to care about your race, because no one is the same as you. That's the truth. Then let me ask you again. What is the classic image of a lich? Zombies? Skeletons? Only a layer of human skin left on the skeleton? In short, people still classify liches among the undead, because that's the image of most liches. That's right. Then let me ask you again. How did I get this appearance? From an outsider's perspective. From an outsider's perspective? If I'm not familiar with you and confirm that you are indeed a lich, then this appearance should be simulated by magic. In fact, this is what you did before you reshaped your body. Use magical power condenses the elements to create a physical body like a human being. That's right. But this method is not permanent, but must be maintained. Lin nodded, agreed and said, I remember I heard you say that if you wanted to exert your full strength at that time, you had to remove the physical appearance and fight in the form of a skeleton. But you can't do that now. Right. Didn't you say that you are now a trinity of flesh and blood, and have reached the ultimate level of existence in the main material world? At least the extreme level that you know. Yes, but others don't know. Think about it. What happens when a lich condenses the magic of his body and loses control due to excessive excitement at the highest point of his emotions? Someone is shocked. In the impression, when they were at the Tower of the Great Sage, someone once teased the lich with this possibility. It would be very scary if that beautiful human skin melted away at a critical moment. Like to prove that one's magic control is very good, or to retaliate against someone's unscrupulous words. Someone almost tortured himself to death because of his bad words. From that time on, Lin knew that one shouldn't get carried away, no matter how good the relationship is. If some red lines are stepped on, it will still cause thunder. Could it be that she really behaved like this today? Lin trembled and pointed at the lich. He didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying, You are really, then brushed her hair around her temples, shook it gently, and said in a coquettish manner, Didn't I tell you? I want to test whether they are sincere. If they see me like that, they can still like me. It must be true love. And I am very sacrificial, showing all my internal organs. If I can still like you after seeing you like that, then it's definitely not true love. It's a perversion. Someone yelled uncontrollably. Then he weakly hit the table with his face. His hands drooped, and his whole body was spread out on the table. But after all, it is a story told by adults to children, so countless beautiful descriptions are included. In the dirty world of adults, a man who is a lich will definitely become a pervert in the eyes of everyone. When I think of today's math class, everyone's expressions, everyone's sympathy, and everyone's charity deeply hurt someone's little heart. Lin also understood at the same time what the bottle of dark medicine that temporarily blinded people was used for. It's definitely not for fighting or harming others. It's just for yourself. Just like the classic saying, when the lights are turned off, everything remains the same. This reminded someone of his college life before time travel. Earth University. What is the name of the dinosaur girl's boyfriend? Answer, Dragon Knight. Lost version. What is the name of the devil's man? Answer, Brave. It sounds really okay. But someone only requires that the person involved is not themselves. Now it seems that this is just a luxury hope. It is said that the authoritative status of mathematics has not been established yet, and its perverted status has been confirmed first. And it seems to be unbreakable. After watching a whole math class, hundreds of magicians, no one came forward to ask more questions, giving someone a chance to refute the rumor. And everyone just believed it. By the way, those people who looked at me with sympathy probably thought that I was also forced. Then those people who look at themselves with disgusting eyes must think that they are enjoying it. Turning his neck slightly, the lich glanced at Finn's expression from the corner of his eyes. The lich smiled evilly, as if he was enjoying the fruits of victory. Someone couldn't help but groan and said, You did this on purpose. And it was premeditated. What premeditation? I don't know what you are talking about. I can only say that it is a natural phenomenon. You're lying. It's best if your body is still in shape like that. As I said before, Finn's body is very much alive now, and it will hurt when pinched. Lin wondered if he could find a way to explain. But how do you win people's trust? We can't drag this troublemaking lich out in public to prove that she is normal under any circumstances. Not to mention how she behaved like that and frightened others. If she continues to cause trouble, the rumor that someone is a pervert will be confirmed. Why? Someone now feels like his innocence is not guaranteed for the rest of his life, and he doesn't want to live. In the next few days, someone lived in a hazy state, like a zombie. The news of the printing press did not cause much ripples in the holy city of Starry. The main reason is that everyone has not actually seen the operation of the machine or the finished product. The focus of discussion among the outside world is still on the rich and the brave. However, there was an unexpected benefit. The bees and flies that had been flying around Finn's beautiful flower disappeared overnight. Even some people who used their white beards in the life class to help the lich introduce a partner, but who had no idea what they were thinking behind the scenes, kept silent. No matter how curious everyone's taste is, it is still not at the level of a brave man. Sure enough, only a man like that is worthy of a woman like that. Everyone said this behind their backs. Of course, this was followed by contemptuous laughter. Looking at Finn, who kept saying that he wanted to catch men. He was dragging two girls around as if nothing had happened, busy investigating monsters similar to silk moths. And someone was speechless. This is a premeditated way of playing tricks on people. The kind that drags you into the water as well. Someone wanted to hold it in for a year and a half and ignore the lich. It's a pity that Finn asked about the silk, which directly caused someone to lose his power. Complaints are still peaks, but business still has to be done. What's more, that is a major matter related to his own life-saving equipment. Then he looked at a certain lich with a proud expression on his face, and continued to walk away with the two apprentices who were said to be his apprentices. Suddenly, someone felt a sense of enlightenment. In other words, it is called giving up treatment. I have no choice but to devote myself to the preparation of mathematics journals. Although 10 people came to help. After all, this was the first academic journal publication in the world. And no one except myself had relevant experience. So of course someone had to take the trouble to personally handle it. What's more, someone's so-called experience is nothing more than reading a magazine before traveling and understanding some processes when the doctoral thesis was printed. In order for this first journal to be released smoothly, it is necessary to keep an eye on the progress every day. In addition, the printing machine is also undergoing trial operation. Just find something to print randomly, find problems, and fix them immediately. It is important to ensure smooth distribution of the journal. Everything is a scratch creation, so you can't do it without care. This is definitely not to escape the psychological shadow brought about by the title of brave. However, it's not okay to just use some garbage as the materials for trial printing. Paper also costs money, and waste is a shameful act. The great magician Kabambai will not proceed rashly with his great undertaking of printing magic scrolls. They need to observe more of the printing process, including the operation of the machine, and consider at what stage the element of magical power should be added. Moreover, a group of people who studied this topic made various preparations and mathematical calculations in a serious manner. In someone's eyes, all this is like taking a plastic shovel used by children to play with sand and preparing to dig an undersea tunnel. But someone doesn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of these elderly people. Without the first shovel, there would be no second shovel. And if you don't dig deeper, how can you understand how deep the pit is? In short, the materials used to test printing can only be prepared by someone. Lin didn't think much, took out the perpetual calendar he had written, and adjusted the machine while printing. The current Aramaic calendar and climatic phenomena in Midland are based on astrology, supplemented by magical power, and have a very long cycle of changes. It is usually calculated by astrologers. But in the Sijia district, someone may have launched a calendar revolution, which changed the work content of the astrologers in the Sijia district. To put it bluntly, it means that almost all people in an entire profession are unemployed, and everyone has no choice but to find another job. Looking back now, it is really a miracle that I was able to leave Sijia district alive. However, this wave of calendar revolution failed to break out of the southwest peninsula, in addition to astrologers in other regions trying their best to defend their work. Another major reason is that the compilation of the perpetual calendar was led by the great astrologer Spiller at that time. Although the results were posted on the forum, they were paid and made public. You just need to pay to get it. However, MIDI is not like Earth. Electronic payment and credit card swiping are quite complete. MIDI only accepts cash. You don't have to pay the cash in person. You can entrust a caravan to transport it, or you can ask a friend to pay on your behalf. Anyway, the permissions of the forum will only be opened when the money is seen. The result is that no one can buy the latest and long-term calendar from the great astrologer Spiller if they leave the Sijia district, or the 4 districts of the southwest peninsula. We still rely on astrologers from various places to predict the special weather conditions for the next week 3 to 5 days in advance. Chapter 613 completed. What Lin printed casually directly predicted the special climate changes in the next 100 years. It is made into a 30-second volume. Because of the large number of pages, it is bound by perfect binding. In addition to production, Lin also recorded the process and made it into a document like a printing press instruction manual. But compared to the binding method of glue binding, when I saw The Great Magician Cabin by the Perpetual Calendar, I was more surprised by its content. However, although this book seems to have good financial prospects, I don't know how many people's jobs it will ruin. Thinking of the role of forums describes perpetual calendars and astrologers. Cabin by shuddered when he looked at this young man, who was ruining people's livelihood everywhere. In the end, the only perpetual calendar printed by Lin on the printing press was shelved at the suggestion of the great magician Kabamba. At present, the priority is still on the distribution of mathematical journals, and there is no need to expose the perpetual calendar and open another front. Even though this book is very convenient for many people, this was exactly what someone wanted. So Lin readily accepted the old man's opinion. The proofreading of the first issue of the Mathematics Journal took 1 day longer than expected. The most important thing is that the 10 apprentices are addicted to editing. When they see any sentences that are not smooth, they want to discuss them. Then someone was besieged by 10 people at the same time, and there were 10 different suggestions for improvement. Later, Lin felt deeply that there should be a clearer standard for proofreading and editing. It's not an option to do this all the time. What's even worse is that this time, I also deeply experienced how superficial my mastery of the lost language is. This word is derived from the root of lumba, or the root of Saxon. When did it begin to appear? What level does it belong to in the distinction of comparative forms? Every apprentice can tell one, use a trick, and then scare someone into a daze. Some usages, strictly speaking, can be attributed to the local dialects used in the southwestern peninsula of Midi. It is not used in this way in the holy city of Estali. Instead, it is used in formal books and documents, and it also has its own more formal usage. There is no need to talk about these. Just change them directly. There's also some weird syntax. Although it is not difficult to understand, it does take some time to think about it. Regarding this, someone was speechless. Look carefully at the selected parts. Most of them are your own language habits before time travel. When used to talk to others in spoken language, it is not a big problem, but when it is written into a book, such usage is not so rigorous. Although someone has written quite a few textbooks, and some of them have even been circulated. However, no one has actually corrected these parts until today. It feels like although everyone is editing a mathematics journal, they are actually taking a Chinese course. Because there are many mistakes like this, Lin needs to make a final decision on the amendment plan to make sure that the meaning of the text is the opinion he wants to express. So by the time the proofreading was completed, there were only 4 days left for printing. A password is required to open the control panel interface of the printing press. Apart from Lin, who knew this, he had only told the great magician Kabambai before. On the advice of the dean, the password will not be handed over to frontline staff for the time being. When it was time to use it, the two of them had to go to a little trouble and turn on the machine themselves. As for the typesetting work, only Lin can handle it at this stage. However, the entire frontline printing operation still needs someone to lead it. This person cannot be Lin himself, even if someone is watching almost from beginning to end this time. It is only for the first issue, and it is unlikely to do so again after that. The one who was selected to lead the team of 10 apprentices was the young apprentice, who stood up and led the others in thinking and discussion during the first trial printing. Under Lin's instruction, when everyone was asked to do it themselves, he is considered the direct disciple of the college principal. He has good courage, ability, and status, so it was decided that he would temporarily lead the entire team. The paper and ink required for printing are still being delivered in the past few days. The ink also has a shelf life, so the amount is not too much. However, paper basically has no shelf life. It may turn yellow after being stored for a long time, but as long as it does not become brittle, it can still be used. Compared with the paper used in non-magic books, the paper used in mathematical journals is superior in all aspects, except that it cannot be used to record magic. The actual printing time for a 1,000 volume, 64-page, 16-vote mathematical journal took less than half a day in total. More time was spent on moving and cutting paper. This also allowed the apprentices to understand why when they first met the magician, he said that printing was a manual job. not a technical job. As the volumes of journals gradually take shape, another question arises: what to do with the book covers? The extended question is which binding method should be used when it is officially published. The saddle tack method is undoubtedly the simplest, but it always feels like something is missing. According to this group of young apprentices, the solemnity of books is missing. But it's probably too late to get a hardcover like a hardcover, and the inner pages aren't quite big enough. At this time, a new batch of paper arrived, which solved everyone's urgent needs. It was a batch of trial works of cloud paper. It was improved based on the method provided by someone. An azurite powder was added during the paper pulp production process to give the paper a very soft cyan color. Lynn originally planned to use the cloud paper to make business cards, bookmarks, book cards, greeting cards, invitations, etc. After it was delivered, several apprentices saw that it was thicker than ordinary paper. Together, several people decided to use cloud paper as a book cover, and even the cover was painted. This is great. Even the design work has been done, but still no salary increase. Someone pretended to be dumbfounded, praised him a few times, and then imported the design cover into the typesetting interface of the printing press. Everyone is a little surprised that hand-drawn patterns and artistic fonts can be imported directly. But when they thought about the various input methods on the forum, which included all kinds of weird magic circles, and not just text input, everyone felt relieved. With the cover in hand, Lynn easily edited the list of publishers, text editors, work teams, and collaborators on the bottom page, as well as basic data such as publication and first printing date. The most important thing is, of course, the methods and conditions for future submissions. Everyone was quite surprised that they were lucky enough to be listed on the back page of the journal. Generally, when copying magic books, the scribe is not allowed to leave his or her name. It means that even if they could, no one would dare to stay. If you copy any key part incorrectly, the victimized magician will follow the clue and come to your door, and you will be finished in a matter of minutes. After all, the nature of journals is different from ordinary magic books. It is not known whether it is good or bad for the time being. But for the great magician Cabanby, it was just a matter of laughter. When young underachievers are promoted, they should not forget their own efforts. This is more important than any other benefits. Finally, everyone who signed the journal agreed. When everything was ready, of course Lynn started the machine and printed out the final cover and back pages. Although the binding method is simple, the speed is not fast, and everyone's movements seem a bit stumbling. The main reason is that the page checking speed is too slow and everyone is not yet proficient in it. In fact, when Lynn was printing, the layout was not arranged sequentially, but in a special working order. But when everyone got busy, things got messy and no one cared about the order. So don't look at the number of 1,000 copies. The printing was completed very quickly, but the time for cutting and binding took several times more time, especially when the pages are misplaced. The saddle stitches have to be removed and rearranged. This situation has happened many times. But finally everything happened on the last day of June, and the last saddle nail was driven in. 1,000 copies of the first issue of the Mathematics Journal were officially declared completed. In order to celebrate the completion within the deadline, the college principal Cabanby also spent his own money to have the college's restaurant chef prepare a feast to reward the 10 magic apprentices who had been busy these days. Although it is still debatable whether the 64 pages can be called a book, but in just a few days, 10 people can complete 1,000 copies, which is definitely a mystery. A feat never seen before. Of course, Lynn was also present at this banquet. As the founder of a journal, it is unjustifiable to ignore these frontline people responsible for publishing work. Moreover, the great magician Cabanby can be said to be a noble person since he came to the holy city. In many places, he can see that the other party spares no effort to help him, so he must show some expression. The Chamber of Commerce related to the college was entrusted, and on the advice of the college president, a batch of good wine from the holy city was sent. This usually only occurs at official magician banquets. Apprentices rarely have the opportunity to drink the fruit wine brewed by the wood elves of the world tree Yggdrasil, which is not intoxicating. The reason for issuing such a heavy copy is to win over the 10 apprentices who help with printing so that they can continue the printing job in the future. Because any job is the same. There is a gap in work efficiency between novices and experienced people. After all, these 10 people have experience. It is better than having some newcomers who don't know anything come in the next period and teach them from scratch. Of course, this plan was discussed with the president of the college first and received support. Losing their copying jobs is an unbearable blow to many magic apprentices. Some people have no choice but to rejoin the adventure. Others choose a riskier way to make money, which is to make magic scrolls. The former's life is in danger, and there are no opportunities for adventurers to come forward near the holy city, so they can only leave far away. The latter has the danger of magic getting out of control, and the possibility of production failure. Neither is a very stable source of income, especially for a magic apprentice. The scrolls that can be made are limited in level. After deducting the cost of materials and the opportunity cost of failure, the company often loses money and pays back. Therefore, the great magician Cabinby seemed very happy to have a stable source of income for his magic apprentices, such as his disciples and grandchildren, and believed that no one would refuse, with this experienced person as his guarantee. As expected, as soon as Lin opened his mouth, everyone hurriedly agreed, for fear of losing this opportunity. All kinds of flattering words were spoken in rapid succession. If it weren't for someone who was determined and thick-skinned, tonight's table of soup would really be unstoppable. However, looking at this group of excited young people, it was hard to imagine the obvious relief on everyone's face when someone showed up tonight. But another person, who was so beautiful that I don't know how to describe it, didn't show up. Lin couldn't help but laugh or cry at this attitude. It seems that the Demon King also created his own legend in this era. Chapter 614 Unpredictable Expectations. The first day of publication of the first issue of the Mathematics Journal. The lost land of this era is not like Crazy Earth, where there will be a crowd of people queuing up all night long. Therefore, Kabamba College still maintains the same calm as before. It means that the old man did not put the place where he sells periodicals inside the college. Instead, it is placed near the gate, the reception area for outsiders. This is usually where the younger students in the initiation class meet their parents. Selling mathematics journals here can also prevent too many irrelevant people from entering the college. The price of each journal is 40 gold. This price is considered to be at the lowest level among the magic knowledge sold by the Magician Association. For a formal magician, it's not a lot of money, but it's not a small amount of money that can be easily spent without even thinking about it. For such pricing, Dean Cabinby didn't feel much at first. For a magician of his level to buy any piece of magical knowledge that he likes from the association, the price would be hundreds or even thousands. 40 kill. No different than a drizzle. It wasn't until someone said, one issue is published every month, that the old magician's eyes twitched. A magician who purchases advanced knowledge from the association will not be able to figure out the reason without studying it for several years. So although the cost is high, the usage period is very long. Paying 40 kilo per month to buy a journal, it costs 480 kilo per year, which is close to the price of an intermediate to high-level magic knowledge, 960 kilo for 2 years, which is already more than the price of a high-level student magic's average price. I didn't know, but I was shocked. As this young man said, this is cutting meat with a slow knife. However, according to the agreement, all income will be divided equally into 2 parts. One of the funds belonging to the printing workshop includes the salaries to be paid to the apprentices, the purchase costs of paper and ink, and necessary future expenses. All are paid from this fund. There is also the most important item, which is the tax paid to the holy city, which is also spent from this part. As for the manufacturing cost of the printing press, although it was paid by someone, Lin generously used it as capital to invest in the printing workshop. In contrast, the college took care of the land for the workshop and other troublesome matters. The other income will be divided into 2 equal parts. That is, the income belonging to the college and Lin's personal income. This part is net income, because the holy city of Estali only charges transaction tax, and there is no personal income tax like Earth. In other words, after a large group of people have been busy for the past few days, the college can receive an income of 10,000 kilo, which is almost equivalent to the college's regular monthly expenses. This includes faculty salaries and the cost of ingredients for everyone's meals at the college. In the past, the operation of the college was not stretched, but it was not very generous either. The cost of additional materials required for some special courses often has to be subsidized by the capital of the founders, so that the college can run smoothly. This is the reason why many magicians who run academies are obsessed with money. It is also the reason why the great magician Cabinby charges high tuition fees for mathematics courses and life courses. It's all about money. But now a journal seems to have relieved Kabamba College's financial pressure. This is something that the great magician Cabinby has never considered from the beginning. It can be said to be an unexpected surprise. However, Someone poured a bucket of cold water on it at the right time and said, "Dean, you don't think that all these 1,000 copies will be sold?" "Well, what do you mean?" The old magician, who was smiling brightly and calculating accounts with mathematics, blew his beard, stared angrily, and asked in a tone that he thought was very calm, "First of all, 10 books have to be sent to the big library. This is something we can't afford to miss." Sending books to the big library. Although 10 books is a bit much, the old magician would never refuse such a thing. Even if someone didn't make an agreement at the beginning, he might use his own money to send 1 or 2 copies to the library. Seeing that the old man really calmed down, Lin continued, "I hope to take out 10 more books. 3 books will be donated to the college and will be arranged by the college. 3 books will be donated to the mathematics building, which will be borrowed but not taken out. 2 books will be donated to the workshop keeps records so that the people in the workshop can use them as reference materials when needed. I have 2 copies for myself, both for keeping records." A total of 20 copies were given away for free, which was not too much compared to the total number. Moreover, the academy can also get a lot for free, and the great magician Kabambai also has no reason to refuse. A nod indicates approval. Lin continued, "And the most important point is that not all of the remaining 980 copies will be sold. Maybe only a dozen people will support it, and then the rest will become warehouse furnishings." Even though he said so, someone didn't want this to happen. But the journal was different from the way the Magicians Association sold magic knowledge. The latter is when it is confirmed that someone wants to purchase certain knowledge. The association will issue a commission to the scribe. 1,000 copies of the journal were printed at once, but except for the 20 copies whose destinations have been confirmed, the whereabouts of the other guests are not yet known. Shouldn't it be like the little match girl, putting the math journals in the basket and selling them along the street? Someone thought so. What is more worrying than him and the great magician Kabamba is the 10 apprentices who have just joined this profession. Looking at the expression on his face that looked as if his life was about to collapse, Lin shook off his uneasy emotions and said to them with a confident expression, "Don't worry. If the sales are really not good, we will reduce the sales volume from the next issue. The amount of printing is enough, and the salary promised to you will not be lowered. In any case, as long as I am here, I will support it. No matter what, I will use my lecturer's salary to subsidize it." Yes, at worst, the lecturer's salary will be used to subsidize it. Anyway, the dean's tuition fees for math classes are very high, and the remuneration he brings to himself is also considerable. After one class, he earns hundreds of kilo. With this level of income, it's no wonder other colleges are jealous. So using part of it to subsidize journals is really not a big problem. If that doesn't work, if we really want the printing workshop to be responsible for its own profits and losses, I will print a bunch of books like crazy. Don't underestimate the otaku from the 21st century on Earth. Because he understood the possible risks, the great magician Kabamba regained his sense and returned to normal conditions. At his age, gains and losses are not that important. But he just wants to follow his heart. At the moment, Lin has another thing that he has to do personally. That was to send books to the great library in accordance with the promise made to Saint Miletiades of France. In fact, it was just sent to the magic tower of the Dharma Saint. Naturally, there will be a manager who will handle the follow-up matters. However, out of respect, it would be more appropriate for me to make the trip myself the first time I send the book. Accompanying him was the great magician Kabambai. This person is the dean of Kabamba College, his guide and introducer. Otherwise, just based on my face, I might have been blocked before entering the magic tower. The old man next to him has the highest face value in Estali, since he was going to send books to the big library. It goes without saying that the great magician Kabambai would of course take out the treasures at the bottom of the box and show them off. After all, this can be regarded as doing one's own good. The box that contains 10 mathematics journals is a magic wooden box specially used to place and deliver important documents. It is made of a type of wood with a sweet smell. High-grade magic materials, with bright golden natural texture, flashing with magical power from time to time. It has the effects of preventing insects, adjusting temperature and humidity, etc. It means that the thing is so hard that no insects can get in. Then he pulled out the most luxurious carriage in the academy, as well as 2 pure black horses with Warcraft blood. The horse's mane danced like flames, and the huge horse's paws scratched the ground, directly scratching grooves. Just sniff your nose, and you can feel the heat wave hitting your face. These 2 horses can't be bought even if you have money. Moreover, If Kabinbai or Bijan were not to travel in person, the two horses would not be able to control them. Even if the two ladies came forward, because these two horses have been born and died together with the two magicians since their fathers and ancestors. Their friendship with each other is not just that of owners and pets, but more like comrades, who can be trusted behind each other. Of course, the great magician Kabamba was also dressed in orthodox attire, tied with 2 golden tassels, and was ready to set off for the 6 towers of the holy city of Starry. In comparison, Lin's clothes couldn't even be described as shabby, and could simply be described as shabby. This is because the master's dress is different from the so-called dress of ordinary nobles. It's not just embroidering gold thread, sewing lace, making various patterns, using good materials or fluffy, shiny fur. It's called dressing up. It's about the amount and effectiveness of the additional magic, as well as the magic contained in it. Evaluate by the strength of your power. The attire of a true magician is not for demonstrations, but for fights to the death. The more powerful the equipment is, the stronger its sense of oppression will be. It's like a turbojet engine with more horsepower. Just standing behind it, not only will the deafening noise almost drive people crazy, but the whole person will feel as if he is about to be blown away. Another extreme of magic equipment is that it swallows everything around it like a bottomless pit. It's like standing in front of a turbine engine, as if you are not careful, you will be sucked in and crushed. As long as a person with a normal mind has no other reason, he must instinctively stay away from these sources of threats as much as possible. In comparison, the threat in someone is 0. Of course you can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, but seeing that I am a cute big fat pig, and even those with teeth would want to come up and bite a piece of meat, this act of pretending to be a pig is quite sad. So looking at all the belongings of the great magician Kabinbai, someone secretly decided to give himself a luxurious outfit no matter what. When people see it, they want to take a detour, and cannot think of any challenges. Only in this way can they live their own small life peacefully. The reason why this old man was so dressed up was because he was going to enter someone else's magic tower this time. No matter how kind-hearted the tower owner is, or whether the tower owner is a reputable force leader, as long as he enters a range where others have the power of life and death, it is impossible for a life-hungry magician to ignore it. If you fall out, even if you can't cause trouble for the other party, you still have to make sure you can escape. After everything was ready, the two of them got on the carriage together and headed to the strongest war fortress in Midland, one of the management offices of the Great Library. Tower 6 of the 6-in-1 Magic Tower of Starry in the Holy City. Chapter 6:15 Tower 6. The Magic Tower built on a small hill, together with the other 5 towers, formed an almost substantial barrier to surround the large library complex in the basin. That barrier gives someone the feeling of seeing a 5-story high-voltage power grid, with clearly visible blue-white plasma flowing throughout the body. It seems that as soon as any conductive object comes close, the plasma flow will rush to the people and things that are close to it, electrifying them to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The area around the magic tower is not quiet at all, because no one can force their way through the barrier. It would be like fighting the power of 6 towers at once. Therefore, those who plan to enter the Great Library or work in the Great Library must pass through the magic tower. Over time, a market formed around the magic tower. Most of them are shops selling various kinds of food. If you put up a pergola and put in a few tables and chairs, it can become a small restaurant, because eating and drinking are not allowed inside the big library. If someone dares to violate the prohibition set by the magistrates, the consequences will not be just a warning or a small fine. If you shed even one layer of skin, you are considered lucky. The second largest number is the opium den. As one of the few entertainments in the lost world, smoking is of course also popular among magicians. And then smoke in a place full of books? This is more serious than eating in the big library. The magistrates will not punish or warn, and will kill anyone who dares to light a fire. Several magicians are killed every year for violating this ban. They all think that if they are addicted to cigarettes, as long as no one sees them, they will be fine. He also didn't want to think that he was under the supervision of 6 Magic Saint level 5-story magic towers, unless he hid in another plane to smoke. As long as he got a little hot, his life would be gone, without exception. Therefore, people who want to relieve their addiction to cigarettes can only leave the confines of the big library and go to the opium dens in the market outside to smoke to their heart's content. Also, as a refreshing product, the number of coffee shops in the market is increasing year by year. The reason why there are not as many opium dens is simply due to the coffee production, and not enough people who know how to roast and brew coffee. As long as there is a way to grab a site outside the magic tower and start a coffee business. He will be busy from morning to night, and will not be idle for a moment. The store will be closed. And there will only be one reason: no materials. Although the area around the magic tower is lively, no one would block all the roads without being discerning. On the contrary, the road planning here has developed a fairly efficient road system after hundreds of years of operation. Those who dare to disobey and want to cross the line should look at the tall tower above. Killing or burying, in the Lost Land, refers to the magic tower. And if an offensive tower magic is blasted down, there will be nothing to bury even if you want to. Looking at the bustling scene in the early morning outside the window, someone felt like he was in another world. Speaking of which, since I came to the holy city, I really haven't taken a walk in it to take a good look at the city. Looking up again, I thought that a mere 5-story building was nothing to a time traveler. But looking up from the plane at the bottom of the tower actually gives people the feeling of towering into the sky. The top of the tower seems to be infinitely far away, intangible, and out of reach. If you look carefully, you will find that there is a mystery hidden in the outer wall of the tower. That is to use color to create a visual illusion for others, so that they will feel as if they are towering when looking up from below. This discovery surprised Lin. I didn't expect to see such an arrangement in Lost Land. I don't know if the tower owner who did this is purely speaking from experience, or if he really has done research on these visual misleadings. Another less surprising thing is the illusion that lingers around this magical tower. Although the magic tower in Lost Land is a war fortress, it is not that mysterious, because as long as you have money, you can learn about the size of the magic tower, the main magic formation, and the layout of the tower by purchasing a simplified tower chronicle from the Magician Association. There will also be information about the magic tower, its history, previous tower owners, and other information. Of course, it is impossible for a simplified tower chronicle to cover all magic towers in the land. Normally, a simplified tower journal will contain the resumes and introductions of 10 to 20 magic towers. There is also another type that is only provided to the succeeding tower owner. It contains more detailed information, including the transformation process of previous tower owners. The magician who succeeds the tower owner can specify and purchase it from the association. Of course, someone's knowledge of Tower 6 is a detailed version. As for the source of the information, it cannot be said or made explicit, as long as everyone knows it. Those who use free resources should keep a low profile. According to the Tower Chronicles, Tower 6, one of the 6 towers in the holy city of Starry, is best at phantoms and illusions, and its internal space is like a maze. It can be said that among the 6 towers, it is the magic tower with the strongest ability to trap enemies and confuse it. But the tower records are only historical records after all. It is unknown what changes the current tower owner has made based on the magic tower. And this part is usually the trump card of the current tower owner. There are even those who are cunning and will use the tower log records as a kind of inducement. But the actual settings in the tower will be changed to the completely opposite situation, making the road that was originally shown as a safe road in the data become a trap. In addition to the tower records as reference data, the introduction of the local great magician Kabambai also allowed Lin to understand the current situation of Tower 6. The first floor of the magic tower has the most people coming in and out, and it can almost be regarded as a public place. All persons entering and leaving the great library will be registered and checked here. In order to protect the books inside, some contraband cannot be brought in. But here we will only provide advice and custody, and there will be no drastic actions. Starting from the second floor is the space belonging to the tower owner. In addition to regular traffic, if you want to handle matters related to the big library, you have to go to the second floor. The third floor is the defense floor, with the famous folding space and phantom maze of Tower 6. It operates in the most basic state under normal circumstances, but when facing foreign enemies, this maze can be expanded to trap an army of 10,000 people within it, and divide the large army into individual units, causing them to get lost in the maze. There is very little information about the fourth floor. Some say it is similar to the third floor. Others say it is the living space where the apprentices of the master of the tower, the Dharma Saint, live and practice magic. But there are only 2 students of the current tower master who are still with their teacher, although they are second-level magic apprentices. It is said that their combat prowess and strength are not inferior to those of formal magicians. The 5th floor is the private domain of Saint Mill deities, and it is also the core part of the entire magic tower. But unlike most magicians, who do not welcome outsiders into the core of the magic tower, my Lediate's friends and some guests are often invited to the 5th floor for a chat to show their closeness. or to cause trouble. Degree? Think of an outsider trying to pass through the third or fourth floor. So the most ideal situation is to have that adult student come forward and accept the journals we presented on the second floor. Then you can leave, Lin said. For someone to come to such a strange conclusion, Kabamba was speechless. Although he was vaguely aware that this young man didn't like attracting attention, it was rare to see him being so afraid of things. Most people are eager to become famous, and profit will follow closely behind. But this person hopes that others will treat him as a transparent person and ignore him. But what he did attracted everyone's attention. What a contradiction. However, from the life-saving point of view of the great magician Kabamba, it is a good thing to be able to leave other people's magic towers as soon as possible. He no longer needs to let a Dharma saint touch his head and then excitedly go around to announce that he has received a reward to become famous. The Dharma saint who can sit in the sixth tower of the holy city may behave very kindly, but he definitely has nothing to do with the word. Good old man. If you are deceived by their appearance, the consequences are obvious. In any case, the great magician Kabamba tried to hide, and his not-so-calm performance made someone following him feel slightly uneasy. But what was supposed to come had to come, and Lin could only obediently hold the wooden box containing the mathematics journal and follow the old man into a 5-story magic tower. The scene on the first floor is no different from that of a General Magicians Association office, or the reception hall of the Adventurers Guild or Mercenary Guild. A noisy group of people crowded in front of the counter, harassing the little girl or young man sitting behind. Of course, the so-called harassment is nothing more than verbal teasing. If anyone dares to do anything, think about where you are first. At least no one dares to drink and cause trouble in such a place, or pretend to be crazy while drinking. And those who want to go up to the second floor to do business don't have to mix with those who want to enter the big library. There is a staircase next to it. Just tell the guard guarding the staircase, and you can go up. Logically speaking, there are no firewalls or soundproof doors in the stairwell. The open passage should allow the noise from the first floor to reach the second floor. But once you get to the second floor, it's like entering another world. It's quite quiet, and there aren't many people. The only counter girl at the reception desk was fiddling with her hair in boredom. As soon as she saw someone coming up, she immediately stood up, made a fairly standard professional smile, and greeted, "Good day, Your Excellencies. I don't know if there is anything I can do for you." "Good day, madam. I am Kabamba, and this is the Wizard Gabrash Tripwood. We are here to present 10 volumes of mathematical journals to the Great Library. We hope you will check them out." Upon hearing the name, the female apprentice smiled kindly and said, "Two of you, please sit down for a moment. Sir Hakim has told you that you two will come, and he will receive you personally. I will inform Sir Hakim immediately." It seems very troublesome. Lin thought so. The lady at the reception said she wanted to inform, but she didn't actually leave. Maybe it was like the Earth's Bank alarm bell. After she touched a switch somewhere, she served 2 cups of hot elf-flower tea to the 2 people who were sitting next to the seats in the waiting area. After a while, a handsome young man with 2 silver tassels tied on his chest came out from the stairs behind the counter. He bowed respectfully to the great magician Cabin, but did not look at the other person. He simply regarded the other person as a follower of the principal. After a few polite words, the arrogant magic apprentice said, "The teacher hopes to meet you in person, so please come with me." He turned around, waved his hand, and welcomed the great magician Kabamba. Had someone not been holding something to offer, he might have been turned away. Lin guessed this from the expression of disgust the young man showed when he saw him walking by. It seems that this trip will not be very peaceful. Chapter 6:16 Maze of Illusions. As they walked up the stairwell to the 3rd floor, Hakim, who was leading the way, said, "The maze on the 3rd floor is quite complicated. Please follow me closely. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome if you get lost." Although the young man said this, he had no intention of waiting for anyone. As soon as they reached the exit, they suddenly accelerated into the 3rd floor. The great magician Kabamba followed closely behind, and secretly used secret techniques to track the footsteps of the young apprentice. Lin, who was holding something in his hand, took a step forward towards the 2 of them before entering the 3rd floor of Tower 6. I saw that arrogant young man leading the old man to walk around an empty floor. The great magician Kabamba looked back from time to time, his anxious expression clearly visible. The young man said contemptuously, "Don't worry. This is just a maze. There are no traps that can hurt anyone. I will send you to the stairs leading to the 4th floor first, and then go back to find the other one." looking at the performance of the two people, and then thinking about what outsiders had said about the illusion maze on the third floor of Tower 6. Lin guessed that maybe those two people were walking in the illusion maze. So what I saw was the estimated floor area of the empty floor, compared with the area of the first and second floors below, should be the actual floor area of this magic tower. The stairs leading to the upper floor were in another stairwell directly opposite where he was standing. Except for the two stair passages, there are only 8 thick pillars on the entire floor, with dim lights that exude power hanging from them. The two people who looked like they were running through a maze were actually just walking around between the pillars. Someone who can see all this clearly will immediately doubt what he is seeing. A very, very real vision? Lin Fan boldly walked into the third floor and touched a certain pillar. No mechanism or trap was triggered. Only that very real feeling came from the hand. It seems that the illusion on the third floor has no effect on him. So he can see this scene directly. Or is this actually a misleading part, making you think that what you are seeing is the real situation? Lin ignored the two people who were happily walking around, walked across the floors, walked to the stairs leading to the fourth floor, and stretched out his head to explore. Do you want to ignore those two people and go up by yourself? Or should I wait for them to come together? Although the former saves time, it is somewhat impolite. It doesn't matter if you leave the guide behind, not to mention, if you go to the fourth floor without the guide, what fatal trap will be triggered? Someone thought for a while, and stepped aside to wait for the two people. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Even so, Lin waited for almost half an hour. During this period, I heard the young man bragging constantly, saying that it would be impossible for ordinary people to pass this level of maze without walking for a long time, but for him to walk, it would only take a little time. That said, a little bit of time goes a long way. There are no instant noodles in this place. Otherwise, if you boil water, soak some instant noodles, and wait for 3 minutes, you can eat 2 bowls of them. I haven't seen these two come to the stairs yet, because waiting was too boring. Lin simply released his investigative vision. In an instant, all the flow trajectories and flows of magical power on the third floor came into his eyes. Of course, it pales in comparison to the Tower of the Great Sage that I modified. However, the internal magic array settings of Tower 6 are much more delicate and complex than those of traditional magic towers. The main magic effect is, of course, illusion magic. This spell, which specializes in confusing people, has formed a system in the Lost Land. From the simplest blindness to powerful illusions that can mislead people into thinking that what they see can actually be touched. And not only can it be touched, some high-level illusion magic can also be smelled and tasted. Some magicians who are not doing their job are even keen on creating illusions of beautiful women. This kind of experience cannot be said to be completely false, but it will not exceed my own experience. Simply put, it is impossible for someone who has never tasted sweet food to experience an unprecedented taste by eating sweet food in a vision. These powerful illusions, in Earth terms, are enough to affect brain endocrine hormones, thus giving people a false real experience. Such high-level illusion magic in front of me has never been seen in the magic knowledge database of the Shijia District branch of the Magicians Association. Illusions, a misleading deception, are a very important part of someone's life-saving system of magic. So of course, I carefully recorded everything I saw and started to make calculations. Perhaps the extendable magical effect has not yet been calculated, but the method of cracking it has been revealed before his eyes. But what I still don't know is why this illusion magic failed on me before I found a way to crack it. After thinking about it, maybe my own dimensionality reduction method for high-dimensional information recognition worked. That was a means of understanding design for those difficult to understand high-dimensional existences during the study of the world tree. To put it simply, it is to start from the known parts, continuously expand cognition outwards, filter out the parts that can be recognized, discard the redundant junk information, or use various conversion techniques to make these redundant parts usable, be recognized and processed by your own brain. Finally, I get a piece of reasonable information that I can recognize, without having my brain burned out by the junk information from high-dimensional existence. But such treatment will not completely eliminate the negative effects. However, the remaining negligible influence has become an experience value for training the brain's information processing ability, constantly improving the field and scope of someone's cognition. According to the Cthulhu worldview, it means that the sanity value is lowered, and it is getting closer and closer to those indescribable things. But in the magical world of Lost, this is not entirely a bad thing. Moreover, for magicians who are often exposed to mysterious things, This kind of growth is the inevitable result of unconsciousness and accumulation of experience. So in most cases, an experienced magician is better than a fledgling magician, because this kind of cognition beyond common sense is helpful for casting spells. But the lost magician grows slowly in an equal manner. But someone continued to grow explosively at an exponential rate to become what he is today. But it's just that someone has no awareness of this. After all, he still thought that the tower in the dream was the simple appearance he saw. In fact, there are still many secrets in the endless deep space that have not yet been discovered. But they are indeed affecting him. Just before Lin was about to make the 6th round of calculations, the young apprentice finally led the great magician Kabamba to the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Hakim panted and said, "Your Majesty Kabamba, please wait here for a moment. I will go back to find another guest. It will not work if I don't find him. It would be fine if the thing to be presented is not in his hand. Then I can take you directly to the 5th floor to meet my teacher. I don't know how much time it will take to find someone who is trapped." In comparison, the white-haired old man did not blush and pant like the young man. Nor did he look exhausted. He looked at this young apprentice, who didn't know how to advance or retreat angrily. If he hadn't been in someone else's magic tower, he would have exploded on the spot. However, people under the eaves have to bow their heads. Therefore, Kabamba did not comment on the other party's remarks, and just looked at them coldly. Lin, who was standing next to the stairs, was surprised. Could it be that they couldn't see themselves if they were just a few steps away from those two people? If that young man is really allowed to go back to the maze to look for someone, I don't know how long it will take for him to find him. So Lin simply stood in the direction he was going and stopped him with a wooden box in his hand. Something suddenly appeared. So Hakim was unprepared and hit him in the chest. There is a wooden box in the middle. Otherwise the two of them would have bumped into each other. After muttering a few curses, he realized a question. Where did this sudden box come from? Looking up, I saw that hateful face. Trying to put on an amiable smile, Lin said, "It's been a long wait. Let's not waste time and hurry up to the 4th floor. How did you?" Hakim looked at someone in astonishment and couldn't finish a sentence for a long time. However, the great magician Kabamba passed over the young man with ill intentions and said happily to Lin, "Ciao guy. You are following. That is really great. Let's go quickly. We don't want to let me Lord Lydiades has waited too long." "Okay," he responded. The two of them looked at the young apprentice, whose face was flushed with urging eyes. Finally, Hakim knew that it was not a good choice to initiate a conflict with a great magician. So he took a few deep breaths, put on a ferocious smile, and said, "You two, please follow me to the 4th floor." As the young apprentice walked up, Lin thought seriously, where did he offend this one? This is the first time we have met. Or are you saying that you have risen to the level of being a wrathful person without even realizing it? The scene on the 4th floor was completely different from the 3rd floor. At least in Lin's eyes. It was no longer an empty floor. This is like a space cut into countless pieces. And the connections will change due to some kind of triggering mechanism. And just in time, before the three of them officially entered the 4th floor, the passage in front of them changed. Without warning, what was originally a wall suddenly turned into a passage. And where there was originally a passage, there was an extra wall, especially after going up to the 4th floor. Before the change happened, although it was just a glimpse, I could vaguely see an upward staircase directly in front of me. And then it disappeared. Hakim, who turned around, pointed to the changing floor in front of him and said, "This is the most mysterious space maze in Tower 6. It will change differently depending on the time of day. If you think you only need to write down each, you can pass through different maze paths. But that would be wrong, because the maze will change according to the actions of the intruders. Are you interested in trying this maze?" This is obviously embarrassing, because the two people who came up behind clearly noticed that the young apprentice who came up first seemed to have activated a certain magic item and the power it exuded. And that prop is most likely the maze activation switch on the 4th floor. Because if it is as complicated as this young man said, how do they navigate this ever-changing maze on a daily basis? Is it possible that he really knows all the changes by heart and can intuitively pass through such a complicated maze? The great magician Kabamba already wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 6:17 Space Maze. Seeing the old man who had led him all the way blowing his beard and staring, Lin knew that the old man was angry. And it seemed that he was implicated, because the young man's target was actually himself. For the great magician Kabamba, the most unbearable thing is probably not being tested like this by a young man. But even though he has come forward, There are still people who are looking for trouble. No matter who the target is. This is a loss of his face. If Saint Miladiades of France had personally come forward to set up these tests, then he would have nothing to say. His status was there. So he could bear to say hello to a new face who had just arrived. And he was also included in the trap. But this kind of thing cannot be taught to a young man who has no hair at all. If this is really what the Dharma Saint means, then he doesn't even take himself seriously. Respect him, because he is the owner of this magic tower. Without this level of identity, just the title of Dharma Saint would not be able to scare this old man. He just didn't travel enough places, and wasn't recognized by enough people. So now old Kabamba's mood is, what a shame. Old man, come out and practice with me if you are brave enough. We still don't know who will die. Holding the wooden box. Someone standing behind sighed. Judging from what this young man said, he might have been an apprentice accepted by French Saint Miladiades in his later years and taught him personally. So he could be called his teacher. In me, not everyone can call the word teacher. Being able to enter the Dharma eyes of a Dharma Saint is certainly something special. But it seems that I have developed a bad habit of keeping my eyes higher than my head. It's easy for an old man to lose face. Seeing the old magician clenching his fists and shaking with anger, Lin knew that he could no longer remain silent. It would be his own fault if he made this old man angry. Besides, the cause of this incident was himself. If he pretended to be stupid and watched the show, then if the old man got angry at him later, he would be in trouble. The backer must be well supported. If people help me and I help others, the road will go a long way. Thinking of this, Lin walked forward and stood in front of the boundary that entered the maze on the 4th floor. He turned around and said, "Dean, let me give it a try." Not to mention the contemptuous expression of the magic apprentice. The great magician Kabamba asked worriedly, "Is there no problem?" Lin smiled and said, "I wasn't sure at first, but someone just gave me a hint, and the answer almost came out. What's the meaning? The most important thing in a changing maze like this is to find the rules and limitations. If it is a mechanism-type change, there will be signs and traces of the movement of the mechanism. But there are no such signs here. Instead, it is a phenomenon of space truncation. It's very obvious. So I think it's a very clever spatial displacement using teleportation techniques." Maybe the great magician Kabamba is not good at teleportation or space-type magic, but it does not prevent him from understanding it. Although the opening statement of this young magician whom he admired was an obvious fact, it was always a good start. So he nodded in agreement and said, "Please continue. This method of replacing blocks will not come out of nowhere, nor will it disappear for no reason. It is like a classroom with all seats. As soon as the time is up, I will let the students inside change their seats at will. The only requirement is a seat it can only seat one person, not two. And because it was originally full, it is still full even after changing seats. In other words, we just need to find this pattern of changing seats." "Yes, Dean. As you said, in my observation, the automatic change period here is 1,350 seconds. There are 64 daily change modes, and the change mode is fixed for all blocks. Shift one space to the left, right, forward or backward, and the block on the edge will be moved to the other side to fill the vacated position. At the same time, there will be a clockwise or counterclockwise direction change. Although this part looks as a whole, there is no certain pattern, but the order of conversion of each block is fixed. But according to what you said, there will be a fixed window period of 22.5 minutes after the automatic change. But as soon as we enter, won't there be changes due to the action?" "Yes. This part is even simpler. Look carefully at the runes on the floor tiles. Although they are arranged in a messy manner and in different directions, but there are only 8 kinds. And the floor tiles with runes do not completely cover all the floors. Every time they pass a distance, there will be a section of blank floor tiles." Kabamba followed Lin's prompts and observed that the floor in front of him was exactly what the young magician said. This kind of floor layout also includes the part under the feet. This person has just walked up the stairs and has not yet officially entered the stair passage of the 4th floor space. Lin continued, "Of these 8 types of runes, some have been stepped on, some have not been stepped on. A few of each have been stepped on, and a few have been stepped on in total. These numbers are related to the subsequent block changes. So how many are there in total?" The great magician Kabamba frowned and studied the runes on the floor. "President, it's not that complicated. The second prompt is at our feet." Kabin went to this stairway and looked at the smallest rune floor tiles. And he suddenly realized something. although the arrangement is equally chaotic. There are only 32 runes, 4 of each type, although the appearance does not appear to have changed. In fact, as long as we step down, there will be a subtle power fluctuation. If we step on the rune in the same position again, there will be no change. Therefore, we can change the rune on the floor. It is divided into 2 types, triggered and not triggered. And then the number of triggered runes is divided by 2. And finally, the total number of triggered runes is divided by 8. And the remainder is determined by these numbers, the changes that will occur in the channel. Although the experienced magician probably guessed the way to navigate this maze, he still asked one more question. What is the way to get through here? Although I haven't seen all the rune floor tiles, but I believe that there won't be too many kinds of chaotic arrangements of floor tiles. According to the general idea, there are 2 solutions. One is that for every arrangement of floor tiles, there will be a standard way of moving. The next change is the direction leading to the exit. The other is to use the starting point of the floor tile arrangement to determine the unique way of moving the floor tiles in each subsequent change block, and finally lead to the exit. Basically, I prefer the latter solution, because there is a first tip. That is, the 4th floor will automatically change at intervals, if there are different starting points and block divisions at different times. The former one will be used. Practice will not lead smoothly to the right answer. This was consistent with his own experience. So the great magician Kabamba nodded in agreement with Lin's statement. But he heard a key point and couldn't help but curiously asked, Xiao Gai, you just talked about the general idea and the solution. Does that mean you have other solutions? Dean, how many variations do you think there are in the maze in front of you? How many changes are there? Wait, let me do the math. The old man, who has been playing math for a while now, naturally did the math when he heard such a question. 8 kinds of runes. The remainders are 0 and 1. And the permutations and combinations are 2 to the 8th power. That is 256 kinds. The remainder divided by 8 is 0 to 7. And there are 8 changes. So there are 2,048 variations in total. That's right. Although Lin did not promote abacus or mental arithmetic in mystery, magicians can handle magic models, incantations, etc., and their complexity is not inferior to that of advanced mathematical formulas. As long as you master the method, calculating mathematical results is not a big problem. Not to mention the calculation just now is at the level of a primary school student. Correct, Dean. Someone was holding something in his hand. Or else he wanted to give a thumbs up to encourage the old man. Lin said nonchalantly. There are only more than 2,000 changes. I am more inclined to brute force cracking. Brute force cracking? What means? Before the great magician Kabamba finished his question, someone stamped his foot on the ground, directly interfering with the operation of the magic trap on the floor and going through all the changes. Just look at the changing scenery of the floors in front of you, which is changing rapidly and is dizzying. The whole scene of constant changes finally stopped in front of an upward stairwell. In other words, you don't even have to walk through the maze on the 4th floor. Just move the end point directly in front of you. Done. Holding the wooden box in his hand, Lin turned sideways, nodded slightly, and said, Your Excellency, Dean of the Academy, please go up. When he said these words, of course, he did not look at the young apprentice. But judging from the violent acceleration of the other person's heartbeat, he was probably very angry. But what does it have to do with me? Seeing that this maze, that he thought was an embarrassment, was solved. The great magician Kabamba was stunned for a while, then burst into laughter and laughed happily for a long time. Finally, out of breath, he stopped laughing, but he still gasped and asked, Is this true? If the person who comes to break into the tower is lucky enough, it is possible to directly see the stairs leading to the upper level. After all, the chance is only 1 in 2,048. Lin shrugged and said, not feeling at all that he could crack this. What's wrong with growing things? However, there was still a trace of worry hidden in his heart, and he said, Dean, let's go up. Don't keep Master Dharma Saint waiting for too long. Wait a minute. Hakim, the young magic apprentice, shouted angrily. You actually use such despicable means to crack the maze. I don't allow it. I don't allow such a thing. Go to HL. Go to HL die. I want you to understand that the maze of Tower 6 is definitely more than that. He can kill all intruders, including you. The angry young man took out a magic item that vaguely resonated with the magic tower. This also confirmed someone's worry. With a magic tower of the Dharma Saint level, How could the defense in the tower be just 2 mazes? If a maze of this level were expanded 10 times, it would just trap more people without any lethality. But the reason why there are no rumors about Tower VI's defense function outside the maze, apart from the possibility that it really doesn't exist, is because everyone encountered is dead and can be promoted outside. This can be learned from the other party's threatening language. So now, fight back? In someone else's magic tower. Chapter 618 Offering. The worst did not happen. Before Hakim launched an unknown attack with a prop in his hand, he was caught by a white spiderweb-like object, and was firmly fixed in midair, unable to move except for the mouth that was cursing freely. A young girl came down the stairs. She held the same magic item as Hakim in her hand, and trapped the crazy male apprentice first. Hakim caught a glimpse of the people coming from the corner of his eye and shouted angrily, "It's a lie! Put me down! I'm going to kill them!" The female apprentice asked coldly, "Why do you do this? I have the power of life and death. What's wrong with killing an old man and a bastard? The power of life and death belongs to the tower owner, the teacher, and has nothing to do with you," the female apprentice said equally coldly. "What I mean is what the teacher thinks. He will not object to what I want to do. So you put me down quickly." Zalai shook his head and said, "This is the teacher's order. I have no right to disobey it. You are a despicable woman who was born a prostitute. I promise not to kill you, but you'd better find a powerful enough life priest concubine, and he has enough ability to heal the scars all over your body." The black light flashed up and down, and the silence technique tyrannically deprived Hakim of his right to speak. He stared with bloodshot eyes, but he couldn't even make a sound of woo-woo. And this silent spell was not performed by anyone present. It could only be the tower master who was not present, the French Saint Mildiades. This also shows that the tower owner could observe the situation in the magic tower in some way. At least, he could see what was happening here. Compared with that proud figure, the 2 silver lines on the chest attracted Lin's attention more. The female magic apprentice made way for the stairs and said, "2 guests, please. The teacher has been waiting for you for a long time." Following closely behind the great magician Kabamba, past the young apprentice, who only had the ability to stare at people, Lin looked at the young woman walking diagonally in front, her swaying back, and couldn't help asking, "Did I ask you something? What happened? How did I offend that young man?" "Well, his name is Hakim." "Right," Zalai replied coldly. "Your Majesty, one of his good friends has gone crazy. What do you think?" It seems that this is the fault of the Lich. It's not, okay, if I don't memorize it, because that incident is typically getting darker and darker. And no matter how you explain it, it's useless. Helpless. Because what was mentioned was not a very honorable thing. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent when he got to the 5th floor and walked out of the stairwell. Lin was so shocked that he was speechless. The entire space on the 5th floor seemed to be wrapped in a silver liquid formed by an energy pool. All furnishings, tables, chairs, cabinets, and other furniture seemed to be coated with a flowing silver film. In other words, everything here is simulated by the liquid in the energy pool, except that the people walking inside are genuine. There are not a few ordinary items in sight. "What's the matter, Lord Tripwood?" Milady Des, the Dharma saint who had met once before, wanted to ease the original conflict, so he stood up to greet the 2 of them. But when he saw someone frozen in place, he couldn't help but ask. At the same time, the 2 people walking in front also stopped, turned around, and looked at someone who stopped in confusion. I wanted to reply, but looking in the direction of the old man who spoke, Lin saw a little girl in her early 2 years, sitting on a small table with her fat legs dangling back and forth. The female doll seemed to realize that she was being seen. He immediately climbed off the couch on hands and knees and staggered towards someone, especially when she passed by the female apprentice and the great magician Kabamba. The 2 seemed not to notice, and did not pay attention to her feet at all. Is this seeing a ghost? Closing his eyes, Lin revised his vision, analyzed the illusory magic that existed on the 5th floor, and reconstructed it in his vision. When he opened his eyes again, the scene on the 5th floor returned to the warm appearance that can be seen in ordinary families. It includes a fireplace without a fire, simple and elegant tables and chairs, and rows of bookcases filled with large and small hardcover books. There is a set of exquisite tea sets on the table. The little girl who was walking towards him disappeared. Lin actually felt relieved at this result. "It seems that you can see the true appearance of this floor," Milady had said. But apart from him and someone, the other 2 people were just puzzled. What is what this floor really looks like? The two looked around to see if there was anything unusual here, especially Zalai. This is the place where she lives. But she never thought that everything in front of her could actually hide other secrets. But the person who was exposed laughed a few times. He walked forward quickly and walked to the side of the great magician Kavambai, taking a step back. At this time, the Dharma saint first lowered his head and said, "Sorry, my student seems to have offended you too because of his personal affairs. I apologize to you too on his behalf." The two of them responded with a polite salute, which was considered to have revealed the matter. If you insist on continuing to investigate, you will only anger this bowed Dharma saint. A group of people came to a corner on the 5th floor. The place was decorated like a small salon, and everyone sat in the comfortable soft chairs. The female apprentice was behind the bar and made coffee on the spot. My lady said, "I remember that the drink coffee was invented by Lord Tripwood. Please also comment on my student and see how her craftsmanship is." "Easy to say," Lin simply replied. In Lost Land, being too polite or modest will only lead to being looked down upon. What's more serious is that people will think that they don't respect the other party, so they like to deal with it. So at this time, how to say some innocuous bullshit has become a science. But in summary, there are 8 words. Say more and you will make more mistakes. Say less and you will make fewer mistakes. As for not saying it, it would offend others. So I have to say it. But after all, the masters are not like nobles. They can chat aimlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. If the 3 sentences of gossip did not get into the main topic, it was considered that the friendship was deep enough. So they would chat a few more words. The friendship between the two people in front of him was not that deep, and the Dharma saint naturally had his own affairs to be busy with. So he glanced at the wooden box that someone was carrying along the way and asked, "Is this a mathematical journal?" "Yes." Lin opened the wooden box, took out 10 thin books, turned around respectfully, faced the other party, and placed them on the table. I didn't take a copy and hand it to the other person to avoid the embarrassment of the thing being stuck in the air when the other person had no intention of picking it up. Anyway, if you put it on the table, if the other party is interested, they will naturally pick it up and watch it. However, Mildiades couldn't hide his curiosity about MIDI, the first journal in the world. So he picked up a copy and started flipping through it. In addition to the content, he is also interested in related rumors, like that printing machine. He already knew the mathematical content in the journal. When he reaches his status, as long as he expresses a little interest, others will naturally do it for him. Even if he expresses interest in front of Lin, someone will not be so stubborn that he has to come to class in order to see the lecture notes. Of course, when sending it out, it is unavoidable to say that it is for personal reference only, and please do not spread it. And those contents that were never mentioned in the lectures were just an addendum to the Dharma saint, who already had a foundation in mathematics. Because Lin just put some different proof methods for the same problem, especially the Pythagorean theorem, which is recognized as the theorem with the most proofs on Earth. Just think of some layout filling, which would be a big problem for a certain time traveler. After flipping through a few pages, Mildiades realized one thing. Putting aside the paper quality, the quality of the text in this book was definitely not something that he knew could be printed using the printing technology. With the original printing technology of MIDI, the printed words always have some different shades, or blurred edges, which are obviously different from handwritten handwriting. But the text in this book does not have those flaws. Not only does it have very neat brush strokes, but the handwriting is also very beautiful. Could it be that because it was a book dedicated to the Great Library, a scribe was specially asked to write it carefully? The most difficult thing for the scribe is that the same letter can be written exactly the same. Turning the journal in his hand to a page and laying it flat, Mildiades picked up the second one, opened it to the same page and laid it aside, then the third and fourth. After opening 4 journals in one go, the Dharma saint stopped reading, because he could see that the handwriting, size, brush strokes, etc. on the same page in these 4 journals were exactly the same. Could it be copied by the same person? But this is impossible, because even if it is the same person, the handwriting will show slight differences due to different times, different environments and different situations. Of course, the text characteristics will not change, but it is impossible to write with the same line height, the same indentation, and the exact spacing between each letter. Mildiades even rubbed the writing with his fingers, put the book to his nose and smelled it. Various inspection methods were used, and all I had to do was tear off a corner of the page and put it in my mouth to taste it. This is because there is a certain kind of paper used to make magic book pages that is edible. but it doesn't taste very good. But he didn't know if the thing in front of him could be entered. So he didn't stuff it into his mouth without understanding it. Is this really printed? French Saint Mildiades asked cautiously. The great magicians Cabinby and Lindsay grinned at the same time and said, Yes, it's the seal. This is really unimaginable. He picked up another journal and flipped through it. This time, what the Dharma Saint looked at was not the content, but the quality of the book. The more you taste it, the more you appreciate it. Then the next sentence is to ask, Can this be used to print a magic scroll? Someone who was asked this question again responded with a helpless smile. Unfortunately, my lord, the printing machine cannot print magic scrolls. In fact, whether it was the Dharma Saint in front of me or the great magician Cabinby who saw the printed product for the first time, the first thing they asked about the magic scroll was that someone could understand the idea behind it. Chapter 6:19 Technology Source. There are also two things that require magic apprentices as scribes to carefully copy. Magic books have the forum as an alternative, and only a very small number of people are willing to use paper. But this does not mean the death of paper. On the contrary, the status of paper books has increased. It seems that Lin also plans to use paper to publish journals to improve the status of mathematics and the authority of journals. Magic scrolls cannot be replaced by forums. The magic pattern that can only be transcribed by the maker carefully, stroke by stroke, is as exquisite as a work of art. Although this thing is not helpful to someone's fighting ability. However, magic scrolls are not only used in wars or battles. If used properly, they can become a very useful aid. They are also a major source of money for magicians to earn worldly money. So there is no reason why the two old people don't care about this matter. If the printing press could really print magic scrolls, it would be no less than an industrial revolution for the entire lost land. But as someone said, it's a pity. It was a beautiful dream. But in reality, there was nothing. Although the great magician Cabinby intends to carry out research on key problems, he does not want to spread the word everywhere before he has even written a horoscope. Therefore, he only remained silent regarding Dharma Saint's regrets. As for how much of this silence was the dissatisfaction of having been offended before, it is unknown. At this time, the Dharma Saint's female apprentice Eli broke the awkward moment by delivering coffee at the right time. The two parties adopted a relaxed attitude and casually chatted about various printing situations and various things that interested each other. The master of Tower 6 of Starry in the Holy City, the French Saint Mildiades, and the founder of Cabinby Academy, the great magician Cabinby. Although they cannot be said to talk about everything, they are best friends. But they are also familiar faces to each other. Everything that needs to be known is pretty much known. Therefore, the topic will inevitably fall on the relatively unfamiliar Lin, who is outside the two of them. After entering the third floor, someone's performance is of course in the eyes of the Dharma Saint. On every floor, there is something amazing about this young magician. But compared to the fact that he could see through the maze of illusions on the third floor, and see the reality of the floor on the fifth floor, Mildiades was more interested in why he could decipher the maze on the fourth floor so quickly. There are many ways to achieve the same result as the former. It can be said that the opposition between illusions and disillusionment has a long history, as long as magic has a long history. The two parties have already developed various systems to target them. In other words, it is not difficult to see through the illusion as long as you find the right method or just happen to be lucky. But the latter is anything but simple. Unless you are very lucky. In order to crack the maze on the fourth floor, you must first have knowledge of space magic. Simply knowing or only knowing the apprentice-level space magic category is not enough at all. In addition to understanding space magic, you also need to understand how the magic tower operates, including the triggering mechanism and the hidden method set up by the magic circle. There are no such in-depth records in the tower logs. Are you afraid that the secrets of Tower 6 were leaked? Although Mildiades did not believe this possibility, he still asked, If I say that because I have seen similar things, it is not difficult to analyze them. Would you believe it? Sir? Lin replied. Have you seen something similar? Mildiades asked curiously. I wonder if you know about the star map wall of the Tower of the Great Sage. With just this reminder, some of the worries in Dharma Saint's heart disappeared. The 6 towers of the holy city of Starry, the newly built towers 2 to 6, all have technologies derived from the original Tower I, which was when the great sage Adderley returned to the city after defeating the Demon King. The magic tower built by the library, the Tower of the Great Sage mentioned by the young magician, has been certified as being built by the great sage Adderley in the Southwest Peninsula in his later years. In terms of chronology, everyone believes that the Tower of the Great Sage in the Southwest Peninsula is the last magic tower built by Adderley. The technology used is also the latest and most mature. It's just that most of the good things have been modified, demolished, and sold by successive tower owners throughout the history of the Great Sage's tower. When it finally fell into someone's hands, the only valuable parts of the entire magic tower were the main body of the magic tower, the energy pool on the third floor, and the star map wall with unknown functions and unknown structure on the first floor. This kind of behavior of demolishing towers is basically not encouraged by the Magician Association, but it is not explicitly prohibited, because the tower owner owns the magic tower instead of renting it from the association. Except that you cannot name your apprentices or children as inheritance. You can do whatever you want to do with it. For the association, the bottom line is that the two most important main structures, the magic tower and the energy pool, cannot be destroyed. What the association handed over to the magician was a multi-story tower. And what was finally recycled should be a multi-story tower. You can build on it, but you can't demolish it on the bottom. There are many good things in the 6 towers of Starry today. They were dismantled from the Tower of the Great Sage in the Southwest Peninsula and transported back to the Holy City to be installed on the 6 towers. Of course, some of them ended up in other magic towers. The reason why the star map wall is still preserved is because the material used in the star map wall is the hardest in the entire tower. And structurally, the star map wall is a load-bearing wall. If it is demolished haphazardly, the entire tower may collapse. Secondly, the operation of the star map wall is to connect the energy pool of the magic tower. There are too many redundant array structures on it. If you dismantle it, it will before you figure it out. You may not be able to put it back together, so no one dares to act hastily. The last and most important point is that the wall seems to have no other purpose besides recording the movement of planets in the MIDI star system. So it was let go by the masters. But what the young magician in front of me said meant that there were secrets on that star map wall. And this secret is enough for this young man to gain insight into the space maze on the 4th floor of Tower 6. Of course, the old Dharma sage would be curious. So he asked, "Can you tell me the results of your research on that star map wall?" Of course. No problem. If Lin didn't dare to throw away the knowledge related to the World Tree, it would offend the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance. But with the original structure of the Tower of the Great Sage, someone would not have such a psychological burden. Besides, if I don't explain it clearly, the old man will be worried. No one can sleep well if the anti-theft facilities in their home are ignored. The old-fashioned starting move is, of course, the whiteboard technique. Lin directly reproduced the appearance of the star chart wall of the Tower of the Great Sage in midair and said, "This is what the star chart wall looks like under normal vision." With a wave of his hand, the magic array pattern behind the star chart wall was displayed. It was a very fine, densely arranged pattern. This is the magic array pattern behind the star map wall. Because it is very difficult to analyze. No one fully understood what this magic array was doing until I took over. So it has been left in the Tower of the Great Sage, instead of being demolished. Have you succeeded in analyzing it? French Saint Mildiades said in surprise. Lin smiled and continued. This is actually a stack of magic arrays with multiple functions. You have to take them apart to see why. The first is the part that connects the energy pool of the magic tower. Waving his hand again, a very small part of the originally monotonous yellow lines were turned into light blue. At the same time, this part of the array pattern was extracted from the original magic array diagram. Although this part is quite simple, it is the role of the transformer and capacitor that are responsible for the magical power. The reason why someone can change the Tower of the Great Sage beyond recognition in the later stage is that this is the starting point. Then comes the part about the operation of the star map. Some of the lines turned green and were extracted into the second layer. What is used here is the method used by astrologers to calculate astronomy. To put it simply, there is no method, and it is purely based on records. The remaining magic array runes still account for more than 90% of the original part, but only about 1/3 of the lines were changed to red. Lin said, "This part is left by a Torii sage, and the tower uses magic array patterns related to space magic. The space replacement magic on the 4th floor of your tower does not exceed the space magic array pattern of the Great Sage's tower. There are too many. The difference is that the Gueta has added a part that is only used by the teleportation magic circle to realize the maze design of changing passage blocks." At this point, Dharma Saint no longer had any doubts in his mind. Indeed, as the magician said, he was able to crack the magic array on the 4th floor because he had studied similar formations. although the red line magic circle in front of me is slightly different from the one I actually arranged on the 4th floor. Those who are proficient in this art can see that the two have the same origin. If you understand one of them, it is not difficult to understand the second one. It is impossible to make up something like this at the last minute to deceive people. Moreover, the Magician Association has no record of the magic formations on the star chart wall. If this part is retrieved and compared later, it will be easy to confirm what the magician said. As for the teleportation magic circle mixed in, that knowledge is just a piece of shit in the world. As long as a magician plans to delve into space magic, he must study two magics. One is the 3-ring apprentice level portal, and the other is the teleportation magic circle. It's just that the cost of setting up the latter is too high, so few people actually implement it. But watching the young magician's explanation made Mildiades even more curious. Sir Tripwood, in the star map wall pattern you showed, what is the function of the remaining part that is more than half of the original pattern? This, as a time traveler, the biggest regret is, do you know? The effect of this magic circle is to open up a space that does not exist in the Lost Land for storing things. But the most important consumption of power is to maintain that unstable space. As long as there is a breach in the defense wall of this storage space, then the things inside will be lost in an unknown place. But if you want to maintain this space, you need an energy pool at the level of a magic tower. The unprecedented effectiveness of magic really piqued the interest of Saint Mildiades. Chapter 620, The Reality of the Devil King. There are no magic or equipment such as storage rings and prop spaces in the Lost Land. Therefore, for the natives of Midland who do not have this concept, of course they will not have the same resentment as someone who transcends the masses. It's not the most important thing that one ring hides all one's net worth. The most important thing is to plunder the loot after killing the enemy. You can swallow up the enemy's life savings in one breath. This is the great taste of killing enemies and monsters through many enemies. Look at how many protagonists rely on leapfrogging to defeat monsters and get a bunch of trophies that can pave their own training path into a broad road. But Midi doesn't have this chance. So when Mildiades heard that there was such a storage space, his first thought was, is that space still there? He seemed to want to rush to the southwest peninsula immediately to see this peculiar space with his own eyes. Space. But when it comes to this, someone feels a little guilty. He scratched his head and said, that seems to have been spoiled by me. Mildiades couldn't hide his disappointed expression and asked, what's going on? Can you tell me? 6 years ago, at the end of the year, 724, do you know about the astronomical spectacle of 6 stars in a row? Although astrology is not what magicians are good at, astronomical wonders of that level can induce various mysterious events. It's just that magicians are no better than astrologers, and most of them are just hindsight. And if someone didn't mention that incident at the beginning, Mildiades almost forgot that something happened in the 6 towers of the holy city that was unknown to outsiders. At the same time as the astronomical phenomenon occurred in Tower I built by the great sage Adderley, the 3 energy pools in the tower boiled at the same time. At that time, all the tower owners of the 6 towers gathered in Tower I and suppressed it personally, and even prepared for the worst. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end and everything returned to peace. At that time, the power of the 3 energy pools in Tower I was concentrated in large quantities, as if it was going to be poured into a certain place. But in the end, the power of the stock was not released, so it was held back, and it looked like it was about to explode. So what happened to the magic tower on the southwest peninsula, which was also created by the great sage Adderley? Seeing the Dharma saint nodding in response, Len continued, on the star chart wall, the time when the 6 stars aligned in a line is slightly different from the actual time. At that time, the tower of the great sage seemed to be about to explode. The center of the out-of-control power was at the star map wall. At that time, the storage space appeared, and it was obviously starting to collapse. I saw a stone box stored in that space, and I just put the things away at the last moment without thinking. After it was fished out, the space collapsed, and the situation originally seemed very bad. The collapsed space began to erode the real world. But there seemed to be a way to deal with this possibility in the magic circle, and the collapsed space was sealed again. Live. So, that storage space probably doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. What a pity. The Dharma saint shook his head regretfully, but then asked, what was put in it? Yes. The great sage Adderley has opened up such a space, so it cannot be left idle. Lin didn't hide anything and said directly, what's inside is the skull of a golden skeleton. Golden skeleton? Well, Is it that strange object? Yes. It has 5 parts: the torso, left and right hands, and left and right feet. Each bone seems to contain countless powers. But no one has ever found a way to use that set of strange objects. Could it be? The Dharma Saint had of course studied that set of strange objects when he was young. But just like everyone else, he had no clue. Some people speculate that it may be because there is a missing component. So no matter how much research is done, it seems to be stuck at a bottleneck. The missing part is the skull. At that time, I was wondering whether the golden skull might be the last part of the golden skull that never appeared. So I commissioned the Chamber of Commerce to collect the rest of the golden skull. And then, the devil was resurrected. Regarding the rumors about the resurrection of Demon King Tikal, the most questionable point is how he could be resurrected without any reason. So most people chose not to believe it, including Miltiades, who had the same idea. But after hearing this today, he felt that the rumors of the Demon King's resurrection had become real. First of all, the power contained in any part of that strange object, the golden skeleton, is comparable to the purple-level magic stone. Even he who had touched one of the parts with his own hands found it staggering. Secondly, the last skull was found in the tower of the great sage, and was stored in a place that no one had ever found. And judging from the description of this young magician, it can be ruled out that it was the transformation of the tower of the great sage by the later tower owner. Because the magic arrays that make up the star chart wall and the magic arrays of the 6 towers of the holy city can be said to be inherited from the same line. Both were created by the great sage Adeli. If this golden skeleton is related to the great sage Adeli, and it was painstakingly dismembered, except for the torso and limbs, the skull is also specially stored in a place where no one can find or get it. It seems that it is not difficult to guess who the original owner of this skeleton is to deal with, which is more cruel than the seal. In the recorded life of great sage Adeli, the most powerful enemy was of course the demon king who ruled the Dark Ages, Tikal. And then she was resurrected. After thinking about the possible causes and consequences, Miltiades put his hand on his forehead and weakly said to the young magician, "You never thought at that time that this kind of thing might happen? How could you possibly think of it?" Len responded simply, "You resurrected a demon king without even thinking about it? It's not that we don't know who this person is. Besides, the golden skeleton is the most famous rare object in the magician world. No matter how many senior magicians have done some research, there is no way for it to produce any reaction. If you are an adult, suddenly got the skull that everyone has been longing for, wouldn't you be curious about what the whole golden skeleton would look like when put together? But we shouldn't resurrect it." Miltiades groaned in a feeble voice, covering his face, trying hard to find evidence that the lich was not the devil. Just judging from the currently known conditions, no matter how you explain it, it ultimately leads to the same conclusion: that person is the demon king Tikal who ruled the Dark Ages. Someone said innocently, "Actually, it wasn't me who wanted to be resurrected. Instead, the whole skeleton was put together, and she came to life. By the time I thought about who she might be, it was already too late. How could I be so idle as to resurrect a demon king? It's so boring to be around, even though I know this is the answer closest to the truth. In other words, when all conditions are met, subsequent development will proceed passively and cannot be controlled or stopped by anyone." But Mildred still felt a sense of powerlessness overwhelm him. It stands to reason that, having reached the status of a treacherous and cunning person, the Dharma Saint in front of him should be expressionless in his emotions and anger. But the rumors of the demon king that were becoming more and more real in his ears still made his old face fall. What was even more confusing was another old man sitting next to him, the great magician Kabambai. He had confirmed that one was very strong, and believed that one was not an ordinary person, but a lich. Even the rumors that night made him believe this fact even more. But to be honest, before today, he didn't connect that person with the word Devil King. He just regarded the other person as a senior magician with a very profound accumulation of knowledge in a certain field. And judging from his current behavior, the other party has no evil deeds. Although the research project is about a disease that is difficult to prevent, treatment methods are also in full swing. As for her personality, or the rumors of that night, there are many magicians who are more ridiculous than her. That's not even evil in the eyes of magicians. However, the fact that she is the demon king seems to have disappeared now. This fact also made Kabamba a little overwhelmed. Of course Len could understand the thoughts of these two people, and felt that he should comfort them. But we can't use the idea of being imprisoned for thousands of years, and having our sins atoned for. We have to convince them from a more practical level. You can talk about ideals with young people, but it is best to only talk about reality with old people. To adults, I think there is no need to worry too much whether she is the demon king from 1,000 years ago or not. After all, this era is different from 1,000 years ago. No one can do it without the acquiescence of the magician. Can we easily start a war to conquer the world? The Northern War more than 200 years ago proved this. The current peace among all the countries in Lost Land is not because everyone is tired of fighting, but because everyone finds that they can no longer fight. So they stop and no longer launch large-scale wars. Although minor frictions at the border are unavoidable, major countries still maintain a certain degree of restraint. The root of all this is, of course, the most powerful war fortress magic tower that is spread all over the land. What confirmed this fact was the Northern War more than 200 years ago. The Suli Tang Empire, the most powerful empire in Midi at the time, launched a war with the goal of invading all of Midi. That empire, according to a certain unprofessional historian who came from time to time, was just a nomadic nation. Such a country relies on two major weapons to launch a war. One is ruthlessness. Dredging the Grass Valley is not just about going to other people's houses for free, robbing things, killing people, or setting fires. In the final analysis, they are forced out by hunger. So when a person is hungry and has a knife in his hand and food, whatever happens is natural. It's like a hungry tiger seeing a sheep. What else will happen? The other is to feed war with war. The stolen money can be used to buy food and make weapons. The stolen food can feed the stomach. And the stolen women and children can increase the population. That is, the source of soldiers. Convert all war dividends into war resources to support the next war. The so-called killing of boys, who are taller than a wheel, is because young children have not yet formed their values. They also couldn't understand whether the person who was going to raise them was an enemy or a benefactor. When these children grow up, they can at least become slave soldiers and be active on the battlefield. Even if these children grow up and discover the fact that they recognize a thief as their father, they will still be affected by the values advocating force in the environment in which they grew up. The failure of the father's family will only become a shame for these people, which will stimulate their more ruthless character in order to wash away that shame. It is these two advantages that make the nomads a presence that makes the civilized world tremble. Whether they are on the earth before traveling or in this mysterious land on the magical side. Until I bumped into the magic tower in a lost place. Chapter 621 Opportunity for Peace. The grand strategy of the nomads is the same no matter where they are. Rely on mobility to hit the enemy's weak points, and rely on cruelty to destroy the enemy's will. Therefore, the nomads in the Lost Land can also play games such as slaughtering the city, and not sealing the sword for 3 days. This method is effective against ordinary countries and ordinary cities. The cowardly group of people within the enemy will choose to actively help because of the tragic situation of the example before them, and disintegrate their own people from within, just looking for a way out. But for the magic tower, this trick is not so easy to use. A tower can support 20 people to death, and the tower owner has absolute authority in the face of war. The tower owner does not rely on people to fight, but relies on the magic tower to fight. Therefore, anyone who dares to show cowardice in front of the tower master and make surrender remarks will be killed directly. He will never say any nonsense and can save one person's food rations. Therefore, for the party that wants to attack the magic tower, there are only two options left: hard attack and food deprivation tactics. If you want to surround and kill the people in the tower, you have to consider that the attack range of the magic tower can be measured in kilometers. How many troops are needed to completely surround the tower? And how much price must be paid to defeat the magic tower? The surrounding area was reduced to scorched earth. And most importantly, how long would it take for the magic tower to run out of food? If the tower owner dares to do something extraordinary, he can spend several years with one person and one tower fighting an army of hundreds of thousands. For example, treating his apprentices as emergency rations or something like that. Therefore, for those Lord forces who are interested in targeting the magic tower, they rarely choose encirclement tactics, because it consumes huge manpower and material resources. It is very likely that the expected results will not be obtained. After all, as long as one tower owner survives, the opponent can maintain complete combat effectiveness. If you attack hard, there is no magic tower that cannot be broken. But before the goal can be achieved, the person giving the order must first be prepared to sacrifice a lot. Facing a war fortress, there is no easy way out. In the aggressive war launched by the Suritan Empire, its cruel behavior after it invaded the enemy's country aroused dissatisfaction with the owner of the magic tower, who was in the enemy's territory and favored the enemy's country. So he refused to surrender to the empire. As the saying goes, when the emperor is angry, the earth will be red for thousands of miles. This situation will also happen in the Lost Land. It's true that many people died this time, but tens of thousands of corpses were left behind by the attacking soldiers. The magic tower is full of resources, but only has 5 people. The tower master, his wife, and the 3 students include 1 official magician and 2 apprentices. In order to kill the chickens as a warning to the monkeys, the great Khan of the Sulitang Empire ordered to kill all the prisoners. Although there were only 5 of them, tearing them alive was not enough to relieve the army's anger. Then he tore down the magic tower, leaving not a single stone behind. Such cruelty indeed made the owner of the second magic tower that the army came into contact with voluntarily surrender and promise not to be an enemy of the empire. What followed was the most puzzling order in this war, which came from the mouth of the Khan of the Golden Family: trap and kill, knock down the tower, and leave no stone behind. The original intention of the tower owner in surrendering was just to let the conquering army pass by. He would break away from the position of the invaded country and no longer interfere in any war actions of the empire. Just like the magic tower that was originally in the Sulitang Empire, the 2 parties were at peace with each other. But in the end, the bodies of him, his students, and family members were pierced by wooden stakes and stood on the ruins of what was once the magic tower. No one's position as tower master is guaranteed. There must be a bloody accumulation in the early stage, and it may even be the result of several generations. Although the completed magic tower cannot become a legacy that can be inherited by one's own family or one's students, the magicians who built the tower view their contributions to the world from a higher perspective. Magicians believe that the magic tower that goes deep into the wilderness is a refuge for travelers and a vanguard guarding civilization. Each additional magic tower can protect more people in an area and open up an extra inch of land in the wilderness. Under such a premise, anyone knocking down a magic tower would be like touching the nerves of the entire magician group. If it is the kind of magic tower built in the city to serve the noble lords, then forget it. If it is the kind of magic tower that hangs alone on the front line against the monsters, or goes deep into the wilderness to be knocked down, it is simply a crime. It has become a taboo for the entire magician community. Regardless of ideals, a magic tower is the foundation of the tower owner, the last fortress, and the burial place destined for him. If it's about rules and morality, then forget it. But threatening a tower owner with blood will only release the beast in their hearts. Anyone who can become a tower master was once a ruthless person. Therefore, after the tragedy of the second tower, almost all the magic towers in the Suritan Empire rebelled. The magicians used tower magic unscrupulously, bombarding the tribesmen left behind by the empire. As long as the other party entered the attack range of the magic tower, a large and most powerful group of empires and magicians in the contemporary era instantly entered a state of all-out war. The nomadic army hardly needs supplies from the rear, but that does not mean that they will cut off contact with the rear. When the Khan of the Golden Family learned about the fire in the backyard, he was so proud that he could not choose to compromise, but instead launched a high-profile and relentless counterattack. The army used for invasion in his hands divided into attacks, knocking down magic towers one after another. We must let the world understand that compared to magicians, they are the real rulers of this world. Such a move did not make the tower owners choose to surrender. Instead, the magic tower, which had no intention of confronting the Sulitang Empire, also embarked on a hostile path. Even the Golden Khan Court was destroyed by the magic tower of the branch headquarters of the Dushanbe division of the Magician Association. It is unknown whether the soldiers who stayed behind wanted to disarm the magic tower, or whether the magicians used tower magic to brutally kill women and children. So the Khan Court launched a counterattack. In short, the most brutal battle in the Northern War took place at the Dushanbe division headquarters of the Golden Khan Court and the Magician Association, which were originally interdependent. The attack magic used by the tower is all strategic level, which means wide area attacks. There is no way to distinguish soldiers from women and children. Not to mention that for nomadic people, anyone who can mount a horse or hold a bow can be regarded as a soldier. There is no way to strictly distinguish between soldiers and civilians, and they can only be distinguished based on age and gender. Therefore, the Golden Khan Court, which was mainly composed of women and children, with a few elite troops left behind, was completely destroyed by the magic tower of the district headquarters, perhaps in the counterattack launched by the Magician Association. This was not the war with the largest casualties in the Suritan Empire, but it was definitely a turning point in the fate of the Northern Empire. The final result of the war was that the Suratan Empire broke away from the entire magician group. The two magician association districts in the empire, Dushanbe District and Asha District, were destroyed, and all magic towers in the territory were bulldozed. The price paid by the secular government was that an empire powerful enough to sweep across the lost lands almost fell apart. The authority of the Golden Family was no longer there, and the leaders of various places were almost independent. Even the hawks among the remaining 4 empires believe that there are only 4 empires left in the Land of Lost. So why are there 5? The biggest reason for all this is that for a powerful regime, the magic tower that was built at a huge cost failed to bring them any war dividends. The magician's collection? Can this be compared with the wealth of an empire? Even if the degree of preciousness is even worse. What about the quantity? Food? A magic tower can provide enough food for a dozen people at most. Even if it lasts for a year. If you put them in the army, it won't be enough to fill your teeth. Population? In other words, women and children. Just the few kittens in the magic tower were all captured. Can they compare to so many dead soldiers? Conclusion. Attacking the magic tower without any reason is a losing business for a country. The Sulitang Empire's high-profile invasion made all the countries in the world tense up. And even military offensive and defensive alliances began to form under the table. The result is that the most powerful country in the modern era has fallen hard. And it seems that it is still unable to get up. All the nobles, generals and kings who were paying attention to this war, for the first time raised the loose organization of the Magicians Association to an equal status with them, and took it seriously. Because it's impossible not to do this. An empire that is so powerful that no one dares to look directly at it has been crippled by the masters. Only then did everyone notice what kind of existence the magic towers that were dotted all over the lost continent looked like. For rulers who intend to invade and annex other countries, negotiations with the Magician Association have become an unavoidable threshold. The most damning thing is that even if the association makes a decision, there will still be a considerable number of tower owners who do their own thing and do not obey orders. The association does not have absolute authority over the tower owners, any more than the king does over the noble lords everywhere. It was also the first time since the Northern War that representatives of the powerful regimes in Midland sat together in order to negotiate a way to get along with the Magician Association. This includes clarifying the territory around the magic tower, 10 kilometers, and taking a neutral stance and not interfering with the rule of nobles everywhere. There is also a clause that the tower owner has the power of life and death in the magic tower, which was also clearly recorded during this period. These agreements seemed like the nobles recognized many of the powers held by the owners of the magic tower, but they invisibly stifled the development of the magic tower in terms of power. Of course, it's not that the masters couldn't understand the nobles' calculations, but they still accepted it. After all, most magicians would rather focus on studying magic and are not so keen on operating power. These agreements can be regarded as each taking what he needs. In short, since the saying, "I come, I see, I conquer," has never existed in Lost Land, it is unlikely that it will ever exist in the future, because there is no force that can ignore the magic towers standing everywhere and invade others at will. And the likes and dislikes of the lords are not like ordinary people, who can be influenced by some inconspicuous righteousness. And in the same situation, if it were left to those empires or forces that had left a great reputation in history, would they be able to break through such a predicament? Countless military scientists, generals commanding troops, and those who were crowns or crowns and have noble blood all have the same understanding. Impossible. Not even the Dark Army that once conquered Lost Land 1,000 years ago. Chapter 622, The Obsession of the Masters. Although the leader of the Dark Legion is a lich, not the entire legion is composed of undead. It can be said that a group of forces that have been suppressed for a long time suddenly reared their heads by taking advantage of the situation. Although the price was to be enemies of the old gods at that time, the advantage was that they could plunder, kill, and take revenge as much as they wanted. Besides, the undead generally give people the illusion that they are getting stronger as they fight. In fact, it is quite easy to replenish the undead at the lowest level, and the expansion is only in quantity, not in quality. Undead creatures are not truly immortal, and their general strength is even weaker than that of warriors of the same level. When encountering a war fortress like the magic tower that can only be conquered through sheer effort, how many lost skeleton soldiers can be replenished after it is conquered? Even if the magician in the tower is resurrected as a lich, the converted combat power may not be able to offset the losses. Even the magic apprentice resurrected into a lich is an even more ridiculous idea. The cost of the transformation ritual is simply not worth investing in an ordinary magic apprentice. Conclusion: the Demon King from thousands of years ago has been resurrected. But if you want to reconquer the world in this era, unless there is a way to solve the problem of magic towers everywhere in the land, the Dark Army that once swept everything will only be able to eat dust. When the few people sitting on the 5th floor of Tower 6 of the 6 towers of the Holy City understood the difference between 1,000 years ago and this era, they no longer had so much resistance to the resurrection of the Devil King. The Demon King can only do so much harm on his own. But what really scares people is the Legion sweeping the entire world. But in this era of magic towers everywhere, no matter how powerful the legions come, they have to hide. Without the consensus of the magician world, whoever wants to conquer the world can only choose one tower after another to pull out, and then bleed their own blood, and the great cause will be over. Let go of the previous haze, and no longer dwell on the Lich's former identity. Mildiades picked up the mathematics journal in front of him, and flipped through it casually. At the same time, he asked, "Xiao Guy, do you think it is really not possible to use a printing press to make magic scrolls?" The Dharma Saint, who called him the same as the principal of Kabamba Academy, tried to close the distance and asked relentlessly, regarding the old man's persistent pursuit. Lin didn't hold back and said, "There must be a way to break through, but we can't find it yet. How about you leading the research in this area? I can use my connections to support your research." Someone was just laughing, and before he could respond, the great magician Kabamba said sullenly, "I don't need you to worry about it. Sir, I have already organized the manpower and am ready to do research in this area." Mildiades was not angry even after being hit with a soft nail. Instead, he keenly grasped the key point of the words and counterattacked. "Oh, isn't Mr. Tripwood taking the lead?" Seeing that the topic turned back to him, Lin smiled and explained, "Sir, to tell you the truth, I have indeed done similar research, but there was no progress, because it involves many aspects. In addition to using mathematics in addition to analysis, it also involves ink formulas, paper formulas, etc. There are many areas that I am not familiar with. These require the Dean to organize magicians who are specialized in various fields to conduct research. And I also have my own research. My magic and mathematics research is in progress. And I really can't distract myself from the issue of printing magic scrolls. The best I can do is provide some assistance on the printing machine." Someone's explanation helped him get out of the quagmire, and it also helped the two elderly people get off the ground. In fact, everyone knew very well that the Dharma Saint's apprentice had offended someone, and the principal was holding his breath. Even if the person is under the roof, he has no intention of pursuing the case, and the great magician Kabamba has no intention of greeting the person with a smile. As for the trouble Hakim had caused for him, Mildiades could only touch it with his nose and swallow it himself. After all, he never tried to stop his apprentice from the beginning. He also had the intention of testing the magician in front of him. When it was time to stop, the inexperienced young man made things get out of hand. It was his own miscalculation. He had no choice but to say, "Since Mr. Kabamba is taking the lead, I think there will be results soon. Then I will wait for the good news." Mildiades did not say anything pretentious to help because he knew that in the Holy City, the influence and strength of the great magician Kabamba were not as good as him. But the gap was not big. If he can't do something, he probably won't be able to do it. If he can do it, even if it comes to him, he can only speed up a little bit. As one of the 6 tower masters in the Holy City, and one of the top managers of the Great Library, Mildiades himself has so many magic research projects that he has to queue up to solve them. Although printing magic scrolls is of strategic significance to magicians, it also has great prospects. But from his point of view, as long as someone completes it, it doesn't necessarily have to be done by his own hands. I have long since broken away from the pursuit of fame or making money. Now that the business was done and everything that needed to be understood was understood, both parties still had things to do. So the meeting ended with the Dharma Saint personally accepting 10 mathematical journals. Mildiades asked his female apprentice to see the guests off. Of course, this is a situation where all the maze traps have been cleared. After a few more useless polite words, Lin left behind the female apprentice and the dean of his own academy. Just when I got off the stairs to the 4th floor, I saw Hakim still imprisoned in midair at the entrance of the stairs. Originally he had calmed down, but when he saw the person coming, he became angry and wanted to curse. It's a pity that he has been hit by the silent spell a long time ago, and he can't even make a whine at this time. He couldn't turn his head. He could only stare at the person with red eyes, and then watch the person leave. However, when Lin passed by Hakim, He still asked one more question. Won't the master of the tower put him down? This question was not directed to the female apprentice walking in front, but to the old man who should be paying attention to this place in some way. Sure enough, the voice of the absent Dharma saint came and said, "Let the child stay there and calm down for a day. Don't worry about him." Although he was imprisoned, Hakim could still hear the sounds of the outside world. Of course, he was extremely angry, but helpless about what his teacher said. There was no way for him to break free from the confinement technique in Tower 6. The young man's teacher had already spoken, and Lin didn't say anything more or make any provocation. There's no point in being too serious with a little guy who can't figure out what he's doing. The same carriage returns. On the way, the dean of the college, Cabin Bai, obviously talked a lot, and he also focused on various aspects of the printing press. It seems that this old man is holding back his energy and wants to achieve something, in line with the principle of providing spiritual support but not actual participation. Lin is still very careful about what he says. Printing magic scrolls is something that my small body cannot afford. Therefore, it is better to leave it to those who can play it. You only need to grasp the source of the printing press. From the perspective of the earth, I do not make products, only industrial machines. Anyone who wants to get a piece of the market pie has to ask for help. That's enough. If the upstream, midstream and downstream industries are all covered and no one can drink any water, then just deal with business conflicts all day long and don't do anything yourself. This is putting the cart before the horse. When we returned to the academy, it was not yet noon. The sales volume of mathematics journals is tepid. Unlike other time travel predecessors, just printing some ghostly symbols and selling them can cause crowds to grab them and empty the streets. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. On the one hand, this is only the first day of sales, and it's less than half a day. Second, most of the content has been published before, as far as someone knows. Although the lecture notes can only be obtained by those who take mathematics classes and those from the college, there are still various ways for people who are interested in mathematics to obtain part of the content. At least, Lin couldn't forbid people who came to class to discuss it with their friends after they went back. After going back and forth, I have pretty much everything I want to know and can know. Some of the new content in the journal is actually suspected of being a piece of cake. Except for people who are very interested in the field of pure mathematics. They will want to know about different methods to prove a result. So as to inspire more thinking, pragmatists only need to know the result. And proof is just a process. There are hundreds of people who take mathematics classes, and they all have different opinions on whether to support mathematics journals. Of course, there are those who elevate their support to the level of belief and accept everything about mathematics unconditionally. There are also those who are fussy and may not dare to point out the amount of tuition fees. After all, they are a sole proprietor, but they are very dissatisfied with the pricing of journals. As someone thought before, 40 gold is not an embarrassing amount for a magician, but it is not an amount that can be decided casually. Some clues about this can be seen from the mathematics class on the first day of the publication of the mathematics journal. In the small talk before class, although many people did not speak openly, someone could still hear the support or contempt in the words. Although I am a little disappointed with such a lukewarm buying sentiment, it is also expected. So Lin didn't want to complain. Anyway, my next plan is to focus on the production of magic silk. Not only myself. This is also something that the 3 women in the family are very concerned about. However, the lukewarm response to the first issue of the mathematics journal lasted less than 3 days. On the 4th day, it was as if enthusiasm was detonated. In addition to the reserved volumes, more than 900 first-run periodicals were sold out in one day. What attracts the support of magicians is not the content of the journal, but the method of printing the journal. Just like the surprise of St. Mildiades when he saw the finished 10 volumes of mathematical journals. The news that someone planned to print the book had already spread. But these well-informed old magicians were not familiar with the mystery of the land. I really don't have much confidence in the printing technology, but the final result still shocked everyone. Therefore, more and more people are interested in the machines placed in the printing room, and even come to see them with their own eyes. Of course, without exception, they all asked, "Can I print a magic scroll?" Someone really wants to ask these magicians what obsession they have with magic scrolls. Chapter 623 Ma Seed. Printing, mathematical journals, and even printing magic scrolls were all temporarily put aside by someone. If the sealed matter is not put on the agenda, there will be no way to live in the new home in the holy city. There's a saying in my hometown: 3 women, 1 drama. It seems that as long as these creatures that no one can understand get together, the situation will develop in a very bad direction. But when they burst out with energy and do things vigorously and resolutely, they still make people amazed. Just like now. In just 5 or 6 days, they captured at least 5 groups of males and females of all kinds of moths within 100 kilometers of the holy city of Starry and raised them. There are ordinary insects inside, as well as magic moths that are born with magical powers. The former is okay, although the ordinary creatures in the Lost Land are more ferocious than the same kind on Earth. No matter how ferocious insects like moths are, as long as they don't carry any bacteria or viruses, they are only as good as flies and mosquitoes. Even if you look at it a little higher, it is still a bee at most. But the latter would pose a threat to ordinary people, no matter how docile a creature is, as long as it is born with magical powers. Sometimes it may not necessarily deliberately target people or treat people as prey, but its inadvertent actions can still cause trouble to people. It's like someone sleeping next to an elephant. Maybe the elephant turns over, and the person has to say goodbye in his sleep. Not to mention that among the magic moths retrieved by the 3 women themselves, or by interesting adventurers, there were many carnivorous ones, or at least omnivorous ones. As long as a creature can eat meat, it enters the hunter sequence. Other creatures that are relatively weak in their eyes will become the targets of their hunting. As long as such creatures remain wild, they will not be easy to raise. But strictly speaking, this situation is not a big problem in this family, because as long as creatures remain wild, they will obey their instincts. And the instinct of creatures is to avoid the strong and go to the weak. In this home where there are 2 top creatures in the land, a humanized black dragon and a lich that no longer looks like a lich, other monsters in their territory can only escape. If they can't escape, they just lie down. It is said that a group of adventurers caught a very rare golden magic moth. Just one moth is bigger than the basketball someone played before time travel. The strong wind that flaps its wings can knock people down. The scale powder on their bodies can paralyze people with poison. And their own magical talent can also confuse people's minds in the dark. Not surprisingly, this guy eats meat. The team of adventurers who caught this demonic moth injured many people, and some were even close to death, then happily treated all their injuries and paid them the agreed reward. Because capturing warcraft alive is a very difficult condition. For most of the work in this area, Lost Land entrusts adventurers to collect the required target objects. The rest are left in the wild to grow and multiply. No one tames a monster in order to collect something from the other person for a long period of time. The main reason is of course the old problem. Warcraft is wild and difficult to tame. But when the golden moth entered this home, of course it nestled obediently, regardless of whether it is a human or a slightly intelligent monster. Anyone who is always stared at by a black dragon that switches between dragon and human form from time to time, and occasionally drools, will have a breakdown in will and be on the verge of despair. If he could have escaped, he would have escaped long ago. But he was bound by the lich's magic circle. Not just this golden magic moth. Then roughly classified all the moth species he caught, and kept the same species in the same barrier. The whole family has one group in the east and one in the west. It's easy to say that those worms that no longer eat after they become adults are just kept like this. But some actually lay eggs directly in the corners or on the floor, and then die. Those who continued to eat began to kill each other and eat the corpses of their own kind. Simply put, these 3 women quickly collected a bunch of moth seeds in a very short period of time. But someone was busy with printing and did not make any follow-up plans. So he made the whole house a mess. Mathematics journals have finally issued, okay. So we have to quickly get the work of searching for silkworm seeds on track. On Earth, a certain primary school curriculum includes raising silkworm babies and observing their lifelong work. However, since most of us are primary school students, most of them raise silkworms to death. And few of them can raise silkworms until they can spin silk and form cocoons. The point is that since Lezu in the Huangdi era, silkworm species have long been fixed. And no one has thought about why the silk produced by this silkworm should be used instead of the larvae of other moth species. But in Lost Land, if you start everything from scratch, you have to consider all aspects. Especially if you want to add magic to silk or finish silk. You will definitely need a more special type of silkworm. That's why I ordered Halloumi to collect various moths in the hope of finding suitable silkworm seeds. Before searching, of course, you must first find a way to manage the moths that occupy every corner of your home. Keeping them together is definitely a bad idea. Those of the same species will eat each other. And no one can tell what will happen to species of different species. Because Yuzoventia went out to develop the technical guild, The factory building originally used for craftsmen to make toilets on the west side of the courtyard actually fell idle in a short time. The house that has been set up was tidied up, and a compartment was created just for the collected moths. Those moth species that only mate as adults and do not eat are easier to deal with. In the days since they were captured, many moths have mated and laid eggs, completed their life's mission, and passed away gloriously, looking at a pile of hundreds or thousands of eggs. Some moth species still have adults, and some don't. Someone had to use their experience before traveling to collect mulberry trees, and when they found these moth species, fresh leaves from nearby trees were spread in the compartments that were full of eggs, or where adult moths were about to lay eggs. As for those moth species that still need to eat after becoming adults, they are all magic moths that are born with magical powers. Except for the golden magic moth. The other moth species are also quite large. But compared to those carnivorous animals that are hunters, insect-based moths are still small. Simply put, it's not a lot to eat. First, Lynn paired up the males and females, keeping only one pair in one compartment. The same kind of magic moth can be divided into 3 feeding methods: pure carnivore, omnivorous, and pure vegetarian. There are also a variety of choices for each type of food. Even meat is divided into fresh and rotten. After everything is sorted, the next thing is to take care of, observe, and record. Halloumi took the initiative and accepted the job without even thinking about it. Although it is not taking care of flowers and plants, taking care of some moths is interesting to her. However, the point of recording is not just to scribble things down like a primary school student's biological observation diary. Adult moth species that can eat should record their food preference trends, estimate the amount of food they eat, and determine whether there are obvious differences and occurrence characteristics during estrus, mating, and egg-laying periods. Of course, similar things must be recorded for larvae. Another important point is its growth period. That is, the interval between each molt, and how long it takes from hatching to spinning and cocooning. In terms of care, since it is not a one-to-one care, it is necessary to think of some convenient methods that can be processed in large quantities. For example, cleaning up feces. Although it didn't seem to matter if it wasn't cleaned. But considering the survival rate and whether it would affect the quality of the final silk and cocoon. A guy with a mysophobia and pursuit of perfection asked the hard-working apprentice to clean it every day. The blonde girl who accepted the instructions did not stupidly clean up the larvae feces with her hands every day. After following someone for so long, she at least knew how to use her brain. After observing the activities of the larvae in the first few days, she did not use any crude method to concentrate the countless small black spots, but cultivated the larvae. A layer of woven net is added to the table. Anyway, the larvae basically live on the leaves, eating desperately at any time. After eating to a certain extent, it will shed its skin. After the skin is shed, it will rest for a while, and then start eating again. Even if you eat up one leaf, it is not difficult to follow the network cable to the next leaf. As long as the size of the mesh is controlled just right, the feces can fall directly downwards, while the other parts are held above the mesh. Under the net, you only need to make a collection box similar to a drawer. Take it out and pour it out regularly, and you can keep the cultivation table clean. After Halloumi's work is on track and larvae begin to hatch, in addition to Kai occasionally coming to help take care of it, someone will also start to follow up on the subsequent machine production. The first machine to be made is the silk reeling machine. The process of silk reeling includes the steps of drying cocoons, peeling cocoons, selecting cocoons, cooking cocoons, reeling, and refining. Some people have only seen the general appearance of Earth's modern silk reeling machine from pictures, but their internal structure is completely unknown. I was able to build the Manroland printing press before because I had actually seen and touched it. Unfortunately, no one had a textile factory near my childhood home. There is no hope of directly using a machine of this level. But the structure of the original reeling machine is not complicated, and it is not too difficult to power it. The hard part is enchanting during the reeling stage. Generally, when magic props or equipment are enchanted, they are processed after completion, and various magic materials are added to add magic effects to the items. Perhaps the woven products can also be designed with magic circle runes during the weaving process, so that the woven products can produce magical effects. However, this approach has an inherent flaw. That is, when the integrity of the magic circle is destroyed, the magic effect of the item will disappear. These are also the magicians who are obsessed with the land, passionately pursuing metal equipment that does not hinder the ability to cast spells and perceive power. Because in battle, even if the enchantment disappears, The metal can still bring some basic defense instead of directly returning to zero. However, the successful experience of making the 1 ring and the 19 matching rings made Lin think about whether he could add the desired magic to the silk thread during the reeling stage. Then the silk threads that already have magical effects can be woven into the style you want, instead of wearing a dress full of runes on your body. It is conceivable that the silk carrier that can carry magic in this way must have a considerable degree of tolerance and resilience of magic power. Not just any thread can be so enchanted. Just like someone's experiment before making a ring, using ordinary metal to enchant the metal wire. The result was a heroic explosion. Even if the enchantment can be successful, how many magic spells can be attached? Not to mention anything else. Just the flash technique, which travels through various dimensions, and is a protective magic that can resist the erosion of alien energy, is not a lightweight magic. The success of all these ideas depends on the strength of the pile of moss seeds in front of us. Chapter 624 Selection of Moss Species. The Lich stares longingly at a group of insects, imagining that she is wearing silk and satin. Can such a person keep her idle? Of course not. But a lot of the work now is trivial and boring, and she wouldn't be happy to leave it to her. As for the machine he was exploring, this one kept a distance. Before she saw the automatic control program for the peace arms of the Silverbeard dwarves, Them was only editing the program, and she would not touch the body of the peace arms. So someone suggested that this Lich, who had nothing to do and thought about, "Are you okay?" all day long, should do something that she should be interested in, and that was also in the category of high-end research, crossbreeding. The first step is to record the DNA sequences of all collected moss species. This is not to do genetic modification, but to determine the reproductive isolation between these moss species. I still remember that I once studied Darwin's theory of evolution. Many of them were compared by him to highlight the theories of natural selection and survival of the fittest. According to later generations' research on their DNA sequences, many of them are simply different species of organisms. They just happen to look alike. It's like aliens seeing humans and chimpanzees and coming to the conclusion of natural selection and survival of the fittest. So there is a conclusion that one with more hair is stronger and the other with less hair is thinner. That's hacking bullshit. Therefore, it is necessary to confirm the situation of the moss species first before making appropriate arrangements for subsequent hybridization experiments. When it comes to genetic modification, Finn is undoubtedly at the forefront of someone's knowledge. But what she did to herself was actually just creating a unique superhuman. However, an individual cannot be considered a species after all. If the target is silk, 1 or 2 super moss will not be of use. It must be able to reproduce continuously and produce silk cocoons. Secondly, if this Lich is really allowed to research in the direction of genetically modified species, who knows what monsters she will transform into? That part is too cutting edge and someone is not familiar with it. So I strongly suggest that she just do crossbreeding. The reason why someone used it is also very good. Since you don't know what kind of silk thread is most suitable, why take the same uncertain and most troublesome path? Do the easy things first. It is not suitable to move on to the difficult ones. Fortunately, Finn accepted. After determining the situation of reproductive isolation, Finn began to make early plans for different moss species that may hybridize with each other. Anyway, under Halumi's care, each pair of moss can lay 300 to 400 eggs. Even if only half survived, 80% of the remaining half would be used for trial production of silk threads, and the remaining 15% would be used for breeding. There would still be half left for her to mess around with. Studying the collected moss species from a biological level revealed some very interesting findings. First of all, the 18 kinds of magic moss and the 4 kinds of ordinary moss actually belong to subspecies under 3 species, and they are not classified as naturally having powers or not, but are distinguished according to the shape of their wings. There are 3 types: those with triangular front and rear wings, those with obvious eye patterns on the front and rear wings, and those with linear stripes on the front wings. Of the 3 types, there are those that are born with their own powers, and those that do not. But the DNA of these 3 moth species basically still has a double-stranded helix structure. But the only golden magic moth is different. She has a 4-strand spiral structure, similar to the dragon clan. It's just that the information contained in the genome and sequence is far inferior to that of the dragon clan. By the way, the Homo sapiens species that Lin has encountered so far include native humans Halumi and Kaya, the male ewes of Gansha, the silver-bearded dwarves Germain and Marit, and the goblin Totoka, and I and her daughter Polly, many wood elves and elves, dark elf Melson, etc. The DNA sequence of all people is 22 pairs of chromosomes plus 2. Males are XY and females are XX. In other words, all species of Homo sapiens that someone encounters now are not reproductively isolated, and may even have the same origin. As for Y, it's too brain-intensive for a physics major to explore biological issues, so I skipped it. However, dragons have strong cross-species reproduction capabilities. Not only can they reproduce with other creatures to produce offspring with dragon bloodline, these offspring may even become a species and continue to maintain their characteristics. What is the principle behind this? Someone's biological knowledge is too weak to guess, but there is a little speculation. Is it possible that the golden moth, which also has a 4-stranded helix structure, has the same strong reproduction ability as the dragon clan? He said this thought casually, and when he saw the excited evil smile on the lich's face, someone knew. Forget it. Just let her go. In addition to him preparing to show off his talents, Halloumi also discovered some very interesting phenomena during his observation work. First of all, the larvae of all moth species can eat vegetarian food. The adults may not necessarily eat meat, but the larvae must be fed meat. Of course, you can eat meat if you feed it. Secondly, the larvae of ordinary moths cannot do this. But if the larvae of those moth species born with magical powers grind the magic stone into powder and sprinkle it on the leaves or pieces of meat used as feed, they may have a chance to mutate. I don't know whether it is good or bad. On the other hand, it will also accelerate its growth. It originally took 20 days to enter the next molting period, but it can be reduced to the remaining 10 days at most. If the larvae of common moths eat this kind of bait, they will die suddenly. Moreover, the larvae of common moths cannot tell whether food has been added with food, and will just keep eating stupidly. If you accidentally eat magic stone powder, you will not experience any uncomfortable symptoms. Instead, your whole body will turn black, freeze, and die. The grade of magic stone also affects the effect of feeding, but it doesn't mean that the better you use it, the better the effect will be. Basically, when it reaches the Huangshan level of magic stone, its powder becomes poison. The larvae of some moth species know how to avoid them, while others simply eat them and die suddenly. Feeding pure magic stone powder or feeding in large amounts will not work. Those more intelligent moth larvae will look for food without additives after eating to a limit. Those unintelligent larvae will, of course, eat until they are exhausted. Regarding this discovery, Halloumi, who was originally very proud, immediately fell down after hearing the teacher's instructions, and almost burst into tears or cursed. Someone said, well done. Then the observation group will be subdivided. All current categories will be further divided into those with magic stone powder and those without. And pay attention to the feeding of each stage of the larvae. Quantity limit. The original work doubled in an instant, and the blonde girl was about to cry. But what made her even more sad was what someone did after the first batch of larvae spun silk and formed cocoons. Although the reeling machine had been completed before that, no one except Lin knew the operation process. When someone threw the cocoons into the dryer, the two girls who had been assisting in the operation were stunned, because not many small creatures could survive under such heat. Halloumi was even more reluctant to part with the larvae she had taken care of during this period. Although she did not cry, she was still uncomfortable in various ways. There was no need for others to comfort the two girls, as they quickly adjusted to it. Speaking of which, the law of the jungle can be regarded as the norm in Lost Land. They grew up in this world, but someone didn't take good care of them. They were just left alone. Not to mention those who kill chickens, ducks, fish and rabbits. Even bandits and uncivilized goblins have been killed by them before. Killing animals has long been accustomed to them. It's just someone's sudden actions that frighten them without explaining it beforehand. For the first batch of silk cocoons, someone fumbled along according to the process in memory, because the first round was mainly to test the operating status of the reeling machine. The enchantment mode was not turned on. However, the test run did not go smoothly. The part of drawing the thread and finding the thread ends is because I can't think of how to automate it, so I can only do it manually with someone watching from the side. One thread of the reeling machine uses 7 cocoons, which is 7 cocoon silk. The adjustment of the reeling force also troubles some people, because the power of the machine is too high. The thread is always cut off. When any silk thread is broken, the machine must be stopped automatically. In order to solve these problems, the flywheel is installed, the wire breakage sensor is installed, and the lever is adjusted. In order to keep the silk thread consistent, each part of the reeling machine is equipped with additional sensors to monitor data, including air temperature, humidity, wheel speed, water temperature, water level height, etc., and calculate and estimate the silk sheath length, reeling tension, etc. When the entire semi-automatic reeling machine can run smoothly, it has been modified by someone so that the original appearance cannot be seen. Even someone has no way of knowing how different this is from the Earth's version of the automated reeling machine, because this is completely a thing created by a layman who tinkered around to treat a headache and a sore foot. After the silk reeling machine finally became operational, Lynn tried to enchant the silk reeling process. In the first stage, you don't need to consider adding too much magic as a supplement. But your most basic requirement is a protective magic that can travel between dimensions and resist alien energy. If you can't even do this most basic enchantment, and all the cocoons made by all the moth larvae don't work, then you have to find other ways to add this protective magic to your equipment. Fortunately, the worst did not happen, and some moth species still passed the first stage of testing. Of course, without exception, they are all moth species that are born with magical powers. The next step is to test the maximum number of enchantments of various silk threads, the continuous status after adding magic, and the ratio of the consumption of the enchantment process to the effect of transformation. At the same time, factors such as the growth cycle of moth larvae, difficulty of raising, cost, ease of processing, etc. must also be considered. If you only consider the former, you can find the thread that is most suitable for enchantment and can get the best magic effect. If the latter is added to the factors considered, it is necessary to find the silk thread with the best economic benefits. In other words, the effect of adding magic may not be the best, but because it is the simplest to raise and can easily form an economic scale, such a moth species is the best choice. After all, to make a piece of clothing, it cannot be solved by just a few cocoons, but thousands of cocoons are needed. If the clothes are made and only you want to wear them, then you can just collect them slowly, but there are still people queuing up behind you to get them. If the silk thread collected over a long period of time is only enough for yourself, you don't need to guess to know that the ending will not be a happy ending. Therefore, how to achieve a suitable balance between economic benefits and magical effects is a test of wisdom. Chapter 625, the follow-up to the journal. After the stocks of journals are sold out, the matter is not over. There are still many magicians who want to see the prints of advanced technology. You are holding on to the first batch of copies. If you haven't bought it yet, how about you wait for the second issue of the Mathematics Journal and play the crazy version of hunger marketing? Guess what will happen to the printing workshop after it offends the public? Are the intellectuals of Lost Earth on the same level as the bowl-banging masses of Earth? The great magician Cabinby did not dare to stand up to so many peers and juniors. A bunch of old bones can't stand the torment of so many people. Someone thought for a while, and the printing workshop was not as formal as the publishing house on Earth. So there were many operating techniques available. For those who can't wait for the second phase, a registration and purchase system is adopted. Simply put, as many people register as possible, we will print as many copies as possible. In this way, you can avoid guessing the sales volume. If you guess too little, you have to add 3 brushes. If you guess too much, it will become inventory. However, some apprentices with a flexible mind suggested that they should learn from the Chamber of Commerce's ordering model. Collect money first, and then print the books. Someone rejected such a suggestion without even thinking about it. Of course, doing so will be more secure for the printing workshop. But if someone messes up during the process, or something goes wrong on one's own side, and the money is collected but the things are never delivered to others, that would offend someone. It's always a problem if someone takes the opportunity to cause trouble. Now that journals are new, they can't afford any trouble. If you don't collect money first, and someone makes a reservation but then regrets it, it will be the person's face that is humiliated. All reservations are made under real names. If anyone really wants to spread a reputation for not keeping his word, it is based on real evidence, and no one can blame him, even if a magician really puts his face on it and refuses it. How much does it cost to print a journal? Not counting the value of the published knowledge, the cost of the paper alone is less than 1 gold. If someone doesn't like to see inventory, it's just because it's a waste of resources. It doesn't mean that he can't afford the money. In comparison, the risk of offending someone if you collect money first, and the inventory risk of collecting money later, are really of different magnitudes. For insurance purposes, it's a no-brainer which one to choose. If there are people who come from nowhere, they will order 100 or 1,000 copies in one go. You guys, They're just playing tricks like this that have been played badly on Earth. You have a lot of brains to ignore them. But such a person actually came to our door. But the other party is a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and plans to sell it to areas outside the holy city of Starry. Matters in this area should, of course, be left to the dean, who has a broad network of people to discuss. Even if there is something fishy behind the other party's back, this well-informed old man will not be easily fooled, and he will be more powerful in regaining his position. The lost masters are not old scholars who only know about research and are ignorant of foreign affairs. In order to have a more accurate grasp of the printing quantity of the journal starting from the second issue, some apprentices suggested that the same registration and purchase system as this time should be adopted. It's like Earth ordering a yearly magazine or something like that. But this is not the original way of collecting money first, or offering discounts after 1 year of subscription. After discussion, pre-registered buyers of the MIDI version can enjoy the convenience of having someone deliver the goods to their doorstep and then collect the money. In this way, these people who are willing to buy in the long term can avoid the trouble of running around and queuing. You know, the people who buy mathematics journals are not just the magicians in District 6 of the Holy City. Masters from other areas have to come to Kabamba Academy in Area 6, which is a long distance to walk on 2 legs, in the second issue. In addition to printing the number of people who have registered their willingness to purchase, it should be enough to print another 100 or 200 copies. In addition to handing it over to the big library and keeping it for yourself, you also have to deal with those who want to buy it temporarily. But there are not many such people. Mathematics journals are not easy books that everyone wants to take with them. The finishing work of the first issue of the Mathematics Journal is in progress in an orderly manner, and preparations for the second issue have to begin, because the method of submitting papers to mathematics journals has long been printed on the back cover of the first issue. A large number of submission documents were collected in just a few days after the sale. Fortunately, someone gave me a way to submit my article using a specially set up magic internet mailbox. If I had given it to my actual address, I would not have been inundated with letters like flakes. In order to cope with this staggering number of manuscripts, Lynn decided to implement a plan in advance and told the people who came to the mathematics course during the break. That is the Mathematics Journal Selection Committee. So, what does this committee do? Someone asked. To put it simply, a large number of submissions are distributed to the committee members for review. When the committee members find some that they think are suitable for publication in the journal, everyone will propose them to discuss which ones should be included in the journal. After all, the space is limited, and it is impossible to include everything. Put it up, if there is really good new knowledge, but it is limited by the layout. You can reserve it for the next issue of the journal. Isn't this your job? Master Tripwood. It's true that I am a founder, but I hope to establish a system for the distribution of journals. A system that can run for a long time even without me. Someone was so ambitious. Although he didn't say it clearly before, everyone was more or less aware of it. But it is always a good thing, and there is no reason not to support it. So everyone is still very interested in how the details will be arranged. Lynn said, I estimate that there will be 10 members of the selection committee, including me. Each manuscript will be randomly assigned to 2 members for selection. As long as one person recommends it, it can be brought out for everyone to discuss. Because on one day of each month is the publication date of the journal. According to previous experience, the time for proofreading and printing takes about 7 to 10 days. So I set the 18th of each month as the submission deadline for that month. And the manuscript submitted after that will be counted as the following month. The selection committee will meet on the 19th of each month to decide which new information will be published on the 20th. Everyone was unconvinced about this arrangement. What everyone wants to know more is, how are these committee members selected? In this regard, Lynn said directly, of course I am one of them. At least until the mathematics I am scheduled to teach is finished. The journal has to set aside space to publish this part. For the remaining 9 people, the way I am thinking of now is to make it public recruitment. But at this stage, I don't think anyone outside will be familiar with our mathematical methods. So the selection committee will wait for the time to come and recruit from outside. With these words, everyone present was praised without leaving any trace. So everyone showed a proud expression, and no one showed dissatisfaction. But someone didn't say it to death. But they just interpreted it. When the time is right. After confirming that no one objected, Lynn continued, of course there will be a salary for this job. But not everyone is willing to do it. So I only recruit volunteers. If there are less than 9 volunteers will be the main ones for the time being. The insufficient number will be reserved for future recruitment. If there are more than 9 volunteers, I will use a math test to select the 8 people with the highest scores, as well as the person with the lowest score who did not submit a blank paper, to form the first batch of candidates with me, members of the committee. Although there is no imperial examination system that is deeply rooted in the people of MIDI, the concept of test is not completely absent. For example, the apprenticeship promotion assessment is a test that masters must pass in their lives. So as someone said, when the number of volunteers exceeds the required number, it is a very reasonable method to use the merits of the test as the selection criterion. But, which subcondition is used to select the one with the lowest score? In response to everyone's questions, Lynn replied, I think everyone can understand the selection of the best people, because the test scores are excellent. The test taker's understanding of mathematics can be explained from a certain appearance, but people with poor scores can. Does it mean that the test taker has a poor understanding of mathematics? I think this is not absolute. Maybe this person has a different way of thinking than others, so he will get different results in mathematics. There is a single answer, but the quality of a thing is not so absolute. Perhaps if there is such a person, one can see things that others ignore and evaluate all submissions from a more comprehensive perspective. Mathematics Journal, hoping to publish new theoretical knowledge. This statement caused a discussion among the people below. It sounds like some are convinced, but others are not so in favor. Lynn added at this time, actually, I don't think everyone needs to worry too much, because this can only be regarded as a temporary method. After all, it is something that no one has done before. If we want to do it, it will be like crossing a river while groping. When we can no longer move forward, we have to turn back and choose another direction to go down. This is normal as long as we uphold the idea of expecting continuous accumulation and progress of knowledge, and try our best to try and challenge the unknown. That's it. Even when it comes to this, no one insists on opposing opinions. If you find that this approach is not good in the future, it will be okay to correct it. Seeing that no one had any opinions, Lynn finally said, if there are no other questions, then we will tentatively hold the first test in 2 days. Those who are willing to become a selection committee member can sign up today and tomorrow, because everything they are all new creations and the system has not yet been perfected. So the term of the first selection committee is tentatively set to be 1 year. That is, after the 12 issues of the journal are released. New selection committee members will be re-elected, but this method may not always be used. Set. The salary is tentatively set at 100 gold per month, and a magazine will be given as a gift. It depends on the future situation. If you have any opinions, you are welcome to discuss it. Listening to someone's arrangement, it was quite thoughtful in every aspect, so everyone agreed for the time being. However, some people still ask, if I serve as a selection committee member, can I still submit articles? After thinking for a while, Lynn said bluntly, I used to tend to avoid such questions, but then I thought about it, because submissions are allocated, and you don't necessarily have to submit them yourself. They will be selected by yourself, even if it's just right, selected by myself, and recommended, but it may not be passed at the final selection meeting. If it is really passed, it does not mean that the new knowledge is valuable, and it has nothing to do with who published it. The final decision is that there is no need to avoid this behavior for the time being. Of course, we will try this for a while, and see how it works before making changes in the future. What someone did not say is that you can actually use the method of blocking names, and wait until the final printing stage to list the names of the selected articles. If you have done this, and there are still people who are thick-skinned enough to say at the final selection meeting that I wrote that article and insist on recommending it for selection, then you can only accept it. But this approach does not need to be made public here. This is an internal matter of the selection committee. Chapter 626 Interlude in Math Class. The magical Silk Road of Lost Land is complicated, but you still need to take math classes, which is the most important source of income nowadays. However, one day, someone who was teaching mathematics suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression and crisis. It was as if someone was preparing strategic magic around him, intending to make a big splash. And this feeling was not only felt by myself, but also by all the magicians in the classroom. Some people even stood up alertly and tried to find the source. Because the feeling was too strong, everyone quickly determined the direction. And Lin also turned his head and looked over. In his special observation vision, he estimated the distance from the source of the occurrence, which was the location of the printing workshop. Something happened to the printing press? Someone is causing trouble. This was Lin's first thought. Immediately, He used the flash technique and teleported to the room where the printing press was placed. Although the machine was not operating, a chaotic entanglement of powers appeared in the air. It was as if multiple sources of magic were out of control at the same time, and their powers interfered with each other, temporarily suppressing the explosion of power. But this is definitely not a good thing. It's like a pressure cooker with a closed lid. When the lid cannot be covered and explodes, the power will only be greater. At this time, other magicians from math classes ran into the printing room one after another and saw this dangerous picture. These veteran magicians are indeed experienced people. They have judged that the loss of control has not reached the final stage, and there is still a chance to recover. So they quickly took out their usual short wands or other spellcasting medium equipment and began to control the out-of-control entanglement of power. Another group of people find the cause of the loss of control. After the situation occurred, Lin, who was the first to enter, certainly didn't just stare at a loss. It took him some time to determine the source of the out-of-control magic, which was the man-rolling printing plate on the printing press. For someone who loves the concept of self-destruction, even if they don't make a red button with a skull mark, they will add an emergency stop switch to the machine. So he immediately photographed the red and blue switches under the console, disconnected the power supply channel of man-rolling metal, and at the same time ejected the entire printing plate from the machine. On the other hand, the printing press that was running was also forced to stop. The reason for the loss of control was eliminated, and the intertwined power gradually moved smoothly under the control of a group of great magicians. After confirming that the hidden destructive power was slowly dissipated, Lin then began to observe other places. In the printing room, the doors and windows are in good condition, and external intrusion can be ruled out. And those people who had been in the printing room were all familiar faces. In addition to the few apprentices who assisted in printing journals, the only two magicians were also the direct disciples of the Academy's president, Kabambai. There were no strangers that Lin did not know, so it should be possible to exclude outsiders from damaging it. However, those two magicians were entrusted by their teacher with the task of researching and printing magic scrolls. Is their wrong operation the cause of the loss of control of power? When the out-of-control power entangled in midair disappeared without a trace, the printing machine also stopped completely. The crisis seemed to have been resolved, and everyone was free to look at the situation in the workroom, including the old men who were crowding outside the door to peek. The printing press was familiar to anyone taking math class, and a group of people took the opportunity to touch the machine after discovering the amazing consistency of the journal. At the same time, he understood various aspects of data and even saw the actual operation of the printing press. Nowadays, that excitement has long passed. After all, the printing press is of no use to most people. It was not until this incident happened today that it attracted everyone's attention again. A group of people were all talking and talking. Some asked about the printing press. Some asked about the situation just now. And some asked what happened. A certain person was answering everyone one by one, but all his thoughts were focused on why the situation was out of control. Who is looking for death so much that he carved 16 anti-magic arrays on magic metal? An old magician scolded in a loud voice. At this time, everyone gathered around the old magician. What he was referring to was the man-rolling printing plate that had been bounced off the machine by someone. It had the patterns of 16 embossed magic circles neatly arranged on it. But now the magic circle has been destroyed, and the original man-rolling metal version is no longer smooth. In addition to varying thicknesses and slight distortions, the key points of the magic circle looked more like they were being melted. The dean, who arrived late, also saw the embarrassing scene in the printing room. In the group led by him personally, some people think that more preparations should be made on the subject of printing magic scrolls. But others think that it is better to make gradual adjustments directly in the experiment. It was not until recently that he decided to conduct an experiment. But he didn't expect that two students who originally supported the experiment would start the first trial printing of the magic scroll before he arrived, and then cause such a scene. Looking at the damaged embossed anti-magic circle on the man-rolling metal plate, all the magicians who were working on the project or knew that there was such a research topic felt heavy in their hearts. Originally, they thought the difficulty was just finding suitable ink and scroll carriers. But if we can't even get a printed version, then the follow-up work can continue. Picking up the man-rolling metal plate that had been bounced away, the great magician couldn't hide his disappointment and said, "Is it true that the magic scroll can't even be printed? If it's a problem with the printing press, I have a way to solve it." Someone who didn't leave said from the side. When everyone heard this, they quickly asked, Lin used the whiteboard pen technique to display the magic formation pattern originally intended to be printed on the metal plate. That is, the magic pattern of the spider web technique in midair. This is a very popular magic scroll for groups of adventurers who do not have the power of a magician, or adventurers who are willing to retain the power of a magician. The spider web spell is a very useful magic whether it is used as an ambush trap or to break up the enemy. It is not suitable for use in large-scale battles, but it is widely used in small-scale battles or adventures and explorations. Lin waved his hand and divided the magic circle into more than 10 levels. As soon as he let go, these more than 10 levels were divided into more than 10 floor plans for everyone to see clearly. The magician with quick reactions figured out what someone meant in an instant. Looking at the separated magic formations, there are several pictures with simple lines and outlines. The rest of the patterns only have a small part of the runes on each one. And the point is that these runes exist alone and will not have any meaning or effect. We just need to separate it, print it multiple times, and finally print a complete magic array pattern. If we are still particular about it, the printing plate should be made of materials that do not contain power, so that we can avoid inverse talismans on the page. The text had an unexpected effect. In order to achieve the effect of automatically changing the layout, the Manroland Metal Edition has a channel that continuously supplies magical power. It is not surprising that these power supplies will support the complete magic circle on the metal plate. It's just that no one thought of it before this happened. Ordinary materials carry magic words, and it is true that the power will corrode the carrier. But this process does not happen instantly. It will take a while to simmer, depending on the level of the runes themselves. With simple lines and outlines, this shouldn't happen. For those engraved with some runes, because a small part of the runes will not bring strong magical effects, the corrosion situation should not be too serious. In other words, the engraved printing plate can be used for a period of time no matter what. Although the magicians who are currently researching the printing of magic scrolls are not as capable as hearing 1 and knowing 10, they are not fools either. After hearing such an idea, everyone can come up with many suitable improvement plans. Now that we know that the anti-magic circle will cause the printing process to go out of control, how many layers should be divided into layered layouts, and how to divide them so that a magic scroll can be completed with the minimum number of processes is just a branch of research. Lin even said at this time, since we have to divide the layout into layouts, we can consider which ones can be used as templates for the public version. What does this mean? Asked Kabamba, the great magician, who was most concerned about this matter. Without explaining it directly, Lin just used whiteboard techniques to present another magic formation pattern, and expanded it using a similar layering method. As a final result, you can see that several of the new magic array decomposition diagrams are the same as the spider web decomposition diagrams. Lin said, the basic forms of the magic circle for making magic scrolls are the 5-pointed star, the 6-pointed star, the cross pattern, a big circle, and there are several small circles outside the big circle. These card plates can not only be if used on one kind of magic scroll. There may be many kinds of magic scrolls that can be used. Then the preparation work for printing magic scrolls can be reduced a lot, because some things are universal. This is actually a concept similar to movable type printing, except that what someone provides is not just 1 or 2 characters, nor is it just that these characters are put on a page and printed out in one go. The new idea made everyone feel very excited, as if the work had progressed a lot. At this time, Lin came up with another idea and said, if they are printed separately, there may be a new research direction. It is about which parts of a magic scroll can be printed and which cannot. What does this mean? Kabamba asked. Perhaps everyone is thinking about using the printing method to make the magic scroll in one go. But have you ever thought that if you don't consider it in one step, just make it easier than the original production method? This way, if so, we only need to find the parts that can be successfully preserved by printing. And finally, the maker will add the remaining parts to complete the magic scroll. The advantages of using a machine are standardization and uniformity, and the remaining parts require spirituality. It is given by people. By doing this, we can shorten the production time and reduce the chance of mistakes and failures. As long as we can do this, we can actually take a step forward in printing magic scrolls. No one said anything at this time. The great magician Kabamba directly hooked Lin's shoulder and asked, Xiao Gai, are you really not planning to help me print the magic scroll? After laughing a few times, Lin said, President, I can help with some ideas for the machine. But other materials are not what I am good at, and I am busy with something at hand. I heard that a certain mathematics master recently changed his gender. Instead of studying mathematics, He raised a bunch of magic moths for fun, considering that someone else seemed to be in charge. Kababai really didn't have the courage to fight a demon king, since he knew the truth about that person's resurrection. Chapter 627 Adventurers Guild. The printing shop's business is getting back on track faster than anyone expected. In addition to the work of printing mathematical journals, and the research on experimental printing of magic scrolls, it also began to undertake a large number of external printing work. Perhaps it was thanks to someone's prompting to treat magic words separately from non-magical words. In this way, I unexpectedly discovered that in the world of magicians, there are many projects that can use printing methods to shorten working time. Although there is no saying that time is money in the lost world. This is partly because the concept and use of money are not as deeply rooted in people's hearts as they are on Earth. However, it is still very popular to save working time and improve work efficiency. Of course, if there are benefits, there will be people who are harmed. But compared to the first wave of impact brought by the forum, the impact brought by the printing press is not as big as the forum. And the research on printing magic scrolls is also in full swing. The journal's content selection has also gone at its own pace. The test takers who participated in the selection committee were not as enthusiastic as expected. And everyone participated. Judging from the performance of the participants, people who come to mathematics classes can be roughly divided into two categories: those who seek fame and those who seek knowledge. The former will be more actively involved in any related activities, while the latter just wants to do research quietly. But no matter which one it is, Lynn does a good job of dividing some of the work of the journal. Those who took over are also running the crude system smoothly. The screening of silk moth species proceeds slowly and seemingly smoothly, but in fact the research targets are constantly expanding. The 18 kinds of magic moths and 4 kinds of ordinary moths collected before certainly do not mean that the number of moth groups is limited to this. Insects are the most diverse species in any world. The ones collected are only the types that can be captured in a short period of time, and in locations close to the holy city. The bounty placed by the Lich on the Adventurers Guild has not yet been removed. Moth species that only existed in distant places were successively sent to the hands of a certain Lich in the holy city of Estali by different groups of adventurers. Of course, if you collect too many moth species at home, conflicts will inevitably occur. For example, if you already have a species on hand, when someone else sends you the same moth species, will you not be rewarded? Pay at a discount? Or pay in full? The Lich who personally went to the guild to receive the moth seeds had several quarrels with the adventurer group and almost dismantled the guild. This was the one who was victimized. None of the members at the Adventurers Guild reception desk could beat her. Otherwise they would have been private long ago. But the current situation is that the other party does not welcome the reappearance of this Lich. But they do not dare to stop it because they are powerless to stop it. In the end, someone had to step in to deal with the aftermath. It's not a blanket decision to stop the entire bounty, but rather to make the originally vague requirements more clear. Furthermore, considering that many adventurers may be illiterate, the word should be chosen in a way that these people can understand, rather than being literate. And it takes a long time to think about a sentence before you can understand the meaning. The specific points are as follows. 1. For the same moth species, a male and a female pair, a reward 20 gold is offered if you can catch 3 pairs of living and healthy moths. The maximum total bounty is 100 gold. 2. The bounty will also include an exclusive list, which is the moth species that have been collected. If someone brings a moth species on the list to receive the reward, the ordinary moth species will not pay the bounty, and the demonic moth species with power will pay a bounty not exceeding 1/10 of the first item, which is considered the hard work of catching the demonic insects. 3. Only bring magic moths of one gender. If there is no male and female pair, no money will be given to ordinary moths. The maximum bounty for each magic moth will not exceed 1 gold, regardless of the species. This is still considered hard work. In addition to specific text descriptions, the exclusion list also has characteristic pictures and individual pictures, so that people at least have a basis for comparison. The descriptions and pictures of these bounty requests and exclusive lists are all placed in a special section of the Adventurer Guild's forum, making them available to all fans. Thanks to the convenience of the forum, organizations like the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, which are spread all over the land, have not only improved dozens or hundreds of times in the dissemination of information and commissions compared to the past. In the past, guilds mainly provided local commission tasks, and occasionally regional tasks. But the time limit was long and the performance was not good. Now that there is a guild in the forum, commission tasks are divided into 3 levels: global, regional, and local. Also because of the rapid transmission of information. As long as the reward is attractive, it is easy to attract adventurers to move long distances and work in places with more money and prospects. The bounty commission provided by Finn is of course at the level of the entire land, taking into account the differences in moss species across the world. If we really want to study this aspect, it is of course unlikely to be limited to a small area. It's just that it sounds nice. But in fact it's not that simple. The highest reward, 100 gold, is indeed very generous for ordinary adventurers. Catching the magic moth alive is not that difficult as long as there is sufficient preparation. The trouble lies in how long the distance must be traveled with a live magic beast, in exchange for a bounty that may not even be enough to subsidize travel expenses. Not to mention the variables that come with long, time-consuming moves. For example, for a moth species that was not originally on the exclusive list, because someone else handed it over first, subsequent adventurers could only receive less than 1/10 of the reward. This change in time difference is also one of the main reasons for disputes between Finn and the adventurers who come to receive rewards. Therefore, although it is a bounty for the entire Lost Land, its influence is actually only in the area surrounding the Holy City. Of course, there are also outsiders who just want to use their muscles to reward, just like the group of people sitting in front of me. No doubt from out of town. The number of local logged-in adventurers in the Holy City is quite small, and they are mainly based on the magic side. The pure warrior groups can only be from outside. He looked at a big bald man, about the same size as a bear, carrying a broad sword and leading several brothers, shouting loudly, spitting stars, looking like he was going to drown people. I said, "This is what you want. Why don't you give me money?" Lin looked at the sickly moth, who was pressed on the table with embarrassment. It has triangular wings with 1 horizontal and 3 vertical stripes on its wings. Its body shape is slender compared to other moth species, but not to the level of a butterfly or dragonfly. The most obvious feature is that the 2 tentacles on its head are green hairs. So it is widely known as the green devil moth. The scale powder of the green demon moth has hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects. In fact, this is a common feature of most demon moths. However, the toxicity of the green demon moth is not very strong, and ordinary people may not be able to withstand it. A strong warrior can continue to fight for a period of time without fear of the influence of the scale powder. The green demon moth is not very powerful. In the parlance of the Earth game, it is a novice monster. As long as it doesn't grow to a large scale, a fledgling adventurer can conquer it easily. Moreover, the green devil moth has a wide distribution area and a large number of them, so it is the most commonly used type of magic moth to receive rewards. The problem is, the silk thread of this moth species cannot be used, according to Hallumi's breeding results. The most suitable moth species that meet the conditions of silk material envisaged by someone are those with mainly polka dot patterns on their wings. The silk thread spun out by the larvae of this subspecies of magic moth can all carry the most basic magic set by Lin, which is the protective magic against high-dimensional alien energy. Other moth species have subspecies that are useful and some that are not. Considering that we plan to conduct crossbreeding in the future, we can only target subspecies of one of the species. Although other moth species have not been completely abandoned, only a few of the more outstanding species have been retained for future research. Perhaps silk thread blending will produce different surprises. However, the current situation is that there are too many green devil moths, and someone has already received them and no longer wants to continue collecting them. Not to mention that the sickly moth in front of me should be taken back and used as fertilizer? Perhaps because the expression of disgust on his face was too obvious. The bear-like warrior roared again. Why? You don't want to admit it. This is found according to the guild's bounty standards. You want more than 3 male and female pairs. I caught a dozen and brought them back. 100 gold. Just give it to you, 1,000 gold. The reward is 100 gold for 3 pairs of 6. But this guy is worth 100 gold. And he can't pass the most basic mathematics. But instead of being busy complaining, Lin looked at the cage where the other party said he had caught more than 10 magic moths. And hey, they were all lying down. Some of them had obvious external injuries, such as missing wings and half of their body. Some moths were even beginning to rot. But the one that was captured and displayed was the only one alive. These moths are all dead. I want to live. It's useless to die. This big brother, Lin said helplessly. But the warrior who listened was not happy. So he raised his broad sword and swung it. Someone was able to dodge quickly, using the flash technique to just avoid the blade of the broadsword. But it felt like he was dazzled and took a few steps back. However, the soldier only wanted to scare people, not to actually kill people, so he did not pursue them. He just said, like a ghost beating a wall, "Give money. Give money. When I caught them, they were still alive. Now they are dead, and you can't blame me. Anyway, you just give money. Give money. Give money." After retreating to the counter of the guild, Lin turned sideways and asked the little girl at the counter, "Why don't people like them help to block it?" The Adventurers Guild, as a platform for entrusting and distributing tasks, is certainly not the kind of bad businessman on Earth who only cares about collecting intermediary fees and trying to separate both parties when encountering problems. Generally speaking, the association acts as an intermediary and has both certification and guarantee responsibilities. For example, rating and setting remuneration for entrusted tasks, so that there will be no situation where you only get 1 gold for slaying a dragon. On the other hand, it ranks adventurers to confirm that the person who takes on the task has the ability to complete it. When disputes arise, it is also the guild that steps in to act as an arbiter and punish liars who try to commit fraud in their commissions. However, this function has been challenged in recent years. The cause is the development of the forum. The guild itself is in a period of transformation and adaptation, and some steps have been taken too far, resulting in some unsatisfactory results. For the senior leaders of the guild, they are also figuring out the way forward. Chapter 628: A Tasteless Commission. In the past, guild employees only handled local business. Occasionally, there would be large-scale regional commissions from other places, and very rarely there would be emergencies such as monster sieges. The principle for setting up guild bases at that time was that there would only be one base in a place to facilitate the centralized processing of intelligence data and the management of adventurers. But after the forum was established, both major guilds took advantage of the convenience of the forum to form a set of effective information exchange methods. The content of the exchange is not just intelligence. Everything from mission evaluation and acceptance to adventurer grading, acceptance of commissions, and final results are all recorded and evaluated by dedicated people on the forum. In other words, the original necessity of setting up only one guild base in an area to facilitate the centralized processing of information no longer exists. As long as there are clerks who are familiar with the forum and relying on the support of the forum, a guild reception can be set up and become a place to accept entrustments and assign tasks. The advantage of spreading out widely is, of course, that it can expand the scope of services, bring the convenience brought by the forum to both publishing clients and adventurers. Just like the Holy City, a few years ago, there was only one Adventurers Guild Hall in Tower I. The building is quite grand and luxurious, and is no less impressive than the mansions of nobles. In Starry, anyone who wants to issue a commission or accept a task, no matter where they live, must go to the Guild Hall in City I in person. Today, the hall is still luxurious, but the number of people is much smaller. More people go to the taverns near their respective activities, with the mountain-shaped signboard of the Adventurers Guild, or the sword and shield sign of the Mercenary Guild, to issue commissions or undertake tasks. For users, the layout of the two major guilds is much more convenient. But for the guild, it is not completely without shortcomings. The most serious point is the lack of strength in the town. In the past, a stronghold was a branch. In most cases, the strength and reputation of the branch president were enough to arbitrate various disputes or suppress all kinds of violence. But now a small reception office may only have 1 or 2 employees, or even just a few literate young people. If everything goes well, of course there is no problem. If a dispute occurs, most of them can only stare blankly and be unable to deal with it. The place Lin went to, the tavern under the name of the Adventurers Guild, was just such a place, located on the outskirts of District 6 of the Holy City of Starry. The only employees inside are a young female clerk from the guild and a fat chef who runs the tavern. The latter doesn't have any hidden fighting power. He can chop a dragon with a kitchen knife. He is just an ordinary person. In the past, the client had to submit the reward content when the guild released the task. It could be money or something else of value. The remuneration value will be evaluated by the guild, and if it is too high or too low, revision suggestions will be given. However, considering the client's situation, such as being too stingy or too poor, the guild will also accept the request and either add explanations or provide subsidies when it is determined. As long as it is not a national-level war budget, The entrusted remuneration must first be handed over to the guild for safekeeping. When the person who takes on the task completes the work, the guild will evaluate the work results. And then, the reward will be given by the guild to the adventurer who took on the task. If the results do not meet expectations or meet the originally set conditions and requirements, the guild will deduct part or even the full amount of the remuneration. Originally, some small reception rooms of the two major guilds also kept this money, but they were robbed several times due to lack of strength, although reserve forces were mobilized every time to recover the venue. This still did not change the fact that individual reception offices lack sufficient resources. So what is being implemented now is a compromise approach, where the two parties actually meet with each other to complete the transaction as agreed. But when people meet directly, friction easily occurs. Then had a dispute with someone before. Several times. The other party got interested. And then was beaten half to death. Several times. The other party opened his mouth. And then was beaten half to death. Several times. The other party was messing around, passing off inferior goods. And then was beaten to death. Half dead? If anyone were to comment, it would be that the lich had been quite restrained. At least it hadn't killed anyone yet. But who would listen to these words? The girl guarding the counter came to someone in private to complain several times. There is no choice. As long as the reward is still hanging, someone will take the time to handle it personally. After all, this matter is his own business. And Finn is happy to have one less trouble. Like this time, the group of warriors from out of town were clearly planning to cause trouble. They threw their broadswords onto the table and nailed them, which had already frightened the guild girl clerk. The adventurers who usually operate in the holy city are not many in number, and everyone knows them well. So they will not do such things in the adventurers guild. But it is different for those who come from outside. The adventurer group will change its base area for several reasons. There are troubles there, and they can't survive. There is no money to make there, and they can't survive. There is easy money to be made in other places, and they deliberately go there. The bounty that Finn hung was quite high, although it required capturing the monster alive. The difficulty of catching the monster moth was not very high. As long as you are prepared and don't run into a place where demon moths gather, there is no danger. However, when meeting the adventurers who accepted the commission, 9 out of 10 would have bad intentions, and at least half of them would take action. Therefore, the saying, "Under a heavy reward, there must be a brave man," does not work in the Lost Land. Because if you offer a huge reward, you will only be treated as a fat sheep. Although she was helpless, she couldn't hope that the trembling girl hiding behind her could reason with the bear-like strong man opposite her. Lin had no choice but to come forward and said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to pay the reward. It's just that according to the commission I issued, these magic moths are of the type I already have. So I can't get the highest reward amount. What is the highest and the lowest? I understand mathematics. Anyway, I calculated these things and they are worth 1,000 gold. I don't care if you have them or not. When I accepted the commission, I didn't have these messy conditions. You are the only one who dares to understand mathematics in front of me." Someone is speechless. However, the situation mentioned by the other party is indeed a flaw in this commission, because the content of the entrustment will change. There is no clear standard on whether it should be retroactive. Besides, even if the old terms are accepted, how can we prove that when the other party took over the task, the entrusted terms were the old terms? However, it may be someone's frown and troubled expression that irritates the other person. The bear-like warrior easily picked up the broadsword nailed to the table, and when he was about to advance further, a burst of laughter disrupted everyone's intentions. The untimely laughter paused the momentum just mentioned, and then made the anger of these warriors rise even more. They all looked at the source of the laughter, and a few even raised their weapons, preparing to intimidate and teach each other. But when they turned around, everyone froze. It was a handsome aristocratic boy who looked to be in his teens. "I'm sitting down, so I can't tell whether I'm tall or not. But judging from the body shape, it can be seen that the other party is considered to be thin. The clothes are quite tasteful, elegant but not gorgeous, which is different from the feeling of some little nobles who don't have enough accumulation and want to wear all their wealth on their bodies. But his sitting posture is not elegant at all. It can even be called rude. But these two images that are supposed to be mutually exclusive are perfectly integrated into one person. He bit one leg and stepped on the chair, straightened the other leg, leaned his upper body back slightly, and watched everything happening in the tavern with a smile full of confidence. For a moment, someone thought they were seeing artistic photos taken by Italian-style fashionable male models. And it's the kind of failure where the person is more eye-catching than the clothes. The youthful and frivolous arrogance is just right. Even as a male, it is difficult for me to feel disgusted. He has very rare black hair, shoulder length and slightly curly, with her fair and rosy skin, bright red lips, and a pair of soul-stirring eyes. Both men and women will be amazed by such a wonderful person. That's how it should be. But when the soldiers who made the trouble saw this one, they showed expressions of horror and fear, and even started to tremble. It was silent for a while. Just look at the lock of hair on the young man's forehead slowly turning from black to red. He smiled sweetly and said, "Why do you have to put on such an ugly expression? Why don't you just smile? Come on, smile." A group of grown men tried their best to put on an ugly smile, which made the young man frown, and said, "Your smile is really ugly. Do you know how to make a painful expression? I can teach you this, and I guarantee it will be vivid." After saying that, he put down his legs that were bent on the chair and stood up simply. With just such a move, the originally menacing warriors rolled and crawled out of the Adventurers Guild's reception area. The young man did not catch up. He just turned his attention to the other party. Someone was worrying about the pile of dead bugs left behind. When he noticed the young man's gaze, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help. This saves me some trouble." "Oh, why do you think I'm helping you?" The voice was also sweet, but there was a hint of contempt in the words. Regarding this attitude, Lin said neither humble nor arrogantly, "Help does not necessarily have a clear destination before it can be called help. I have benefited from your behavior, so I owe you a favor. It doesn't matter whether you are willing to ask for this favor or not. It doesn't matter if you want to. I will always remember it." "Uh-huh," the young man responded, staring at someone for a long time, just standing in the classroom. Lin, who had long been accustomed to the sight, looked at the unfettered green moth on the table. "I watched it flap its wings several times, but still couldn't fly." Sighing, he executed the puncture technique, and pierced the last trace of life fire in the green demon moth's body in his field of vision, ending its life. At the same time, use the corpse purification technique to turn all moth corpses into ashes. This is a system of necromancy learned from Zephan, with the purpose of preventing other necromancers from using the corpses left behind by them. It means that they have all turned into ashes. So where can there be corpses that can be returned to the dead? Of course, this magic will only work on dead objects. "Oh, I thought you would be merciful and cure the insect and release it," the young man said. "Not killing is compassion. Killing is compassion. Pretending to cure a demonic insect and then letting it return to nature. Who are you showing off to with such pretentiousness?" The bunch of hair on his forehead turned from red to brown. The young man smiled and said, "Yeah, who are you showing it to?" After that, he picked up the sword without a scabbard that was leaning on the side and left. Just leave someone with a puzzled look on their face. Chapter 629, Demon Moth King. An originally difficult matter ended peacefully because of the unexpected appearance of a stranger. Lin thought about the characteristics of the noble boy and the attitude of the soldiers towards him, and thought that such a person should not be difficult to find. He decided to ask Kaya to use the forum index to find out if there was any information about the other party after going back. At least you have to know where the other person is coming from. Another consideration is it necessary to continue to hang the bounty on the demon moth species? With the diversity of insects, Lin believed that there would definitely be moth species that he had not collected, which would be more suitable for making magic silk. But he didn't know where in the corner of the land. However, except for the initial period when new moth species could be found, all that comes to my door now are troubles and no new surprises. Moreover, breeding operations have now begun, and even crossbreeding in Finland has begun. Judging from the current results, the silk cocoons spun by several species of magic moth larvae already meet the material standards that they have preset. The reason why it has not been cultivated on a large scale is because I want to find out if there are better materials and matching methods. At least after completing all the existing breeding plans, make a comparison before deciding on the final moth species. In this case, the need to find new moth species does not seem to be so great. So, cancel the reward? Because he was considering matters related to the business of the Adventurers Guild. Lin did not leave directly. While he was thinking, the girl in charge of the counter led a man over cautiously. When she turned around, she saw that she was a mature woman who was dressed quite simply and looked a little weathered. But she still couldn't hide her charm. However, the thick clothes made it difficult to tell whether the figure was plump or fat. A dirty, dark face, coupled with a few strands of untied hair hanging to the side, gave people a weather-beaten look. They have all been brought here. No matter how slow they are, they should know who they are looking for. So Lynn asked, "Who is this?" The girl at the counter introduced. "Mr. Tripwood, this is Vanna. I have news about your bounty mission. I hope to get some rewards from you." Seeing the woman rubbing the apron in front of her uneasily, with nothing beside her, Lynn had a confused look on her face. Because the bounty mission he posted requires adventurers to directly capture live moth seeds to submit the mission. And those who only have information will be ignored. Such a requirement is clearly stated in the description of the bounty mission. This is to prevent someone from coming to claim the reward after only hearing hearsay information. On the other hand, as long as there is news on the forum, you can basically find it by relying on Kaya's forum index. The information collected by those above was sufficient and detailed enough. So Lynn could never thought that he would also need to obtain information from other people. The girl in charge of the counter was certainly aware of someone's bounty request. But she said anxiously, "Sir, I know that you always ask for the target to be captured directly and handed over to you. But Sister Wanna's husband was killed more than a year ago. She died during the adventure, leaving her alone with a 5-year-old child, living a very hard life. Their family came to live in the holy city from other places. And now that something like this happened, they even had to pay for the trip back to their hometown. No, Sister Wanna is here occasionally to help with cleaning, but our situation is not very good." The girl flattened her mouth in embarrassment. In fact, it's because she doesn't know how to run a business. So despite the fact that the place is branded as the Adventurers Guild, its popularity is sparse, and she can't afford to support even one more person. I don't know whether the Mercenary Guild is in this situation, but the Adventurer Guild is clearly facing the rapid expansion of its base and malnutrition everywhere. So, sir, can you listen to Sister Wanna's information and give her a reward? Any amount is fine. In these days, there are basically no scammers who rely on tears to defraud charity. And the story the girl told is not a special case, but can happen everywhere. Even more tragic ones are out of the question. It is too difficult to live well in this world. Don't look at someone's life as a child. It's because the hard days of wallowing in the mud have been skipped. Of course, someone is not the great benevolent and compassionate Guanxian Bodhisattva, who sheds blood and sweat in vain, but also wants to transform the lost land into a better world. But when it happened, just to prevent myself from becoming the legendary virgin bitch, I had to bite the bullet and say not to help. Everyone has a sense of compassion, not to mention the orphans and widowers. Of course, there can't be any evil intentions. There is a lich at home, which can be rewarded and manipulated. Besides, this person is an otaku who traveled through time, not a cowherd who traveled through time. Plus, after 40, my waist is not good enough. There was no need to say anything more. After Lin asked the other party to sit down, he said, "Since you have the information I need, please tell me. I will reward you according to the content. So that's no problem." "Yes, sir." There is no problem with this. Wanna, who was sitting down, was encouraged by the girl who had always taken good care of herself, and said, "My hometown is on the southern border, on the border of the Karasan Marquis territory, which is adjacent to a forest. There is a king-level monster inside, a giant magic moth. A king-level monster not only refers to the most powerful hunter in the region, but also means that the secular government recognizes that monster as the ruler of the territory." Regarding such news, Lin frowned and said, "I have known about the rumors about a king-level magic moth in the south a long time ago. If it is just a rumor, it is of little value." Varna, who was questioned, said anxiously, "No, sir. I have seen that demon moth king with my own eyes. Its wings are spread out and are as big as a lake. Its front feet are like a mantis's sickle, and the patterns on its wings are like a flame. It will sway with every flutter of its wings. It will also emit a very sharp chirping sound, and the sound can be transmitted several kilometers away, and everyone who sees it will feel excited, a sense of awe. My hometown is close to the edge of the forest. There, we don't regard the demon moth king as a natural disaster. It has another meaning for us, and it is our patron saint." Seeing Wada's serious look, Len couldn't help but smile, said, "If it is really your patron saint, then tell me this news. Is it really okay? Maybe it will die in my hands because of this." After hearing this, the mature woman in front of her looked a little uneasy. She returned to her original timid appearance and said, "I heard that you just want to capture the demon moths alive. not to kill them. So I made up my mind to tell you. Although I didn't kill it directly, I was prepared to kill its descendants for generations to come. In this case, someone did not say it out loud. He just thought about the authenticity of the witness information. If this is true, it is not worthless news. While thinking about it, he casually summoned Shikiri. The sudden appearance of the weapon in the magician's hand startled the two women present. But the girl who works in the guild is okay, because she remembered the information about the magician, which only confirmed one point. But Vanna was really frightened. Her vision and the world she was exposed to were not enough to understand this magician. So she was thinking anxiously about where she had offended the other party. Of course, the purpose of summoning someone cut out of the box was to confirm something. Using a relatively rough method, the communication in consciousness was quick and secret. Lin Ping held up the box and said to the mature woman in front of him, "If you have paid attention to my rumors, you should know that I have a weapon that can read minds. This sword is that sword. But you don't have to worry too much. It will only read what you are thinking about now. If you really see the Moth King with your own eyes, just try your best to recall the situation that day, and then hold this sword." What someone didn't make clear was that what Higiri knew was more than just the memories he was desperately thinking about. Instead, every thought that passes through your mind will be captured by it. Not talking about this, I actually want to find out the purpose behind the other party. However, holding a sword that could read minds really made Vanna hesitate. Is there something wrong with the other party? Or something else? Lin looked at the mature woman in front of him and stretched out his hand to the blade of the sword tremblingly. Knowing that the other party had misunderstood something, he retracted his hand and said, "You don't need to hold the blade to cut blood or anything. You can just hold the hilt. Don't get me wrong." Vanna breathed a sigh of relief and carefully held the box. Because she didn't know what to do. She took the weapon, which was not heavy at all, and stood in front of the sword. As she moved, the white flames of the sword leaked out, which was so beautiful that it actually made her lose her mind for a moment. And she also had some random thoughts in her mind. After a while, Lin took Shikiri back. It was rare that the sword didn't speak today. As soon as the two parties combined their minds, they used whiteboard techniques to outline the scene in Vanna's memory. It was a lake in the forest, and there was a huge moth on the lake, with its wings spread out. It is actually bigger than the big lake below. If the trees beside the lake are used as a reference, it is estimated that the wingspan of this giant moth is nearly 200 meters, and its body length is also nearly 100 meters. A standard behemoth. Although the picture is only composed of simple lines, Lin turned the scene in his memory into a dynamic and continuously displayed it. It's just that in terms of FPS, it's not high, just a little worse than page-turning animation. The traces of freeze frame are very obvious, but it also develops from static pictures to dynamic ones. The Moth King in Vanna's memory was exactly as she described it. There were even more details that she didn't describe, but they were also very important clues. For example, the huge demon Moth King's wing beat frequency is not very high. It can even be said that it is so slow that it is impossible to explain it with physics as to how it stays in the air. It can be seen from this that the magical power possessed by this demon Moth King is amazing. Only in this way can one use magic to maintain the state of flying in the air. Otherwise, if this demon Moth King uses the flapping frequency of ordinary insects, the hurricane caused by flapping its wings alone can be called a flying natural disaster. In addition, the pair of mantis-like sickle forelimbs don't look friendly at all. This shows to some extent that this demon Moth King is not afraid of melee combat. However, the body structure is not like that of a falcon, which means there should not be any attack methods such as dive attacks. Even if there is, the speed should not be fast. But I still need to reserve this judgment, because I don't have many opportunities to fight flying monsters, and I am not very familiar with their magic skills. Especially the opponent is not an ordinary bird, but a flying insect. Chapter 630 Employment. Finally, although I don't want to admit it, this guy really looks like Mothra. If the ecology of this demon Moth King is consistent with that of ordinary moth species, or is close to the Toho monster, then it can be understood why there is so little sighting information about this demon Moth King. And there are only a lot of things that don't sound like it. Reliable rumors. Moths spend most of their lives in the larval form, and adults have a very short lifespan. In other words, this Moth King may be like Mothra, spending most of his time as an egg or cocoon. Only when certain conditions are triggered will they appear as adults. After finishing the work, hang up, and then use unknown methods to leave descendants. If we follow this line of thinking, trying to obtain the silk cocoon of this demon Moth King would be equivalent to cutting off the roots of this demon moth king. And the fall of a king-level monster that rules a territory is not necessarily a good thing for the civilized world. First of all, the commotion caused by a group of animals fighting for the king, and the pursuit or destruction caused along the way after the loser is defeated. The establishment of a new king does not mean that it will guard the old territory. It may expand or contract. No matter which one it is, it will have an impact on the neighboring civilized world, regardless of whether the fight is winnable or not. Just looking at the subsequent impact, someone has to think carefully about whether to take action. Another level of practical problem is, even if we really capture the demon moth king in the silk cocoon state, how to extract the silk. Whether the silk thread can be used will be left to be considered later. If the adult moth king is so huge, it is conceivable that the cocoon its larvae spin must be of similar size. Just thinking about how to deal with this palace-level silk cocoon is as big as one head or two. If you don't have a proper plan and act rashly, it's totally unlike someone's style. Apart from anything else, if you really defeat this Warcraft king, the loot will have a shelf life. And after that, it will be gone. But before taking action, there was no preparation and planning in this regard. And when the matter came, we could only scramble. In the end, only a little benefit may be retained. So what is the result of all the hard work ahead? Therefore, there are still many problems to be solved before we can decide whether to take action against this demonic moth king. On the other hand, king-level monsters actually have intelligence that is not inferior to humans. But their moral values and values are different from humans. And their strength is also quite different. So there is a conflict. But considering that the locals call it the guardian saint, perhaps there are other simpler ways to solve their needs. Lin remained silent while he was thinking about it. When he remembered, he looked up and saw two pairs of eyes staring directly at him. Someone smiled. And after confirming that the other person had indeed witnessed the existence of the Moth King, he pointed at the scene he had presented with his whiteboard technique and said, "This is the scene in your memory." Right. Although mixed with a variety of emotions, including surprise and confusion. The most important thing was expectation. The mature woman nodded. Lin said with satisfaction, "Since you have indeed witnessed the Demon Moth King, then this information has its value. I can provide you with 2 rewards. You can choose. The first one, I will give you 10 gold as the reward for this information." For ordinary people, 10 gold is already an astronomical reward. And Wana is of course beaming with joy. However, she did not agree directly, but asked again, "Sir, do you know what another kind of reward is? I can provide you with a job. That is, come to my house as a helper. I can provide accommodation and food, and your children can also be brought to live with you. And then there will be an extra 2 silver salary every month." The MIDI gold and silver exchange is not a simple decimal or hundredth system, but 20 silver equals 1 gold. A monthly salary of 2 silver is considered above average for ordinary people. Although in terms of amount, there is a huge difference between 2 silver and 10 gold. The former is a one-time transaction and has nothing to do with the transaction. The latter is a long-term meal ticket and pays attention to the steady flow of water. It is not so easy for an ordinary person to decide between the two. Maybe life has not come to an end, but Wana is still moving forward with difficulty. Instead of making a hasty decision, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Sir, if I am willing to take that job, I don't know what I will mainly do." "What?" Lin didn't hide anything and replied, "I came to the Holy City at the beginning of this year and was appreciated by the president of Cabinbai College to become a teacher. I also bought a property near the college as a place to live. It's just that the house is a bit big. There are only a few people responsible for taking care of it. Only my 2 apprentices. I have long had the idea of hiring a few more people to help with the housework, but it has never been implemented. It seems that you need a stable job, so I gave it to you. Give it a try. Besides, you have a child. I also have a 3 to 5-year-old child. It's better for a child to grow up with a playmate of the same age than to be alone." "My lord, do you have a child?" Vanna asked. He knew what the other party might be worried about. After all, serving a young master was a different level of difficulty than serving a childhood playmate. Lin shook his head and said, "That is an orphan without a father and a mother. He is adopted by me. I don't have children myself, and I don't have much time to take care of him. I want to hire you because you have a child of about the same age. That's why I want them to be friends. Sir, please give me some time to think about it." Vanna did not answer in a hurry. She is not familiar with the world of magicians. Although her life is more difficult now, she doesn't just jump in without knowing anything. Lin nodded, understanding the other party's approach. In the environment before time travel, when applying for a job, you had to first inquire about the company's reputation, whether it had done anything illegal, and whether it was a dirty sweatshop. Don't get yourself into a trap just for the sake of a little money. If ordinary people want to make a living in the holy city, they will inevitably have to deal with magicians. Although the struggle between magicians will try not to affect them. But there are still different levels of masters. The personality of the person they follow is directly related to their own lives, so they can't help but be careless. But understanding is understanding. And it doesn't mean that someone has to waste too much time here. Lin said, in that case, I will just wait here for a while, and make a decision before I leave. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. If you feel that the environment is not suitable, you can leave at any time, and you will be given the same treatment then. UX Gears Bounty. By the way, I want something to eat. Mary, please give me some broth and bread. Please remove my commission. Is the commission going to be lifted? The girl named Mary, who was stationed at the guild's reception desk, confirmed. Yes. You have also seen that the people who have come to our door recently are not of any new species. Or they are just looking for trouble. Or there is news from your side. And there are people who have accepted the bounty mission. But they have to come from other places. Have it arrived yet? There is no such news. The girl shook her head and said, Then let's lift it. Also, I want the food, Lin said. Okay, come right away. Mary picked up Vanna and ran into the kitchen behind the counter, looking at the two people leaving. It was estimated that Mary would reveal all the information about the money that was being sold in the guild and show it to Vanna. Speaking of which, both of them were too naive and not at all alert to the magician's methods. The reason why someone dared to give such a condition was actually because the moment Vanna took hold of Hakakiri, the opponent's background and current situation were almost revealed by the sword. Then Hagiri said it in his own consciousness. What Mary said before about Vanna was right. The other party is indeed from out of town, and his husband died more than a year ago. Although raising a child alone is a bit difficult, it is far from a situation where you have no choice but to ask for help. In addition to helping with cleaning at the guild, she also did laundry for others to earn some money. There is no special purpose, and there is no such thing as the mastermind behind the scenes. So it is nothing to provide moderate help. One more sentence. Freedom of coming and going is what it should be. Also because the other person is not facing the end of the road. He will be grateful to him and make promises to him, etc. But these are just overthinking. Anyway, the idea of finding someone to help the two girls take care of the housework has been long ago. But I have never been able to find a suitable candidate. If we open this door to the dean and the others, there is no guarantee that some people with strange purposes will come in. At that time, whether we should use a box cutter to check the other party, and what to do if we find out, are all difficult questions. It happened that they met here and the other party had a clean background. So Lin Yi opened his mouth to recruit him, while waiting for the other party to think about it, and eating Chinese food. There is one thing I want to investigate, which is who the noble boy who scared away the group of soldiers was. Opening the Shui Jing Shu screen is similar to how ordinary people open a forum. But the core is completely different. What Lin opened was the forum index page used internally. The links were scattered and hidden in various magic towers that established forum servers, including of course the Tower of the Great Sage. Because it is stored in a decentralized manner, there is no possibility of accidental discovery by ordinary users. Because he didn't know the name of the noble boy, Lin could only search based on his appearance. But no matter what key phrases he used, he couldn't find information that matched the boy he saw. In this situation, there are basically two possibilities. One is that I did not find the correct keywords, so all the content that came out was irrelevant. But after experiencing various search engine exercises on the Earth's network, it can be described as unbelievable that such a thing would happen. So Lin leaned towards the second possibility. That young man is something that everyone keeps secret. He doesn't dare to mention it, doesn't want to mention it, and doesn't want to mention it. Therefore, he has never left a record on the forum. So naturally he cannot be found. After all, Midi's forum is only 7 or 8 years old, and its previous users were concentrated in the Southwest Peninsula. The Holy City has entered the stage of large-scale use in the past year or two. Strictly speaking, the accumulation of data is not too much. What is more unusual is that some organizations that specialize in information circulation, such as the Thieves Guild, have no description of the boy in their internal information. It seems that we can only find an opportunity to ask the president of Kabamba Academy to see if this local snake has any relevant clues. Putting aside the matter of the noble boy, Lin's eye retrieved all the rumors about the Moth King on the forum and examined them one by one. There is a lot of content, most of which are absurd and unbelievable, but a few of them still have certain reference value. Chapter 631: The Daily Life of Opening a Map. On the southern border of the Guana Empire, the forest is nameless, but this forest is included in the mountains that serve as natural barriers. This mountain range separates the southern territory of the empire from the territories of other countries, and has an official name, the Mashita Mountains. But locally, this forest has a name, Cat Forest, because in this forest, the Demon Cat clan dominates everything. A cat is just a cat, a fluffy creature on all fours with a long tail. It's not humanoid. It has 2 round ears on the top of its head, and it sounds like meow at the end of its speech. In the 1st District and other neighboring Magician Association divisions, as long as magicians are interested in using magic, the magic cats in the cat forest will definitely be their first choice. Sometimes they will take the initiative to get close to children with good magical talents, and while guiding them, they will also accompany the children's growth. There is a saying in the empire that a child who is followed by a demon cat will surely become a great person in the future. There was a time when the aristocratic lords of the south were proud of having a magical cat in their family, so there was a craze for catching it. But the craze died down after several noble estates were destroyed. It is a recognized fact that Mousin is protected by the king. It's just that there are different opinions on what the king is. Some said it was a dragon, some said it was a giant magic moth, and some said it was Elvis. When seeing this statement, someone complained in his heart. Could it be Elvis_Presley, who has traveled through time? Conquer the world with rock music or something? These things are general information that someone obtained through the forum index and learned from Juana. Incidentally, the widow Juana has taken her child and accepted a job offer from someone. As for her moving into the home, it didn't cause any uproar. The 2 apprentices quickly accepted the fact that Vanna came to help, and they divided the work and cooperated. After all, this home is quite big, and it takes a lot of time to take care of it in every detail. If it were in the past, in addition to studying, the 2 girls only needed to take care of the housework. But now they hope to contribute more in other areas, such as the recent cultivation of moth species, which will squeeze time for housework. When someone comes to help, they really want it. The most excited person was Ezio. Although it was a little late, the contact with people allowed him to start talking to other people. However, the people around him are much older than him. Even the 2 girls, who are closest in age, have their own jobs and cannot play with him all the time. The black dragon, who usually had nothing to do, would play with him. But for the child, there was always a feeling that he couldn't have enough fun. Until Vanna's child, Kish, appeared to fill the gap. When a 5-year-old child first entered a new environment, he was a little shy at first, but the 2 children got to know each other within a few days, and then began a lawless life of fun. So when Juana came to this home, in addition to cleaning work, she also had to take care of 2 naughty children. It was so pitiful that someone wanted to give her a raise, but in the end they just gritted their teeth and didn't even mention it. Mao Sen's exploration started after getting the exact information. As usual, first open the map with the arcane eye device. Use flashing and floating techniques to stay at an altitude of about 10,000 meters. Occasionally, clouds drifted under the feet, but the clouds could not block the observation of the arcane eyes. Although the environment is a bit harsh, such as the temperature and air pressure, using magic to protect yourself is not unbearable. While waiting for the arcane eyes to record the terrain and features, Lin also observed the large forest below with his naked eyes. It's just that the distance is too far, so I can't see anything. Of course, I haven't seen any giant things on the ground. What I want to see here is the giant Moth King. Even though he was at a high altitude, a creature of that size should have left an outline. But the fact was that no trace could be found. Is the other party hiding under the forest leaves? In a cave somewhere? Or in the shadow of a ravine? Just out of sight? In the next few days, Lin kept traveling back and forth between the southern border of the empire and the holy city of Estali. On the one hand, it's because math classes have to be taught, and we can't leave the mess to the Lich to clean up like before. On the other hand, because of the flashing technique, as long as the distance and direction parameters are determined, you can continue exploring at any time from the previous day's breakpoint. And you don't have to stay in the southern border for food, accommodation, and movement. This time is only for 2 purposes. To open a detailed map so that the next action can be carried out, Speaking of which, it was an attack of my obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I decided to wait until the map was complete before I started taking action. Another purpose is to first find out whether there is any figure of the Demon Moth King. But this purpose has achieved nothing. There are 4 possibilities for this situation. One is that there is a blind spot that I have not discovered yet, and the Moth King is hiding in it. The second is that the Demon Moth King does not exist at all, or does not exist now. The third is that the other party uses some kind of illusion to hide himself. If it is the last possibility, it is the most troublesome. The other party has some kind of cognitive misunderstanding. The last possibility, which someone has seen twice, is the World Tree Wadwo and Lottie. From a certain distance, the towering posture of the World Tree cannot be seen at all. You have to get close to a certain distance to see it. And as long as you can see the posture of the World Tree, it means that you have entered the opponent's domain. I originally thought this was the effect of some kind of illusion, but later I realized during research that this was because the World Tree itself had the property of connecting multiple dimensions, which caused the fact that they both existed and did not exist in the main world of Lost Land. Therefore, others will have different perceptions according to different situations. As the saying goes, when you stare into the abyss is also staring into you. When they want to pay attention to you, you can pay attention to them. Another person I have encountered who may also have this characteristic is the saintly incarnation of the 3 gods who came to Earth, the Lords of Protection, Destiny and Mystery, because the complexity of their existence is no simpler than the World Tree in his own vision. The reason why they cannot confirm is because they don't know whether they exist in someone's eyes when they don't want to see someone. If the Demon Moth King, who hasn't met yet, also has this characteristic, doesn't it mean that its rank belongs to the level of the World Tree and the gods? Or at least is close to that level. Thinking of this, someone felt a little irritated and had already started to retreat. In order to make life-saving equipment, you have to risk your life to collect materials. Is this putting the cart before the horse? However, these are just conjectures, and it is difficult to make any decisions without confirming the actual situation with your own eyes. I just can't find the location of the target from high altitude. Should I search from the ground? Lin thought. Now that the map is almost open, it's time to enter the next stage of search. But I still have math class later, so I'll just retreat today. Holding the arcane eye beside him that had turned into an evil spirit and whose eyes kept turning around, Lin flashed back to his home in the holy city hundreds of kilometers away. At night, Lin invited Vanna to the coffin room, along with Fun and Kaya. The first coffin is used to display the results of the past few days. An aerial view of the southern border of the Guana Empire. Lin asked directly, Vanna, do you know where you saw the giant magic moth? When did you see it? I was picking wild vegetables in the early morning and saw it when I passed by Malasinjong Lake. It's just boss. What is this? The word boss was learned from Yuzov. The first president of the Technology Guild no longer calls someone sir anymore. He always calls him boss. As for Vanna, she looked at the scaled-down real-life picture in confusion. Her question also confirmed someone's concerns. Ordinary people don't know anything about terrain and geography, let alone read maps. Vanna followed her husband, an adventurer, who came to the holy city with a young man who was gifted in magic and longed to become a magic apprentice. It's a pity that more than a year ago, Vanna's husband and the young man who became a magic apprentice died together with their adventure team. So don't say she didn't go home because she didn't have travel money. Even if she had travel money, she didn't know the way home. It would be really difficult for such a person to ask her to point out anything on the map. However, Lin was not helpless. He asked first, You said that your hometown is in the territory of the Marquis of Karasin. Right. Yes, boss, Vanna replied. Kai knew what he meant after hearing this, and immediately retrieved the approximate territory of the Karasin Marquis of the Guana Empire from the database she had collected, and put a layer of color blocks on the real map. Lin continued to ask, Do you live near the forest? How far away is it? How big is the place where you grew up? How many people or houses are there? Do you remember? Do you know where you live? Place. How long does it take to get to the next populated town? Just say whatever you remember. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Several questions in a row confused Juana, but she still tried to think back and said, The place where I grew up is a small village, with about a dozen families. My husband grew up in a nearby town, about half a day's walk from my village. Lin interrupted and asked, Half a day? Is it the speed of an adult or the speed of a child? It's an adult. Lin nodded and asked Juana to continue. My village is not far from the forest. After walking through a few fields, You will reach the forest. Following the clues provided by Juana, Lynn instructed the girl in Kaya's ear to enter parameters and search for possible locations on the map. 5 or 6 possible locations that matched the clues were found. After taking a look, Lynn asked again, "Do you remember your hometown? Are there any obvious landmarks? For example, is there a river passing through it nearby? Or what kind of mountain scenery can you see? There are several hills and so on. I remember looking to the southeast from where I grew up. I could see 3 overlapping mountains. There was no river nearby, and the water source came from 3 wells in the village." Chapter 632 Preliminary Exploration. It took a lot of effort to convert the observation results of the arcane eye into a flat map output. Although it can be converted into a 3-dimensional close-up view, it is only limited to close-up views such as buildings or mazes, and the processing of distant views will be distorted. At this time, we have to rely on Finn's help. The most important thing is to add the change in the curvature of the Earth's surface to make the distant view look exactly the same as what we see on site. Therefore, it is necessary to adjust the map imaging program to restore, as much as possible, the actual far and near scenes that people will see when standing in it. Don't look at just adding the radian of the Earth's surface as a parameter. Kaya cannot do this kind of work. In other words, it can be done, but it will take several times as long as the Lich. I still have to trouble Finn to take action, and I will carry out the restoration work together. With the cooperation of the two, they quickly completed the restoration of the distant view. At the same time, in the room, except for the coffin placed on the small table in the center, the scene in the room, under the influence of illusion, changed into a distant and near view of the target position looking in all directions. People feel as if they are inside, seeing the mountain scenery in the distant and the houses near. Amid Juana's admiration, everyone found the place where she grew up from among 5 or 6 candidate locations. When she saw that familiar scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into tears. When she was alone and in the most difficult time, she had thought about returning to her hometown countless times. But she couldn't. Now that she could see every plant, every tree, every green mountain, and every blue sky in her hometown again, she couldn't be more excited. After Vanna calmed down, Lynn asked again, "You said you witnessed the Demon Moth King at a lake. How long is the distance from that lake to your village? Is it the pace of an adult or the pace of a child?" "Child's pace? Boss, I remember that when I was more than 10 years old, I would walk into the forest every day as soon as the sun came up. I would pick mushrooms along the way and walk to the lakeside in the early morning. If it was spring, I would pick a kind of wild flower by the lake and bring it home. I remember smelling a very special smell, like drinking wine, which was quite intoxicating. That's when I saw that one huge moth." In line with what Juana stated, within the estimated distance, there was only one huge lake and a few places that were not lakes, but puddles. Forgetting those small puddles, Lynn once again changed the real scene in the room to the lake that was suspected to be the target location, allowing Vanna to identify it and compare it with the memory of Vanna's sighting of the Moth King that she had read before. Although there are some discrepancies in the details, it can be regarded as the blank time that has not been returned in the past few years and the changes in the environment itself. Therefore, it is almost certain that this lake is the site where Vanna witnessed the Moth King in the past. After confirming the target location, seeing that it was still early and not yet midnight, Lynn appeared in a flash and disappeared from the coffin room. Among the 3 people present, this was the first time for Juana that a living person suddenly disappeared from her eyes, and she was really shocked. Finn, who came to help, curled his lips, dissatisfied that someone didn't even say thank you and ran away. However, Kaya felt a little disappointed when she noticed that her teacher had left in a flash. She lowered her head and said dully, "Sister, am I useless? I can't help you with what the teacher has to do. You just realized it now." Instead of comforting me, the Lich stabbed me hard and took out the seldom-used tobacco pipe from somewhere. After slowly stuffing himself with tobacco, he took out a flint and struck it without using magic. Kaya consciously took the flint, knocked out the spark skillfully, and lit the tobacco. He took a deep breath, rolled it in his chest, and then exhaled another long puff of white smoke. Finsai said, "Don't think too much. When your help is needed, your teacher will boss you around. Before that, try to improve yourself as much as possible." "Will the teacher not be in danger?" Kaya asked again. "That person always leaves 3 points of leeway in everything he does. There is no one who can hurt him. Don't worry about his life or death. First worry about whether you will hold him back. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl, who was unceremoniously ridiculed, pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. But I dare not complain about anything. 2 adults. At this moment, Vanna suddenly made a voice and asked, "Where has the boss gone? Hello?" Without saying anything, then just said something, and pointed at the scenery around him with his pipe. Although Vanna is an ordinary person, living in the holy city, she is obviously aware of the various miraculous deeds of magicians under the influence of her ears and eyes. In addition, I learned a while ago about various rumors about the magician. Although I have speculations in my mind, I have never been able to confirm it. Now that she saw that incomparably beautiful woman expressing herself like this, she believed that she had really arrived hundreds of kilometers away in an instant, and she was able to bring back these pictures of her hometown. This made Vanna couldn't help but show an expression of envy and yearning. "Want to go home?" Finn asked, looking at Vanna, who was thinking about her. "Lord Finn, if you need it, I'll ask Kaya to give you the map, or at least know the way to go. But I still hope you will stay and help for a few years. At least bring up those 2 brats. Wait until they are old if you are old enough. If you still want to go back, I will ask that guy to give you another travel fee." Thu would say such flattering words because he was really annoyed by those 2 little devils. It took a lot of effort for someone to hold her back. So how could she let him go so easily? After saying that, he waved his hand and asked people to leave. After all, this first coffin room is one of the places that Vanna is not allowed to enter. Normally, 2 apprentices are responsible for cleaning. The charming woman withdrew obediently. The idea of returning to my hometown came up before, mostly because the life in the holy city was too difficult and I could hardly live anymore. So I wanted to return to a place I was familiar with. But since I have a well-paying job here, and there seems to be no bad things between men and women, such thoughts have faded away. Letting her child grow up safely is her only thought now. Where you grow up is not that important. As for a man who came alone hundreds of kilometers away from the holy city, of course, he didn't know what happened at home. Regarding issues between men and women, who can expect an otaku to be so sensitive? Even if the otaku reaches the full level and is promoted to another job, he will just become a tool and cannot become a lover. But those things were never on his mind. Of course, he came all the way to this big lake to find any clues about the Demon Moth King. As for coming at night, instead of waiting until tomorrow morning, it's not because someone is impatient, but because some magic effects or traces can only be seen at night, but will disappear during the day due to other interference. Night vision may not be a big problem for some people. For me now, although I don't have infrared eyes, X-ray eyes, laser eyes, etc., the clues returned by various detection magics can still be sorted and reorganized through programs, allowing me to see the environment clearly. He wanted to save trouble and tie an arcane eye here to observe everything happening in the lake anytime and anywhere. Unfortunately, there are no high cliffs nearby to place the arcane eye. If you just find a tree and tie the arcane eye up, there is no guarantee that the carnivorous hunters in the forest will eat this evil god-turned-moving thing as food. It may not necessarily be destroyed, but it is quite nerve-wracking to have it eaten and run around in the stomach. It was only after taking this trip in person that Lin finally felt the breath of autumn. The autumn evening in Lost Land also has its own charm. It is very different from the sultry weather a while ago. The temperature that gradually drops every day is just the most comfortable temperature by the lake today. The moon was half illuminated in the sky. The stars were shining. Insects were chirping. And some nocturnal birds were cooing. Standing alone by the lake, watching the moonlight echoing between the sky and the lake, it felt like I had just traveled through time. Rather than the excitement of I've really traveled through time, I felt more lonely. The unfinished anime. The 5-star story that you may not see the ending even if you don't travel through time. The treasures of the D-Slot. All of these are indeed far away from me. The modern leisure life. The comfort and contentment of being a homebody. Leave nothing behind. Instead, there is the urgency of life and even the threat of life. As a modern man who knows nothing about food and is not diligent in his limbs, if he rashly wants to catch a hare for lunch, forget it if he can't catch it. What if he is almost killed? Then came an indescribable fear. When talking, everyone can be long-oudian when it comes to real encounters. Others don't know, but someone is very sure that he has become a little yakuza. It was not easy to live through those days. I really can't understand how strong the mentality of those people who have traveled through time can calmly analyze and quickly enter the situation is, or perverted. Someone was thinking wildly, feeling sad about the spring and autumn, when a rustling sound of a cat came to his ears. At first glance, it sounded like an ordinary male and female cat in heat. But I didn't expect that the World of Warcraft language translation program I edited on the Dreamland Magic Tower actually started to operate. This is a translation program designed based on dragon language. Communication between wild beasts is not like how Homo sapiens use pronunciation and word meaning to convey their meaning. Instead, sound is used as the carrier, and the thoughts are in it. The receiving party accepts the meaning contained in the sound to understand what the other party wants to express. Just like human beings using music to express their love, anger, and other emotions. Such behavior, the higher the level of the monster, the more thoughts it can carry in its sound. And this kind of language reaches its extreme. It is dragon language. At this level, it is just like the language recognized by ordinary people, with pronunciation and semantics. That is to say, he is proficient in dragon language, and other animal languages are no longer a problem. It doesn't matter if the sound is a roar or a meow. Gongs and drums seem to make the same sound, although the sound is different. The key point is the rhythm. The language of dragons, and even the language of beasts, are similar. And what this sound expresses is, why do humans come into the forest in the middle of the night? Are you lost? He looks stupid. Do you want to take him out of the forest? No. 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 I'll just scare him and let him leave on his own. Chapter 633 Cat Party. Although only 4 cats spoke, Lin's detection showed that there were far more than 4 cats nearby. Considering that the magical cats in the cat forest are monsters belonging to the good camp, they do not attack humans easily. Moreover, their conversation only had the intention of scaring them, not of killing them. Lin was happy to play dumb, but it wasn't time to come into contact with them yet. So someone gave himself the magic of walking on water and walked directly onto the lake. When you come to the center of the lake, add a second magic, water breathing, and cancel walking on the water. With a splash, he fell into the water. It turns out he is a magician. What did he do in the lake? Do you want to follow me and take a look? No need. There's nothing at the bottom of the lake. But I have an important party today, so don't arrive too late. Otherwise the eldest mother will complain again. A group of cats chatted and left, completely ignoring the weird magician under the water. Of course, Lin was hiding in the water, relying on a mixture of magic and programming in detective mode to monitor the entire conversation, and became interested in the party they mentioned. But before that, since we are all in the water, of course we need to find out the situation under the water first. Although the cats say there is nothing underwater, but that's a cat's cognition, not necessarily the same as a human's. Therefore, some people still prefer to believe what they see and confirm it for themselves before speaking. Quickly scanning the bottom of the lake, I unexpectedly found a place where fish and shrimps did not dare to approach. When he pushed aside the mud at the bottom of the lake, he saw a claw-shaped forearm. First of all, it is certain that the owner of this thing is not a human being, because there are 6 fingers on it, similar to the 2 fingers used for thumb gripping, divided into left and right sides. Secondly, the nails are very long and sharp. Just picking up the arm and shaking it in the water, the sharp claws seem to cut through the lake water. Moreover, an unknown ink-colored substance was brought out from the fingertips, blending into the water, leaving ink-colored traces. Furthermore, the fracture of this forearm was very uneven, with broken bones and pieces of flesh scattered in various places. It doesn't look like it was chewed by fish or shrimp, but more like the break caused by someone violently tearing off the arm. Finally, the arm is very large and heavy. Just the largest part of the arm is thicker than my thigh. After thinking about it, someone decided to bury the arm back where it was. It always feels like bringing something like this home is like the beginning of a horror or thriller movie. It's better to do less dangerous things. However, I still recorded this coordinate location in case of emergency. Splash back to the surface and use the centrifugal force of rotation to quickly dehydrate yourself. Finally, before becoming dizzy, he managed to make himself less wet. Flash forward continuously to keep up with the cats heading to the party. A group of furry animals on all fours. Some long-haired, some short-haired, some spotted, some solid-colored, all with their tails raised high, walking and chatting leisurely. Just by listening to the content, someone thought he was going to a gathering of a group of nuns and 6 women, whose chicken laid eggs, whose cow gave birth to a baby, and whose baby was born in the village outside the forest. A newborn baby's skin is so wrinkled that he either cries or laughs all day long. Or they were talking about which cat traveled far away again, which cat followed whom, and which cat was with which cat. In short, there is no valuable information. Following them all the way, in order to avoid the sound of footsteps revealing his whereabouts. Lin used the floating and lightning techniques throughout the whole process, and also used the flashing technique to move. He tried his best to chase after the cats at the edge of the limit of his detection range. Suddenly, in his alert field of vision, a cat came around from behind. Lin Xian flashed up to the top of the tree and waited, silently observing what was going on underneath. Sure enough, a gray cat with scars all over its body, and even some bald patches came out from behind where someone was standing. It looked left and right at the deserted woods under the moonlight, then raised its head and sniffed with its nose. "It's really strange," he said in surprise. "I clearly feel like someone is following me. It's an illusion." After saying that, he jumped a few times and caught up with the other cats. At the same time, a group of cats that had originally surrounded them seemed to have dispersed and returned to their original direction of travel. Someone on the canopy exhaled a long breath. "It is said that my arcane eyes have developed a lot of detection methods. Of course, I will also look for ways to avoid them, whether it is through magic or other means." Then, with the continuous cracking and anti-cracking, the detection methods of avoiding detection and arcane eyes became more and more sophisticated. It's just that in the avoidance part, most of the developed magic is new magic, or some equipment is used to achieve the goal, and the skills themselves have not been greatly improved. It was as if he had just escaped the detection of the cat. In addition to using the flash technique to leave, he also used his own magic to eliminate the smell before leaving. By the way, that magic is quite convenient for deodorizing a small area. Following the cats again, as they continued to move forward, someone probably guessed the destination of the cats. There was no way. In the woods not far away, the countless creatures gathered together, and the magical light of power was almost as bright as day in someone's field of vision, which was very dazzling. Once, he was close enough to hear the noisy cat meowing. Lin stopped moving forward. In addition to avoiding unknown masters, you also need to prevent cats from accidentally finding you. According to observations, the number of cats gathered here may exceed 100, and the number is even increasing. All the cats were surrounding a stone. It wasn't that the stone was sacred, but they were surrounding the pure white long-haired cat sitting on it. From the identifiable conversations, the cats just continued the previous useless topics and kept talking about trivial matters. Even the pure white long-haired cat was doing the same, whispering to the cats in front of it. "Just from the information I heard before, this is an important gathering. That's why someone keeps putting up with the crap from these cats and yawning one after another." Looking at the time displayed in the corner of his field of vision, it was very late, and it was time to go back to sleep. These night owls wouldn't be able to fart like this all night long. Suddenly the pure white long-haired cat in the center raised its right forelimb, and the group of cats fell silent for an instant, all looking at the white cat, who was about to speak. "Everyone, I think you all know more or less about the major events that have happened recently. We have gathered everyone together today to discuss how to deal with the follow-up matters. Big Mom, some cats come back from other places. I only know a general idea. Even if they live in the forest, there are many cats who don't know the whole story. Could you please tell me the whole situation once?" Someone who was eavesdropping wanted to come out and thank this unknown cat for the help. It would be a lie if someone said they weren't curious about the big event where the demon cats gathered. The pure white long-haired cat seemed to feel the eager gaze below, so he followed suit and said, "Everyone knows that the king of the forest has entered the aging stage, and the power to suppress the door has weakened slightly. However, just a while ago, the demon on the other side of the door destroyed the ceiling barrier. Not only did some small demons come to this side of the world through the gap between the door and the barrier, but Mao and I, who was tentatively designated as the next witch priest, also disappeared. According to the news, a cat said it saw Mountie near the door before she disappeared, and I used prophecy magic to show that Mao and I was on the other side of the door. So Big Mom, what do you need our help with? Send the strongest among us to organize a rescue team, and under the supervision of the king, go through the door and rescue Mao and I. If circumstances permit, whoever captures Mao and I should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, the devil on the other side of the door will think that we are weak and easy to bully, and then we will have no peace. But if we pass through the barrier at will, wouldn't it destroy the integrity of the barrier?" asked another cat. The pure white long-haired cat said, "Now the barrier has been damaged, and the king is also working on repairing it. Therefore, we must carefully pass through the barrier under the supervision of the king, retrieve Mao and I before the repair is completed, and return to the world here." The cats were whispering to each other and talking about it. After a while, another cat asked, "Big Mom, We are all willing to join the rescue operation of Mao and I, but it is impossible for all of them to follow the door through the barrier. How to choose members from among us? I'm afraid only the king can decide this issue. Only it can determine how many can pass through the barrier, and how much time we have. So I will leave those who are willing to join directly to meet the king. The group of cats, which always pride themselves on being united, is of course hesitating to meet their king. Under the leadership of the pure white long-haired cat, the cats moved again. Lin hung on the tail of the large group of cats and followed them from a distance. Anyway, such a large group is noisy and difficult to follow. That being said, some people underestimate the habits of a group of cats. They will not deliberately take the path that ordinary people can and will take. From time to time, there are the kind of paths that are easy for cats, but very dangerous for people, such as drilling holes in trees, walking continuously through thick branches, and even some seemingly pathless rock walls. Fortunately, Lin's movement method was the flash technique. If he really had to rely on 2 legs to keep up with these cats, he would probably be thrown away after just a few steps. After walking for half the night, the cats came to a huge cave. Moonlight filtered in from the small openings or cracks scattered above, making it difficult to see inside the cave. There are not many protruding strange rocks on the rock wall and the ground. Although it is not as smooth as a mirror, it can be seen that this huge space is not completely naturally formed, as if it is often entered and exited. The giant thing rubbed and became very smooth, following the footsteps of the cats. They continued to walk deeper into the cave. In addition to moving forward, there is also a slight downward tilt. This also led someone to guess that if this was the lair of the demon moth king, no wonder he couldn't detect it from above, because I never thought about checking the situation underground. At the lowest level of the cave, someone who was lucky enough to start to worry saw the target on his first ground reconnaissance. The rumored demon moth king appeared before his eyes alive. Chapter 634 Demon Moth King. The space that was supposed to be huge didn't leave much room for the giant thing in front of me to move, probably as long as it flaps its wings. Either its wings will be injured by hard objects around it, or a layer of the rock wall will be scraped off. The pair of flat wings undulated slightly as if they were breathing, sprinkling fluorescent dots of scale powder from time to time. The scale powder that fell to the ground will be blown up again by the breeze caused by the fluctuation of the wings, causing the fluorescent scale powder to be scattered everywhere in the cave, as if in a dreamlike scene. In addition, the 6 legs were firmly grasped on the ground, and the entire huge body was as motionless as a stone sculpture. Only the pair of tentacles on the head swayed left and right, shaking from time to time. But it seems that it doesn't have the cognitive impairment that would be most troublesome for someone. It couldn't be found before just because it was hiding underground. When the cats arrive, the pair of tentacles replace the eyes and swing down. It's like looking at this group of little guests coming to it. Suddenly, the huge pair of wings vibrated slightly and very quickly, making a sound that echoed in the cave. Walking at the front of the group of cats, the pure white long-haired cat sat down and meowed. Sure enough, in someone's observation record, a conversation started between one large and one small child. The white-haired cat said, "My king, I wish you peace." The demon moth king responded by flapping his wings and asked, "Guardians, why are you here?" "King, we have finished wiping out the demons escaping outside. I also bring warriors who are willing to cross borders to save our people. Just waiting for your permission. We can start immediately." After the white-haired cat finished speaking, the other cats also meowed, as if in agreement. There are so many willing to take part. Moreover, the ceiling barrier will be repaired at any time, and the 2 sides will be separated again. If you don't come back in time, you will have no choice but to be left in the abyss. You may have some enlightenment," said the Moth King. "King, we have been prepared for this kind of awakening." The pure white long-haired cat lowered its head humbly and spoke of the family's determination. The cats also make the same movements and express the same thoughts. "Then, this uninvited guest, why did you come to me?" This is the common language of the lost world. Not understanding why the king suddenly used human language, the cats looked around confusedly at their companions. Knowing that he had been exposed rather than being blackmailed, Lin stepped out of the darkness. At least the other party acted like they wanted to talk to each other, instead of shouting and killing them as soon as they found out. He walked carefully past the startled cats, warning himself not to step on any of them. After finally approaching, Lin greeted you with the etiquette of a magician. "The king of the forest, the magician Gabra Shulin Tripwood greets you. What's your purpose of coming?" "Magician?" the Moth King asked again. "Your Majesty, I am here to see if I can get the silk threads you spun to spin cocoons when you were in your larval form, or the threads spun by your descendants. If there is no such thing, I will leave. Keep everything here secret, and don't disturb the peace here. Of course, I won't take it for free, but I hope it will be a fair deal. Although I really want to flatter the other person first, and then get down to business. But you can't tell which one the other party will choose. On the other hand, bestiality itself is very good at grasping the speaker's emotions, and those who are proficient in it are like having their own lie detector. If there is a conflict between what is said and what is said, there may be nothing to talk about later. That's why Lin got straight to the point and stated his destination. Of course, the cats are unhappy with the interruption of someone's sudden appearance and the request to talk to them about an unrelated topic. In addition to making sharp meows in protest, some cats even used the common language of humans and warned with sour words. It was not the first time that I had been verbally bullied, but it was really the first time that I had been bullied by a group of cats. Although a certain person has always prided himself on having an impeccable face, in this situation, he felt a little paralyzed. Think about it, not on the internet, but in reality. There are dangerous creatures that are hostile to him, all around him. Thinking back to the fact that I was worried about my luck in finding the target during my first ground reconnaissance. Maybe my luck has been exhausted. The next development. Someone's intuition is very bad. Amidst the noisy cat meowing, the demon moth king suddenly flapped his wings. The wind pressure caused the scale powder scattered on the ground to blow high and swept across the cats, causing them all to shut their mouths. At this time, the demon moth king continued to flutter his wings and speak in common language. I do have what you want. But what price can you pay? Please feel free to ask. Your Majesty, I will try my best to complete whatever I can do. If I can't do it, I will explain the detailed reasons. If possible, please change the conditions. The pair of tentacles above his head swung back and forth, and the huge king in front of him said, You heard the conversation between me and my guardians just now. What do you think? Is it too late to pretend not to know bestiality at this time? Someone has regrets in their heart. But he said, Your Majesty, may I ask a few questions first to see if my understanding is correct? Just ask. Is there a gate to the abyss here? Yes. This is one of the 8 abyss gates in the Lost World. Really? Lin Su asked. Is it because it can't be closed for some reason? Or is it because no one went to the other side to help close it? It is impossible for the 2 worlds to be completely isolated. That would be the same as self-destruction. All I can do is to guard this place so that the residents of the abyss cannot freely travel between the 2 places, and also to prevent the residents of the lost land from straying into it. This is the first time someone has heard such a statement. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world that I don't know yet. Letting go of this point for the moment, Lin continued to ask. Then the barrier you mentioned. I guess it has something to do with His Majesty. Yes, that barrier was set up by me. It was placed on the gate of the abyss, separating the 2 worlds. But the stability of the barrier will change with my strength. When I am weak, sometimes, if some powerful demons want to pass through, they will still attract my attention. But if they are too weak, they may be ignored by me. So at this time, I have to rely on the guardian family to assist me and maintain the isolation between the 2 worlds. When talking about the guardian clan, the cats raise their heads proudly and flick their tails. Are there people like you in the 8 gates? Yes. Some are on this side of the door, and some are on the other side of the door. Having heard enough secrets about the world, Lin asked about something that might very well happen to him. Then how did that cat get to the other side? Maybe there is a demon who took advantage of my weakness and found a loophole in the barrier, came to this side, and captured Mao and I who might be moving nearby. Another possibility that the demon moth king in front of him didn't mention was that the cat ran over on its own. Anyway, there is no point in worrying about the reason. Lin asked another very practical question. What is so important about that cat that it must be rescued? I originally thought that such a question might arouse the anger of all the cats present. But unexpectedly, they said, as if they were used to it, if anyone is lost on the other side, go and find it. Do you need any special reason? Isn't it common to get lost over there? Speaking of which, who organized an expedition last time, found a hole in the barrier, and went to the other side to play? By the way, it's not like someone ran to the other side and never found it. Although he didn't know if all the compound eyes of this demon moth king were facing him. Lin had the feeling of being speechless as he stared at this big moth. Can't we find a group of more reliable guardians? Finally, it was the demon moth king who said, Malinai is tentatively the next witch priest. I have taught it how to control the barrier. If it falls into the hands of demons with evil intentions, they can use me to enter reincarnation. During the window period after reincarnation, I could destroy the barrier and invade the mysterious land. At that time, the guardians alone could not stop the demon army, and there was not much time left before I could lay the eggs. And I was about to enter reincarnation. At this stage, a witch priest is needed to wake me up from the egg. The current shaman priest is too old, and I don't have time to teach the next one. So I have to be prepared. Listening to this, it is entirely possible that the cat found a loophole in the barrier and ran to the other side. This made someone feel like he didn't want to take on this task. But now it seems that this demon moth king has a serious mission. If you know where the thing in its mouth is, you can just steal it yourself. If you want to follow the method of defeating monsters and grabbing treasures, you may run into big problems. If you can't get hard, you can only get soft. So Lin confirmed. So what does your majesty want me to do to trade for the silk cocoons I need? Please go to the other side and find Malinai. Assuming that Malinai is unfortunately killed, please bring back conclusive evidence. As long as you can do any of these 2 points, I can bring back all my reincarnations. Give you a piece of the remnants of the silk cocoon made by the larvae. You must know that when I emerge from the cocoon, most of the silk cocoon will be dissolved by me. Or what can be preserved will not be eaten by me. The essence of any piece you destroy is at least about the same size as you. Okay, your majesty. I accept this condition. I just want to ask one more question. Why are you looking for me? Lin asked curiously. Giving out quests at random is something you only see in RPG games. The reality in Lost Land is that if you want to obtain a task commission from the Adventurers Guild or the Mercenary Guild, you not only have to prove that you can do it, but you also have to prove that you are a suitable candidate. Otherwise, why would the client trust a stranger casually? As for how to prove yourself, you actually need to start with small tasks in the guild and continue to accumulate your achievements and reputation. Then as long as the adventurer or mercenary meets the request of the client, the guild will act as a guarantor, making the adventurer or mercenary qualified to carry out the mission. Therefore, when this big moth, which has lived for an unknown number of years, encounters him for the first time, he inexplicably issues a mission. Someone may also worry about whether the other party has other intentions. If you can hide from them and follow me here, I believe there will be no more suitable candidate than you. Chapter 635 Portal. It seems that he has taken a fancy to this skill. This is not an unacceptable reason. However, Lin pointed to the cat next to him and asked, in terms of this kind of infiltration task, they are smaller and more suitable than me. That's true. But they are too easily distracted by simply looking for tasks. At the moment when someone was talking to the big moth, some cats were already whispering to each other and talking about their own things. Some cats were jumping up and down, chasing the fluorescent scale powder floating in the air. Some cats were even lying lazily on the ground and rolling around, completely ignoring that this was supposed to be a party discussing serious topics. And there are quite a few such cats. Someone couldn't help but be speechless. That's right. It's simply a fantasy to expect a group of cats to be as sophisticated as an army, with one command and one action. He sighed. After agreeing to take on this task, Lin asked about how to arrange the follow-up arrangements if he wanted to set off. The Moth King has a name. Jane Moss. Luckily it wasn't called Mothra. Otherwise, you will have to wonder whether the gatekeepers of the other gates of the abyss are other Toho classic monsters. The one assigned to follow him was an older but battle-hardened male cat. Hardy. Gray hair. Covered with wounds. And a few bald spots. This was the cat that he was among the first group of cats that he followed. He killed a cat with a carbine and found his original hiding place. Fortunately, he used the flash technique to avoid it before he was discovered. In addition to being one of the best among cats in terms of strength, it is also related to the missing Malinai, and is the biological uncle of that female cat. But for cats, some people have great doubts about whether seniority is useful. It's not that there aren't other cats to follow. It's just that no matter which one it is, someone thinks it's a burden. If he didn't need a cat to win Malinai's trust, and he also needed a cat that recognized the female cat, Lin Hardy wouldn't take him with him. It is not difficult to persuade other cats. Under the instruction of Jane Moss, a human was responsible for carrying out the rescue mission, and was not trusted by the cats. Lin did not want to gain the trust of the cats, but asked him and Hardy to be the first wave of Pathfinders, and Hardy would leave marks along the way that all the cats would recognize. A day later, the second wave of rescue team set off again. This has two advantages. If the first wave of rescue teams falls, they can still rely on the second wave of teams to rescue them. Of course, the righteousness to be said at this time makes the cats feel that they are the saviors who save everything. The first wave of people are too bad, so we can only put our hope in them. Another advantage is that with the first advance team clearing the way, the cats in the second wave of rescue teams can save more trouble and focus their efforts in a more correct direction, which will help speed up the search. Just two reasons that cannot stand up to scrutiny to someone actually convince them. In short, faced with the task of rescuing cats, which is like putting out a fire, someone is forced to set off without being able to go back and get a good night's sleep. Lynn had nothing to prepare for, and neither did Hardy Cat. Demon Moth King Jane Moss slowly raised her forelimbs, which had not moved for centuries, and pushed the boulder aside with the back of her sickle legs, slowly pushing it away. One of the 8 gates of the abyss in Lost Land appeared in front of someone and the cats. This was the first time Lynn saw the gate of the abyss. He had only heard about it before. The closest I got was that I slipped away before the door officially opened. So in the past, I only saw the door that was about to be opened but not yet opened. But now it seems that no matter which one it is almost the same in someone's eyes. The main material realm and the abyss of Lost Land are compared to the two sides of the valley, and the gate of the abyss is like a transportation channel connecting the two sides. I have seen it near the Tower of the Great Sage. The gate to the abyss that is about to open, but has not yet been opened, is like a single cableway. It is no problem to pass through, but it requires some courage and luck. As the opening process continues to progress, it seems that the way to connect the two parties becomes more and more stable. The stable abyss gate in front of us is like a steel beam bridge that cannot be damaged by wind, rain, earthquakes, or landslides. The gate to the abyss that connects the two worlds in front of us is such a stable and safe road. If you want to go to another world, there is no risk of space transfer. Just walk there. The barrier set up by Demon Moth King Jin Mosi is not like a net or wall that covers the entrance and exit of the entire portal, making it impossible for people to enter and exit freely. The barrier in front of someone is more like a bad technological trap in some movies before time travel. It is a passage with beams of infrared electric eyes everywhere. If the protagonist wants to pass, he has to assume various weird and shameful postures and slowly cross or drill through each beam of light in order to reach the other side smoothly. If it hits the beam, an alarm will be triggered and a swarm of guards will be called in. But as the guardian of the Lost Land portal, the Demon Moth King could not be so gentle. Trigger an alarm? Call in guards? If you touch the barrier set by Jia and Moose, you will immediately fall into an illusion. If you cannot break free from the illusion, your final fate is to die of thirst or starvation in the passage. According to Jin Moss, in its heyday, the barrier here was so dense that even mosquitoes might not be able to fly through it. Nowadays, the layout here is sparse. Not only can cats and people walk, but even an elephant can pass safely. However, these situations should be invisible to normal people. In other words, even during the period of weakness of the Demon Moth King, if an unsuspecting person advances straight through the channel of the gate of the abyss, he will still hit the barrier and fall into an illusion trap. However, the barrier in front of him has been destroyed. That is, the barrier that was originally hidden and invisible has become looming in the eyes of ordinary people. As long as you are careful and move forward slowly, you can avoid all the barriers and reach the other side of the passage safely. What Jia and Moss has to do is to restore the confidentiality of the barrier and put some effort into rearranging enough barrier traps. Even if it's not as good as it was in its heyday, at least it's not as full of loopholes as it is now. The team that rescues Mao and I is to find the lost cat and evacuate from the gate of the abyss before Jane Moss completes these tasks. Under the personal instructions of Jane Moss, one person and one cat successfully passed through the portal connecting the two worlds. In fact, this is not a necessary move for someone. However, Lin was happy to hide his clumsiness, pretending not to know anything, and followed Hardy Cat out of the gate of the abyss. The gray cat was quite dissatisfied with having to follow a human. It also wants to join the second wave of rescue teams and save this human being together. Lin certainly doesn't care what a cat is thinking. After walking out of the gate of the abyss, he just observed this famous place. But this was the land he set foot on for the first time. Comparing the abyss with the most dangerous place in Lost Land, at first glance, there is not much difference. But the core part is quite different. The first is the mixing ratio of the air. The oxygen content of the air in Midi is greater than 21% of the Earth, reaching 33%, which is about one-third. The oxygen content in the abyss is only about 11%. replaced by various sulfur oxides. In addition to the air, the activity level of the 8 powers is several times that of the Lost Land. If you grow up in this kind of environment, no matter how poor your talent is, you will still have the foundation of a magician. Someone thought so. As for the scenery of the abyss, I won't mention it much. The same old scene of the end of H.L. made Lin want to curl his lips and feel sour about the world. You are really not creative. But everywhere you look, this place looks like a magician's treasure house. Just pull up a root of grass or pick up a stone, and you can find its magical function. This can also be understood why Moth King Jiamo said that some gatekeepers are on this side of the door, and some are on the other side of the door. Are humans, or more broadly speaking, the Homo sapiens species in the Lost Lands, afraid of the invasion of demons? Of course I was afraid. Otherwise, why would everyone be as if they were facing a formidable enemy when the gate of the abyss was about to open next to the Tower of the Great Sage? So are the demons afraid of the Homo sapiens in the Lost Land invading them in turn? Answer: same fear. Not to mention the history of mystery. Many empires in their heyday had carried out major counterattacks against the abyss. Just say that the abyss is full of treasures. If the two places could travel freely, believe it or not, there would be magicians who would not do anything else but run to the abyss every day just to form groups to fight monsters and collect treasures. This kind of thing is not only seen in games. Look at how many people are poached on the earth. However, the prerequisite for doing this in MIDI is to build a strong enough defense at the MIDI end of the gate of the abyss. Not only to stop the invasion of the demon army, but also to become the bridgehead for the invasion. In history, only a few empires in their heyday could do such a thing and cause heavy losses to the abyss. In the end, it was the demons at the level of the Great Lord who came forward to cripple and repel the invading empire, halting the war. Often this is a turning point in the history of an empire from prosperity to decline. And this was also the reason why the abyss side decisively closed the gate of the abyss after the Tower of the Great Sage repelled the invasion of demons, and even destroyed the half of the abyss Lord Yanyuk. In the eyes of the devil, the Tower of the Great Sage is fully capable of serving as the bridgehead for the Midland counterattack. So let's cut off that possibility before things develop in a direction that the devils don't want to see. Speaking of these readily available magic materials, they are nothing in someone's current perspective. Besides, I'm here to find the cat this time, not the materials. Carrying this level of magic material with you is a complete burden. So no matter what it was, Lin just picked it up, looked at it, and then threw it back to where it was, looking at the gray cat walking in front, completely ignoring him. Sniffing here and there, looking here and there, Lin asked, "Have you found any clues about your cat?" Because these magical cats all speak the common language of humans, Lin doesn't bother to use their language to talk. The gray cat Hardy said, slightly dissatisfied. "I am trying hard to find the traces left by Mao and I. If you can't do anything, just leave me alone and don't disturb me." Despised by the cat. By the way, this seems to be a normal thing. Chapter 636 Tracking. Watching the gray cat Hardy almost lying on the ground, but with his butt raised high. He would raise his head high from time to time, smelling the smell in the air and on the ground. Someone thought to himself, maybe the cat-finding strategy of this group of cats relies on sniffing. So they should sniff out the female cat. I originally thought they would have some better strategies for finding cats, but it turned out to be the same strategy that animals are good at. It's no wonder that he is despised. As a human, his sense of smell cannot be better than that of cats and dogs. Lin thought of ways he could do it to speed up the rescue. On the one hand, if the female cat is really in crisis, the sooner rescue is provided, the higher the chance of survival. On the other hand, I also have fixed math classes to attend every day, which are related to the great cause of establishing my mathematical authority. So I can't miss work easily. It is also strange to leave the action here temporarily, and come back to continue after I have finished teaching the 2-hour class. So you have to find the cat quickly. In the process of thinking, Lin suddenly noticed that the magical power aura on the gray cat Hardy was not as conspicuous as before. When I first saw this group of cats, they were like bright light bulbs in my vision, and they were very dazzling no matter where they walked. But now the aura on Hardy's body has been hidden, replaced by a thin layer of blue light covering the surface of his body. And after walking through it, there will be traces of magic aura left on the ground. I wanted to sneak up from behind and pick up the cat, but Hardy jumped away first, showing a worried look and saying, "Human, what are you going to do? Let me ask, have you added a layer of protective magic to yourself now?" "It's added. So what? Why? Lin asked again. Why? If you want to move in the abyss, if you inhale too much of the miasma here, your physical strength will be wasted a lot. So adding protective magic to yourself, in addition to purifying the air, you also need to hide yourself. This is common sense. Common sense about cats? I don't have such knowledge. Suddenly Lin thought of a question and asked, do you think your female cat can also use this magic? This must be used. Otherwise, it would not be able to operate in the abyss. Unless it is caught. Its ability to use magic is banned. Then teach me this magic, Lin said with a smile. Now? That's right. You don't have any protection on your body. And you are wearing rags. As a human magician, you dare to run into the abyss like this. Are you sick? I really don't understand why the king wants to choosing a human like you to do this, Hardy complained as he tilted his head inexplicably. Okay. Don't talk about those things. Teach me this protective magic first. This is related to our next actions. It is very important. In the midst of cursing, Grey Cat Hardy used as simple a method as possible to describe this magic that was not exclusive to cats. The structure of the spell model is not difficult. After knowing a general outline, Lin can quickly make corrections until the magic can function normally. Grey Cat Hardy was not surprised by someone's unusual learning speed. In other words, this learning speed is normal for cats. It just takes more time to become proficient. This gap in understanding is due to the language of communication between cats, which is more beneficial to teaching magic, because the content of animal language itself contains the imprint of power. Unlike human language, it must be converted by spells before it can become an intuitive recognition of power. It's like using Chinese to understand Shakespeare's plays, and using English to read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Even if you can understand it, you will still be a little short of understanding and unable to understand it clearly. But no one wants to be in front of a cat. Just emphasize that he is awesome. It means that he himself does not have that kind of consciousness, because there is an even more powerful pervert in his family than can roughly analyze some simple magic just by observing the flow of power. After using it a few times, you can create magic that works better than the original. No one is too lazy to complain about this strength. Lin learned this magic not to use it on himself, but to master the power-ranking characteristics of this magic. Sure enough, with his specialized vision, Lin saw quite messy footprints on the ground. Some of the footprints are dim, and some have almost disappeared. Only one is the clearest, extending toward somewhere. Then he asked the gray cat, "Besides you, have any cats other than the female cat come in recently? As far as I know, we were the first ones to enter the abyss after Mao and I disappeared." "Oh, that's good. Then follow me. I have a clue." Lin didn't explain much and just ran in a certain direction. The gray cat Hardy didn't want to follow him at first, but the direction chosen by the other party was one of the directions he had doubts about. "I have no choice but to keep up." Lin was almost jogging along the way, and Hardy followed reluctantly at first. But along the way, the smell of Mao and I never stopped, which made the gray cat suspect that this human had really found some kind of tracking method. In the end, it didn't have time to think too much and just followed it while confirming the taste. When someone stops, there is an abnormal creature approaching nearby. All living creatures in the abyss can be labeled as demons, but there is a huge difference in their strength and weakness. Of course, comparing the weakest creatures in the abyss and the abyss, the lowest level of the abyss creatures is still much higher than that in the abyss. Based on human standards of good and evil, all creatures here can be classified into the evil camp. But for them living here, it's just daily life. Just like a lion hunting an antelope. According to human standards of good and evil, killing a lion can be considered evil. But for lions and antelopes, this is just an act necessary for their survival. Anyway, someone has no preconceived dislike for the creatures in the abyss. Of course, those who show off too much and show off in front of themselves should be given a severe lesson. However, the main purpose of this trip was rescue, and he had already found a way to track it. So someone decided to hide his whereabouts and not plan to contact the people of the abyss. On the way, when you encounter the people of the abyss, take a detour if you can. If you can't, stop and wait for the other party to pass. For someone who is accustomed to using HUD to play games, it is not difficult to predict the direction of movement in advance by turning on the detection and image display effects. And as more data on Mao Ni's footprints are collected, Lin can use the decline of power dissipation to determine that these are traces left a few days ago, and conclude that the cat passed through this place 4 days ago. For a beast, it was unimaginably fast to discover that a member of the same race was missing, and to dispatch a rescue team at such a short time. But this also proves one thing from the side. There are many cats who care about Mao and I. So they found out that the other cat was missing and responded in such a short period of time. I have traveled through time for more than 10 years. Has anyone on Earth ever looked for me? Forget it. Don't think too much. Even if someone really wanted to find me, they wouldn't be able to find me. After all, there is an astronomical gap between him and the Earth. Even if the calculation of the decimal point in a million is wrong, he may be thrown to a place outside the solar system by the flash technique. Hardy, we need to speed up. You can keep up, Lin said while jogging. I still think you are too slow. Human, just run. There is no way I will lose you. The gray cat Hardy kept walking on his 4 short legs. But he said nonchalantly, however, judging from the other party's performance, he is indeed quite at ease. It's just that at the beginning, a certain cat kept fussing around for a long time and couldn't even take a step out. Such things, it's better not to mention it. Give yourself a full set of movement speed increasing magic. It is said that this set of magic was quite commonly used before settling in the Tower of the Great Sage. Just to match the strength of the 2 apprentices, they were still suppressed. After entering the magic tower, you basically don't need this kind of magic. Although I left the magic tower later, I learned the flash technique and no longer needed it. This time, because I was carrying a cat, I couldn't move by myself using the flash spell. So I used this long-lost magic and used it with all my strength. In an instant, the scene around him was like lightning, and he kept retreating. But this speed after exerting all my strength is really slow, not to mention compared with the supersonic fighter jets on the Earth. There is no comparison with the high-speed railway running on the ground. And the gray cat Hardy following behind him also looked relaxed. It is estimated that if it had not been able to quickly confirm the direction it should go, it would have abandoned itself long ago. I can only say that after learning the flash technique, I seem lazy in many aspects. Suddenly, a man and a cat were running and stopped at a fork in the road before the canyon. Hardy passed someone, sniffed toward both passages, and said, "We should take the right passage." Lin shook his head and said, "It is true that the passage on the right has more traces left by another cat. But I think we should take the passage on the left." "Why? What basis do you have?" He knew that he would not be able to convince the cat unless he explained why. Lin waved his hand and used the whiteboard technique to mark the footprints he saw on the ground. There is a row of cat footprints in the left passage, which are relatively sparse. There are also footprints in the right passage, but they are numerous and messy. Lin said, "This is what I saw. After you used protective magic, you left footprints where you passed. There are more on the right and less on the left. If you confirm it by smelling it, the smell on the right should be stronger. The one on the left is lighter." "That's right. But this is what happens if we are on top of the footprints and try to figure out the direction of the person who left the footprints." Lin continued to use whiteboard techniques to simulate a cat. And the size of the cat matched the width and span of the footprints on the ground. And the shape of this cat was used to appear on the footsteps that Mao and I walked, recreating the posture of the cat. In the passage on the right, there is a simulated image of a cat walking towards the depths of the passage and walking back from the depths of the passage. While on the left there is only an image of a cat walking away. Hardy looked at the simulated light and shadow cat, which was somewhat similar to himself, except that it was slightly smaller. It first used its front paws to poke at the products of the whiteboard writing skills curiously, and then came to understand and said, "You mean that the reason why there are more traces in the right passage is because Mao and I walked back?" "Yes." "How do you determine this?" "Your cat's claws and meat balls are not inseparable from the front and back." "You agree with this?" "In this case, it is not difficult to identify the direction of walking from the footprints." Chapter 637 Castle in the Abyss. Lost time. 7 o'clock in the morning. This time was set after observing astronomical phenomena and the movement of the sun during the Tower of the Great Sage era. It was changed without considering the time zone issue. So there will be an error of about 2 hours in the Holy City. Generally speaking, 10 o'clock is noon in the Holy City, and 22 o'clock is midnight. And now it's 7 o'clock, which is almost the busiest time in the morning. And there are still 6 hours left until 1300 hours when I have my math class. There are still 13 hours before the second wave of rescue teams for the group of cats sets off. Not far away is a castle built on a cliff. The area is not large, but the buildings in it are very tall, whether they are city walls or towers in the castle. The last footprints of the female cat led to the castle about 2 days ago. In fact, it doesn't take that long to get from the gate of the abyss to this castle. I just followed the traces of the previous cat, taking many detours and spending a lot of time. This saves you some detours on the way to make sure you turn back. Otherwise it will take more time to find this place. But when the gray cat Hardy saw the castle, even if someone couldn't quite distinguish the cat's expression, someone could tell that its mood was a little broken. Along the way, there was no other specific smell, just like Mao and I. So it can basically be confirmed that the cat walked in on its own and was not held hostage by a demon. The castle she went to was also quite famous among the cats. That is the other side of the Abyss Gate, the territory of the demon lord Sabine. Sabine is not just the most powerful demon near the Gate of the Abyss. The Moth King and the cats on the other side of the door also have a long history of falling in love and killing each other. The most recent battle happened when Hadi was young, and he witnessed it with his own eyes. And now, what's going on with Mao and I taking the initiative to come over? Reminiscent of the female cat's character, there was a terrifying possibility lingering in Hardy's mind. At this moment, Lin reached out from behind and rubbed the gray cat's head. This time, Hardy didn't dodge. Instead, after being caught, he realized that he had fallen into the clutches of humans and meowed dissatisfiedly. He stretched out his front paws, trying to push someone's hand away. Don't think too much. In short, find the person first, find the cat first. Although Lin didn't know the personality of the female cat, he didn't see any companions on the female cat along the way, or was caught the situation of catching. So he also guessed that it was the cat that fell into the trap and walked into the castle in front of him. As for the detailed reason, of course he didn't know. However, the castle in front of us has only one road to the front entrance. If you want to sneak in with a cat, you have to find other ways. The second thing is who is inside? How many people? If it were an ordinary noble's castle, Lin might have used the flash technique to break in. After all, I have broken into several noble castles, so I can be considered familiar with it. In this relatively peaceful era, the guards placed by nobles around them were more important than diversification of abilities, and loyalty was more important. Therefore, the garrison strength in the noble castle is basically not difficult for someone. But this is the devil's castle. Although it is common knowledge that demons are divided into several categories, there is no definite conclusion as to what special abilities each demon possesses. If you are not careful, it is not impossible for the boat to capsize in the gutter. So, follow your own routine? But soon, my own thoughts were overturned by myself. Bringing an arcane eye here from home is not a big problem. The question is whether it will be done in a slow way. The arcane eye's passive scanning mode would take at least more than a day to target a castle like the one in front of us. And the most lacking thing now is time. If the active scanning mode is used, it can be completed in an instant. But what is the difference between saying to the enemy, "I'm coming"? I have never seen a submarine that uses active sonar and can't be discovered. Therefore, we can only rely on our own detection ability to take one step at a time. The idea of entering through the main entrance was, of course, rejected at the first opportunity. The figure on the tower shows that the castle has defensive capabilities. Anyone who enters the open space and prepares to walk towards the castle will have a clear view of it. However, since the castle was built close to the cliff, there should be a breach there. Most people would not invest too much defensive power on this natural barrier. They just need to be careful of some traps. After figuring out his idea, Lin reminded the gray cat Hardy and asked him to follow him on a long circuit through the forest from a position that could not be seen from the castle, and to the edge of the cliff. Said, "I am going to use the magic of walking on flat ground to invade the castle from the cliff. Do you know that magic? Or do you want my help? It's like walking on flat ground." The gray cat looked confused. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you want to invade from the outside, the cliff is indeed a good direction. Please add that magic for me." After agreeing with someone's tactics, Lin neatly added magic to one person and one cat. He himself took the first step and walked to the flat surface of the cliff. After confirming the magic function, Hardy also carefully stretched out his forelimbs and walked onto the cliff surface. After confirming that the magic was functioning normally, it tried some more movements and found that whether it was running, jumping, or even rolling in the air, it would remain on the plane of the cliff. Only then did Hardy nod towards the human magician and prepare to head towards the castle. This could not help but cause it to be careless. There is a scalding lava river at the bottom of the cliff. If the cat falls, it will definitely not be saved. Everything was ready. One person and one cat ran towards the castle, because he was anxious to rescue the missing clan cats. Hardy ran in front of the human magician. The reason I followed him before was because I couldn't confirm the direction quickly. Now that the destination is right in front of us, there is no need to continue to follow, as long as the humans and cats don't fall behind. But the gray cat running in front turned around at the cliff below the castle, and was about to run up the wall of the castle. Suddenly, the trap magic was activated, and the gray cat running on top of the magic circle was completely dispelled by the auxiliary magic. The direction of gravity suddenly returned to normal, and Hardy was caught off guard and fell towards the magma river. Fortunately, Lin took one step slower, and the magic was not released. He was still able to stand firmly on the cliff surface. He caught the fallen gray cat, and used himself as a temporary platform to give Hardy a temporary place to stay. "What just happened?" Hardy asked with lingering fear. Walking on the cliff plane below the castle, Lin carefully observed the trap magic circle and said, "This should be a dispelling magic circle for magic such as floating spells and walking on flat ground. If you walk on it, some auxiliary effects will be cancelled. But this only for magic." Hardy asked again, "Is there a gap that can be passed through?" It seems there is none. Lin looked at a windowsill on the castle and asked the gray cat standing on his belly, "Can you jump from this side to that window?" Looking in the direction pointed by the human magician, "I saw a windowsill." Hardy shook his head helplessly and said, "The distance is too far. If there is a foothold in the middle, and I can use my strength again, I should be able to jump to that window. But it seems like there is no such place here. You can get up by jumping twice." Lin visually measured the height. The windowsill was at least 5 stories high. The demon cat can jump to half the height just by relying on its own physical strength, which should not be underestimated. As soon as his thoughts changed, he said, "Then you stand on my arm, and while I swing it up, you jump as hard as you can. Jump as high as you can. I have a way to give you a second point of strength." Although he didn't quite understand the intention of this human magician, his judgment along the way was not wrong. So Hardy decided to take a gamble, regardless of whether he was wrong or not. If he made a mistake, he might have to swim in the lava river. He nodded and said, "I will trust you again." Lin raised his arms flat to his sides and added the auxiliary magic of giant strength to himself. When Hardy was ready, he jumped on the human magician's arm. With a flick of his arm, the gray cat jumped up, and in an instant he was 3 stories high. Although his jumping ability was amazing, he still couldn't hook onto the ledge at his destination. Just when Hardy finished his upward movement and was about to fall, his hind limbs hit something again. "Gather your strength and try again," Lin said from the side. The gray cat Hardy didn't have time to think about it. His limbs touched his arms, and he jumped hard again. This time, he jumped onto the windowsill easily. Just when I wanted to turn back to confirm the location of the human magician, I found that he had appeared at the edge of the window, holding it with one hand, and using the other hand to put his index finger on his lips, signaling to be silent. Fu pointed inside again. Hardy looked back and discovered that a humanoid demon was walking past the closed window. At this time, it remained motionless and did not make any unnecessary movements to attract the devil's attention. After the corridor inside the window was empty, Hardy began to study how to open the window from the outside. At this time, it suddenly discovered that the human magician had run to the inside of the castle and opened the window to let him in. Lin still kept the index finger of one hand touching his lips, and pointed in the direction where the demon left before. Hardy, who walked in, turned his head and saw that the demon just walked around the corner, away from the man and the cat. Lin then put down his hand and said, "Follow me and speak as quietly as possible." Then he waited for Hardy to fully enter and then closed the window. "You can come in directly. Why don't you just take me with you?" The gray cat lowered his voice and said with some annoyance, "I have no way to flash with anything other than myself. Unless you have to endure the feeling of dizziness and swelling in your head and continue the next action. Otherwise, I have overdrawn my power and cannot continue to act." The gray cat glared at the human magician, but did not ask why. It jumped off the windowsill and asked, "Where are we going?" Looking left and right, Lin rubbed his unshaved chin, which was covered with stubble, and said, looking at the shape of the castle, "It looks like a human-like building structure. According to custom, the more noble people live higher up, and the top of the tower is used to imprison nobles, while the prisoners are imprisoned in the dungeon on the ground floor. How does the size and strength of the female cat you are looking for compare with yours?" The narration at the beginning and the questions at the end are content that cannot be touched by anything. However, Hardy still replied, "Malinai is smaller than me. In terms of strength, I have more combat experience than her. However, The amount of magical power contained in her is greater than mine. Understood? Wait. Lin disappeared. After 3 breaths, someone appeared again and said, "There are no creatures locked up in the tower that match the characteristics you mentioned." Chapter 638 Demon Lord. He tilted his head in confusion and looked at the human magician in front of him. However, Hardy did not intend to continue pursuing it, but asked, "Then where should we look?" After thinking for a while, Lin said, "Upstairs. Why not go to the dungeon to look for it?" Hardy asked, frowning. "Can a place like a dungeon contain you? Well, it really can't be locked up." Although Hardy didn't want to admit it, it was very likely that Mao and I took the initiative to approach the devil. In this case, its location is likely to be near the owner of the castle. Of course, it also depends on whether the Demon Lord Sabine knows the value of Mao and I. As the next witch priest of the Moth King, he will master the method of controlling the enchantment of the Gate of the Abyss. After one person and one cat reached a consensus, Lin led the way. Originally, during the infiltration operation, one should move as close to the wall as possible to reduce the chance of being discovered. Although Hardy has not been trained as a professional thief, these things are like instinct for cats. So he walked on cat steps, pressed against the corner, moved lightly, and made no sound. But the human magician was walking boldly in the middle of the corridor, strolling leisurely. It's like walking through your own home. Unabashedly, Hardy wanted to scold him, but the other party could always stop and hide in the dark before being discovered by the devil. Wait for the other party to pass by, then come out of the hiding place and continue the action. Several times in a row, Hardy confirmed one thing. This human magician did have some way of detecting the surrounding situation. And this is probably why he didn't find anyone when he was being followed before going to the party. Hardy believes that the feeling of being watched before was the right one. It's just that he wanted to sneak up and find the other party. But he was discovered first. As they continued to explore upwards, a demon guard guarding the stairs became an obstacle for one person and one cat to continue searching. This guard is different from the demons I encountered before. The ones you encountered before were all in a moving state. You only need to hide and wait for the other party to pass by, and then you can continue to act. But this is obviously like a roadblock, blocking the only upward staircase. But it is very obstructive. The gray cat raised his head and asked in a low voice, the head on top of his head, "Are you trying to break in?" Wait. Just when he was about to ask what he was waiting for, Hardy discovered that the human magician had disappeared again. At the same time, a loud noise came from the other side of the passage, causing the guard at the stairway to look sideways. The head that looked like a mixture of a lizard and a frog swayed from side to side. After making sure that there was no one else around, he moved his huge body and walked slowly towards the sound. Just as he was thinking about what was happening on the other side of the passage, Hardy saw the human magician sticking his head out from the stairs and waving to him. After the guard walked some distance away, the gray cat acted quickly and dove into the stairs. And the mysterious human magician has already walked some distance upwards. Having given up exploring the magician's secrets, Hardy followed behind him. At this time, it was not only convinced, but also remembered the king's decision. It was indeed as wise as ever. Let this magician join the rescue team, and the speed will be much faster. If, like before, the rescue teams were organized by cat groups, there would be many cases where even the cats sent out would not be able to come back, not to mention rescuing the clan cats. For Hardy, this action was as simple as walking on the street, and it seems that the goal is not far away. However, the floor you walked up the stairs to was supposed to be the highest floor of the castle, but there was nothing else but a door. The human magician was standing in front of the only door, wondering whether to open it. Hardy came to him and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there trouble inside? The target you are looking for should be inside, but there are 2 demons near it. Maybe one of them is your old rival, the Demon Lord Sabin, but I can't tell which one it is. I only know that one is the Nightmare Lord. Meaning is, it means we can't avoid those 2 demons and only have contact with your companions. So, do we have to wait until night before contacting Mao and I?" After thinking about it, Lin shook his head and rejected the proposal, and said in a normal voice, "If your companion comes here voluntarily, then contacting him in private may not make him change his mind. Waiting for any length of time will be in vain, if it has been controlled by the devil. So we have to contact the 2 people inside to solve this matter. What's more, the other party has noticed us, so we might as well talk openly and honestly." After that, he declined, opened the door, and walked straight into the room. The room is a small living room that is quite luxuriously furnished, with exquisite furniture, comfortable velvet chairs, a magic fireplace that adjusts the whole room to just the right temperature, and a fragrant unknown hot drink in a small bottle, and in an exquisite painted pottery cup. There are 3 chairs facing each other, each sitting with a handsome man and a beautiful woman and a cat. The man is wearing the formal attire of a human aristocrat, with neat short white hair, firm outlines, and gorgeous clothing, and he looks like a handsome and elegant man. The only flaw in the ointment was that half of his left arm was broken, leaving only the upper arm and the fluttering sleeve underneath. The other woman is as beautiful as a human, but has a pair of antelope-like curved horns, bat-like wings on her back, a proud figure, and waist-length hair. Although someone does not recognize this person, he knows that this person's demon race is the Nightmare Lord, the type of demon he deals with most. Usually they break into their own dreams and become pitiful existences of tower bricks. The cat is a white-haired, black-faced Siamese cat with a pair of big ears and a pair of charming purple pupils. Sitting on the chair, his posture is very elegant, and with his shiny fur, he is like a marble statue, so noble that it is hard to get close to him. The intrusion of Lynn and Hardy did not cause panic to those in the room. They just looked at the visitor calmly and with some curiosity. Of course no one spoke. Arriving at the conversation circle, Lynn flicked his fingers, and 2 empty chairs in the room flashed behind him. Someone sat down safely on one of the chairs, while Hardy the gray cat jumped onto another chair and walked around 3 or 2 times before sitting down. Crossing his legs, Lynn greeted him in the common language of Midi without being humble or arrogant. "Good day, both of you. I am the magician Gabra Ashtripwood. I have been commissioned by King Jinmos, and I have come here to bring you back to you. That female cat, Mountie." "Oh," the guest from the opposite side. "Being able to come to us silently means that he is qualified to sit down and talk to us. But the whereabouts of Ms. Mao and I are based on her own wishes and are not something I can control. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the owner of this place, Sabin. I haven't seen guests coming from the other side for a long time. I didn't expect to see 3 of them in a row in the past few days." "What an honor," said politely, but the Nightmare Lord next to him smiled half-heartedly and remained silent, as if he was watching the good show in front of him. As one of the people involved, Mao and I shook her head and said in animal language, "I don't want to go back." At this time, the gray cat Hardy spoke to persuade. "Mountie, everyone is worried about you. Come and get out of here with me." "Don't want. I live a good life here, and Lord Sabine treats me well. But it's not safe here," Hardy said anxiously. "How can it be unsafe? With a strong man like Lord Sabine here, under his protection, I am safer than staying in the forest. Only strong men like him are worthy of following. The king doesn't care about our life or death, does he? It only cares about guarding the broken door." Mao and I looked at the male demon with reverent eyes and said, "But this is not the place for you to stay. You should stay with the people." After laughing a few times, Mao and I said, "Don't be ridiculous, Hardy. You know better than me how long you have been wandering outside the forest. Don't you think it's funny that you say you want to stay with the people? Where I want to stay is my own freedom, and no one can interfere with it. This is what you said to Big Mom back then." "You?" "Hardy." Lynn reached out from behind to hold down the gray cat, who was about to have an attack. Lynn said in common language, "I think what he said is right." Twisting around, trying to escape from someone's clutches, the gray cat shouted dissatisfied, "Whose side are you here to help?" "Human." Lynn smiled and said to the troublesome little female cat, "But I think you have also overlooked one thing. Little guy, they are all intelligent creatures. They are not the kind who only want to eat all day long, as ordinary beasts who mate. You should understand that individuals are also responsible for the group. I call it social responsibility. You can grow up to what you are today because of the expectations of other cats and the extended cultivation and dedication. These are what make you. You should not completely ignore their contribution to you. It is wrong to say that you want freedom and an unfettered life." Although she understood the common language, Mao and I still spoke in animal language and said dissatisfiedly, "What does this have to do with me?" They decided my future for me without permission, without asking for my opinions and thoughts. Can I just be like a puppet and let them control everything about me? I don't agree with unlimited familial blackmail. But have you discussed it with them? Have other cats taken over your responsibilities? If you don't want this responsibility imposed on yourself, of course that's okay. But there are many ways to get rid of it. But you chose the worst one and walked away. Maybe in your eyes, Hardy is also a cat pursuing his own life. But if he really ignores the entire group, if it were true, it wouldn't be here today. Why would you compare it with this? As if she was a little angry, Malini bowed her body and bared her teeth. And meowed. What does this have to do with me? I am free and can do whatever I want. No one can control me. Ha. I really don't want to admit it. I made such a mistake when I was young. I always thought that I could do whatever I wanted. But in fact, I can't do anything. Right. Lord Sabin. Lin turned around and asked a demon watching a show. Chapter 639 The Deal with the Devil. Regarding the unexpected naming, the demon lord was not angry, but showed a very sincere fake smile and said, I never interfere in other people's housework, nor interfere with other people's wishes, nor make any decisions for others without authorization. So if you ask me for my opinion on this kind of thing, I can only say that I can't help you. Hey, there's no need to belittle yourself. Master Sabin, unlike those children who don't understand anything and only want to live in their own world, adults have an adult's way of dealing with the world. So, let's make a contract, the man said confidently. Oh. Sabine in human form raised his eyes and said with great interest, although I am very interested in signing a contract with a magician, I must also declare in advance that the devil's contract is not omnipotent. For example, it is impossible for me to defeat Apollos, the Lord of Guardians. Of course, even if the contract is established, completion is still far away. Moreover, does a weak magician like you really understand the meaning of signing a contract with the devil? Ignoring the gray cat Hardy scratching his paws, Lin continued to talk to the devil in front of him. No matter who you sign a contract with, it's not just me who makes the request, and you set the conditions. As long as I can fulfill your conditions, you will satisfy me. It's just a request for both sides to take what they need. Does it have any special meaning? The only bargaining chip that can be traded with the devil is the soul of you or your relatives. Are you willing to pay such a price? Driven by the devil's essence, Sabin's appearance gradually distorted, and he lost his original aristocratic posture. The demon lord originally hoped to scare the humans in front of him, but one person remained unmoved. Lin smiled and said, the reason why the soul is considered to be the only bargaining chip is because humans can't come up with chips that other demons are interested in. But if an arm is used as a bargaining chip in the transaction, Master Sabin is still not interested. Oh, you're referring to your own arm. If you want me to be interested in such a bargaining chip, you have to train yourself more. As for bringing up this arm, I won't ask you for the price of ridiculing me, because I'm in a good mood today. If I mention this when I'm in a bad mood, I won't mind dismantling you to see what parts one can use, Sabin said. Oh, of course it's not my arm. What value can my arm have to a demon? But I saw such a severed arm in a lake on the other side of the gate of the abyss, said at the same time. Lin used whiteboard skills to draw the severed demon arm he had found at the bottom of the lake. This is a very special demon arm, with 6 fingers, 2 of which have the function of holding each other like thumbs. Root. The sharp claws will emit corrosive black air and are very sharp, as if they can cut space. Looking at the pictures displayed on the whiteboard, both Sabine and the Nightmare Lord, who was sitting next to him and had been silent, both stared blankly. They then pretended to be nonchalant, looked at someone up and down, as if trying to find something on him, and said, Oh, did you bring this arm with you? The suspect smiled, and from his perception, he found that quite a few demons had gathered outside the door. Although their strength is not as strong as the 2 in the room, even if they are trash fish, they can only come to die. But as long as they can bring the final victory to their master, then they will be valuable to the devil. Although he was not afraid of these cannon fodder like miscellaneous fish, and based on the principle of not causing trouble as much as possible, Lin said, if this is the arm you two are thinking of, you should know its size. I can't hide it. But since you are interested, I think you will be willing to listen to my request. Slightly disappointed, the Nightmare Lord returned to his original aloof manner of watching the show, while the group of demons outside the door remained silent. But Sabin still nodded and said, then just say it, and I will listen. But again, I will not make any decisions for others. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything beyond your duties. Lin stood up cautiously, came to the white-haired and black-faced Siamese cat that was guarding him, pointed at it and said, my request is, please Sir Sabin expels this female cat Malini and asks her to leave your sphere of influence. Such a request does not violate your principle of not overstepping the boundaries of others. After all, it only concerns your own wishes. Upon hearing such a request, Mountie pointed her hand at someone without hesitation and stretched out her claws to scratch it. Of course, Lin couldn't have been caught for nothing. He had already retreated and returned to his seat. The Siamese female cat shouted dissatisfied, "Why do you decide where I go?" But the demons and humans present ignored the cat's protests. Sabin thought about it seriously and said, "If it's just a piece of whereabouts information, the chips won't be enough." Lin said, "Of course, it won't just be information. As long as Master Sabin agrees to my request, I will personally give you this arm. In this way, can the contract be established?" After saying this, before Sabin could respond, the eyes of the Nightmare Lord next to him lit up first. It seems that he wants to take the place of a certain demon and solve the problem this time. And of course, he will receive the reward. However, as Sabine is the local master, no one can act beyond him. He glanced at the invited Nightmare Lord and asked her to back off before saying, "The contract with the soul is the price. The moment it is established, the ownership of the soul already belongs to us. The rest is just waiting for an opportunity to be recycled. But if this arm is to be used as a bargaining chip, human beings, you're not sincere enough. Let's wait until you get that arm in front of me, and then we can continue talking." Lord Sabine, Mao and I, who had never been able to interrupt, now shouted dissatisfied. The she-cat's protests continued to be ignored. Lin said, "Okay, wait." With a snap of his fingers, he disappeared from the sight of the demons and cats. After a few breaths, it appears again. But now, he was all wet, as if he had just fallen into the pool. At the same time, what appeared with him was an alien arm that was longer and thicker than his legs. I wiped my face. Although I had shaken off the water on my body again just above the lake, it was still far from dry and comfortable. It was just not that wet. Stepping on that expensive-looking carpet will inevitably leave water stains. What's even worse is of course the arm that was just taken out of the water and is dripping with water. However, the owner here could not be angry, but looked thoughtfully at the human being who suddenly disappeared and then appeared again. Demon Lord Sabin said, "Human, you just said that this arm was thrown into a lake on the other side of the door. If this sentence is correct, in fact, you arrived at the lost land in an instant. After getting the thing back to the abyss, don't you think your ability is much more valuable than that arm? Oh, if you want me, you have to consider whether you can catch me first. And if you do it, you won't be able to get the things you could have gotten. So you have to think carefully about this kind of thing before you do it. It would be better to decide," someone said confidently. One sentence made the Demon Lord's present feel faintly discouraged. Even the Nightmare Lord had some plans, but he gave them all up in one go. Although he remained calm on the surface, Sabin changed his words and said, "In that case, then hand over your arm." After saying that, he reached out to take back the huge arm. Lin took a big step back with his arms in hand. Without losing his guard, he smiled and said, "Sir Sabin, I haven't gotten any agreement or disagreement from you yet." "Oh, do you need to sign a paper contract?" Sabine seemed a little impatient and asked in a low voice. "That's not necessary. Those who know how to tear up the contract will know how to tear it up. Even if it is written down in black and white, there are still various loopholes that can be exploited. Instead of fighting with others and wasting time, I just need the adults to state the requirements and conditions of both parties in person, whether it is established or not. It is enough to show that both you and I understand the object of the transaction." His face softened a little, and Sabin stood up and said, "At the cost of the devil's arm, I, the Demon Lord Sabin, promise the people in front of me to expel the demon cat Mao and I from my sphere of influence. Is this enough?" Lin showed a satisfied expression and threw the devil's arm forward. He looked at the dumbfounded female cat like a demonstration and said, "Little guy, this is the truth of the freedom you are pursuing. It's just jumping from a familiar cage to another that looks novel. The essence is, come on! You still can't control yourself. You're still at the mercy of others. So come back with us. There is no place for you here." "You're right, human." Different from the angry and frustrated little kid in the imagination, the white-haired and black-faced Siamese cat sat down calmly again, staring at someone with its purple pupils, and said, "Maybe I can't deal with your despicable methods. But have you ever thought that the establishment of a transaction depends on fair payment by both parties? What do you think will happen if others find out that he has conducted an unequal transaction?" Regarding the threat from the female cat, Lin squinted his eyes and looked at the other person for a while. Then he laughed again, shook his head and said, "Another innocent statement." He said no more. It's useless to talk to this cat, because the cat is not the kind of person who can be easily persuaded in terms of age or personality. And I have no position. And there is no need to spend time to teach or enlighten. It is easier to use violence to push the opponent to the ground and rub him. So now I just wait for the demon who has restored the severed hand in front of me to speak and order the female cat to be deported, so that I can take her back to deliver the goods. Chapter 640, Breaking the Contract. As soon as Sabine received the arm, he shed his human form and returned to his demonic form. He grew to about 3 meters tall, and if it weren't for his stooped stature, he would almost reach the ceiling. The alien face resembled a dragon lizard, which was different from the domes of ordinary lizard men. His ears were raised high, like sharpened mountains. The skin was like dry red earth, full of cracks of varying depths, and wearing a pair of armor that seemed to be melting and flashing red light. However, the remaining arm of the demon in front of him was different from the arm brought by someone. Sabine's hands have only 3 fingers and no claws, but are very thick and long. That arm, which was thicker than someone's thigh, was easily grasped in Sabine's original hand. He carefully moved this different arm closer to his severed limb. The section that had been closed opened again, like an insect opening its bloody mouth. As for the torn part of the severed arm, the strands of flesh seemed to come alive, twisting and extending towards Sabin's severed limb. As the broken arms and Sabin's broken limbs stuck together, the threads were gathered into bundles, and then bundled into flesh. In the end, the broken arm was completely connected to Sabin's broken limb, and the skin color and skin features on both sides merged into one. Try to move the 6 fingers on the newly attached arm. From the initial unfamiliarity, he quickly became proficient in performing various movements. Sabine looked at the newbie with satisfaction and said, "This arm is indeed the remains of that great king. Human being, you really brought a good thing. Oh, I wish you were satisfied. That it's time to fulfill your promise, Lord Sabine." The demon, who was very satisfied with his new hand, transformed into a noble man in human form. This time, the originally empty sleeves had a new arm. He said in a gentlemanly and non-rejecting tone, "Miss Malinai, although I feel very sorry for you, but I hope you can find your own freedom outside my territory. Please leave." Is this really good? The pretentious black-faced and white-haired Siamese cat had no intention of leaving. Instead, it licked its paws, combed its own hair, and said, "If I say that I know how to control the gate of the abyss, will you continue your deal with that human? Lord. Sure enough, this cat planned to make a fuss about this. Len thought so in his heart. Sure enough, he was too young to make such a mistake. The female cat didn't even think about it. She had concealed this ability of hers before, but she said it at this time, just hoping that the devil in front of her would regret it and continue to keep it. But even if it stays, will it still have the same courtesy as before? The barrier of the gate of the abyss is undoubtedly a major obstacle for demons on this side of the gate to invade the lost land. But when Mao and I confessed this, the 2 demon lords showed far less joy than when they saw that arm. They just looked at someone thoughtfully, with eyes that seemed to be smiling rather than smiling. Sabin said, "Human, what you are doing is dishonest. The contract is established because both parties are willing to do it. Although you don't know the method this female cat holds. I don't know that the arm comes from an abyss lord. No wonder you who take it will have a higher power level. An increase of 37.3%. I don't think any party in this transaction really suffered a loss. Could it be that he planned to regret this transaction because his eyesight was not good enough and he felt that he had suffered a loss? Destroy the devil's good reputation for keeping the contract. Interesting. But you ignored 2 points. We did not sign a formal contract. Only a verbal agreement." Sabin changed his original humble attitude and became a little aggressive. At the same time, the door opened, and a group of elite demon warriors of different shapes entered the room, almost filling the doorway. Seeing his subordinates filing in and blocking the human magician's escape route, Sabine said proudly, "The second point, and the most important point, is that the factor that ensures the fulfillment of a contract is always strength. The so-called agreement, or promise, it's just a charity given by a powerful person. You don't naively think that the devil is a group of poor people who stick to their promises and don't know how to adapt." The 2 demon lords in front of them both stood up, although they had not yet taken a fighting stance. The threat was self-evident. Len was still sitting calmly, tilting his head, looking at the battle array set up by the demons, and asked, "Are you going to break the promise?" Or do you think you can hurt me? After the two demon lords looked at each other, Sabin looked helpless and turned around and said, with your weird teleportation ability, if you deliberately want to escape, I really can't stop you. But you have never been the point, isn't it? As long as I can drive you away, my goal will be achieved. Pointing to the cats on the side, Lin asked, oh, you think I can't use the same ability to take them away? If you could, you wouldn't stand here talking to me now. Right? If you could, you should have suddenly appeared here with that gray cat from the beginning, instead of walking in. Right? So I believe that ability must have its limitations, and that limitation prevents you from leaving alive with those two cats. Listening to Sabin's analysis, Lin had to admit that the other party was not the kind of devil who only grew muscles but no brains. He had indeed hit the point. But the other party was not without misjudgment. Lin said, basically, I'm right. But I want to correct one thing. The commission I got from the Demon Moth King on the other side of the door is to rescue the female cat. If not, bring back a certificate of her death. That means bringing back a dead cat is something they can accept. Not to mention that the Siamese cat Mal and I was frightened and retreated to the edge of the chair. The gray cat Hardy also stood between the human magician and Mal and I, arched his back and screamed in a threatening voice, saying, do you think I will let you do this, human being? Ignoring the weak threat in his own eyes, Lin didn't look at the two cats, and said to the devil, if you can't bring back one dead cat, then it should be no problem to bring back two dead cats. Anyway, when you come to the abyss, nothing will happen to you. As far as I know, none of the rescue teams who entered the abyss several times, including those who were rescued, came back, and I didn't see them being surprised by it. Instead, they seemed to take it for granted that this cat would not survive. It doesn't really matter if it's alive, as long as the knowledge in its mind is not known to you. My goal can be considered achieved. Right. Oh, how heartless. Sabine made an exaggerated expression, shook his head regretfully and said, aren't you afraid that I will inform your employer of what happened here? Guess what about the big moth and the cats? How will I treat you? Before I worry about that kind of thing, can I ask first, will they believe what you say? Faced with someone's question, Sabin said awkwardly, maybe they will still believe it a little bit. Lin said nonchalantly, actually, even if they really believe it, it doesn't matter. If you can bring some cat skins back as souvenirs, you should be laughing. This is an abyss, not my kitchen. Come here whenever you want. I can leave whenever I want. What's more, I only plan to do a one-time transaction with them, and I don't intend to cooperate with them for a long time. I need to establish mutual trust and good relationships. Are all magicians like you, so indifferent to life, and only care about whether their own goals are achieved? Don't you have any respect? Such sarcasm, coming from the mouth of a demon, is the greatest sarcasm in itself. Besides, you are not too kind and have invited a nightmare lord. You will never say that this man is good at extracting information from dreams. The devil who makes people tell the truth is just your good friend. If I were to take a step forward, I doubt I would see a living cat. The nightmare lord, who had always looked like a vase, now walked with swaying steps and secretly advanced towards a sitting magician. On the bright side, she showed off her charm, twisting the waist and swaying the hips. This trick is used to deal with humans, but it is always harmful. The cold red lips said softly, none of this has anything to do with you. Right. Stomping his feet. In an instant, the nightmare lord approached the human magician and grabbed his right arm. But someone didn't shy away and put his arm in the other person's hand. The bet is on creatures like demons, who only like to bully others with their own innate abilities. The talent of nightmare is to control other people's souls through dreams. However, someone's dream has already killed countless nightmare creatures. Just when the demons thought that they had succeeded and the situation was determined, the two cats also realized that they were in a very bad situation. The nightmare lord who caught the human magician screamed, it's you? After saying that, he cut himself off with one arm. He broke the window and fled in fear. Most people seemed to be dreaming about this sudden turn of events. Only Lin, looking at the lonely jade hand that caught him and lost his original body, said regretfully, what a pity. She escaped again. Hey, why did I say again? Just the nightmare lord's sudden retreat did not stop what was going to happen next. Although the demon that left had already reached the rank of lord, all the demons understood that the other demon relied on its innate ability that was difficult to guard against. And as long as talent is restrained, it is useless. The battle will ultimately come down to the clash of fists and the blending of iron and blood. The demons launched a siege. In fact, this situation is what someone secretly expected. There is no one who does not have violence hidden in his heart. But for those who come from the legal world, it is just a question of whether there are conditions to implement it, and whether they can bear the consequences after doing it. It's just that in a lawless world like Lost Land, it is easy for most people to commit violence, but it is difficult to restrain themselves. What has always controlled Lin is not entirely the influence of the environment in which he grew up, but more the awe of power. Just like the awe of public power in a world ruled by law. One day, if you don't have enough eyes, you kick the iron plate. You will have to pay for it with your own life. Many people's works always like to depict the protagonist pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. They have never thought about what kind of tragic situation it will be if one day the position is reversed. But to what extent does he have the strength to be fully armed now? Lin has wanted to give it a try for a long time. It's just that in the past, there were always some unscrupulous concerns. Otherwise, the Lich was nearby, and before it was his turn to show off his power, the enemy would be almost wiped out. Even if you want to, you can't. Now I am alone, with nothing to worry about, and only 2 cats beside me who don't care whether they live or die. The flash spell can still work, which means that the escape route is not blocked. Compared to killing people, killing demons has less psychological burden. So if you don't waste it now, how long will it take? So, here comes Agiri.